Chapter 1. With nothing to lose, fear no threat. In the ancient continent, the immortal family, the Yi family. The majestic hall resembled a sprawling ancient beast, grand and imposing, exuding an aura that shook the universe. In the boundless void, sacred-level killing formations lay in wait, guarding the entire hall and annihilating any intruders. The terrifying pressure of the sacred king constantly revealed the depth and strength of the immortal family, the Yi family. Since 3 years ago, when the Yi family led the charge to repel the demonic coalition and severely injured the Demon Empress, both their fortune and prestige had reached their peak in the ancient continent. At its zenith. At this moment, however, within the hall, the atmosphere was stifling. It's true, master of the family. The 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom has been stolen and eaten by Yi Chuchen. I saw it with my own eyes. Surrounded by people, a graceful young girl pointed at Yi Chuchen and shouted angrily. The 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom contains rich fire energy and could help Xiaoxian break through to the sea-opening realm. How dare he eat it? Simply outrageous. An unforgivable crime. He deserves 100 deaths. Despite the accusations and insults, Yi Chuchen seemed oblivious to the uproar around him. His deep, star-like eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. During the family meeting, the person involved, was actually in a daze. Yi Chuchen, is what Yi Linga said true? Did you really eat the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom? Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, looked at his silent son, frowning in displeasure and impatience. This rebellious son had once been his pride, but now he was utterly wasted. Yi Chuchen remained silent, instinctively rubbing his temples, trying to digest the flood of memories surging within him. He had been reborn. Yi Chuchen was the holy son of the Yi family, possessing the supreme chaos divine body. Upon his birth, terrifying phenomena, such as the earth-splitting golden lotus, the dragon and phoenix contesting, and celestial sounds echoed, with purple chi spanning 100,000 miles. Cultivators on the ancient continent cultivated by absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, with 10 realms of cultivation, each of which has 10 levels. These are gathering chi, condensing yuan, opening the sea, opening the sky, connecting spirit, divine fire, great sage, sacred king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. And Yi Chuchen, with the supreme divine body, was at the peak of the gathering chi realm at birth, entered the condensing yuan realm at 3, achieved the opening the sea secret realm at 5, reached the opening the sky secret realm at 8, and entered the connecting spirit secret realm at 12, at 18. He ignited the divine fire, and at 21, he forcefully advanced to great sage, becoming the youngest sacred realm powerhouse in the ancient continent, breaking all cultivation records. His fame shook the world, except for the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang. No one could rival him at that time. Yi Ding couldn't stop smiling, telling everyone, "My son Yi Chuchen has the potential of an emperor." But just less than a year after Yi Chuchen broke through to the sacred realm, the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang also broke through to the sacred realm, becoming the youngest and most promising great sage-level powerhouse after Yi Chuchen. Even more terrifying, after Lin Shuwang broke through to the sacred realm, she awakened the undying divine phoenix body. The demon path launched a massive attack, throwing the ancient sacred lands and immortal families into endless chaos. In an era where no emperor emerged and sacred kings lived in seclusion, only the great sages represented the pinnacle of combat power, except for the sacred lands and families, facing life and death situations. Thus, when the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang made her move, she defeated the talented individuals of the sacred lands and the holy sons of the families, leaving no one unscathed. To avoid escalating the war and harming the innocent, the sacred lands and the demon path agreed to send one prodigy each to determine the outcome of the battle. Naturally, the demon path sent the Empress Lin Shuwang, and once the undying divine phoenix body appeared, the talented individuals of the sacred lands and the holy sons of the families instantly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. At a critical moment, Yi Chuchen, who was in seclusion, was forcibly called out to battle Lin Shuwang. The battle turned the sky dark and the earth dim, as the chaos divine body clashed with the undying divine phoenix body. The terrifying might unleashed by the two youngest great sage-level powerhouses in the ancient continent approached that of sacred kings, shocking the world. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights, ultimately resulting in the chaos dissipating and the divine phoenix shattering. Chuchen and Lin Shuwang both fell to the ground, unable to rise, resulting in a draw. But a draw meant that the war would reignite, and the conflict between the sacred lands and the demon path would continue endlessly. In the midst of his father's furious shouts, Chuchen dragged his broken body, burning his soul, exhausting his life, shattering his meridians, and breaking his divine body. Pushing himself to the limit, that he squeezed out the last bit of potential to forcibly suppress the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang, winning the war for the righteous path. From then on, the Yi family was elevated to an immortal family due to Chuchen's contributions. They carve out a vast paradise in the ancient continent, controlling 99 spirit veins, flourishing with fortune and longevity. However, Chuchen was left with shattered meridians and a broken divine body, becoming a waste who could no longer cultivate that. It is no exaggeration to say that Chuchen's contributions made the Yi family rise. Without him, the Yi family, a second-rate family, would not have been recognized so quickly by the major sacred lands and families, let alone obtain 99 spirit veins and be promoted to an immortal family. That he thought that even if he lost all his cultivation and became a waste, he could still rely on his merit to let the Yi family rise to an immortal family, and would not suffer too much in the Yi family. But the result, having lost all his cultivation and fallen to waste, Chuchen was gradually neglected and ostracized by the family. Not only that, during the family meeting, he was unjustly accused of stealing and eating the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom, stripped of his title as Holy Son. Without the title of Holy Son, Chuchen's situation in the Yi family became even more tragic. With Yi Xian's instigation, not only did his brothers and sisters bully him, but even the family servants dared to trample on Chuchen's dignity. And all of this was witnessed by his father Yi Ding. But his attention, or rather his affection, was on Yi Xian, the promising adopted son, having long forgotten about his biological son, Yi Chuchen. In just a few years, Chuchen passed away in humiliation. After a few breaths, as Chuchen's deep eyes regained their clarity and brightness, he looked up at his father Yi Ding, who sat imposingly in the position of the family head, and at the surrounding brothers and sisters who glared at him with anger, smiling self-deprecatingly. It seemed that he really had been reborn. Heaven had not abandoned Chuchen. Only, the timing of his rebirth was off. The current Chuchen was still the waste who had lost his meridians and cultivation after the battle with the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang. He had been reborn into solitude. Was he to endure another round of humiliation in the Yi family and die once more? Was this a game? Brother Chuchen, the family head, is asking you a question. At that moment, a soft and tender voice rang out beside Chuchen, different from the surrounding voices of accusation and blame, filled with concern and anxiety. At first hearing, it felt refreshing. Right? They were still in a family meeting. This scene was all too familiar to Chuchen. Even if that 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom was stolen and eaten by Brother Chuchen, it's no big deal. At worst, Shinner can just spend a few more years in seclusion and still break through. I hope Father and my sisters won't blame Brother Chuchen. After all, Brother Chuchen severely injured the Demon Empress, making great contributions to our Yi family. Even though he is now a waste with shattered meridians and lost cultivation. Following the voice, Chuchen saw a small boy, around 10 years old, but in his innocent big eyes lay hidden resentment and calculation. Yet that flash of resentment vanished so quickly that even Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, didn't notice, let alone the other family members. Watching the seemingly harmless little boy speak up for him made Chuchen feel a wave of nausea. What a beautiful white lotus. In just a few words, it seemed like he was pleading for himself, but in reality, he had already confirmed his 3 crimes, being disrespectful to his elders, stealing the firelinger, and having his cultivation ruined. He was putting himself on the spot, becoming a target for everyone, leaving no room for mercy. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Ding, who was sitting in the position of the family head, furrowed his brows, and his gaze towards Chuchen was filled with more displeasure and disgust. Several siblings beside him were like firecrackers, starting to criticize Chuchen one after another, with Yi Ling Er's voice being the loudest. I know you're greedy, but even if you're greedy, you can't steal Xiao Xian's opportunity. Yi Chuchen, you useless trash, the family head is asking you a question. Are you mute or deaf? Third sister Yi Ching looked at Yi Chuchen with eyes full of hatred and disdain, as if speaking another word to him would dirty her mouth. I hate your lofty attitude the most. What? Do you still think you're the pride of the Yi family, the youngest saint-level expert in the ancient continent? Don't think that not speaking will let you off the hook. If you delay Xiao Xian's cultivation breakthrough, you'll suffer the consequences. Fifth sister Yihan also had a cold expression. She didn't even want to look at Yi Chuchen more than once, just bowing to the family head eating. Father, Yi Chuchen has always been unclean in his actions, often stealing treasures from us sisters that we didn't want to hold him accountable and pretended not to see. But unexpectedly, this time he actually set his sights on Xiao Xian, even daring to steal the 1,000-year firelinger needed for Xiao Xian's breakthrough. This is no longer a matter of character. Without rules, there could be no order. I hope Father will severely punish Yi Chuchen and give Xiao Xian and us an explanation. That I say, several of you, have you forgotten? Before family head Yi Ding could speak, Yi Chuchen looked at this familiar scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud in public. This firelighter was originally found by me, Yi Chun, in the secret realm, and has been planted on my windowsill that I took my own things. What right do you have to say I stole? In his previous life, during the family assembly, Yi Chuchen was wronged for stealing his own firelinger. Out of familial feelings, he did not argue with his sisters, but silently endured it all. However, this tolerance and humiliation did not win him the forgiveness of his father and sisters. Instead, it was used as a reason to strip him of the position of the Yi families. Saint's son, from then on, he became a target for everyone. And in this life, Yi Chuchen would no longer tolerate or cling to anything. A person with nothing is not afraid of any threats. But as soon as he said this, several sisters were clearly stunned. They obviously did not expect that Yi Chuchen would dare to retort them. But soon, third sister Yi Ching was the first to react, pointing her finger at Yi Chuchen's nose and scolding. So what if that 1,000-year firelinger is yours? Don't you know that Xiao Xian is at a bottleneck in his breakthrough and desperately needs that firelinger? It's just a firelinger. How can you think it's so important? You put Xiao Xian, us sisters, and the entire Yi family aside. Yi Chuchen, I really misjudged you. Originally, Yi Ching's words were already shocking enough. But unexpectedly, fifth sister Yihan also looked at Yi Chuchen with disdain and contempt, speaking scornfully. Yi Chuchen, do you dare to defy father now? Defy us sisters? Do you think we really need that 1,000-year firelinger? My Yi family is an immortal family, controlling 99 spirit veins. Will we lack such a small firelinger? What we want is an attitude. It's your attitude towards Xiao Xian and the Yi family. Humph. If you don't even have this little spirit of sacrifice, you deserve to have your meridians severed and become a useless trash. As soon as fifth sister Yihan finished speaking, younger sister Yiling Er was also unwilling to show weakness. Just like usual, pointing at Yi Chuchen's nose and directly scolding. Yi Chuchen, putting aside the facts, don't you have even a little? Before younger sister Yiling Er could finish her words, Yi Chuchen slapped his hand back. He slapped hard on Yiling Er's fair, snow-white, and tender face. Smack! A bright red handprint instantly appeared. The entire great hall went silent. Chapter 2. Don't strip him of the position of Saint's son, just expel him from the family directly. Putting aside the facts. Then what the hell should I talk to you about? After publicly slapping the unreasonable and aggressive Yiling Er, looking at her beautiful and stunning face, which was rapidly turning red and swollen, instantly sporting a bright red handprint. Yi Chuchen laughed. He laughed recklessly. Including in his previous life, the grievances and hatred that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 10 years were released in this moment. Even though it was just a little release, but that exhilarating feeling of satisfaction and revenge deeply fascinated Yi Chuchen. It turned out that not having to humiliate oneself was such a joyful thing. In his previous life, with his cultivation ruined, Yi Chuchen gradually became neglected and distanced from his father, his sisters, and even the entire Yi family. To reintegrate into the Yi family, he devoted himself to everyone in the family without reservation, even giving up his dignity, trying all sorts of ways to make his sisters happy, even trying to please Yi Xian, the white lotus, maintaining that already shattered familial bond. But what was the result? In the end, he met a fate of death and humiliation. So be it. A useless person is a useless person, since death was destined. What was Yi Chuchen afraid of? To hell with it. Yi Chuchen, you actually dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? The slapped Yi Ling air widened her eyes like copper bells, staring at Yi Chuchen in disbelief, as if her entire worldview had collapsed. In fact, with Yi Ling air's cultivation level, she could have easily dodged this slap. After all, Yi Chuchen's cultivation had been ruined, and he had not a shred of spiritual power left in him. He was an outright waste. But Yi Ling air never expected she would be hit, or rather, she never thought that her brother Yi Chuchen would dare to hit her. When Yi Chuchen raised his hand, Yi Ling air even started to laugh contemptuously. She thought that under the accusations from their father and several sisters, Yi Chuchen, this waste, would realize his mistake and raise his hand to slap himself several times too. Apologize to Xiao Xian. But the result? Not only did Yi Ling air not expect it, but even Yi Han, Yi Qing, and Yi Xian were all left with their mouths agape, staring in disbelief at Yi Chuchen, who had slapped Yi Ling air. This waste must be under too much pressure lately. Has he lost his mind over gains and losses? How dare he hit Yi Ling air? How dare he? Did he still think he was the youngest saint-level expert in the ancient continent? Did he still think he was the pride of heaven? Did he still think he was the saint son of the Yi family? After a brief moment of shock, Yi Xian was the first to regain his composure amidst the astonishment, a smirk forming on his lips, his face revealing a mocking expression that was not fitting for his age. Now, there was a good show to watch. Yi Chuchen, you are seeking death. Sure enough, when Yi Ling air regained her senses without a second thought, her palm gathered spiritual power, her face filled with indignation. As the milky white ice-type spiritual power gathered more and more, a terrifying cold current instantly took shape, and with a face full of killing intent, Yi Ling air did not hesitate for a moment, slapping her palm heavily towards Yi Chuchen's chest. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yi Chuchen did not dodge, accepting it calmly. It wasn't that Yi Chuchen was foolish, nor was it that he felt guilty inside. But in the face of a furious strike from a strong practitioner at the communication realm, as a waste with severed meridians and lost cultivation, he simply couldn't dodge. Bang! With a loud bang, a terrifying cold wave slammed directly into Yi Chuchen's chest, sending his body flying. Poof! Yi Chuchen struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a pool of crimson blood. Under the assault of the terrifying cold wave, his clothes froze into ice, and a thick layer of frost covered his body. Due to hypothermia, he couldn't stop shivering and trembling. It was a pitiful sight. I thought you would kill me? Yi Chuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Yi Ling air with an unprecedented cold and mocking gaze. Turns out you're just a coward, a pitiful worm. A powerful spirit master struck out in anger, if not holding back. Yi Chuchen would undoubtedly die. But Yi Chuchen knew that Yi Ling air wouldn't kill him. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she didn't dare, let alone slap Yi Ling air once, even if he slapped her 10 times. Disabled her cultivation. Yi Ling air, as well as Yi Ding and the entire Yi family, wouldn't kill him. Because he was the greatest contributor to the Yi family, bar none. He risked the shattering of his chaotic divine body, the severing of his meridians, and the loss of his cultivation to defeat the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang, allowing the righteous path to win the war and elevating the Yi family to an immortal clan. Such remarkable achievements would resonate throughout history. If the Yi family repaid kindness with enmity and killed him, how would they explain it to the major holy lands and prestigious families? It should be known that he suppressed the Empress and repelled the Demon Coalition, which was not only a favor to the Yi family, but also to many holy lands and immortal families. The Yi family could deceive him, humiliate him. They could even make him suffer humiliation and slowly die in pain. But they would never dare to commit the absurd act of harming their own kin and repaying kindness with enmity. Even if Yi Ling air dared to do so, their father Yi Ding, sitting in the position of family head and watching the show, wouldn't allow it. Yi Chuchen, you are relying on my kindness and mercy, aren't you? An enraged Yi Ling air, furious and ashamed, gathered spiritual energy in her palm, forming a sharp ice blade. The killing intent was palpable. Since you're seeking death, then I, Yi Ling air, will fulfill your wish. As she spoke, The sharp ice blade shot out with the control of her spiritual power, piercing directly towards Yi Chuchen's heart at incredible speed. Yi Han and Yi Qingqing, his two sisters, folded their arms and watched the show, completely unconcerned about the life or death of their brother Yi Chuchen. Seeing Yi linger intent on killing, the family head Yi Ding coldly snorted, and a terrifying saintly pressure was about to erupt as the head of the Yi family. He couldn't allow Yi Linger to truly kill Yi Chuchen. A slight lesson to teach this disappointing son would suffice. Sister Linger, don't. But just as Yi Ding was about to act, Yi Xian, standing beside Yi Chuchen, showed a look of extreme tension. Then, to the disbelief of Yi Ding and the several sisters, he rushed in front of Yi Chuchen, spread his arms, closed his eyes, and used his body to block the sharp, cold ice blade. For Yi Chuchen, Xian Yu, no one expected Yi Xian would use his life to protect Yi Chuchen. Why Yi Linger was even more panicked, forcibly controlling the ice blade's direction, fearing to injure Yi Xian even slightly. You must dodge. Quickly get away. But the ice blade was too fast and too close, and at this moment, even if Yi Linger wanted to withdraw, it was too late. The sharp ice blade was about to pierce Yi Xian's chest. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying saintly pressure descended from the sky and, in an instant, crushed the sharp ice blade into powder, disappearing without a trace. The crisis was averted. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Linger, Yi Han, and Yi Qingqing instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian, surrounding him and starting to check his body with worried expressions, fearing he might have been hurt. Even a scrape would be a huge deal. Not to mention these sisters, even Yi Ding, the saint-level powerhouse, suddenly stood up for the head of the family position, looking at Yi Xian with deep concern, feeling pain. As if he could bleed. Xian, why are you so foolish? Why did you block that ice blade for Yi Chuchen? That waste isn't worth it. Xian, are you hurt? I have healing pills here. Swallow them quickly. I have earth heart fire lotus seeds to remove the cold from your body. Don't talk, just eat them. The three sisters surrounded Yi Xian, chattering and fussing over him, stuffing various healing pills into his mouth, fearing he might be in any danger. Sisters, I'm fine. Yi Xian, while enjoying the warmth from his sisters, looked worriedly at Yi Chuchen, who was coughing blood nearby, and said, I didn't think too much. I just thought about how Brother Chuchen has contributed to our Yi family, and I couldn't let him get hurt. Besides, that if Brother Chuchen really died at Sister Linger's hands, then the clan members who don't know the reason might think poorly of Sister Linger. Plop, plop. Hearing this, Yi Linger's eyes instantly turned red, and tears the size of beans flowed down. Xian, so it turns out. So you did this all for me. Woo woo woo, Xian, you're just too kind, always thinking of others. Yi Linger tightly grasped Yi Xian's hand, so moved she nearly fainted. Xian, after you said that, I realized that Yi Chuchen has been provoking me, wanted me to kill him, and then bear the blame. Why Yi Chuchen? How could you be so malicious? If you had even a tenth of Xian's kindness, no, a tenth of santh, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Han and Yi Qingqing joined in criticizing Yi Chuchen, casually spouting all kinds of malicious words. Why Yi Chuchen clutched his chest and retched once. He was disgusted, completely disappointed in the Yi family. He didn't even have the desire to explain to these people. With Yi Ding, the saint-level powerhouse, watching over, could Yi Linger really kill him? Let alone before Yi Xian rushed up, Yi Ding had already released his saintly pressure. Yi Xian's reason for rushing up to protect him with his life was that he had long sensed Yi Ding was about to act, deliberately putting on a show of being a white lotus. It's just a pity that Yi Linger, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and even Yi Ding, these brainless ones, had long lost their rationality, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Explain? Prejudice, once formed, is hard to change, no matter how much effort you put in. Chuchen, have you made enough trouble? Yi Ding's face turned ashen as he coldly snorted from his position as family head, and terrifying saintly pressure instantly enveloped Yi Chuchen's body, trying to force him to kneel. But even with veins bulging on his forehead and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chuchen still held on, straightening his body, refusing to kneel. Even after 2 lives, Yi Chuchen still couldn't understand why his father Yi Ding was so biased towards Yi Xian, this adopted son. Yi Chuchen, was Yi Ding's biological son. He was their biological brother. He was the saint of the Yi family. Father, you clearly. Don't call me father, call me family head. Before Yi Chuchen could finish a word of explanation, he was forcefully interrupted by Yi Ding. Why did you hit Ling? Don't you know she is your biological sister? How could you be so cold-hearted? How could I, Yi Ding, have such an ungrateful son? Yi Chuchen was momentarily stunned, then smiled self-deprecatingly. I slapped Yi Linger, and you say I am cold-hearted and ungrateful. She, Yi Linger, wants to kill me, yet you turn a blind eye and act as if you don't see it. Good, really good. According to the Yi family's clan rules, anyone who is disrespectful to the Holy Sun shall be slapped. With the last hope and fantasy for the Yi family shattered, Yi Chuchen straightened his back and calmly looked his father, Yi Ding, who was seated in the position of the family, head in the eye and said, I, Yi Chuchen, may be useless, but I am still the holy son of the Yi family. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Linger and the others exchanged glances, instantly losing their tempers. The Yi family does indeed have this clan rule, not to mention that Yi Linger was not only disrespectful to Yi Chuchen, but she also injured him and even harbored intentions to kill him. According to the clan rules, slapping her would be considered lenient. Killing her would not be excessive. Yi Chuchen, you rely on being the holy son of the Yi family and dare to disregard your elders. Unexpectedly, Yi Ding coldly snorted, completely ignoring the clan rules, and instead began to turn the tables. Yi Chuchen apologized to Ling, apologized to Xiaoxian. Otherwise, I will strip you of your position as the holy son of the Yi family right now and let you. Before Yi Ding could finish his sentence, he was forcefully interrupted by Yi Chuchen. Family head, don't strip me of my position as the holy son. I asked father, the family head, to expel me, Yi Chuchen, from the Yi family. From now on, let us sever our father-son relationship. Chapter 3. A vicious white lotus silence. An eerie silence. Looking at the astonished faces of several sisters in the grand hall, the secretly amused Yi Xian, and the furious father. Oh no, it is the high and mighty head of the Yi family, Yi Ding. Yi Chuchen let out a deep breath, straightened his chest, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief and ease. Brother Chuchen quickly apologized to father. Don't make him and the sisters angry anymore. Yi Xian's soft and concerned voice echoed in the hall, interrupting Yi Chuchen's thoughts and breaking the silence. When Yi Chuchen declared he would leave the Yi family and sever their father-son relationship, Yi Ding and several sisters were genuinely shocked. They, although they disliked Yi Chuchen, looked down on this waste and regarded him as a burden. Yi Chuchen was still Yi Ding's biological son, the younger brother of Yi Han and Yi Qingqing, and the elder brother of Yi Linger. Blood is thicker than water. They just wanted Yi Chuchen to give up the position of the holy son to Yi Xian. Wasn't that a small matter? Agreeing to it would be good for everyone. Why did he have to cause such unhappiness by threatening to sever their relationship? They never intended to expel Yi Chuchen from the Yi family. After all, he was no longer the most dazzling genius of the ancient continent. He was just a waste who had lost all his cultivation. Leaving the protection of the Yi family, without Yi Ding's protection, without the care of Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and the other sisters, Yi Chuchen was likely to die in the deep mountains and swamps as soon as he stepped out of the Yi family. Did he not know how treacherous the cultivation world was? Did he not know that ferocious beasts roamed the deep mountains and swamps? If he knew, why would he still dare to say such things about being expelled and severing their relationship? Yi Ding was perplexed. Yi Xing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger were equally puzzled. The once humble and flattering Yi Chuchen, who could not be kicked away even with a foot, how could he be so resolute today? What was his backing? Was it that his cultivation had recovered? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Chuchen, don't be impulsive. Don't say such angry words. As Yi Ding's expression turned difficult, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and the others were completely stunned by Yi Chuchen's words, fearing they might lose the position of the holy son to him. The 10-year-old Yi Xian once again displayed the cunning of a white lotus and green tea boy. Yi Xian walked up to Yi Chuchen, his chubby little hands tightly gripping the hem of Yi Chuchen's clothes, worry and concern written all over his face. Brother Chuchen, even though you often steal the sisters' treasures and broke the alchemy furnace that father liked a few days ago, these are all small matters. Father and the sisters won't really be angry with you. As long as you admit your mistakes to father and the sisters and kneel down to beg for their forgiveness, they will definitely. We are all family. Can't we talk things over nicely? Why threaten father and the sisters? Father is the head of the Yi family, a true holy level expert. He won't give in just because you threaten him. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously calmed Yi Ding and several sisters suddenly felt a surge of unnamed anger rising within them. Threatening. So this brat was threatening him. No wonder. No wonder he dared to say he would leave the Yi family and sever their father-son relationship. This brat was counting on his soft-heartedness and consideration for family ties, using the position of the Holy Son as leverage to force him to yield. Such deep scheming, such vicious thoughts. Yi Ling and Yi Han and Yi Qingqing looked at Yi Chuchen with newfound disgust and disdain. Yi Chuchen, you are so scheming. If it weren't for Xiao Xian pointing it out, I would have been deceived by you. That's right. You say you'll leave the Yi family and sever the father-son relationship. I dare you to do it. Facing the accusations from his sisters, Yi Chuchen did not defend himself, but suddenly shook off Yi Xian's grasp on his clothing. He could see that this white lotus was fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire, but he had no intention of explaining. For Yi Chuchen, successfully leaving the Yi family and severing his father-son relationship was the ultimate goal. He had completely lost hope in this family. The more Yi Xian stirred the pot, the greater his hope of leaving the Yi family became. What a vicious white lotus. Unfilial son, if you had spent this effort on cultivation, perhaps your strength would have recovered by now. The awakened Yi Ding was furious, and the terrifying pressure of a holy level expert descended once more onto Yi Chuchen, wanting this unfilial son to kneel before him, just like before, to be beaten and scolded, to beg for mercy. Crack, crack, under the terrifying pressure. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and a few drops of bright red blood spilled from the corner of Yi Chuchen's mouth. But no matter how strong the pressure bearing down on him was, Yi Chuchen still held his head high, braving the pressure with his mortal body, even if he suffered severe internal injuries as a result. This time he would not bow his head. Absolutely not. Ungrateful wretch. Just as the terrifying pressure was about to crush Yi Chuchen into a puddle of flesh, at the moment of life and death, Yi Ding snorted coldly, forcibly retracting his pressure, but the resentment and hatred he felt for this son reached an unprecedented peak. Unfilial son, you brought this on yourself. A tiger does not eat its cubs. Yi Ding did not dare to truly kill Yi Chuchen. Moreover, Yi Chuchen was the greatest contributor to the Yi family. If he died at his hands, how would the clan view him as the head of the family? But this unfilial son dared to threaten him. He thought he would not dare to expel him from the family, which was a grave mistake. As the head of the Yi family and a holy level expert, he hated being threatened more than anything else in this life. Let alone, this person was his useless son. Today, this unfilial son dared to threaten him. Tomorrow, who knows what he might do? How outrageous! Thinking of this, Yi Ding could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and coldly snorted. I announce, head of the family. Wait, just as Yi Ding was about to announce the expulsion of Yi Chuchen from the Yi family, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, and the steward Fu Bo rushed into the grand hall, holding a pill bottle. No one cared about what the steward Fu Bo was saying. Instead, they all stared intently at the emerald green pill bottle in his hand. Yi Xian's face was filled with excitement, and his fire element spiritual energy began to surge uncontrollably. Even though the pill bottle had not been opened, the rich fire element spiritual energy instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The pills inside the bottle were definitely not of low grade. Yi Chuchen frowned, secretly thinking it was bad. He remembered what was about to happen next. Meanwhile, the steward Fu Bo, eager to clear Yi Chuchen's name, kept explaining, head of the family. Miss, you have wronged the Holy Son. The Holy Son did not steal the 1,000-year fire spirit grass. Instead, he heard that young Master Xian needed this 1,000-year fire spirit grass to break through. So, Chapter 4. Better to be destroyed than to give it to you. The Holy Son did not steal the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom. Upon hearing that young Master Xian needed this 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom to break through, the Holy Son had the old servant send it to the alchemy room to be refined into a 1,000-year fire spirit pill to assist young Master Xian in his cultivation. Fearing that Yi Ding and the others might not believe him, Uncle Fu pulled out the core from the pill bottle and poured out 2 crimson thousand-year fire spirit pills. The moment the 2 round, shiny thousand-year fire spirit pills appeared, a rich aura of fire-type spiritual energy spread from Uncle Fu's palm, and the overwhelming medicinal power rippled through the entire hall like waves on a lake. Everyone knew that these 2,000-year fire spirit pills were worth their weight in gold. Of course, compared to their value, the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom was a rare treasure that could only be encountered by those with deep fortune. Yi Xian's eyes were completely fixated, his body tensed, and his breath quickened. With just one of these 1,000-year fire spirit pills, he could successfully break through. If it weren't for the presence of the family head Yi Ding and several sisters nearby, and the need to maintain his innocent, weak, and pure persona, Yi Xian would have touched the black ring on his hand, wishing to expose his hidden power and directly snatch it. Although the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom contained immense fire attribute spiritual power, directly consuming it was not very effective. If refined into a pill, the spiritual power would be even greater and easier for the human body to absorb. Moreover, 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom could be refined into 2,000-year fire spirit pills. Uncle Fu was anxiously explaining. He was the only elder in the Yi family who still called Yi Chuchen Holy Son. When Yi Ding and the others questioned Yi Chuchen about stealing the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom, Uncle Fu watched anxiously and hurriedly rushed out of the hall to the alchemy room, bringing the 1,000-year fire spirit pills before the family head. Facts speak louder than words. In Uncle Fu's view, as long as the 1,000-year fire spirit pills were seen, the Holy Son would not be punished by the family head. But what was the reality? The 1,000-year fire spirit pills were amazing. As long as he swallowed one, he could break through to the sea-opening secret realm. Yi Xian stared intently at the 2 crimson pills in Uncle Fu's hand, his excitement overflowing, even praising Yi Chuchen. "Brother Chuchen, you're so great. I knew you didn't steal my... No, it's your 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom." Looking at the excited Yi Xian, Yi Chuchen felt a wave of disgust. He never expected Uncle Fu would bring the 1,000-year fire spirit pills at this moment. He miscalculated. The 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom was indeed sent to the alchemy room by Yi Chuchen to be refined into pills for Yi Xian's breakthrough. But that was from before his rebirth, when Yi Chuchen still had hope for his father and several sisters. As he had heard from Yi Linger that Yi Xian needed this 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom to break through the sea-opening secret realm, and that refining it into pills would make it easier to absorb. After Yi Chuchen lost all his cultivation, Yi Xian became the future hope of the Yi family, the treasured child in the eyes of his several sisters and even his father Yi Ding. They worked tirelessly every day for Yi Xian's cultivation, searching for various pills and treasures needed for his breakthrough. After learning about this, Yi Chuchen gritted his teeth and sent the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom planted on his windowsill to the alchemy room to help Yi Xian break through. However, before the pills could be refined, Yi Linger discovered that the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom was missing, and then she became furious, falsely accusing Yi Chuchen of stealing the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom that originally belonged to him. This led to the family meeting. With the 1,000-year fire spirit pills, Yi Xian could successfully break through the sea-opening secret realm, and if Yi Ding was pleased, he might not sever his father-son relationship or expel him from the Yi family. What then? No way. Staying in the Yi family would only lead to humiliation and a lonely demise. Yi Chuchen was already utterly disappointed with the Yi family. He had to leave his place. He must find a way to ignite the flames again. What did I say? I thought that after Uncle Fu took out the 1,000-year fire spirit pills, those who wrongfully accused Yi Chuchen of stealing the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom, including Yi Linger, would feel ashamed, but unexpectedly, Yi Linger coldly snorted, pointed at Yi Chuchen, and habitually began to scold him. I knew this waste didn't have the guts to steal little Xian's 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom. He just took it to refine pills. Why hide it from us? If he had said it earlier, there wouldn't be any trouble. Yi Han and Yi Qingqing also sneered from the side. Exactly. Trying to be mysterious. How childish. I guess this waste wants to bring out the 1,000-year fire spirit pills to show off and help little Xian cultivate. Isn't that what he should do? Does he think this is cool? It's hilarious. Amidst the scornful remarks, Yi Chuchen suddenly stepped forward, snatched the 2,000-year fire spirit pills from Uncle Fu's hand, and, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, opened his mouth and swallowed one of the 1,000-year fire spirit pills. Previously injured by Yi Linger's cold wave and suffering internal injuries from the saint's pressure released by Yi Ding, the 1,000-year fire spirit pills not only helped with cultivation, but also had healing properties. Yi Chuchen, what are you doing? Stop. Who told you to steal little Xian's pills? You waste, don't you know? Ignoring the accusations from Yi Linger and the others. As soon as the pill entered his throat, it transformed into warm currents, flowing through his body, giving Yi Chuchen a surge of strength. Brother Chuchen, it's fine. Yi Xian suppressed his overwhelming anger and killing intent, while blocking his sisters who were about to rush toward Yi Chuchen. He forced a smile at Yi Chuchen. Anyway, there are 2,000-year fire spirit pills. One for you, one for me, just right. Yi Linger, Yi Han, and Yi Qingqing glared fiercely at Yi Chuchen, their hands instinctively gripping the hilt of their swords. If Yi Xian hadn't stopped them, they would have already rushed up to confront Yi Chuchen with blades drawn. Yi Linger coldly snorted, looking at Yi Xian with pity. Little Xian, you're too kind. Even at this time, you're still thinking of protecting this waste. Although Yi Ding didn't speak, his face had darkened to the extreme. His bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Yi Chuchen below. Except for Yi Xian, who reached out to ask for the 1,000-year fire spirit pills, no one dared to act recklessly. Fearing to provoke Yi Chuchen, after all, there was only 1,000-year fire spirit pill left. The Yi family couldn't understand what was wrong with Yi Chuchen today. Although he had always been a waste, he was at least obedient and sensible. But now, you really want this 1,000-year fire spirit pill? Looking at Yi Xian, who reached out to him with a forced smile, Yi Chuchen's lips curled slightly. Then he held the crimson 1,000-year fire spirit pill and handed it to Yi Xian. If you want it, then take it. As soon as these words fell, the Yi family members breathed a sigh of relief, and Yi Xian smiled in relief as he reached out again. Slap! Just as the 1,000-year fire spirit pill was about to fall into Yi Xian's palm, Yi Chuchen suddenly let go ahead of time, and the crimson 1,000-year fire spirit pill fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Xian's face changed drastically, instinctively bending down to pick it up. But Yi Chuchen's movements were faster, raising his foot to stomp on the fallen 1,000-year fire spirit pill. Boom! The muddy boot crushed the round 1,000-year fire spirit pill into a pulp, blending it with the dirt and filth beneath. If you want the 1,000-year fire spirit pill, refine it yourself. In the midst of the Yi family's incredulous expressions, Yi Chuchen pointed at Yi Xian's face, which turned from red to white and then back to red, and publicly scolded, I, Yi Chuchen, would rather destroy my belongings than give them to you. Everyone has been played. Boom! Sitting in the position of the family head, Yi Ding could no longer hold back. The terrifying pressure of a saint descended, instantly sending Yi Chuchen's body flying, crashing into a large number of tables and chairs, until he fell to the ground, coughing up blood. You ungrateful child! You dare to play tricks on us! You rely on your past contributions to the Yi family, acting arrogant and doing whatever you please. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to expel you from the Yi family? I have no son like you. Yi Ding suddenly stood up from the family head's seat, then used his internal spiritual energy and the might of a saint, his voice booming like a bell, filled with rage as it echoed throughout the Yi family. I, Yi Ding, in the name of the head of the Yi family, declare, from now on, I sever all father-son ties with Yi Chuchen. Expel this waste from my Yi family. Chapter 5. The Transcender from the Blue Star, when Yi Ding coldly declared the severance of their father-son relationship and expelled Yi Chuchen from the Yi family. Yi Chuchen clenched his fists, his breath becoming heavier, his face flushed red, and his heart raced like a frightened deer, pounding wildly. He was struggling to endure, suppressing and disguising the inner ecstasy. He was overjoyed, fearing that Yi Ding and Yi Linger would catch on, which would ruin his plan to leave the Yi family. It was truly difficult for him to endure. The plan had only succeeded halfway. It was too early to celebrate. However, in the eyes of Yi Ding and Yi Linger, upon hearing that he was to be expelled from the Yi family, Yi Chuchen looked incredulous, tears brimming in his eyes, his face flushed with anger, and his expression of despair and heartbreak made them snicker behind their hands. This despicable person finally knows fear. Serves him right. Yi Chuchen, you just trampled on my 1,000-year fire spirit pill. Yi Xian was still staring intently at the 1,000-year fire spirit pill that Yi Chuchen had crushed underfoot, now a pile of mud. His heart aching to the point of breathlessness. That was a 1,000-year fire spirit pill, a rare treasure. Just one would allow him to successfully break through, but now... This despicable person was truly infuriating. Why take out his anger on his own 1,000-year fire spirit pill? It was truly unforgivable. Yi Xian didn't care at all whether Yi Chuchen was expelled from the Yi family. In his view, even if this Wei stayed in the Yi family, he would eventually find a way to destroy him. Xian, it's just a 1,000-year fire spirit pill. You don't need to worry. We won't eat that despicable person's things. Fifth sister Yi Han saw the pained expression on Yi Xian's face and felt her heart almost break. Rushing forward to comfort him, my Yi family is a newly risen immortal family on the ancient continent, controlling 99 spirit veins. What treasure do we not have? When we return, I'll take you to the family treasury to look for similar celestial spirit items like the 1,000-year fire spirit pill to help you break through. Third sister Yi Qingqing and Yi Linger also came over, surrounding Yi Xian, each taking turns to comfort him while viciously stepping on Yi Chuchen. In the eyes of the sisters, how could the expelled Yi Chuchen be more pitiable than Yi Xian, who had lost the 1,000-year fire spirit pill? Yi Chuchen, you ruined Xian's 1,000-year fire spirit pill. This matter is far from over. Such a malicious intention. I truly misjudged you. Yi Chuchen, since your father has expelled you from the Yi family, if you cannot find another 1,000-year fire spirit pill for Xian, no matter how much you kneel and beg, I, Yi Linger, will not let you step through the door of the Yi family. Yes, let this waste go find another 1,000-year fire spirit pill for Xian. Otherwise, let him die outside. Yi Chuchen ignored the barking of Yi Linger and the others, instead calmly looking at Yi Ding, who was seated as the head of the family, his gaze steady and neither servile nor overbearing. You ungrateful wretch. I have severed our father-son relationship and expelled you from the Yi family. What more do you want to stay in the Yi family for? Yi Ding's gaze was dark. He had thought that after declaring the severance of their father-son relationship and expelling Yi Chuchen would, as usual, be frightened into kneeling, begging for forgiveness, and asking him to retract his command, thereby showcasing his authority as the head of the family. But this kid was looking at him with a calm face, showing no signs of fear or regret, and even had an expression of having his wishes fulfilled, as if he was not done savoring the moment. This left Yi Ding feeling as if he had punched a pile of cotton, unsatisfying and infuriating. According to the ancestral rules of the Yi family, any disciple of the Yi family who harmed heaven and reason or committed a significant error must be removed from the family tree and expelled from the Yi family. Yi Chuchen cupped his hands towards Yi Ding, continuing to speak. The head of the family has only verbally announced my expulsion from the Yi family. That's not enough. I kindly ask the head of the family to remove Yi Chuchen from the family tree, sever our fateful connection, and completely expel me from the Yi family. With this statement, Yi Ding was stunned, and the several sisters surrounding Yi Xian were also shocked. No one had expected Yi Chuchen to play so ruthlessly. It was evident to everyone that Yi Ding was currently furious, and his verbal announcement of severing their father-son relationship and expelling Yi Chuchen was partly out of anger. However, once the anger subsided, or if Yi Chuchen could find another 1,000-year fire spirit pill for Yi Xian and kneel to beg for his return to the Yi family, Yi Ding was likely to retract his statement. But once he was removed from the family tree, it would sever all fateful ties, and from then on, Yi Chuchen would truly have no relation to the Yi family at all. Doing this would leave no room for reversal. Yi Ding hesitated. After all, Yi Chuchen was a contributor to the Yi family. Did he really want to make things so absolute? But when Yi Ding met Yi Chuchen's calm, deep gaze, the nameless fire in his heart flared up. How dare he? Brother Chuchen, you know father is soft-hearted and won't really remove you from the family tree. Please stop threatening and provoking him. Sure enough, Yi Xian, the white lotus, was staring with innocent wide eyes, starting to embellish the situation. Father, please don't be angry. Xian doesn't want the 1,000-year fire spirit pill anymore. Removing someone from the family tree requires consulting the family ancestors. And Brother Chuchen must have calculated that you wouldn't consult the ancestors. Before Yi Xian could finish, Yi Ding, seated in the head of the family position, could no longer sit still. You ungrateful wretch, you dare to threaten me? I will consult the ancestors right now. I will definitely remove you from the family tree and expel you from the Yi family today. Furious, Yi Ding had lost all reason, releasing his sage pressure, tearing through the void with his bare hands and sweeping away. You've played with fire, haven't you? This waste certainly didn't expect father to really consult the ancestors of the Yi family. Let's see how he continues to act smug. He must be panicking now. I bet he's calculating how to kneel and apologize to father to have him retract his command. Without my Yi family's protection, this waste will know what a treacherous heart looks like. Yi Chuchen ignored the cold mockery of the sisters. Instead, he raised his foot and coldly glanced at the crushed thousand-year fire spirit pill beneath him, then smiled and said, "This thousand-year fire spirit pill, even if it falls to the ground and is trampled into a mush, mixed with dirt and filth, it is still a thousand-year fire spirit pill." Yi Xian, a person destined for greatness, does not cling to trivial matters. If you truly wish to break through, you should pick it up and eat it. After all, if something falls to the ground, a dog can eat it. What can't you, Yi Xian, eat? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and the several sisters were furious, once again unleashing their verbal attacks on Yi Chuchen. Yi Linger even directly struck Yi Chuchen, sending him flying. Yi Chuchen got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly glanced at Yi Linger and the other sisters, then turned and left. "Xian, don't listen to that waste nonsense. He's just jealous of you." "Yes, it's just a thousand-year fire spirit pill. I will definitely find it for you no matter where I have to go. With your talent, even without the thousand-year fire spirit pill, you just need to cultivate for another 2 years, and you will surely break through to the sea-opening secret realm." Tears welled in Yi Xian's eyes as he nodded gratefully, his understanding, obedient, and innocent demeanor causing the sisters to feel a pang of heartache once again. Since Yi Chuchen had said this, how could Yi Xian possibly pick up the crushed thousand-year fire spirit pill and eat it? That would truly be like becoming a dog. Yi Xian, that kid speaks crudely but makes a valid point. Without this thousand-year fire spirit pill, with your talent, you will need at least another 2 to 3 years to break through to the sea-opening secret realm. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave the great hall with a few sisters, the pitch-black ring on his hand suddenly lit up. A soul hidden within the ring stirred, and an ancient voice resonated deep within Yi Xian's mind. As cultivators, breaking through to new realms is of utmost importance. You, who have crossed over from the so-called Blue Star, have inherently poor talent. If you wish to compete for opportunities and luck with these chosen ones, you must endure what ordinary people cannot. Don't even think about this thousand-year-old fire spirit pill falling on the ground. Even if it falls into a cesspit, you must retrieve it and eat it. Yi Xian was taken aback, instinctively feeling a wave of nausea, but still respectfully responded in his heart, "Yes, master." Seeing Yi Xian suddenly stop and not move, Yi Linger thought he was feeling down and immediately became anxious. "Xian, don't be sad. How about I take you to beat up that useless Yi Chuchen to vent your anger? Sisters, you go ahead." Yi Xian forced a bitter smile at his sisters and continued, "I'll stay behind to clean the Great Hall. When father comes back, he'll feel a bit better." Upon hearing this, his sisters were deeply moved. Our Xian is so understanding, still thinking about father at this time. If that useless one had even half of Xian's, no? 1%, 1/10,000th of that understanding, we wouldn't be so angry. Chapter 6, Genealogy Exclusion. My name is Yu Chun. Some things, either don't do them, or do them to the end. Leave no room for others, nor for oneself. Since he chose to betray the Yi family and walk the path of exclusion, Yi Chuchen has no regrets. He will grit his teeth and walk this dead end to the end, forcing that man to find the ancestor of the Yi family. He will have his name removed from the Yi family genealogy, severing the causal connection and stripping away the ties of fate. From now on, he is himself. The Yi family is the Yi family. Staggering out of the great hall, Yi Chuchen wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, then rushed towards the dilapidated courtyard where he lived without looking back. Yi Chuchen was certain that it wouldn't be long before Yi Ding would persuade the ancestor of the Yi family to remove him from the genealogy and expel him from the Yi family. Before leaving, Yi Chuchen still needed to return to his room to take his mother's relics. Not long after Yi Chuchen left, Butler Fu Bo also stepped out of the hall, quietly sighed, and chased after him. As a servant, Fu Bo knew he couldn't say much in front of the master and the young ladies, but as long as Yi Chuchen wasn't expelled from the Yi family, in Fu Bo's heart, Yi Chuchen would always be the holy son of the Yi family. Rest assured, holy son, this old servant will put his life on the line to protect you. Deep within the ancestral home of the Yi family, terrifying killing formations connected one after another, filling the entire vast void. Yi Ding broke through the air and looked at the deep and quiet courtyard in front of him, straightened up, clasped his hands, and bowed repeatedly before speaking softly. Ancestor, the head of the family, Yi Ding, seeks an audience. Yi Ding was a terrifying saint-level powerhouse, capable of tearing apart space with a wave of his hand, traversing the void. But facing this deep and tranquil courtyard, he did not dare to act recklessly, moving with utmost respect and fear. Because the strongest of the immortal family, Yi family ancestor Yi Shanhe, was in seclusion in this courtyard. Yi family ancestor Yi Shanhe was the true backbone of the Yi family, the pillar and decision-maker. He had devoted himself entirely to breaking through to the imperial realm, which was why he had handed over the position of head of the family to Yi Ding, freeing himself from mundane affairs and focusing solely on comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Come in. An ancient voice rang in Yi Ding's ears, and before he could react, the void in front of him shattered, and a majestic spiritual force enveloped Yi Ding's body, pulling him into the courtyard. By the time Yi Ding came to his senses, he was already in a secret chamber, and in front of him stood an old man with dry skin and a hunchback. "Oh, ancestor," Yi Ding Tidemlet, hurriedly bowing to the ancestor of the Yi family again. "Do you really intend to remove Yi Chuchen from the genealogy and expel him from the Yi family?" The old man opened his murky eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the vast void, directly looking at Yi Chuchen, who was arguing with a servant in the courtyard, and said in a deep voice, "Do not forget, Yi Chuchen has done a favor for our Yi family. Without him, our Yi family would need to toil for at least several hundred more years to ascend to an immortal family, let alone control 99 spiritual veins." Yi family ancestor Yi Shanhe was a peak powerhouse at the 10th level of the Holy King realm, just one step away from the legendary imperial realm. He had long since seen through the heavenly secrets and glimpsed the past and future. Any event involving anyone in the Yi family could not escape his eyes. Therefore, even though Yi Ding, the head of the family, had not yet spoken, Yi Shanhe was already fully aware of the dispute that occurred in the Great Hall. "Old ancestor speaks wisely." Yi Ding shrank his head, his eyes filled with fear, but he still began to argue softly. "But ancestor, this unfilial son is relying on his contributions to the Yi family in this. This is why he dares to challenge me and the bottom line of the Yi family without restraint. I have already followed the ancestor's instructions and had Yi Linger find a reason in the Great Hall to accuse that unfilial son of making a grave mistake, forcing him to voluntarily give up the position of Holy Son to Xiao Xian, but that unfilial son not only refuses to give up the position of Holy Son, but also threatens to sever his father-son relationship with me and betray the Yi family. He threatens me. He a waste, fails to recognize the situation, is arrogant due to favoritism, and if I, as the head of the family, do not severely punish him, how will I establish authority in the Yi family in the future?" It turned out that all of this was a conspiracy. The Yi family ancestor instructed Yi Ding, who in turn instructed Yi Linge, all to make Yi Chuchen voluntarily give the position of Holy Son to Yi Xian. After receiving the task, Yi Linger was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night, and coincidentally, the Millennium Fire Spirit fungus that Yi Chuchen had planted on the windowsill disappeared, leading to the family meeting scene. She had initially thought that Yi Chuchen, this waste, would obediently give up the position of Holy Son, then feel guilty and continue to fawn over her and her sisters and Yi Xian, expressing gratitude to the head of the family, the ancestor, and the entire Yi family. However, she never expected, "Really don't know what this waste is getting worked up about." Yi Ding was also somewhat annoyed. quietly complaining in front of the ancestor. Does he think he is still the youngest and most promising great saint of the ancient continent? Does he think he is still the chosen one with extraordinary luck? Hearing Yi Ding's complaints, Yi Shana frowned, but his dry old face remained calm and wise. According to the Tongtian mirror, Yi Xian possesses the supreme divine body and has the potential to become an emperor. He is absolutely irreplaceable for our Yi family. The Tongtian mirror was an imperial weapon passed down from the ancestors of the Yi family. Although it was damaged, it could still glimpse a corner of the future and was the true foundation of the immortal family Yi family. 3 years ago, after Yi Chuchen's divine body was shattered and his cultivation was wasted, Yi Shanhe had taken out the Tongtian mirror, using the family secret method to search for a chosen one within the Yi family who could replace Yi Chuchen and bear the future of the Yi family. He had thought that with Yi Chuchen wasted, there would be no more prodigies among the younger generation of the Yi family, and they would inevitably be far outpaced by other families and sacred lands. However, he never expected. This exploration truly shocked the entire Yi family. Yi Chuchen's eldest sister, Yi Lingwei, not only had the potential to become a quasi-emperor, but also the possibility of becoming a master of talismans in the future. Yi Chuchen's third sister, Yi Qingqing, had the potential to become a quasi-emperor and could also become a master of weapon refining in the future. Yi Chuchen's fifth sister, Yi Han, also had the potential to become a quasi-emperor and could become a master of formations in the future. Yi Chuchen's younger sister, Yi Ling, likewise had the potential to become a quasi-emperor and could become a master of alchemy in the future. All 7 of Yi Chuchen's siblings, without exception, had the potential to become quasi-emperors, and in fields such as alchemy, weapon refining, talismans, and formations, they all had great potential. Among them, the most terrifying was Yi Xian, the adopted son. According to the predictions of the Tongtian mirror, Yi Xian possessed a terrifying divine body and had the potential to become an emperor. His future was limitless. Without Yi Chuchen, the Yi family actually emerged with over 10 new Yi Chuchens. Even Yi Ding, Yi Chuchen's father, who had mediocre talent, also had the potential to break through to the Holy King realm under the predictions of the Tongtian mirror. As for Yi family ancestor Yi Shanhe, it was even more remarkable. In the glimpse of the future seen by the Tongtian mirror, Yi Shanhe actually exuded a terrifying imperial pressure. This indicated that Yi Shanhe had the possibility of breaking through to the quasi-emperor's secret realm and could add another 1,000 years to his life, living another life, and achieving a great transformation. From then on, the Yi family flourished with talent and prosperity. Except for Yi Chuchen, everyone in the Yi family was a dragon or phoenix, a prodigy. Although Yi Shanhe did not know why the Yi family had such against-the-odds fortune in just 3 years. The Tongtian mirror would not be wrong. Thus, under the halo of prodigies, Yi Chuchen, the waste, became increasingly unsightly in the eyes of his sisters, while Yi Xian, who possessed the potential to become an emperor, completely replaced Yi Chuchen, becoming the hope and future of the Yi family. To provide Yi Xian with the best cultivation resources and environment, everything that once belonged to Yi Chuchen was forcibly stripped away. The position of Holy Son was no exception. That's enough. The people of the Yi family are all outstanding, and without that useless Yi Chuchen, we can still rise to greatness and strive for supremacy. The ancestor of the Yi family waved his sleeve, and with his terrifying Saint King realm cultivation, he directly sent Yi Ding out of the courtyard. At the same time, a cold and ruthless voice echoed in Yi Ding's ears. "You are right. My Yi family is not threatened by anyone, not even by him. Yi Chuchen announced to the world. Remove Yi Chuchen from the family tree and strip him of the Yi surname. Sever all ties, expel him from the Yi family, and forbid him from entering the ancestral hall after death. He, Yi Shanhe, as the ancestor of the Yi family, has already reached the peak of the Saint King realm and is about to challenge the legendary quasi-emperor realm. How could he compromise for a waste who has lost all his cultivation? However, the head of the Yi family and the ancestor of the Yi family never expected why the fortune of the Yi family would suddenly surge after Yi Chuchen was discarded. Like a blazing beacon rising into the sky, the fortune flourished and had a long-lasting source. Little did they know, it was not the Yi family protecting Yi Chuchen, but Yi Chuchen alone who influenced the fortune of the entire Yi family. Chapter 7. There's no discussion about it in this new life. Yi Chuchen's heart had completely turned cold. He had grown to detest his father Yi Ding, his sister Yi Linger, and his other sisters Yi Han and Yi Qingqing to the extreme. There was no longer even a trace of affection for family left in his heart. All that remained was hatred, just disgust, just revulsion. He only wanted to leave this place of sorrow, this graveyard, to leave the immortal family, Yi family, which had risen to power because of him, Yi Chuchen. How ironic. Reflecting on everything he had done for the Yi family, for his father Yi Ding, for his sisters in his past life, Yi Chuchen laughed self-deprecatingly. After his divine body was shattered and his cultivation was ruined, Yi Chuchen's status in the Yi family had plummeted, and he was slowly alienated and marginalized. To please his father and a few sisters, Yi Chuchen had sacrificed far too much. He risked his life to venture into the deep mountains and swamps to collect the spiritual herb Nine Yang grass, which he couldn't bear to consume himself, and eagerly gave it to his sister Yi Linger to strengthen her bones and remove impurities from her body. But Yi Linger looked at him as if he were a beggar, suppressing her disgust as she took the Nine Yang grass, washed it several times in clean water in front of him, and then turned around with a bright smile to give it to Yi Xian, who was standing nearby. His third sister, Yi Qingqing, was on the verge of a breakthrough, and Yi Chuchen, dragging his sickly body, stayed awake for 3 days and nights to refine the breaking barrier pill for her. After the pill furnace exploded several times, Yi Chuchen emerged covered in dirt and injuries. But he finally succeeded in refining the breaking barrier pill and excitedly presented it to his third sister, Yi Qingqing, only to have it pinched by her nose and tossed to the dogs, while she told him not to show up in front of her and to stir the flow of air. His fifth sister, Yi Han, studied formations. So Yi Chuchen copied down the formation principles he had researched and gave them to her for reference. Although his cultivation was ruined, his research on formations was still intact. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among the younger generation of the entire ancient continent, no one could surpass him in formations except for the Devil Emperor Lin Shuwang. As long as Yi Han practiced according to the formation principles Yi Chuchen had copied, becoming a master of formations would just be a matter of time. But when Yi Han, after many days of seclusion, was unable to construct even the most basic formations, she was feeling frustrated when she suddenly saw Yi Chuchen rushing towards her with an excited expression, which only fueled her anger. Yi Chuchen, don't you know I'm in seclusion? Coming to disturb me now is trying to make me go mad? You worthless piece of trash, you must want me to end up like you. How malicious can you be? Before Yi Chuchen could explain, he felt a sharp surge of spiritual energy approach. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking and a heart-wrenching scream, Yi Han brutally broke one of Yi Chuchen's legs. What is this? Completely ignoring that she had just broken his leg, Yi Han caught a glimpse of the formation principles Yi Chuchen was holding and swiftly snatched them from him. Great! With this formation principles book, Xiao Xian and I can definitely become masters of formations. You worthless piece of trash. You can't even choose a good time to give me something? Sneaking around like that. I thought you were trying to harm me. You deserve to have your leg broken. As her words fell, Yi Han completely disregarded Yi Chuchen, who was struggling in pain on the ground, and happily hummed a tune as she walked into the secret room to continue her seclusion. Meanwhile, Yi Chuchen, with one leg limping, struggled for a long time before finally managing to stand up, using a wooden stick to support himself as he limped away. Yi Chuchen clearly remembered that day it rained heavily, enough to wet his eyes. Besides that, there were his elder sister and a second sister, excluding his deceased mother. The several siblings of the Yi family who stood out among the younger generation had all benefited from Yi Chuchen's influence. Even his father Yi Ding, who had mediocre talent, was able to successfully break through to the Saint realm and maintain his position as the head of the Yi family because of Yi Chuchen. The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe, was weak and nearing the end of his life. Yet he was still able to strive for the quasi-emperor's secret realm in his twilight years. All of this was inseparable from Yi Chuchen, the chosen one, with extraordinary luck. When Yi Chuchen's cultivation was destroyed and he could no longer practice, this luck would dissipate from the Yi family, benefiting the entire Yi family. Although his chaotic divine body was shattered, the blood flowing within Yi Chuchen still contained a trace of chaotic energy. Chaotic energy, nurtured by heaven and earth, is the source of all things in the universe. Using blood as a guide and chaotic energy as a catalyst, refining pills could reverse the heavens, enhance cultivation talent, and reshape one's foundation. But at this point, no one knew. No one cared. No one was concerned. Blood is thicker than water. Was this the family affection he once valued more than life itself in his past life? He, the youngest great saint of the ancient continent, the most extraordinary prodigy, sacrificed everything for the so-called family interests, ending up with a shattered divine body and lost cultivation, and still continued to grovel before his family. Isn't that pathetic? To call himself a sycophant would be an insult to sycophants. Just foolish. Being foolish for a lifetime was enough. In this life, Chuchen had already severed ties with the Yi family, wanting nothing more than to rid himself of Yi Ding and his sisters, wanting to completely distance himself from the family he had once been proud of. But before leaving, he had to take away the belongings his mother left for him. Pushing open the wooden door and entering the desolate small courtyard where he lived, Chuchen headed straight for the maid Dyer, who was lying on a chair, basking in the sun and munching on sunflower seeds. Chuchen walked up to Dyer, extended his hand, and straightforwardly demanded, "Give it to me." Dyer was Chuchen's maid, responsible for taking care of his meals and daily life. But ever since his cultivation was destroyed, Dyer no longer showed the same respect. Under Yi Xian's instigation, she had even begun to act superior over Chuchen. "You worthless piece of trash, you scared me." Dyer, who was meditating with her eyes closed, was suddenly awakened and instinctively stood up from her chair, ready to kneel on the ground to accept punishment. But when she saw that the person standing in front of her was her master Chuchen, she instantly burst into laughter. "Chuchen, are you looking to die? Can't you see I'm sleeping? If you keep shouting, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart." As she spoke, Dyer struck out a palm, and under the influence of spiritual energy, an illusory palm print knocked Chuchen down to the ground. The Yi family was a newly established immortal family in the ancient continent, managing 99 spiritual veins, and even the servants in the household were cultivators with considerable strength. Although Dyer only had a cultivation of the 8th layer of qi gathering, it was more than enough to deal with the ruined Chuchen. Even the head of the family has announced to sever ties with you, to expel you from the Yi family, and you still dare to shout in front of me? You're just asking for death. According to reason, even if Chuchen was ruined as a servant, Dyer shouldn't dare to be so presumptuous and arrogant. But behint die Stot Yixuan. Forget about the fact that you embezzled my spirit stones. I'm about to leave the Yi family. So give me back my mother's belongings. Chuchen struggled to get up from the ground, without a trace of panic in his eyes, quietly looking at his maid Dyer, strangely calm. "I dare you to say no?" Dyer laughed brightly, completely disregarding Chuchen. Chuchen sighed inwardly and withdrew his hand. "Then there's no discussion about it. In that case." Chapter 8. Mountains and rivers should never meet. Live and die without contact, you useless waste. Do you still think you are the holy son of the Yi family? Do you still think you are the youngest strong practitioner in the Holy Realm? Do you still think you are the prodigy renowned throughout the ancient wilderness continent? Looking at the calm-faced Chuchen, the maid Dyer laughed heartily, bending over with amusement. "Your mother's relic is just a broken jar. To be honest, if you kneel on the ground like a dog and beg me, making me happy, I might consider returning that broken jar to you. But you've disturbed me from my nap. You deserve to die." Swish! As she spoke, Dyer reached out, and a bright red whip appeared in her palm. With a flick of her hand, golden spiritual power flowed into the whip, causing it to crack through the air with sharp sound, startling everyone. Even more terrifying was the whip infused with golden spiritual power, extremely sharp. If this whip struck a person, it would not be a simple matter of skin and flesh being torn. The head of the family has announced the severing of the father-son relationship with you and your expulsion from the Yi family. Yet you still dare to act recklessly in front of me. Dyer not only did not act like a servant, but instead looked down upon Chuchen, her gaze condescending, as if she were looking at a pitiful lapdog. "To be honest, I really don't want you to leave the Yi family. Although the family grants you a few spirit stones every month, it's better than nothing. But since you're being expelled from the Yi family, there will be no more benefits for you to covet. Yet you still dare to disturb my peaceful dreams." Dyer hated the look in Chuchen's eyes in the past. As soon as she took out the whip, he would immediately shrink back, not daring to meet her gaze. But today, that gaze was surprisingly calm, not a trace of fear, looking at her as if she were a dead person. You useless waste. I see that you have forgotten who the master of this room is after not being dealt with for a few days. Dyer was furious, tightening her grip on the whip and preparing to strike Chuchen. Although she was a servant, she dared to humiliate Chuchen without restraint because she knew that after Chuchen was crippled, his treatment in the Yi family was even worse than hers. Not to mention, she had young Master Xian backing her. Even if Chuchen later went to the head of the family or his several sisters to cry and complain, they would only scold him for being a waste who couldn't even control a servant, let alone with young Master Xian adding fuel to the fire. The more miserable Chuchen was bullied, the happier young Master Xian became, and the more rewards he would give her. This had been the case for 3 years. Why was it that today, Chuchen was not afraid of her? This was truly infuriating. As Dyer swung the whip in anger, Chuchen remained calm, bowing slightly to the person behind him. Uncle Fu, do you still consider me the holy son of the Yi family? As soon as his voice fell with a whoosh, Uncle Fu appeared before Chuchen, bowing. Although the head of the family has issued an order, your name has not been removed from the clan register. So in my heart, you are still the holy son of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Dyer's face suddenly turned pale as she realized something. The whip in her hand was instantly stored away in her spatial ring, and she bowed nervously to Uncle Fu. Fu, I didn't mean anything by it, Before Dyer could finish her sentence, Chuchen forcefully interrupted. According to Yi family rules, how should a servant who offends their superior and disrespects the holy son be dealt with? Uncle Fu was taken aback, clasping his hands in response. They should be executed. As soon as the words fell, in Dyer's horrified expression, Uncle Fu's body vanished in a thin air, reappearing as he pointed at Dyer's forehead. Instantly, her body was sealed by spiritual power, unable to move. Let me go. Let me go. I am young Master Xian's person. Uncle Fu, you can't harm me. You can't. Dyer was in the condensing yuan secret realm, while Uncle Fu was in the spirit communication secret realm, a significant difference in power. When Uncle Fu made his move, Dyer was like a chick waiting to be slaughtered, completely defenseless, only able to plead desperately. However, Uncle Fu did not directly kill Dyer. He was merely the steward of the Yi family, and behind Dyer stood young Master Xian. Although he sympathized with Chuchen, he did not dare to offend young Master Xian completely. After all, anyone could see that the Yi family would be ruled by young Master Xian in the future. Fu Yi. Young Master Yi, Dyer was wrong. Dyer will never. Puchi. Before Dyer could finish her words, a long sword pierced through her back and exited from her chest. It pierced her heart, taking away all the vitality within her. The sword wielder was Chuchen. Holy Son, you. Uncle Fu was astonished. He suddenly realized that the holy son before him was different from any other time, as if he had returned to 3 years ago, overpowering the pride of the major sacred lands, the chosen son of the family, unmatched by anyone. Chuchen, as if nothing had happened, glanced at Dyer, who had already passed away but still stared wide-eyed, and reached out to take the storage ring from her fingers. After refining the storage ring, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the broken jar, a relic left by his mother, lying quietly in the storage ring. Just then, Yi Ding's authoritative voice echoed throughout the Yi family once again, formally announcing the severance of the father-son relationship with Chuchen and his expulsion from the Yi family, and designating Yi Xian as the holy son of the Yi family. On the family register, Chuchen's name was personally erased by the ancestor of the Yi family and proclaimed to the world with the decree of the Holy King. In an instant, Chuchen's fate was entirely severed from the Yi family's fate, and the invisible shackles placed upon him shattered in that moment. From then on, Chuchen was stripped of the Yi surname. He, Chuchen, had no further ties with the Yi family. Uncle Fu, thank you. After bowing to Uncle Fu, and amidst his expressions of regret and astonishment, Chuchen turned and walked out of the Yi family. Without a trace of nostalgia or hesitation, he resolutely left the Yi family, stepping into the deep mountains and marshes, heading north. From now on, mountains and rivers should never meet, live and die without contact. Chuchen was more anxious than anyone because only he knew that he had little time left. His body was already overwhelmed, plagued by illness. If the plot developed as it did in his past life, in a few months, Chuchen would succumb to illness under the oppression of Yi Xian and several sisters. In this life, although he successfully escaped the Yi family, rid of a few parasitic sisters, and no longer had to suffer the deepest humiliation from those closest to him, he was still left with a shattered divine body, destroyed cultivation, lingering internal injuries, and time was still running short. Before he died, Chuchen had one last wish unfulfilled. That was to meet the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang. In his previous life, when Chuchen was on the brink of death, upon hearing the news, Empress Lin Shuwang single-handedly charged into the Yi family with a sword. After witnessing the inhumane humiliation and unfair treatment he suffered at the hands of his sisters, Empress Lin Shuwang completely went mad, not only crippling the cultivation of several sisters, but also brutally killing Yi Xian, the White Lotus. The ancestor of the Yi family was furious and awakened the Yi family's extreme emperor weapon, the Heavenly Mirror, with quasi-emperor power, intending to slay Empress Lin Shuwang to avenge Yi Xian. But Empress Lin Shuwang burned her soul, exhausting her life, forcefully executing the method of nirvana, and also awakened the extreme emperor weapon she carried, engaging in a fierce battle with the ancestor of the Yi family. The two extreme emperor weapons clashed, leading to the devastation of the entire Yi family. Chuchen was puzzled. He had only met Empress Lin Shuwang once, and he had even shattered his divine body to suppress her. But why did the Empress care for him so much, willing to use the method of nirvana for him, resulting in countless corpses? In his past life, Chuchen never had the chance to ask for an answer before he died. But in this life, he did not want to die without understanding. Some things had to be asked face to face for clarity. Empress Lin Shuwang, wait for me. Chapter 9. Refining the Extreme Path Imperial Weapon. The sky-devouring demon, Jar, stepping out of the Yi family S-Mountain Gate. Chuchen looked at the vast, deep mountains and swamps before him, exhaling a heavy breath, his lips curling upwards slightly. Squinting his eyes, he reached out to grasp the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, but caught nothing. The warm sunlight bathed the earth, and a gentle breeze brushed against his face. Taking a deep breath, he could still smell the fragrance of soil and flowers in the air. Is this the feeling of freedom? It feels so good. Having been removed from the family tree, with the old ancestor of the Yi family personally taking action and the decree of the Holy Emperor announced to the world. This meant that he, Chuchen, had severed all ties with the Yi family. The karmic fate had been cut off, and there was no longer a shred of connection. The invisible shackles had been broken, like unloading a 1,000-pound burden. Although he still could not cultivate, Chuchen felt an unprecedented lightness and ease. He needed to leave this place quickly and head to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace to see the Empress, Lin Shuwang. The Holy Land where Empress Lin Shuwang resided was called the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Although it was also located in the ancient continent, it was thousands of miles away from the Yi family. If he still had his holy realm cultivation, he could tear through the void and arrive in an instant, even from a distance of 10,000 miles. But now, with his meridians destroyed and his cultivation wasted, he had no spiritual power left, and he was essentially an ordinary person. Walking the thousands of miles would likely take him months. One must always be cautious. First, he would enter the Tianyao Gorge. After exiting the Yi family gate, there were two routes to reach the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. One was the official road, which, although longer, was flat and had a resting station every 10 miles, allowing for a relatively safe journey into the city. The other was to cross the Tianyao Gorge, which would save over 1,000 miles, but it would take him deep into the mountains and swamps, far from human settlements, entering the territory of the demon clan, which was extremely dangerous. However, Chuchen did not hesitate at all and resolutely walked into the Tianyao Gorge. For him, no matter how terrifying the demon clan was, they were not as fearsome as the pack of white-eyed wolves from the Yi family. Moreover, even though Chuchen could not cultivate, he was not completely defenseless. The jar left to him by his mother was not just a useless broken jar. Its significance was enough to overturn the entire Yi family's understanding and imagination. Even compared to the Yi family's clan treasure, the extreme path imperial weapon, the Tongtian mirror, it could easily surpass it. Upon entering the Tianyao Gorge, towering ancient trees, each about 1,000 meters tall, shot up into the sky, interwoven with dense shrubs and thick vines. Even the scorching sunlight could not penetrate the thick foliage. The sounds of various beast roars echoed throughout the Tianyao Gorge, the breath of the ancient times enveloping him. Holding a sharp longsword, Chuchen stealthily walked through the dense forest. First, he took out some odor-masking powder from his storage ring and applied it all over his body. Then he walked along the outskirts of the Tianyao Gorge, trying to avoid encounters with demon beasts while heading straight for a high mountain that loomed in front of him. Fortunately, Chuchen's luck was good. He walked for half an hour around the outskirts of the Tianyao Gorge and only encountered some ordinary wild beasts, which he easily scared away with a wave of his sword. When he reached the foot of the mountain, after surveying the area, he found an abandoned cave and, without hesitation, dove inside. Even though that butterfly girl had greedily taken my spiritual stones, there wouldn't be so many treasures in her storage ring. It seems that Yi Xian had also rewarded her with quite a few good things to deal with me. After killing the maid, the butterfly girl, her storage ring naturally fell into Chuchen's hands, and he hadn't had time to check it before leaving the Yi family in a hurry. Now that he was in the cave, having temporarily escaped danger, it was time to carefully consider what treasures he could use. Great! There were actually scrolls for concealing aura and defending the mountain gate. The space inside the storage ring was not large, but it was packed with spiritual stones and formation scrolls, along with quite a few pill bottles containing medicinal pills. Without the slightest hesitation, Chuchen first took out a spiritual stone from the storage ring and absorbed the spiritual power within it. Due to his shattered meridians, the spiritual power he absorbed would disperse within 10 breaths, unable to be retained in his body. However, this time was enough to activate the formation scrolls. After absorbing the spiritual power from a spiritual stone, Chuchen made a hand seal, and a surge of spiritual power shot towards the scrolls. In an instant, as the spiritual power surged, the 2 formation scrolls, for concealing aura and defending the mountain gate, were activated, and a 5-pointed starlight rose, enveloping the entire cave. After completing all this, Chuchen's anxious heart finally calmed down a bit. Without any hesitation or delay, after activating the formation scrolls, a thought arose in Chuchen's mind, and that old, shabby jar appeared instantly in his palm. This jar was ancient, worn, and unremarkable. Its blackened surface bore several sword marks, and there was even a notch at the top. Frankly speaking, if this broken jar were thrown onto the street, no one would even glance at it. If it weren't for its hard material, it could not be broken, and the butterfly girl wouldn't have kept it in her storage ring. But holding this broken jar, Chuchen's breathing quickened, his heart raced, and his face flushed with excitement. No one understood the terrifying nature of this broken jar better than Chuchen. It was an extreme path imperial weapon that could only be refined by a mighty emperor. The sky-devouring demon jar. The reason it appeared so ordinary was that this extreme path imperial weapon had been subjected to an extremely powerful seal and was in a state of slumber, having not been awakened. The only person who could awaken this extreme path imperial weapon was him, Chuchen. In his previous life, Chuchen had not seen through the mystery of this broken jar until the moment of his near death, when Empress Lin Shuwang brought the imperial weapon and battled against the Yi family's imperial weapon, the Tongtian mirror. The 2 extreme path imperial weapons awakened successively, unleashing unprecedented imperial pressure that swept through the entire Yi family. This forced the sky-devouring demon jar to forcibly awaken and protect its master. Unfortunately, at that time, Chuchen was already exhausted, and even the awakening of the extreme path imperial weapon could not save his life. But in this life, without any hesitation, Chuchen gripped the broken jar in one hand and held the long sword in the other, gritting his teeth as he stabbed it towards his heart. Swish! The sharp blade instantly pierced through his skin, and drops of crimson blood dripped steadily onto the broken jar. Hiss! Chuchen inhaled sharply, the pain causing his face to turn pale, his brows knitting tightly. Currently, Chuchen could not summon two extreme path imperial weapons to release imperial pressure to forcibly awaken the sky-devouring demon jar. To awaken this extreme path imperial weapon, he could only nourish it with his heart's blood to establish a bond. Only then could he begin to refine this extreme path imperial weapon. I have done all I can do. Now it's up to the heavens. Chuchen gritted his teeth and then collapsed to the ground, the intense pain combined with blood loss causing him to faint. Meanwhile, the sky-devouring demon jar in his hand continued to greedily absorb the heart's blood that dripped from his chest. After the dark jar absorbed the blood, it erupted with a series of eerie black lights, a terrifying imperial pressure slowly beginning to awaken within the cave. At the same time, in the immortal family of the Yi family, the family luck, which had been soaring like a fire reaching the sky, dissipated by more than half shortly after Chuchen's departure. The eldest sister, Yi Lingyue, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, even spat out a mouthful of blood. Failing to break through, stepping out of the secret chamber, Yi Lingyue looked up at the sky above the Yi family, feeling an ominous cloud rolling over her head, with ominous energy surging. Stumbling, Yi Lingyue nearly lost her balance. What has happened to my Yi family? Not only did the once flourishing luck dissipate by more than half, but how come there is also a surge of ominous energy? Could it be that my Yi family has committed some heinous act that would provoke the wrath of heaven? This is impossible. At the same time, on the ancestor of the Yi family who was in seclusion and attempting to break into the quasi-emperor's secret realm, black gas began to emerge in clumps. This black gas was thick as ink, like maggots clinging to bones. Chapter 10. The retribution arrives, so soon apart from the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the heavenly mirror, which has been passed down through generations in the Yi family. The true foundation of the Yi family lies in their ancestor, Yi Shanhe. In the ancient wilderness continent, the righteous and demonic forces stand in opposition. The major holy lands and families, along with the immortal Tao lineages, engage in both open and covert battles. Without powerful strength to deter others, even a prestigious immortal family like the Yi family would find it difficult to establish itself in the ancient wilderness continent. Yi Shanhe's cultivation and combat power largely determine the Yi family's position in the continent. Generally speaking, for a family to ascend to the status of an immortal family and maintain that position, there are two decisive factors that must be met simultaneously. One is the possession of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, and the other is having a quasi-emperor powerhouse within the family. Extreme Tao Emperor weapons are unparalleled divine weapons forged by emperor-level powerhouses. Even if the emperor has fallen, the emperor weapon can still exist in the world, protecting the family for generations. However, to truly unleash the power of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, one must be a powerhouse at the emperor realm. Even a quasi-emperor, after all, has stepped into the domain of the emperor realm. The Yi family was originally a declining second-tier family in the ancient wilderness continent. To upgrade to an immortal family would require hundreds of years of painstaking effort. However, 3 years ago, due to Chuchen's efforts, he shattered his divine body and exhausted his cultivation to successfully suppress the Empress Lin Shuwang, preventing a war between the righteous and demonic factions that would have led to widespread suffering. Such a great achievement directly benefited the Yi family, allowing them to rise to the status of an immortal family and control 99 spiritual veins. Yet, the Yi family still lacks a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and this title of immortal family came solely from Chuchen's achievements. Now that Chuchen's divine body is shattered and his cultivation is wasted, he has become a useless person, causing the immortal family, Yi family, to bear a title that is merely superficial and lacks substance. Therefore, the Yi family members are very clear-minded, more so than anyone else. For the Yi family, giving birth to an emperor realm powerhouse, even if just a quasi-emperor, is an urgent matter that concerns the survival of the entire family. This hope, according to the predictions of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the heavenly mirror, rests upon 8 individuals: Chuchen's 7 sisters, Yi Xian, and the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe. The eldest sister, Yi Lingyue, the 3rd sister, Yi Qingqing, the 5th sister, Yi Han, and the youngest sister, Yi Ling. All 7 sisters possess quasi-emperor potential, and each has made achievements in alchemy, weapon refining, and talisman crafting. Yi Xian, on the other hand, is even more remarkable, possessing the potential of an emperor, as long as he is given enough time. Even if he cannot become an unparalleled emperor, becoming a quasi-emperor is a certainty. Yi Shanhe, the ancestor, has reached the 10th level of the Saint King realm, just one step away from the quasi-emperor's secret realm. If all goes well, he could step into the emperor realm in just a few years, leading the Yi family to glory. In short, aside from Chuchen, a useless person who wastes the family's resources for cultivation, the entire Yi family is thriving. Thus, it is only natural to pressure Chuchen to give up the position of holy son to Yi Xian. If he complies, they could even turn a blind eye and treat Chuchen like a pet dog, occasionally enjoying the sight of him wagging his tail in submission. However, if he does not comply and bites back, he would only be expelled from the Yi family, left to wander outside, struggling for survival. Little did anyone expect that it was not the luck of the Yi family that was protecting Chuchen, but rather it was Chuchen alone who influenced the entire Yi family's fortune. With Chuchen's departure, not only did the Yi family's luck dissipate significantly, but dark clouds also gathered above the Yi family, lingering and breeding ominous energy. At a crucial moment when Yi Shanhe was in seclusion, on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor's secret realm, he did not expect that because of the loss of the Yi family's fortune, his originally smooth seclusion cultivation was suddenly interrupted. Furthermore, due to the accumulation of ominous energy in the Yi family, Yi Shanhe, at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, became agitated, and his body was invaded by this thick, ink-like ominous energy, nearly causing him to go astray. Damn it! This quasi-emperor's secret realm is indeed not easy to break through. It must be the disturbances caused by that useless Chuchen these past few days that have unsettled my mind, giving rise to distracting thoughts. If I had known, I would have killed that little beast with a single palm. Yi Shanhe took a deep breath, forcibly stabilizing his mind, cursing Chuchen inwardly, while trying to expel the ominous energy from his body and stabilize his realm. What he did not know was that the reality was completely opposite to what he imagined. After the eldest sister, Yi Lingyue, successfully exited her seclusion, due to her guidance under a fortune teller, she was the first to detect the decline of the family's fortune and the accumulation of ominous energy. Yi Lingyue had no time to think deeply. As her spiritual power surged within her body, she continuously invoked her hands, and a series of shining starry 8 trigrams formations rose into the air within the Yi family. She aimed to uncover the reason behind the decline of the Yi family's fortune and the accumulation of ominous energy. This not only concerned her personal cultivation, but also the survival of the entire Yi family. In the Yi family main hall, several sisters surrounded Yi Xian, chattering nonstop. Little Xian, congratulations on becoming the holy son of our Yi family. This is a heartfire lotus seed that 3rd sister just bought. It's beneficial for your cultivation. Xiner, this is a formation scroll that 5th sister just refined. It will protect you. Little Xian, this is a flying sword I just bought, made from black gold mysterious stone, a divine fire level treasure that can cut through anything. It's yours. Yi Xian was only in his teens, and just a few days ago, he was still struggling to break through to the sea-breaking secret realm. Now, with a single gesture from Yi Lingyue, he received a divine fire-level treasure. Even Yi Xian, despite his status, couldn't help but feel moved to the point of tears. In the ancient wilderness continent, the rank of treasures corresponds to cultivation levels, divided into 10 ranks: Qi gathering level, Yuan condensation level, sea breaking level, heaven opening level, spirit communication level, and divine fire level. Great sage level treasures become sacred artifacts, while Saint King level treasures become Saint King artifacts. Quasi-emperor level treasures are known as quasi-emperor weapons. With unparalleled power, emperor level treasures are even more incredible, capable of suppressing sacred land families and immortal Tao lineages, known as extreme Tao emperor weapons. As soon as Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Lingyue met, they pulled out gifts from their storage rings to present to Yi Xian. Their enthusiasm, pampering, and flattery left onlookers dumbfounded. The family head, Yi Ding, sitting in the position of patriarch, nodded in satisfaction at this scene. As a father, nothing pleased him more than seeing his children getting along harmoniously, a family in joyful unity. A harmonious family leads to prosperity. If that useless one could be as sensible as little Xian, it wouldn't have come to this. Deservedly so. Seeing that several sisters had already given their gifts, Yi Ding no longer hesitated. Xin'er, you have been promoted to the holy son of our Yi family. As your father, I have nothing special to give you. With a wave of his hand, as rich fire attribute spiritual power diffused throughout the hall, a crimson pill bottle appeared in his palm, instantly capturing the attention of Yi Xian and Yi Linge. This bottle of fire spirit essence may not compare to the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom, but it is beneficial for your breakthrough to the sea-breaking secret realm. As the holy son of our Yi family, what you need is of utmost importance to us. Rest assured, your father. Boom! Before Yi Ding could finish his sentence, Yi Xian had already clasped his hands towards Yi Ding. And then the aura of a sea-breaking secret realm powerhouse was instantly released from within him. Sea-breaking secret realm. My God, little Xian, what did you break through to the sea-breaking secret realm? Without that useless one providing the 1,000-year fire spirit pill, Xian'er could still break through to the sea-breaking secret realm. I told you, only that useless one treats the 1,000-year fire spirit mushroom as a treasure, foolishly thinking he could use it to threaten us. A mere ant shaking a tree. How ridiculous! How ridiculous! Yi Ling Yi Han and Yi Qingqing praised Yi Xian while habitually belittling and cursing Chuchen. A day without cursing Chuchen left them feeling uneasy. Xian'er is truly the holy son of our Yi family, a proud son of heaven with the potential of an emperor. Yi Ding, sitting in the patriarch's position, smiled widely. The revival of our Yi family is in sight. Yi Xian's face turned slightly red as he cupped his hands towards Yi Ding and several sisters, saying nothing more. It wasn't that he was being humble, but the Millennium Fire Spirit pill that Yi Chu had crushed, even mixed with dirt and dung, really didn't taste good. You must know that when Chuchen was still in the Yi family, Yi Xian and Yi Linge had made him feed the spirit beasts many times, even cleaning up after them. They called it sharing the burden for the Yi family. Little did they expect that in the end, this retribution would fall upon him. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian feel a bit nauseous and sick. He felt like throwing up. Just as the family was enjoying a harmonious moment, the black ring on Yi Xian's hand suddenly emitted a burst of dark light. And then an old voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind. Xiao Xian, it's bad. We were all wrong. Yi Xian was taken aback. He was still immersed in the joy of breaking through his cultivation and driving Chuchen away, when unexpectedly, the soul in the ring suddenly spoke. Teacher, what happened? The old voice was filled with tension and fear, striking at Yi Xian's mind. How could the retribution come so quickly? No, Yi Chuchen cannot leave. His presence alone affects the entire Yi family and your fortune. If he leaves, whose fortune will you seize? At all costs, think of a way to bring him back. Bring him back. Chapter 11. Bring this unfilial son back. Teacher, you must be mistaken, right? Yi Xian stood there in a daze, surrounded by the concerned voices of several sisters, their chatter making his head ache. But compared to this, what the soul within the ring said left Yi Xian so shocked he couldn't speak for a long time. It wasn't the Yi family protecting him, Yi Chuchen, but rather Yi Chuchen influencing the entire Yi family's fortune. How? How is that possible? The Yi family is an immortal clan on the ancient continent. No matter how strong a person's fortune is, it shouldn't be. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, he was mercilessly interrupted by the soul within the ring. What do you know, a transmigrator from Blue Star? The spiritual energy of Blue Star is exhausted. How can it compare to the ancient continent? Yi Chuchen is the legendary son of fortune, possessing an unparalleled divine body and the demeanor of an emperor. Although he has now become a waste, his fortune still remains. Because he cannot cultivate, Yi Chuchen has dispersed his fortune to the entire Yi family. Now that he has been expelled, not only has the family's fortune diminished greatly, but due to the mismatch of virtue and position, the entire Yi family is now plagued by calamities. The origin of the soul within the ring was unknown, but its divination skills were surprisingly better than that of the eldest sister, Yi Linge. who was the first to deduce the reasons behind the sudden decline of the Yi family's fortune and the emergence of calamities. Actually, I don't need to say much. Ever since you broke through the sea-opening secret realm, your cultivation has been extremely slow, making no progress at all. It's not just you. Even these women of the Yi family, including their patriarch and ancestor, have seen their cultivation speed greatly hindered due to Yi Chuchen's departure. If Yi Chuchen does not return to the Yi family, there will be no possibility of the family breaking through to the Holy King realm. The ancestor of the Yi family will never be able to break through to the quasi-emperor secret realm. As for these women of the Yi family, and you, Yi Xian, your cultivation talent is already poor. If you cannot seize Yi Chuchen's fortune and apply it to yourself, you may never be able to. Before the soul could finish, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, his face turning as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any color. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Yi Xian knew that what his teacher said was not false. Xian, what's wrong? Why does your face look so bad? Are you feeling unwell? Xian, are you alright? Yi Ling, Yi Han, and Yi Qingqing also noticed Yi Xian's change, each of them anxiously asking about his well-being. Like ants on a hot pan. Sisters, I'm fine. Returning to his senses, Yi Xian took a deep breath, then cupped his hands in a salute to Yi Ding, who was seated in the patriarch's position, and the few sisters beside him. With his big, innocent eyes filled with worry, he spoke, Father, sisters, I just thought about Brother Chuchen being expelled from the Yi family, and now I don't know if he is safe. In my heart, I miss Brother Chuchen. With the monsters running rampant outside, and Brother Chuchen unable to cultivate, what if? As he spoke, Yi Xian's eyes welled up with tears, causing the sisters to feel another wave of heartache. Xian, so you were worried about that waste? You scare me to death. Yi Ling patted her little chest, looking relieved. I thought you were unwell. Why worry about that waste? It's better if he dies outside. Beside her, Yi Qingqing snorted coldly, speaking with a proud expression. Exactly. He's clearly a waste who can't cultivate, yet he keeps threatening us with talk of rebelling against the Yi family. He thinks he can scare Father. Now he's gone. Good riddance. I'm annoyed just seeing him. Yi Han also wore a cold expression, as if recalling something, and suddenly spoke, Father Xian, you may not know this. That waste cruelly killed his maid, Dyer, before leaving our Yi family and took her storage ring. Such actions are no different from those of a demonic cultivator. Expelling him from the family is too lenient. We should break his hands and feet. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of curses echoed throughout the hall. Uncle Fu hesitated, wanting to step forward to defend Yi Chuchen, but before he could take a step, he was glared back by Yi Han. This unfilial son, he treats lives like grass. How could I not have killed him with a single palm back then? Xian, you are too kind. Sitting in the patriarch's position, Yi Ding coldly snorted. Thinking of Yi Chuchen, his internal anger surged. Unable to be suppressed, expel this unfilial son from the Yi family and let him experience the dangers of the ancient continent. Only then will he know how well the Yi family treated him and how fortunate he was. Born into fortune but unaware of it, this patriarch despises such ungrateful wastes. Scum, isn't the father-son relationship severed? I have no son like that. Listening to his father and sister's curses, Yi Xian, the big villain, was speechless. Yi Chuchen, he is your biological son, your own brother. Now that he has lost his cultivation and has been expelled from the Yi family, you, his closest relatives, are not worried, but you let an outsider. However, thinking of what the teacher said about seizing fortune, Yi Xian still blinked his innocent big eyes and cupped his hands again, saying, But father, sisters, Brother Chuchen has Yi family's blood running through him. If he dies outside, it will also bring shame to our Yi family. At worst, we can bring him back and confine him in the Spirit Beast Valley, so he can never leave, and also prevent Brother Chuchen from speaking ill of father and the sisters outside, so as not to embarrass our Yi family. The so-called Spirit Beast Valley was just the Yi family's breeding ground for spirit beasts. To put it more simply, it was like a stable or barn. Bring Yi Chuchen back, and then keep him with the livestock for the rest of his life. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Ding and Yi Ling immediately understood Yi Xian's good intentions. It turned out that what Yi Xian was thinking about was all for them, all for the reputation of the Yi family. Seeing that the atmosphere was set just right, Yi Xian immediately cupped his hands towards Yi Ding in the patriarch's position, saying, "I ask Father to agree and let me bring Brother Chuchen back." Yi Ding frowned and then waved his hand. All right, for your sake, Xianer, I will agree to bring that unfilial son back. However, that unfilial son cruelly killed the maid Dai and is vicious and brutal. When he returns, I, Yi Ding, will definitely break his hands and feet. At that time, none of you are allowed to stop me. No one is allowed to plead for him." As soon as these words fell, Yi Ling and the others were overjoyed, and they couldn't be happier. As for Yi Xian, as long as he could bring Yi Chuchen back and let him continue to seize fortune, that was enough. Breaking his hands and feet and keeping him in the stable would be less trouble, and he wouldn't have to worry about this waste running around. Third Elder, go with Xianer to bring that waste back. As soon as Yi Ding's voice fell, the void in front shattered, and a hunched old man appeared in the great hall. Yes, Patriarch. The hunched old man was the third elder of the Yi family, a saint-level expert who had already comprehended the power of space and could tear apart the void with his bare hands. Yi Xian had just broken through the sea-opening secret realm, and without dispatching a saint-level expert to protect him when leaving the Yi family, how could Yi Ding feel at ease? "Saint's son, please follow me." The third elder walked up to Yi Xian, using the power of space to tear open a large hole in the void with his bare hands. Yi Xian nodded, and under the protection of the third elder, the two of them instantly disappeared into the space fissure. After tearing open the space, the third elder and Yi Xian found themselves at a crossroads outside the Yi family. Holy Son, I don't know why I can't sense Yi Chuchen's aura. Could it be that he possesses a treasure that obscures the heavenly secrets? This is impossible. The third elder frowned. He was a holy level expert who controlled spatial power, yet he couldn't detect the trace of a waste. Who would believe that? At the moment, there was a fork in the road. To the left was the Tianyao Gorge where monsters roamed, and to the right was the official road leading straight to Qing Shui Town. Holy Son, before the third elder could finish his sentence, Yi Xian waved his hand decisively. To the right, let's go to Qing Shui Town. That waste Yi Chuchen wouldn't dare to cross the Tianyao Gorge, even if I lent him some courage. The third elder cupped his hands towards Yi Xian, his face full of admiration. Holy Son, you are brilliant. Meanwhile, above the Yi family, a graceful woman with beautiful features was continuously forming seals with her hands, as the starry light gathered to create a bagua formation that soared into the sky. With a puff, as she spat out a mouthful of blood, Yi Lingyue's aura instantly weakened, and her spiritual power was exhausted in an instant. The bagua formation above her head trembled violently, and under the gathering of countless stars, it transformed into the shape of a young man. However, the young man's face was obscured by chaotic energy, making it hard to see clearly. Bang! Just as Yi Lingyue's eyes gathered starlight, and she was trying to discern the young man's face, the bagua formation suddenly exploded, scattering the starlight everywhere. Blood spilled from the corner of Yi Lingyue's mouth, and her body was heavily impacted, instantly losing 100 years of lifespan. Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. Chapter 12, Where Can a Waste Go? With one person's power to influence the entire fate of the Yi family. Yi Lingyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked up at the exploding bagua diagram above the Yi family, shocked beyond measure, murmuring to herself, This is impossible. Impossible. Has there ever been a person with such a monstrous fate in this world? My Yi family is an immortal family in the ancient continent, controlling 99 spiritual veins, with prosperous fate and continuous blessings. Even the legendary prodigy cannot influence the fate of the entire family with just one person's power. Even though Yi Lingyue did not believe it, the facts were right in front of her. As a disciple of a fortune teller, she studied the bagua and divination techniques, peering into the secrets of heaven. Wait, while a prodigy cannot control the fate of a family, the legendary child of fortune can. Yi Lingyue suddenly remembered the legend her master, the fortune teller, had told her about the child of fortune, but it had been thousands of years since such a child had appeared in the ancient continent. The child of fortune is born with great fortune. Cultivating and breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking without any bottlenecks. Just going out for a stroll can lead to finding priceless treasures or spiritual items. No matter what danger is encountered, they can turn misfortune into good fortune. A sure protagonist's fate. Even more terrifying, the child of fortune can use their own fortune to influence the entire family's fate. However, fortune is too ethereal. Apart from terrifying emperor-level powerhouses, those who do not study bagua or divination cannot understand it, let alone probe into the unseen fate. Great! My Yi family has produced a rare child of fortune. Given time, my Yi family will surely rise again, to become the first family in this ancient continent. Yi Lingyue recovered from her shock, swallowing a pill to restore her spiritual power, her brows slightly furrowed. This person's fortune is connected to my Yi family. They must be a disciple of my Yi family. Looking at the completely dissipated starlight above her head. Recalling the shadow of the young man whose face was covered by chaotic energy, she fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this child of fortune? Unfortunately, my cultivation is limited, and my bagua and divination techniques are only a fraction of my master's. Otherwise, I would surely be able to glimpse their true appearance. And once found, I would honor them as a guest of my Yi family. Even if I used secret divination techniques and sacrificed 100 years of my lifespan. With Yi Lingyue's cultivation, I still could not glimpse Chuchen's true appearance. Because right now, Chuchen had already begun to refine the heavenly devouring demon jar. With an extreme emperor weapon protecting him, the secrets of heaven were obscured. Not to mention Yi Lingyue, even her master. The fortune teller who was the best at divination in the ancient continent could not glimpse Chuchen's true appearance. I must find this person as soon as possible. Even if my Yi family has to give everything, we must retain this child of fortune to ensure our Yi family's legacy for generations and prosperous fate. Yi Lingyue took a deep breath, and with a flash of her figure, she rushed towards the Yi family's main hall. This matter is of great significance. It concerns the survival of my Yi family, and I must report to my father. Whoosh! When Yi Lingyue appeared in the Yi family's main hall, she found her father Yi Ding and several younger sisters chatting away in the hall, bustling with excitement. Eldest sister, when did you come out of seclusion? That's great. Did you successfully break through to the Holy Realm? Have you mastered space techniques? First, Xiaoxian broke through the sea-opening secret realm. Then the eldest sister broke through to the Holy Realm, without that annoying waste. My Yi family is indeed a series of good things. Amid the cheerful shouts of her younger sisters, Yi Lingyue cupped her hands and bowed to her father Yi Ding, then spoke with a serious expression. I came out of seclusion early not because I broke through to the Holy Realm, but because I sense that the fate of my Yi family has diminished by more than half, and because of this, my breakthrough failed, which is why I came out early. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter and joy in the hall came to an abrupt stop. Even Yi Ding, sitting in the position of the family head, could not sit still. Looking at his daughter Yi Lingyue with a nervous expression, Lingyue, what are you saying? Why has the fate of my Yi family diminished by more than half? Yi Ding was only a Holy Realm powerhouse and could not understand bagua or divination, so he naturally could not sense the existence of fate. And since Chuchen had been staying in the Yi family, his own fortune was connected to the family's fortune. Yi Lingyue's limited bagua and divination techniques naturally could not perceive it until Yi Chuchen was expelled from the Yi family, removed from the family tree, and the father-son relationship was severed. The Yi family's fortune lost more than half, which was when Yi Lingyue sensed it. Yi Lingyue did not directly answer her father's question. Firstly, because the concept of fate was too mysterious, and they would not understand it even if she explained. Secondly, the child of fortune was deeply connected, and she did not dare to speak carelessly. Where's the Holy Sun? Looking around the hall, Yi Lingyue did not see Yi Chuchen's figure, and suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Yi Lingyue was not foolish. If there really was a child of fortune in the Yi family, then it would probably be her own younger brother Yi Chuchen. But Yi Chuchen had been wasted, his cultivation lost. How could someone like that still be the child of fortune? Eldest sister, Xiaoxian took the third elder to catch that waste. Yi Lingyue blinked her big eyes, though confused, still cupped her hands in response to Yi Lingyue. Xiaoxian? Yi won? Lingyue, I'm not asking about Xiaoxian but Yi Chuchen. Due to her seclusion, Yi Lingyue was unaware of what had happened in the Yi family. Moreover, our Yi family's holy son has always been Yi Chuchen. How could you? Before Yi Lingyue could finish her sentence, Yi Qingqing and Yi Han quickly interrupted. Eldest sister, you do not know that Wei stole Xiao Xian's 1,000-year fire spear grass. When father asked him to apologize, not only did he refuse, but he also threatened to sever ties with father and leave the Yi family. How can a dignified, immortal family like ours be threatened by a waste? After father reported to the ancestor, he removed this waste from the family tree and expelled him from the Yi family. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Lingyue stumbled. If it were not for Yi Lingyue's quick reaction, she would have nearly fallen to the ground. Lingyue, this waste has been too indulged, to the point that he dares to threaten me now. Yi Ding looked at Yi Lingyue, whose complexion had changed greatly and who nearly fell to the ground, frowned and explained, I have sent Xiao Xian and the third elder to find him. Once he is brought back to the Yi family, I will definitely sever his tendons and ligaments and see how he dares to be so arrogant in the future. Expelled from the Yi family. Once he is caught, you will sever his tendons and ligaments. Yi Lingyue pushed away Yi Lingyue, who was supporting her, staring incredulously at her father in the position of family head, feeling an unprecedented sense of strangeness. Father, what are you saying? He Yi Chuchen is your own flesh and blood. His cultivation was wasted for the sake of my Yi family. If it weren't for him, Yi Chuchen, my Yi family would not have been able to rise to an immortal family so quickly, let alone control 99 spiritual veins. As soon as this was said, Yi Lingyue thought her father and younger sisters would recall Yi Chuchen's contributions to the Yi family and feel guilty. But the next words from Yi Lingyue, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Han completely shattered Yi Lingyue's worldview. What if he has done good for my Yi family? Just because he has done good, can he steal Xiao Xian's 1,000-year fire spirit grass? Merit is merit, and fault is fault. I, Yi Qingqing, have always hated those who rely on favoritism. Exactly. This waste has a broken divine body and sever meridians, and now he is useless. What is the point of saying so much? Just as Yi Lingyue wanted to say something more, the space in the hall shattered, and then two figures appeared out of thin air. Father, eldest sister has come out of seclusion. That's great. The person who arrived was Yi Xian and the third elder. Yi Xian blinked her innocent big eyes, first bowing to a few people, and then continued. The third elder and I searched all over Qingshui town, but we couldn't find brother Chuchen's trace. Yi Xian's voice was filled with self-blame and worry, which made Yi Ding, Yi Lingyue, and others feel a pang of heartache. Master, miss. The third elder also cupped his hands in salute and added in a somewhat hoarse voice, after leaving the Yi family. There are two routes. One is the official road passing through Qingshui town, and the other is crossing the Tianyao Gorge. Young master, since Yi Chuchen is not in Qingshui town, he must have entered the Tianyao Gorge. Concerned for the safety of the Holy Sun, I brought him back first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ding stroked his beard and praised. The Tianyao Gorge is filled with many demon beasts. Not to mention holy-level powerhouses. Even holy king-level powerhouses wouldn't dare to venture in. Xian'er is the future hope of our Yi family. We cannot let him take risks. Bringing him back was a wise decision. As for that waste, without any cultivation, daring to venture into the Tianyao Gorge, he must have already been eaten by the demon beasts. It's better not to look for him. Swish. As soon as Yi Ding's words fell, the eldest sister, Yi Lingyue's body instantly turned into a streak of light, rushing out of the Yi family towards the Tianyao Gorge. Yi Chuchen's meridians were destroyed, and his cultivation was wasted. A mere mortal crossing the Tianyao Gorge would undoubtedly die. You all. Yi Chuchen is also our brother. He is also a member of the Yi family. Father, how can you say such heartless things? If you won't search for him, I will. Upon hearing that Yi Chuchen was in danger, Yi Lingyue could no longer care about anything else, even forgetting to mention that the family's fortune had dissipated significantly and that bad luck was rampant. She needed to bring back the son of destiny for the Yi family, to bring back her own brother. In the main hall of the Yi family, Yi Ding, Yi Xian, Yi Lingyue, and others stared at each other in disbelief. They clearly couldn't understand why the eldest sister, Yi Lingyue, suddenly lost her temper. It should be noted that Yi Lingyue's character and temperament were famously good in the Yi family. After their mother passed away, the eldest sister acted as a mother. How many years had it been since they had seen Yi Lingyue get angry at them? Did Yi Chuchen not propose to sever ties with their father and betray the Yi family himself? Now he turned around and blamed them? Yi Lingyue blinked her big eyes, looking in the direction Yi Lingyue had left with an innocent expression. Really, what's wrong with the elder sister? Why is she acting so strangely? Chapter 13. Divine Phoenix Blood Sky Demon Gorge inside the cave. I don't even know how long I have been unconscious. When Chuchen opened his eyes, the sky was just breaking dawn. Golden sunlight pierced through the dense bushes above, slanting into the cave and shining directly on Chuchen's face, making him instinctively rub his eyes, feeling dazed. Surviving after losing so much blood and not being eaten by the demon beasts, my life really is quite resilient. Looking down at the wounds that had already formed scabs, and at the slightly glowing formation by the cave entrance, Chuchen felt a wave of fear. I must say this was too risky. The sky-devouring demon jar is an extreme emperor weapon. Even if it's a sealed emperor weapon, the refining process is extremely dangerous. Moreover, the formations hidden in the storage ring snatched from the maid dyer are of the lowest grade. Common demon beasts might be fooled by them, but if they encountered demon beasts of the open heaven secret realm level or above, these defensive and concealing formations would be utterly useless. Fortunately, this place is on the outskirts of the Sky Demon Gorge, where powerful demon beasts usually have their own territories and won't venture out easily unless threatened. Surviving a great disaster must bring future blessings. Chuchen waved his hand, and a completely black jar appeared in front of him, releasing strands of dark light. With endless powers of the great Tao surging forth. The jar was plain and unadorned, resembling the form of a young maiden, exuding a terrifying pressure that made the heavens and worlds tremble, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The mouth of the jar was engraved with terrifying sword marks, and even from a distance, the sharp intent of the great Luo sword seemed ready to tear apart the sky and split the earth. Chuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly gathering his focus, not daring to delve into the terrifying sword marks etched on the jar. At his current cultivation level and strength, if he continued to look, he would surely be crushed to ashes by the residual great Luo sword intent. Although it was only a preliminary refinement, it could be considered that he had refined this extreme emperor weapon. Chuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, holding the sky-devouring demon jar with an expectant expression. This was his only trump card. Whether he could survive crossing the Sky Demon Gorge, whether he could reach the Divine Flame Emperor Palace smoothly, whether he could successfully meet the Empress Lin Shuwang, all depended on this. Unfortunately, the sky-devouring demon jar was sealed with a powerful seal, and with his current cultivation lost, he could only rely on his heart's blood for the preliminary refinement of this extreme emperor weapon. Otherwise, he could awaken the spirit of the sky-devouring demon jar to assist him in reaching the Divine Flame Emperor Palace. Why are extreme emperor weapons terrifying? Because every extreme emperor weapon is crafted by powerful emperors using the rarest and most precious materials in the world, inscribed with the great Tao of heaven and earth, containing horrific imperial pressure and awakening a weapon spirit with intelligence. Even the most domineering emperors only have a lifespan of around 10,000 years. However, weapon spirits born from imperial weapons have no lifespan limits and can protect families and holy places for countless generations, allowing the immortal lineage to continue. In any case, the sky-devouring demon jar is an extreme emperor weapon capable of piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, tearing apart the sky of this realm. Even with just a preliminary refinement, Chuchen could be considered to have some self-protection in the Sky Demon Gorge. The terror of extreme emperor weapons far exceeds common imagination. Even a trace of imperial pressure can destroy the heavens and the earth in an instant, reshaping mountains and rivers. Although Chuchen's meridians were destroyed and his cultivation lost, rendering him unable to perfectly wield this extreme emperor weapon. The weapon spirit that was born from the imperial weapon could automatically protect its master when Chuchen encountered danger after the preliminary refinement. This sky-devouring demon jar is different from ordinary extreme emperor weapons. It is particularly mysterious. Recalling before his rebirth, when Empress Lin Shuwang fought the ancestor of the Yi family with the emperor weapon, the sky-devouring demon jar took the initiative to recognize him as its master to protect Chuchen's safety. That profound Tao rhythm still left Chuchen greatly shaken to this day. Therefore, he understood how to use the sky-devouring demon jar better than anyone else. Extreme emperor weapons are crafted with great effort and blood by ancient emperors. Besides containing imperial pressure and the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth, they generally possess some special abilities due to inscribing the great Tao of heaven and earth. For example, the extreme emperor weapon of the Yi family, the Heavenly Insight Mirror, has the ability to see through the heavenly secrets, allowing one to trace back the river of time and glimpse the past and future. The sky-devouring demon jar, compared to ordinary emperor weapons, is even more special. I remember that the sky-devouring demon jar has two extremely defying abilities. One is devour the heavens, and the other is seize the heavens. Devouring the heavens is easy to understand. As the name suggests, it has the power to devour, forcibly consuming others' treasures, cultivation, and even Tao fruits to replenish itself. This ability is extremely against the heavens and tyrannical, harming the balance of the world, which is intolerable by the righteous path. Thus, the name of the sky-devouring demon jar contains the word demon for this reason. The ability seize the heavens is even more special. By reaching into this demon jar, one can feel around inside and, relying on their own luck and chance, immediately find a treasure for their use. Don't be fooled by the sky-devouring demon jar's palm-sized appearance. Its interior forms a world of its own and is connected to another space. The treasures found could be techniques, pills, artifacts, or even rare crystals, spiritual materials, and ancient relics, etc. The value and rarity depend entirely on luck and opportunity. However, such a defying ability has a limitation. After refining the sky-devouring demon jar, one can only search once every 10 days. I want to see what treasure I, Chuchen, can grasp on my first use of seize the heavens with my luck. Chuchen took a deep breath, watching the strange dark light continuously emitted from the jar's mouth, then steeled his heart, rolled up his sleeves, and extended his entire right arm into it. Swish! As soon as his fair and slender arm entered the sky-devouring demon jar, it was enveloped by those mysterious and eerie dark lights. And a profound Tao rhythm instantly wrapped around Chuchen's body, pulling his entire consciousness into a grayish, otherworldly space. It resembled the night sky above, dark and deep, desolate and ancient. One star after another, flashing with starlight, could be seen appearing and disappearing in the night sky. Chuchen instinctively looked up, gazing at the vast starry sky, his thoughts drifting far away. He unconsciously extended his right hand, reaching for a star brightening the sky from billions of miles away, attempting to grasp it with his bare hand. Although Chuchen had no cultivation and was merely immortal, his outstretched arm instantly magnified billions of times, transforming into a colossal arm that reached for the sky, grasping the star. Even from billions of miles away, he could still hold the stars and pluck the sun and moon. Bang! The star being grasped erupted with a powerful resistance, struggling fiercely against Chuchen. It can even resist? Interesting. Chuchen's lips curled slightly. Then he focused his mind, channeling the sky-devouring demon jar, forcibly attempting to seize it. Boom! The great Tao flowed. The Tao rhythm surged. The power of rule spread. Chuchen's palm erupted with terrifying devouring power. And after a standoff with the exceptionally bright star for several breaths, accompanied by a deafening howl reverberating throughout the night sky, the colossal arm grasped the massive star and, with supreme might, pulled it back from the other space billions of miles away. Swish! The colossal arm and the seized star shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, shrinking again. When Chuchen's consciousness returned to his body, his right arm unknowingly withdrew from the sky-devouring demon jar. This feeling, Chuchen paused, as if he had just had a dream. This is... Opening his palm, a drop of blood bathed in crimson flames hovered in his hand. Upon closer inspection, within the blood, there was a phantom of a divine phoenix flapping its wings and soaring. Divine phoenix blood. The memory fragments containing the immortal divine phoenix possess the ability to transcend heaven and earth. The terrifying flames can even melt the void, and as the divine phoenix's phantom flaps its wings, the accompanying pressure instantly shatters all the formations within the cave. Then it rushes towards Chuchen from all directions. This is bad. Chuchen closes his eyes, and the shadow of death instantly envelopes him. Even just a trace of the divine phoenix's blood essence exuding pressure is something that the currently powerless Chuchen cannot withstand. As he faces imminent destruction from this pressure, Chuchen forms a hand seal and shouts, "Heaven-swallowing demon jar, gather for me." Whoosh! The heaven-swallowing demon jar responds to his call, unleashing a terrifying devouring power in an instant, swallowing the drop of divine phoenix blood bathed in crimson flames into the jar. Crisis averted. Someone is coming. Just as the crisis is resolved, and Chuchen hasn't had a chance to catch his breath, he senses a figure flying straight towards the cave with the power of the heaven-swallowing demon jar. This aura, so familiar. Oh no, it's Yi Lingyu. Chapter 14, please. Will you come back with me? No, we have to get out of here quickly. After sensing Yi Lingyue's aura, Chuchen didn't hesitate for a moment, waving his hand to put the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the devouring sky demon jar, into his sea of consciousness. Then, without looking back, he rushed out of the cave and into the depths of the dense forest. Speaking of Yi Lingyue, she is indeed a remarkable person, the eldest daughter of the immortal family, the Yi family, with extraordinary talent and exceptional character. At a young age, she has already ignited the divine fire, becoming a powerful being at the 8th level of the divine fire realm. What is even rarer is her innate talent for the bagua and divination techniques, theoretically making her the perfect successor to the Yi family's extreme Tao imperial weapon, the Tongtian mirror. The divination master, while traveling across the continent, recognized Yi Lingyue's talent at a glance and took her as his disciple. Because she needed to comprehend the bagua and divination techniques, Yi Lingyue spent most of her time in closed-door meditation, observing the stars at night and deducing the past and future. Since Chuchen was crippled 3 years ago, the siblings had only met once. Yet this one meeting caused Chuchen's heart to plummet to the depths, completely frozen. Damn it, I've escaped to the heavenly demon gorge. How could she still be chasing me? While digging out spirit stones from his storage ring to absorb spiritual power, Chuchen sped through the dense forest, trying to shake off Yi Lingyue's pursuit. Due to the shattered meridians in his body and his ruined cultivation, even if he refined the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the devouring sky demon jar, he still couldn't practice, nor could he store any spiritual power in his body. Therefore, he could only temporarily gain some spiritual power by absorbing the energy from the spirit stones. If I am pushed to the edge, I wouldn't mind killing my way back to the Yi family. A glint flashed in Chuchen's eyes, using the spiritual power from the spirit stones to maneuver between the trunks of the towering trees, running at full speed. Although he was a powerless mortal, he had initially refined this extreme Tao imperial weapon. If he were to burn his soul and overdraw his life force to forcibly activate the devouring sky demon jar, he could temporarily unleash some of the weapon's might. If pushed to the brink, Chuchen would risk his life, charging into the Yi family and detonating the devouring sky demon jar. How great would the power of an extreme Tao imperial weapon's self-detonation be? Even though the Yi family had the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the Tongtian mirror, for protection, the terrifying power unleashed by the self-detonation could level the entire Yi family in an instant. It would shatter the void and extinguish the heavens and earth. Besides the Yi family's ancestors, the family head Yi Ding, and a few elders who had reached the Holy Realm and Saint Emperor Realm, the rest of the Yi family members would be doomed. Yi Xian, Yi Ling'er, Yi Han, and other direct descendants of the Yi family would not escape. Of course, in doing so, Chuchen would also have no way out. This was a mutually destructive tactic. If he were not forced to the end of the road, he wouldn't be willing to resort to it. After all, He hadn't been to the Divine Flame Emperor Palace yet. He hadn't seen Empress Lin Shuwang. In his life, there were still unfinished matters. There were still regrets. Strange? There's clearly a residual aura of Chuchen in this cave. How could it? Inside the cave, Yi Lingyue gently tapped her fingers, her willow-like brows slightly furrowed. In less than 10 breaths after Chuchen left the cave, Yi Lingyue had already forcefully arrived at this place. But the empty cave held nothing, let alone Chuchen's figure. If anyone else came here and saw this empty cave, they might not be able to ascertain the connection between the cave and Chuchen. But who is Yi Lingyue? She is a prodigy who learned from the divination master, proficient in the bagua and divination techniques. With just a flick of her fingers, she could capture the residual aura of Chuchen within the cave. The defensive formation at the cave entrance and the formation that concealed the aura had been forcefully destroyed. Could it be that Chuchen encountered some danger? No, this is the Heavenly Demon Gorge. I must find Chuchen quickly. As she spoke, Yi Lingyue's 10 fingers danced lightly, and white spiritual power flowed, forming another bagua array diagram suspended in midair. In order to find Chuchen as quickly as possible, Yi Lingyue once again employed the bagua and divination techniques to deduce Chuchen's whereabouts. How is this possible? Looking at the empty bagua array diagram in front of her, Yi Lingyue's face was filled with disbelief. She was unable to deduce any trace of Chuchen. It should be known that Chuchen's cultivation was crippled, making him merely immortal. And Yi Lingyue was a powerful being in the divine fire realm, trained by the divination master. At such a close distance, one would think it would be easy to investigate the trace of a mortal. Unexpectedly, this heavenly demon gorge is indeed strange. Yi Lingyue didn't think too much, simply believing that the mysterious heavenly demon gorge had isolated Chuchen's aura. There were numerous demon beasts in the heavenly demon gorge, and even Saint Emperor Realm and Emperor Realm demon kings. If she didn't find Chuchen quickly, he would undoubtedly perish. In order to find Chuchen as quickly as possible and bring him back to the Yi family, Yi Lingyue no longer cared about anything else. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood, burning nearly 10 years of lifespan in one go to deduce again. Whoosh! Under the accumulation of 10 years of lifespan, the illusory bagua array diagram finally revealed Chuchen's figure running and maneuvering in the dense forest. Although the image was still blurry, it was enough for a powerful being in the divine fire realm. In an instant, Yi Lingyue discerned the direction and successfully locked in on it. She then transformed her body into a streak of flowing light and sped away. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, while Chuchen was still speeding through the dense forest, suddenly a radiant bracelet fell from the sky. This was Yi Lingyue's sacred artifact, the 13-star radiance bracelet. The bracelet was surrounded by 13 red gemstones, and as it descended with terrifying pressure from the Saint Realm, it swelled in the wind. In an instant, it expanded thousands of times at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into an unbreakable wall that encompassed several hundred meters, including Chuchen within it. Trapped! Chuchen, I am your elder sister. After trapping Chuchen, the graceful and beautiful Yi Lingyue descended from the sky, looking at him with deep concern. Come back with me. It's dangerous here, even with the sacred artifact, the 13-star radiance bracelet. In a place like the Heavenly Demon Gorge, where there are Saint Realm Demon Kings and Emperor Realm Demon Emperors, it's still not enough. Dangerous? Is this place more dangerous than the Yi family? Looking at Yi Lingyue's worried face, eager to take him back to the Yi family, Chuchen remained on guard, sneering. To me, demon beasts are not as terrifying as you people from the Yi family, who preach righteousness and morality but are truly heartless. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Lingyue's expression changed instantly. Looking at the unfamiliar face of Chuchen, even filled with hatred, she felt the world spinning, a sense of disorientation washing over her. Is this still my younger brother, Yi Chuchen? Wasn't he always soft-hearted? Always listened to me, his elder sister? How could he be like this now? With this thought, Yi Lingyue couldn't help but feel a surge of nameless anger. Yi Chuchen, stop messing around. This is the Heavenly Demon Gorge. Come back with me and apologize to father and the sisters, and I promise they won't make it difficult for you." Before Yi Lingwei could finish her sentence, Chuchen forcefully interrupted. "Yi Lingwei, I have already renounced the Yi family, severing ties with Yi Ding. The Yi family genealogy has already removed me. Do not call me Yi Chuchen anymore. My surname is Chu, my name is Chun, and I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. The only reason you chased me to the heavenly demon gorge is to bring me back to the Yi family to answer for killing the maid Dyer." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue's expression changed slightly. She wanted to argue. She wanted to explain. She wanted to say it wasn't as Chu Chun thought. But before she left in the Yi family hall, Father, Yi Xian and several younger sisters repeatedly said that once they captured Yi Chuchen and brought him back to the Yi family, they would sever his tendons and imprison him in the stable to teach him a lesson. Yi Lingyue pursed her red lips, meeting Chuchen's disdainful and hateful gaze. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Chuchen, you are my biological brother. I promise to protect you, and I will definitely protect you. As the eldest sister is like a mother, I, Yi Lingyue, swear to the heavens." "The eldest sister is like a mother?" Hearing these 4 words, Chuchen laughed. "Yi Lingyue, you must have forgotten that 3 years ago, you threw me off a cliff, resulting in my serious injuries, with broken hands and feet. Lying in bed for half a year, almost dead. Thrown off a cliff?" Yi Lingyue was taken aback. She didn't remember this incident. "Chuchen, what nonsense are you talking about? No matter what you think, come back to the Yi family with me first." Worried about alarming the demon emperors living in Tianyao Gorge, Yi Lingyue decided to use force to suppress him, forcibly bringing Yi Chuchen back to the Yi family before discussing anything else. With her cultivation at the 8th level of divine fire and the holy artifact, the 13-star radiant bracelet, capturing Chuchen, who had lost all his powers and was as weak as a chicken, was extremely simple. 13-star radiant bracelet, come to me. With a light snort from Yi Lingyue, the 13-star radiant bracelet rapidly shrank, and a terrifying holy pressure surged into the sky, engulfing the surroundings. Roar! As the holy artifact revived, a dragon's roar that shattered the heavens echoed throughout the 9 states from deep within Tianyao Gorge, with 2 eyes the size of lanterns opening. A massive dragon body, several hundred feet long, soared and exploded through the dense forest, heading straight for Chuchen and Yi Lingyue. The Demon Emperor has awakened. Chapter 15. The might of the Imperial Weapon, suppressing everything Yi Chuchen. No matter what, you are still a member of the Yi family, my own brother. Even if our father has severed ties with you, even if you have been removed from the family tree and expelled from the Yi family, so what? If you want to leave the Yi family, I, Yi Lingyue, do not agree. I will never allow it. Inside the Sky Demon Gorge, the eldest sister, Yi Lingyue, who possesses the cultivation of the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm, stands in midair, her black hair dancing wildly as she continuously forms seals with her fingers, unleashing terrifying spiritual power that soars into the sky. The holy artifact, the 13-star radiant bracelet, emits a horrifying divine light, and the overwhelming holy pressure covers a 100-meter radius, imprisoning everything. This Sky Demon Gorge is incredibly dangerous. Chuchen, you should go back with your elder sister first. Once we return to the Yi family, as long as you apologize to our father, apologize to Xiaoxian, and explain things to Ling and the others, I believe that with me here, they will not make things difficult for you. Rebelling against our father, clashing with my sister, killing my dia, stealing Yi Xian's millennium fire spirit fungus. Clearly, in the depths of Yi Lingyue's heart, it is still Chuchen who is in the wrong. However, compared to Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Ling, she believes she is being better to Chuchen and values familial ties more. Seeing that she could not persuade the stubborn and obstinate Chuchen with words, Yi Lingyue thought about using force to suppress him and forcibly bring him back to the Yi family, and then discuss other matters. After all, an elder sister is like a mother. Yi Lingyue, your Yi family really is. Hearing Yi Lingyue speak in the name of being an elder sister and sincerely saying that this is all for his own good, while she has already summoned the holy artifact to start suppressing him, Chuchen could only laugh in anger. How shameless. Get lost. I have nothing to say to you, Yi family members. For the first time, being accused and scolded by this waste Chuchen, Yi Lingyue's expression changed slightly. Regardless of status or strength, what qualifications does Chuchen have to criticize his elder sister? Moreover, what she is doing is all for his own good. Chuchen, you have already lost your mind. I don't know what has happened during my retreat, but today I must take you back to the Yi family because I promised our mother that I would take good care of you. The terrifying holy pressure erupted completely, and Yi Lingyue clearly had lost her patience. The massive 13-star radiant bracelet, hundreds of meters in size, contracted around Chuchen's body, shrinking in an instant to the size of a bowl and flying towards her wrist. Inside the holy artifact is its own space. A mortal with severed meridians and wasted cultivation like Chuchen has no power to resist before the holy artifact. In Yi Lingyue's view, as long as she gets serious, let alone resist and struggle, Chuchen doesn't even have the right to speak. But in reality, at the moment, the 13-star radiant bracelet forcibly pulled Chuchen into its internal space, the imperial weapon, the devouring sky demon jar within him, sensed the threat and began to awaken on its own. Unfortunately, Chuchen had no spiritual power to activate the devouring sky demon jar, this imperial weapon. Although Yi Lingyue used the holy artifact, she had no intent to kill Chuchen. She only imprisoned his body and restricted his movements. The devouring sky demon jar was only partially refined and would only fully awaken to protect its master when Chuchen's life was in danger. Yi Lingyue, I, Chuchen, have long betrayed the Yi family. Even if I die today, I will never return to the Yi family with you. Chained by the holy artifact, Chuchen's eyes turned red as he let out a howl to the sky. A terrifying energy brewed within him, surging like a volcano about to erupt, grand and magnificent. Even without exploding yet, this divine might had the power of a mountain and tsunami, suppressing everything. It caused the void to collapse and the universe to shatter. Chuchen may indeed be unable to control the devouring sky demon jar, but he could still choose to self-destruct it in a final desperate act, risking his own life in the process. How great would the power of an imperial weapon self-destructing be? At that time, not to mention Yi Lingyue, a powerful figure of the divine fire realm, not to mention the 13-star radiant bracelet, even the entire sky demon gorge would be forcibly flattened. Except for a few powerful beings at the demon emperor level, tens of thousands of demon kings and demon emperors hiding within would be mercilessly wiped out, completely exterminated. Why? Do I not feel fear and suffocation? Chuchen is clearly just a person who has lost all cultivation. Yi Lingyue glanced at Chuchen, and a huge sense of danger instantly enveloped her. The darkness surged like a tide, and her beating heart was suddenly gripped tightly by a large hand, as if it would be crushed at any moment. Boom! Just as Yi Lingyue's entire world was about to collapse, another terrifying holy pressure erupted within the sky demon gorge. A massive dragon body, hundreds of zhang long, twisted and turned through the clouds and mist. Accompanied by the power of space sweeping out, a crimson dragon with lantern-sized eyes, carrying supreme dragon might, descended straight from the night sky. Human, you dare to intrude into the sky demon gorge, seeking death. Crimson flame, blazing fire burns heaven. The terrifying dragon roar echoed in the ears of Yi Lingyue and Chuchen, as if a giant stone had suddenly been thrown into a calm lake, shattering the surface. The crimson dragon had no intention of negotiating. Its territory was invaded, and it unleashed its unmatched ferocity, sweeping across. A massive fire pillar of red flames spewed from its mouth, engulfing Yi Lingyue and Chuchen in an instant, while the terrifying holy pressure froze the surrounding space, sealing off all escape routes, determined to kill the intruders here. Not good. A dragon that has entered the holy realm. Yi Lingyue's expression changed drastically. Under the fierce flames that could burn heaven and boil the sea, her body instinctively formed hand seals, activating the 13-star radiant bracelet to summon starlight to protect herself. This dragon was a true holy realm powerhouse, while she, Yi Lingyue, was merely in the divine fire realm. Without the protection of the 13-star radiant bracelet, she would likely be consumed by this terrifying fire with just one encounter. However, even with the holy artifact in hand, Yi Lingyue's strength was limited, and she was still no match for this dragon. At most, She could hold on for a short while. Once the starlight surrounding her was breached, she would undoubtedly be defeated. She would surely die. The Sky Demon Gorge is indeed a paradise for beasts, full of dangers. This is great. The heavens do not wish for my demise. Meanwhile, Chuchen, who was imprisoned within the internal space of the 13-star radiant bracelet, was overjoyed at this situation. He had already resolved to self-destruct the devouring Sky Demon Jar, erasing Yi Lingyue and even the entire Sky Demon Gorge from the ancient continent. But at the brink of death, this holy dragon had come charging in. Unlike Yi Lingyue, the dragon is extremely brutal and vicious, mercilessly killing any beasts or humans that invade its territory. It could be said to be filled with murderous intent. The murderous intent became the opportunity. At the brink of death, Chuchen did not need to consciously urge it, as thick, ink-like dark energy spilled from the jar. The devouring Sky Demon Jar began to awaken on its own. Bang, bang, bang! The 13 beams of starlight protecting Yi Lingyue exploded one after another under the burning of the crimson flames. Not good. When the last beam of starlight was forcibly crushed, Yi Lingyue's face turned pale in terror as the flames that could burn mountains and boil seas directly engulfed her. At the brink of death, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. Like a column of light soaring into the sky, it reached the 9th heaven. Boom! The terrifying imperial pressure tore through eternity, its momentum vast, as if it would rip apart the heavens and shatter the void. The 100-Zhonglong crimson dragon wore a face of terror as it spat words. This is the Empire. The Empire? Swish! Under the attack of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. The overwhelming ferocious flames that could burn mountains and boil seas in the previous moment were now, like ice and snow melting away, shattered and extinguished with an unstoppable force. As the swallowing heaven demon cauldron revived, Yi Lingyue directly fainted. The saint-level flood dragon didn't even have the thought of resistance before being trapped by the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, bound by supreme divine might, suppressed, and then forcibly pulled into the cauldron. I must leave quickly. The Tianyao Gorge is indeed mysterious. At the moment the swallowing heaven demon cauldron revived, there were also a few auras containing imperial realm pressure awakening deep within the Tianyao Gorge. Chuchen had no time to think more. He controlled the swallowing heaven demon cauldron to break through space and plunged into the boundless void, disappearing without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace where Empress Lin Shuwang was located. Chapter 16 Father, Chuchen is also your son. Chuchen, run. Run. Big sister is here to block this holy level dragon. You must run. If you get back to the Yi family, you'll be safe. Father won't blame you. Your sisters love you, and Xiao Xian often mentions. Whoosh! At the Yi family, in the residence of Yi Lingyue. As a series of exclamations sounded, Yi Lingyue, who had been unconscious, suddenly sat up from her bed, gasping for breath, her cold sweat already soaking her clothes. Big sister, you scared me to death. Before Yi Lingyue could regain her senses, Yi Lingyue, who had been sleeping beside her, was suddenly awakened, and with her delicate hand lightly patting her chest, she complained, Big sister, you almost died in Tianyao Gorge, and, after narrowly escaping with your life, how can you still keep mentioning that little beast? Yi Lingyue had been assigned to take care of her big sister, Yi Lingyue. Seeing that Yi Lingyue, who had been unconscious for several days, finally woke up was supposed to be a happy occasion, but thinking of how Yi Lingyue had called out Chuchen's name in her sleep and woken her up, a small flame of anger surged in Yi Lingyue's heart. If it weren't for that little beast, big sister wouldn't have gone deep into Tianyao Gorge and wouldn't have ended up like this today. Yi Lingyue frowned, and before Yi Lingyue could finish her words, she anxiously interrupted. Where's Chuchen? Where's he? Has he returned to the Yi family? Hurry and plead with father. Don't sever Chuchen's tendons, don't. Chuchen, upon hearing that her big sister was still concerned about this waste, Yi Lingyue stood up abruptly, crossing her arms and snorting coldly. Big sister, you've been unconscious for 3 days and nights. How can you still think about that little beast? Isn't he the one who caused us enough trouble? If it weren't for the ancestor engraving a protective talisman on your holy artifact, the 13-star radiant bracelet, you would have already lost your life. The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe, is a peak holy king-level powerhouse, just one step away from the legendary quasi-emperor's secret realm. To protect the direct descendants of the Yi family, when Yi Lingyue and the other children were born, the ancestor used secret methods of the clan, leveraging the power of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Sky Viewing Mirror, to engrave a protective talisman on the direct descendants of the Yi family. When the direct descendants of the Yi family encounter life and death crises, the protective talisman will awaken on its own, tearing through the void to transport them back to the Yi family ancestral home. It was precisely because of the existence of this protective talisman that saved Yi Lingyue's life and allowed the Yi family to know about the events that occurred in Tianyao Gorge. However, the process of condensing the protective talisman not only requires immense effort, but also relies on the power of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, making it a significant cost. Therefore, even direct disciples of the Yi family can only condense one protective talisman, and once used, it is gone. It is not an exaggeration to say that having a protective talisman is equivalent to having an extra life. In Yi Lingyue's view, the fact that her big sister's protective talisman shattered and she nearly died was all the doing of that waste. Chuchen. How could she not hate him? What? I actually fainted for 3 days and nights? Yi Lingyue felt dazed, as if she thought of something, her face changing drastically. She grabbed Yi Linger's arm tightly and anxiously asked, "Linger, are you saying the protective talisman saved me? Then, what about Chuchen? Is he dead or alive? Has Chuchen returned to the Yi family?" As soon as she spoke, Yi Linger was also taken aback, then turned her head away and fell silent. Seeing this, Yi Lingyue's eyes instantly turned red, and tears as small as beans began to swirl in her eyes. As the holy son of the Yi family, Chuchen was above many direct disciples and was naturally engraved with a protective talisman by the ancestor of the Yi family at birth to keep him safe. However, 3 years ago, after Chuchen was crippled, the ancestor took back this protective talisman from him and gave it to Yi Xian instead, in the name of saying that Chuchen had the protection of the Yi family and no longer needed the protective talisman. Without the protective talisman, it meant that Chuchen could not withstand the attack of the holy level dragon within Tianyao Gorge, which also meant that he might have already lost his life to the monster. Plop, plop. Tears as small as beans dripped from Yi Lingyue's eyes, falling onto the bed as she sorrowfully murmured, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me using the 13-star radiant bracelet in Tianyao Gorge, I wouldn't have attracted the attention of that dragon, and Chuchen wouldn't." Seeing her big sister blaming herself for everything, Yi Linger was taken aback, immediately displeased. "Big sister, what are you talking about? You almost died because of that waste. How can you still?" Whoosh! Before Yi Linger could finish her words, Yi Lingyue seemed to think of something, wiped her tears, and leaped out like a streak of light, heading straight for the Yi family main hall. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Chuchen was dead. "Big sister, where are you going?" Yi Linger was so angry that she stomped her feet, hesitating for a moment before stepping on her flying sword to chase after her. In the Yi family main hall, the family head Yi Ding was instructing Yi Xian on his cultivation. Suddenly, the hall door burst open, and Yi Ding frowned, about to erupt when he saw that the one who entered was his long unconscious eldest daughter, Yi Lingyue. Instantly, all his anger vanished, and he revealed a doting smile. "It's Lingyue. It's good that you've woke up. Don't blame your father for being talkative. This time, the action was too reckless. If it weren't for the protective talisman, the consequences would be unimaginable." As soon as Yi Ding finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately stepped forward, affectionately taking Yi Lingyue's hand, and said in a spoiled tone, "Big sister, you finally woke up? I wanted to take care of you, but father insisted that I stay to cultivate. Big sister, you worry me to death. If anything happened to you, Xiao Xian wouldn't live either." Yi Lingyue bowed to her father, then reached out to pat Yi Xian's head, her face full of affection. Having narrowly escaped death, Yi Lingyue was deeply moved by the concern of her father and younger brother. However, just thinking of Chuchen, who was still uncertain about his life or death, made Yi Lingyue's smile freeze in an instant. "Big sister, that's great. Big sister is awake. Surviving a great disaster brings good fortune. as several voices of concern rang out. Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Ling'er also flew into the great hall. Yi Lingwen nodded to her younger sisters, feeling deeply moved. She truly enjoyed the concern of her family and the bonds of love. But whether it was her father or her younger sisters, aside from worrying about her, had they forgotten there was still one person? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Lingyue's eyes turned slightly red as she spoke. Father, Chuchen. Chuchen. As soon as these two words were uttered, the originally harmonious atmosphere filled with care and affection in the great hall fell into an eerie silence. Not only did the smiles on everyone's faces freeze, but the gaze of the family head, Yi Ding, also turned brutal and filled with hatred in an instant. His holy pressure uncontrollably sweeping across the entire hall like a terrifying storm. Lingyue, why are you bringing up that waste? Do you know that your near death this time was all because of that little beast? If it weren't for the ancestor engraving the protective talisman on your holy artifact, you would never see your father again. Your father would have lost a child. Yi Ding's words warmed Yi Lingyue's heart, but also left her feeling somewhat incredulous. However, soon after, the words of Yi Qingqing, Yi Ling'er, and Yi Han made Yi Lingyue feel even more unbelievable, and she even began to doubt if she had misheard. Exactly, big sister, what's wrong with you today? You're almost killed by that useless Chuchen, so why are you still worried about his safety now? Big sister, you've been closed off for too long and don't know how treacherous people's hearts can be. Do you think Chuchen showing up in the heavenly demon gorge was a coincidence? Of course not. He calculated that our Yi family would come looking for him, then threw himself into the mix, wanting to use the power of the demon beasts in the heavenly demon gorge to kill us one by one. This useless person is so vicious, so evil, so shameless. Our Yi family is just too soft-hearted and too kind. Several younger sisters chattered away, slandering and belittling Chuchen in front of Yi Lingyue, who had just regained consciousness, making her feel incredibly strange and suffocated. On the contrary, Yi Xian, the adopted son, had never said a bad word about Chuchen, which made Yi Lingyue feel a bit comforted. Enough. Yi Lingyue took a deep breath and suddenly interrupted everyone. Father, Chuchen is also your biological son. He is also your younger brother. Why? Why are you not at all sad or heartbroken that he is now trapped in the heavenly demon gorge, facing death by the demon beasts, but instead are listing his faults? Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, if it weren't for Chuchen battling the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang for our Yi family, resisting the invasion of the demon clan, risking his chaos divine body shattering, his meridians being destroyed, and his cultivation being wasted, how could our Yi family have risen to become an immortal family? How could we have controlled 99 spiritual veins in the world? How could we have established ourselves on the ancient wilderness continent, standing alongside the major sacred places and immortal families, competing for blessings? As she spoke passionately, Yi Lingyue's delicate body trembled slightly, and her tear-filled eyes swept over the faces of everyone, including her father, Yi Xian, and her several younger sisters. She tried to awaken their love for Chuchen, but unfortunately, her father and several younger sisters showed impatience upon hearing her words, with Yi Ling'er even yawning. Lingyue, merits and faults are distinct. I can understand that you just woke up after being unconscious for so many days and are a bit emotionally unstable, but as he spoke, Yi Ding returned to his position as the head of the family, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire hall, and he spoke with righteous indignation, his voice like thunder. We cultivators should look to the future, not be bogged down by the past, which only adds to our troubles. I do not deny that Chuchen had merits for our Yi family 3 years ago, but so what? He has been lying on the merit roll for 3 years. Has our Yi family ever owed him anything during these 3 years? Moreover, I believe that even without Chuchen, our Yi family's rise and promotion to an immortal family is only a matter of time. As he spoke passionately, Yi Ding glanced approvingly at Yi Xian standing in front of him, and the meaning was clear. What does it matter if one Chuchen is dead? With Yi Xian around, how could the Yi family not prosper? How many spiritual stones, pills, and rare treasures did our Yi family spend to heal him when his chaos divine body shattered? Ahem. Besides, even if his cultivation was wasted, our Yi family still regards him as the holy son. To To prove that the Yi family had not wronged Chuchen, Yi Ding's peripheral vision caught the silent butler. Fu Bo, and his eyes lit up. Fu Bo, tell the eldest lady, how much monthly salary in pills and spiritual stones do we give at useless Chuchen every month? This. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo's body trembled slightly. Looking at the head of the family, Yi Ding, with a troubled expression, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Just speak the truth. Fu Bo's hesitation made Yi Ding quite angry, and Yi Qingqing, Yi Ling and Yi Xian nearby all looked evasive and avoided eye contact. Yes, yes, head of the family. Under Yi Ding's cold snort and the panicked gazes of Yi Ling and others, Fu Bo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then, while cupping his hands in salute, he steeled himself to say, the monthly salary for young Master Chuchen is... Chapter 17. From then on, the fortunes of the Yi family were scattered. Young Master Chuchen's monthly salary is... Under the pressure of the crowd, Uncle Fu braced himself to reveal the truth. Father. But at that moment, Yi Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone present to himself, and discreetly glared at Uncle Fu as a warning. Uncle Fu was slightly taken aback. A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still lowered his head and took 2 steps back, obediently closing his mouth. Chuchen had long been stripped of his position as the Holy Son and was likely to meet his end at the jaws of a demon beast, while Yi Xian was the new Holy Son of the Yi family, basking in countless favors, with an immeasurable future ahead. Though Yi Xian felt unfairness for Chuchen in his heart to offend the Holy Son of the Yi family for a person who was already dead. This. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Yi Lingyue frowned, looking at Yi Xian with confusion, not understanding why he would interrupt Uncle Fu at this moment. In her impression, Yi Xian was one of the few people in the Yi family who was relatively kind to Chuchen. Over the past 3 years, whenever Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and Yi Ling bullied Chuchen, Yi Xian would always stand up to stop them, speak good words for Chuchen, and make a few sisters happy. Although Yi Xian was a foster son of the Yi family, he always referred to Chuchen as Brother Chuchen without any sarcastic remarks, despite Chuchen's cultivation being wasted. This was something that even the eldest sister Yi Lingyue could not compare to, leaving her feeling ashamed. Pure-hearted and simple-minded. This was likely the reason why Yi Xian was so well-liked in the Yi family. But she didn't know why Yi Xian would interrupt Uncle Fu at this moment. Could it be? Yi Lingyue's brows furrowed slightly, and the other members of the Yi family also looked at Yi Xian with puzzled expressions. Father, sisters. What Xianer wants to say is that Brother Chuchen fought to the death against the Demon Emperor Lin Shuwang for our Yi family, allowing us to rise to the rank of an immortal family, not to mention stopping the war between the righteous and the demonic paths, saving countless lives. Such extraordinary achievements and merits. Even if we give Brother Chuchen more in monthly salary, it is only right. Yi Xian cupped his hands in salute to Yi Ding, who was seated in the master position, and several sisters around him, then continued with righteous fervor. Moreover, our Yi family's ability to control 99 spiritual veins is also due to Brother Chuchen defeating the Demon Emperor Lin Shuwang. Compared to the 99 spiritual veins, what is the amount of spirit stones and pills we give to Brother Chuchen each month? Father, rather than being entangled in how much Brother Chuchen's monthly salary is, Xianer feels that the urgent matter should be to find Brother Chuchen and bring him back to the Yi family. We need to see him alive, or his corpse if he is dead. Yi Xian, this white lotus, is not willing to give up just like that. If Chuchen is dead, who will he plunder fortunes from in the future? How can he dominate the Yi family? Sweep across the entire ancient wilderness continent? Brother Chuchen is blessed and has a long life. Xianer believes that even without the protective talisman, Brother Chuchen will surely turn misfortune into fortune and escape from danger. As he spoke passionately, Yi Xian's eyes reddened, and tears as small as beans fell one after another, slowly dripping down his cheeks. Silence. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Facing Yi Xian's impassioned and heartfelt words, the Yi family members were left with their mouths agape, their excited emotions unable to settle for a long time. Even Yi Lingyue's gaze towards Yi Xian changed repeatedly. Initially, Because of Chuchen's uncertain fate, Yi Lingyue had some dissatisfaction with Yi Xian, who was replacing Chuchen. But after Yi Xian's sincere speech, all her dissatisfaction vanished, leaving only feelings of gratitude. Yi Ding even gave Yi Xian a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "Xian, you are just too kind. If that little brat had half of your kindness, no, even 1/10 of it, would I have to expel him from the Yi family?" Seeing this, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief, while Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Linger exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their lips. This matter had finally been glossed over. But when I encountered Chuchen in the heavenly demon gorge, he was in rags, without a decent robe or Taoist garment. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingyue seemed to recall something and looked back at the silent Uncle Fu, questioning, not to mention the hidden aura treasures and healing pills, according to reason. Even if Chuchen lost his cultivation, he is still our Yi family's holy son. How could it be like this? Uncle Fu, answer me. How much is Chuchen's monthly salary exactly? Uncle Fu was taken aback, half his mouth open, under Yi Lingyue's repeated questioning. He glanced at Yi Xian and then at Yi Ding. Finally, he could only let out a deep sigh and lower his head without speaking. Humph. Who knows if that little brat used his monthly salary for gambling or squandered it away? Yi Ding stood up, waved his hand, and spoke domineeringly. Uncle Fu, how much has our Yi family given that little brat as a monthly salary over the past 3 years? Just tell the truth, so that I, as the head of the family, don't have to take the blame for that little brat. Yi Lingyue is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and she has learned from a fortune teller, excelling in divination and the art of divination, which holds significant weight in the Yi family. To prove her innocence and show that she is fair in her love for both Chuchen and Yi Xian, she must be impartial. Yes, back to the head of the family, the Yi family's family rule state. Under Yi Ding's gesture, Uncle Fu took a deep breath, knowing that he couldn't avoid it today. He then cupped his hands and braced himself to answer. The monthly salary for the Yi family holy son is 100 top-grade spirit stones, 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, healing pills, recovery pills, energy-gathering pills, and various attack pills totaling 2,000, treasures, skills, secret techniques, and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be claimed as needed with no upper limit. A family's holy son is the future of that family. The cultivation resources for the holy son are absolutely the most top-tier and abundant in the entire family, unmatched by anyone. So this white lotus, Yi Xian, is racking his brains and scheming to kick Chuchen off the position of holy son and then take it for himself. Lingyue, did you hear that? Without waiting for Uncle Fu to finish, Yi Ding, while stroking his sparse stubble, coldly snorted. Even if that little brat is wasted, I have never treated him unfairly. His monthly salary is even higher than mine as the head of the family. Who knows how many spirit stones and pills that little brat has accumulated over the past 3 years. Playing the pity card in front of you, pretending to be pathetic, is simply too despicable, too hypocritical. Yi Lingyue was momentarily speechless. Could it be that Chuchen's pitiful appearance was really just an act for her to see? No, there is another possibility. Looking at Uncle Fu, who seemed hesitant to say something, Yi Lingyue stepped forward and questioned. Uncle Fu, I ask you, over the past 3 years, has Chuchen's monthly salary been distributed according to the standard of the holy son in the family? Once this was said, everyone, including Yi Xian, suddenly panicked. Back to the eldest young lady. What I said about the monthly salary is the standard for the holy son in the family, but young Master Chuchen's monthly salary is only. Uncle Fu sighed inwardly, turned his head away, and braced himself to say, only 5 low-grade spirit stones, and as for pills, treasures, and skills, there have never been any. Wow. As soon as these words came out, Yi Lingyue's body trembled, and Yi Ding's face was filled with disbelief. 5 spirit stones? And they were low-grade spirit stones? Not to mention that Chuchen was previously the holy son of the Yi family. Even the lowest-ranking servant in the Yi family received more than this as a monthly salary. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. As soon as Uncle Fu's words fell, Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, turned red in the face. Under Yi Lingyue's questioning gaze, he waved his hand angrily and said, Uncle Fu, have you secretly deducted that That little beast's monthly salary? Bang! As soon as he said this, Uncle Fu fell to his knees with a thud, looking wronged. Master, this is unjust. I have never deducted young Master Chen's monthly salary. It's. While speaking, Uncle Fu glanced at Yiding, then looked at Yi Xian and Yi Linger standing by, and stammered. What is it? Just say it. Yiding snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Uncle Fu's performance. It was you, the master, who said that young Master Chuchen's meridians were completely destroyed and his cultivation was wasted. So having so many resources for cultivation is a waste. Hence his salary was cut in half. Yiding was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to retort, he thought carefully and seemed to remember that he might have really said such a thing. However, this trivial matter was not deeply imprinted in his memory. Even if I said that, even if the salary is cut in half, that little beast still receives 50 high-grade spirit stones, 500 top-grade spirit stones, 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 1,000 pills, and so on. How could it? Before Yiding could finish his sentence, Yi Linger, seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, blushed and stepped forward to admit, I also cut Chuchen's monthly salary in half again. After all, he is a waste and can't cultivate, so having so many spirit stones and pills is useless. In Yi Lingyue's incredulous gaze, Yi Linger huffed, feeling quite wronged. Of course, these spirit stones and pills are not just for me. I also gave quite a bit to Xianer. Xianer is the hope of our Yi family. Even if his salary is halved again, that still amounts to nearly 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones every month. Overwhelmed by anger, Yi Lingyue's internal spiritual power surged violently. Pointing at the innocent-looking Yi Linger in front of her, she was about to explode when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Yi Han and Yi Qingqing, who were trembling beside her, and an ominous thought surged into her mind. Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, what about you? Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Boom! The violent spiritual power erupted, causing Yi Lingyue's clothes to flutter without wind, and her black hair danced wildly. Elder sister, I also deducted half of Chu Chen's monthly salary. Yi Han shrank his head and explained in a low voice, but even so, he still has over 1,000 spirit stones left. After all, he is a waste and can't use these. No matter how much more he has, it doesn't tea. Before Yi Han could finish, Yi Qingqing also stepped forward, blushing as she quietly said, Elder sister, I also deducted half of his monthly salary. You know, I need spirit stones for studying formations and refining pills. The other sisters, although they didn't speak, their evasive eyes spoke volumes. It was clear that aside from elder sister Yi Lingyue, all the other siblings were involved in deducting Chu Chen's monthly salary. Although Yi Xian didn't directly participate and seemed the most innocent and fair, he was actually the one who came up with the idea to deduct Chu Chen's salary. Moreover, after the 7 sisters deducted Chu Chen's salary, they would all give half to Yi Xian, making him the real winner. You all. Yi Lingyue felt a lump of anger blocking her chest, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. She could hardly believe that for the past 3 years, Chu Chen had been living such a life in the Yi family. All right, it's just a trivial matter. What is there to say? Yiding coughed lightly and waved his hand, not wanting to waste time on a dead person. Father, what are you saying? Yi Chu Chen is also a member of our Yi family. He is your son. He is our brother. Why were these people so indifferent to the death of their own brother? They even shamelessly occupied Chu Chen's monthly salary, showing no shame even when exposed. In her memory, even if a spirit beast they raised died, the kind-hearted Yi Linger and the others would cry for a long time. Faced with her family's indifference, Yi Lingyue's body trembled slightly, her beautiful face turning as pale as paper, devoid of blood. What I want to tell you is, you are all wrong. Even if Chu Chen has lost his cultivation and his divine body is shattered, he still possesses great fortune, which brings prosperity to our Yi family, making it flourish. Yi Lingyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she could no longer hold back, roaring with all her might. Now that you have driven him away, our Yi family's fortune is scattered, and misfortune will arise. From now on, there will be no hope of reaching the ancient continent again. Chapter 18. Yi Xian's struggle history looking at Yi Lingyue, whose face was filled with grief and anger. declaring that the Yi family could no longer compete for the ancient continent. The entire hall fell silent. Just a moment ago, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Ling'er were still arguing about cutting Chuchen Yue's monthly salary. In the next moment, they all shrank back, staring at their eldest sister Yi Lingyue with disbelief, their beautiful eyes filled with innocence and confusion. Yi Ding sat in the position of the family head, his body tense and his face pale, his sharp eyes fixed on Yi Lingyue, the pressure of a sage like a violent thunderstorm reverberating through the air, making the surrounding void crackle. No one expected Yi Lingyue to bring up the future of the entire Yi clan at this moment. If this statement were to be heard by the ancestors of the Yi family, according to family rules, she would undoubtedly face punishment. But was it really worth getting so angry just because a waste had died? Besides, Chuchen died at the mouth of a beast, and that was his own doing. Why make such a fuss? If he had just let go of the position of the Holy Sun and ended things with the Yi family, there wouldn't have been so many problems. He couldn't figure things out and went to the Tianyao Gorge to seek death, almost causing Yi Lingyue to lose her life as well. No matter how one looked at it, it was all Chuchen's fault. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Yi Ling'er stepped forward, affectionately pulling on Yi Lingyue's arm and pouting. That waste is dead, so he's dead. Anyway, he can't cultivate and is of no use to our Yi family. Keeping him in the Yi family would only bring us trouble. It's wrong for us to cut into his monthly salary, but you don't need to curse the entire Yi family and say that once Chuchen is gone, our Yi family's fortune will dissipate and misfortune will arise. When it comes to fortune, it's inherently mysterious. Apart from terrifying beings who have reached the imperial realm, only those skilled in the art of divination can see through its mysteries. Ordinary cultivators cannot comprehend it at all. Aside from Yi Xian, who looked shocked, everyone else, including Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, thought Yi Lingyue was just speaking nonsense because she couldn't accept Chuchen's tragic death. Lingyue, I know you're sad about that little beast, Chuchen's death, but you can't just spout nonsense here. Today, I won't pursue your mistakes, but don't speak carelessly in the future. Yi Ding opened his mouth, and Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and others immediately found their backbone, pointing at Yi Lingyue and accusing her. Exactly. Who knows whether such a thing as fortune even exists? How can you say that once Chuchen is gone, our Yi family's fortune will be lost? Is his fortune stronger than the entire Yi family's? That's ridiculous. Our Yi family's achievements today are all thanks to the guidance of our ancestors and father. It's all the hard work of the Yi family members. Even without him, it is certain that our Yi family will become an everlasting family. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Yi Lingyue forced a smile and didn't argue back. Just taking 2 steps back, she knew that Chuchen had not had a good time in the Yi family these past few years. Her father and several younger sisters often bullied him, but she hadn't expected. Seeing Yi Lingyue not retort, Yi Han and others grew even bolder. Big sister, you criticize us for the so-called fortune, but what about yourself? I remember that once. Chuchen went to the back mountain to find you, but was thrown down by you. His hands and feet were broken, and he lay in bed for half a year, almost dying. What is the point of 50 steps laughing at 100 steps? As soon as these words fell, Yi Lingyue's face changed dramatically. But no matter how she thought, she couldn't remember pushing Chuchen down the cliff. However, during her confrontation with Chuchen in the Tianyao Gorge, he had mentioned this matter, so it must have really happened. But what misunderstanding was there? Why couldn't she remember it all? Father, sisters, please calm down. As the atmosphere in the hall became tense, Yi Xian, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and cupped his hands towards them. Although Brother Chuchen has left the Yi family, he will always be a member of the Yi family in my heart, and I will definitely help my big sister find him back. Big sister, don't be too anxious. Didn't you also say that Brother Chuchen is a person with great fortune? If so, he won't easily die at the hands of beast. As soon as these words were uttered, Yi Lingyue, who was on the verge of exploding, brightened up, her anger dissipating by more than half. Yes, anyone with great fortune is bound to be the protagonist, as long as their fortune isn't taken away. They are destined to rise, and none of them will die young. Although the Tianyao Gorge is fraught with danger, it is certainly not without a glimmer of hope. The holy level dragon was summoned because Yi Lingyue activated the holy artifact, the 13-star radiant bracelet, making her the main target of the attack. And Chuchen had lost all his cultivation, already reduced to immortal, posing no threat to the holy level beast. Who would care about an ant beneath their feet? Xian, you're right. If he is alive, we should see him. If he is dead, we should see his body. Since we haven't seen Chuchen's corpse, he must still be alive. Yi Lingyue looked at Yi Xian gratefully, then without looking back, she rushed out of the hall towards the small courtyard where Chuchen used to live, murmuring to herself as she walked. As long as I break through to the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, I can use secret techniques to search for your whereabouts. Chuchen, wait for me, brother. You must wait for me. After Yi Lingyue left, Yi Linger, Yi Ving, and others huffed, clearly still sulking. Really, that way Chuchen is dead, so he is dead. Big sister actually blames us for him. I really don't know what she is thinking. Exactly what alive or dead. That waste being swallowed by a beast would be better. Little Xian is just too kind. Even at this time, he is still speaking up for that waste. Yi Ding, sitting in the seat of the family head, was also quite irritable. After Yi Lingyue left, he found an excuse and shattered the void to leave. Once their father left, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Yi Linger, Yi Ving, and Yi Han invited Yi Xian to go out for a walk, but Yi Xian smiled and cupped his hands to several sisters, declining on the grounds of needing to cultivate, and then walked out of the hall alone. Teacher, is that waste Chuchen really dead? As soon as he stepped out of the hall, Yi Xian couldn't wait to touch the black ring on his ring finger and began to transmit his voice. If he is dead, who will I plunder luck from in the future? How will I cultivate? How will I break through? Damn, if I had known this waste had such against the heavens fortune, I wouldn't have snatched his position as the Holy Son or forced him out of the Yi family. Yi Xian was a transmigrator, having crossed over from Blue Star to this ancient continent. In the beginning, he couldn't cultivate no matter how hard he tried. The spiritual power he painstakingly absorbed always vanished without a trace, suffering endless humiliation, living worse than a dog. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, Yi Xian had read many novels on Blue Star and knew that heaven was testing him. Even if he couldn't cultivate, he still absorbed spiritual power into his body every day and persevered. Years later, after absorbing enough spiritual power, the soul within the black ring successfully awakened. And from then on, Yi Xian welcomed his own golden finger. This soul seemed quite strong, knew a lot, and was very skilled at refining pills. But for some unknown reason, it was severely injured and left with only a trace of soul mark remaining within the black ring. None of that was important. What mattered was that as a transmigrator, when Yi Xian met the soul of Dan Lao, it was destined to open a path of counterattack where he would step on the protagonist and punch the son of luck. The fact is that the opportunity soon came to Yi Xian. 3 years ago, Chuchen lost his divine body and cultivation after a battle with the Demon Emperor Lin Shuwang. Under the guidance of Dan Lao, Yi Xian created several chance encounters with Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger, and others. For Yi Xian, who came from another world, charming girls was not too difficult. After all, he had worked as a gigolo, male model, and fitness coach on Blue Star. Although he had endured a lot of beatings, he also knew how to capture the hearts of naive young girls and lonely older women. While others risked their lives fighting monsters in the Monster Beast Forest, Yi Xian was busy grilling barbecue for Yi Han. He hid in the bushes, secretly watching Yi Qingqing bathe in the lake, and when discovered, insisted it was a coincidence, even threatening to commit suicide to apologize. He spent some silver to hire bandits to kidnap Yi Linger, and before she could act, Yi Xian rushed out to kill the bandits, moving Yi Linger to tears. Chapter 19. Challenging the Empress with a little trickery, Yi Xian successfully approached the 7 brainless women of the Yi family. Then, with the introduction of Yi Linger, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and others, he smoothly entered the Yi family. According to a pre-established plan, one day, with the help of Dan Lao, Yi Xian inadvertently revealed his supreme divine body and the secret of his imperial demeanor in front of Yi Ding and the ancestors of the Yi family. That day, the ground erupted with golden lotuses, celestial sounds echoed, and purple clouds spread across 30,000 miles. This triggered various celestial phenomena, leaving the ancestors of the Yi family and the family head in shock, thinking that they had struck gold again. while Yi Ding trembled with excitement. Yi Xian recalled a scene from a TV drama he had watched in his previous life, and in a moment of impulse, he knelt before Yi Ding in front of everyone, crying out, "Uncle Yi, I heard your son has been crippled and my parents died early. If you don't mind, I want to take care of you in your old age. I want to lead the entire Yi family to glory, to the peak, to trample all the sacred places and immortal families underfoot, making the Yi family the #1 family in the ancient continent." After a long pause, Yi Ding was moved to tears. After all, Chuchen had already been crippled, and the Yi family was about to decline. Now that Yi Xian, who possessed an imperial demeanor, had arrived, it was a blessing from heaven for the Yi family. Thus, Yi Xian smoothly became Yi Ding's adopted son, gradually replacing the crippled Chuchen as the hope for the future of the Yi family. The plan was going very smoothly. The son of destiny, Chuchen, the quintessential protagonist of the novel, was completely outclassed by the time traveler and villain Yi Xian. Yi Xian used everything he learned from Blue Star, such as the art of war and the 36 stratagems, to secretly stir the pot, build a white lotus persona, and simultaneously suppress, deceive, and slander Chuchen, successfully sowing discord between Chuchen and the Yi family members. Eventually, he stripped Chuchen of his position as the Holy Son, took away the resources, luck, and opportunities that belonged to Chuchen, even including familial ties. However, Yi Xian never expected that Chuchen would be so tough, or rather, it would be more appropriate to say he was ready to throw caution to the wind, just for stripping Chuchen of the position of Holy Son. Who would have thought that Chuchen would directly sever his father-son relationship with Yi Ding, remove himself from the family tree, and betray the Yi family? Yi Xian didn't care about Chuchen's life or death at all. However, once he left, as Ling Yue had said, the luck of the Yi family dissipated, misfortune arose. And along with it, Yi Xian lost the luck to plunder. How could he still talk about possessing an imperial demeanor? It was too late to regret. He had acted too hastily. After Yi Xian walked far away, a sigh from Dan Lao echoed softly within the Black Ring. Compared to the immense luck contained in Chuchen, what is a holy son's monthly salary worth? Throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. How can you expect me to say you are good? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was filled with regret. But now the ship had sailed. The matter had already happened, and no amount of regret would help. Master, what should I do? Should I leave the Yi family and seek another immortal family or sacred place to pillage? Yi Xian was well aware that without plundering others' luck with his own cultivation talent, he would never break through to the sacred realm in his lifetime, let alone the legendary imperial realm. Don't rush. Don't panic. Dan Lao sighed slightly, pondering for a moment before continuing. The luck on Chuchen is extremely defiant. Aside from that Demon Empress Lin Shuwang, finding another comparable one is almost impossible. Not every family and sacred place is as foolish and easily deceived as the Yi family members. Moreover, Dan Lao also believed that this kid, Chuchen, wouldn't be so easy to kill. After all, he was the son of destiny, and reversing fate and turning misfortune into fortune was the norm. After so many years of painstaking management in the Yi family, it would be too wasteful to give up just like that. Not to mention Yi Xian was reluctant. Even Dan Lao was unwilling. For now, the priority was to investigate Chuchen's life and whereabouts. Ling Yue, who was a disciple of a fortune teller, excelled in the art of divination and bagua. You first help her break through, then, through her, you can find Chuchen. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. But he quickly remembered something, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. But master, I'm struggling to break through myself. How? How can I help Ling Yue break through? She's a powerhouse at the 8th level of divine fire. You waste the space. What else can you do? Dan Lao snorted coldly, reproaching. Have you forgotten my name? You first gather the medicinal materials, and I will refine a divine fire breakthrough pill for her, which you will then deliver to her. This is a good opportunity to win over Ling Yue's heart and make her useful to you. When dealing with women, play the pitiful, innocent, and simple card. You're the White Lotus. Aren't you the best at these lowly tricks? As soon as these words fell, Yi Xian's face turned red. Awkwardly chuckling, He didn't dare show any dissatisfaction in front of Dan Lao and quickly nodded in agreement. Master, your teachings are wise. I will go prepare the medicinal materials needed to refine the divine fire breakthrough pill right away. Once my strength increases, I will definitely refine a new body for you and avenge you. Upon hearing this, Dan Lao's expression finally softened. The reason he was willing to secretly help Yi Xian was entirely due to this. However, what Dan Lao didn't realize was that the Yi Xian he called a waste had deep-seated resentment flashing in his innocent, pure, and youthful face. Yet this resentment was well hidden by Yi Xian, vanishing before it could even surface. At this moment, Dan Lao was also feeling a headache over another matter. Puzzled, he frowned deeply and muttered to himself, "Strange, why did Yi Lingyue stop being affected after coming out of closed-door meditation?" Outside the divine flame imperial palace, the space seemed to shatter like a mirror, and a ragged, battered boy stepped out from the broken void. He really did manage to survive. The boy looked at the towering and majestic divine flame imperial palace, gasping heavily while feeling extremely fortunate. Having survived a great disaster, there must be future blessings. This time, Chuchen, can be considered to have walked through the gates of hell. The boy was Chuchen, who had crossed the void from the Sky Demon Gorge. Surviving the calamity felt surreal, almost like a dream. Facing the peak powerhouse Yi Lingyue of the divine fire realm, the holy-level demon beast Jiao Long, who comprehended the way of space and the perilous Sky Demon Gorge, as well as the distant divine flame imperial palace. Looking at it, Chuchen was either going to be captured by Yi Lingyue or swallowed alive by Jiao Long, where he would die in the Sky Demon Gorge, or on the way to the divine flame imperial palace. Don't forget, Chuchen was still a god. But when these dangers all descended at once, Chuchen became the biggest winner. At the brink of life and death, the extreme Dao imperial weapon, the Sky Devouring demon jar, awakened on its own, forcefully protecting its master and suppressing everything. Not only did it rid him of Yi Lingyue, but it also contained a holy-level Jiao Long within the demon jar. The divine flame imperial palace, thousands of miles away, arrived in an instant. The Demon Empress Lin Shuwang in front of the towering and majestic divine flame imperial palace, which resembled a ferocious ancient beast lying on the ground. Chuchen recalled the stunningly beautiful, unparalleled Empress Lin Shuwang and involuntarily swallowed hard. He felt a little panicked. In that battle 3 years ago, he had beaten the Empress Lin Shuwang into a miserable state. It was a sight too painful to behold. He had completely suppressed her. Logically speaking, the Empress Lin Shuwang should hate him to the bone, wishing to kill him to clear her shame. Both were prodigies. The situation was already as incompatible as fire and water, let alone the life and death battle between the two, which was nearly a mutual destruction. However, what puzzled Chuchen was that he clearly remembered before his rebirth, being tormented to the point of being unrecognizable by the Yi family on the brink of death. The person who forcefully broke into the Yi family alone with a sword, trying to save him, was none other than the Demon Path Empress, Lin Shuwang. But Chuchen had already exhausted his energy and was beyond saving, even with the arrival of the Emperor. After suffering serious injuries and dying without treatment, upon learning the truth, the Empress Lin Shuwang was filled with rage. Without any hesitation, she cast a secret technique and summoned the supreme imperial weapon she carried with her. With unmatched imperial might, she wreaked havoc. The void shattered, and the great path sank. As for the ancestors of the Yi family, the head of the Yi family, 7 sisters, and Yi Xian, the White Lotus, all were slaughtered without exception, not to mention the Yi family members. Even a chicken or a dog from the Yi family had to die. They all had to be buried with Chuchen. The Demon Path Empress Lin Shuwang was determined to completely wipe out the immortal family, the Yi family, from the ancient continent. Such a fierce woman. Who would dare provoke her? Anyway, Chuchen was feeling uneasy with some small worries. But having finally lived again, he must figure out the reason behind it. Although he had escaped the Yi family and refined the supreme imperial weapon, the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, even so, currently, Chuchen was still an ordinary person with his meridians completely destroyed and unable to cultivate. Furthermore, Due to 3 years without timely and effective treatment and frequent humiliation from the Yi family, his body had already reached its limit and could not last much longer. Even if he did nothing, he would die within at most a few months. Damn it, since death is inevitable, what is there to be afraid of? Chuchen took a deep breath and stepped toward the towering palace gate of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. If he was to die, he must understand the situation clearly. He needed to find out why Empress Lin Shuwang treated him differently. Moreover, the Empress had used a secret technique and an imperial weapon for him, igniting an imperial battle. Regardless, this Empress owed him a favor. Chuchen had always been a straightforward person who repaid kindness and sought revenge. Since he was about to die anyway, keeping these treasures was of no use. The value of the swallowing heaven demon cauldron goes without saying. And even the divine phoenix blood obtained from within was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The Empress Lin Shuwang possessed an immortal divine phoenix body, and the divine phoenix blood contained ancient divine phoenix techniques. Although he could not use it for Empress Lin Shuwang, it was. While pondering, Chuchen gritted his teeth and approached the majestic palace gate. Just as he was about to step inside, he was stopped by the guards outside the palace. Bold! This is the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Those who trespass shall die. Facing the fierce and aggressive palace guards, Chuchen hesitated for a moment. These guards were powerful beings from the Open Sky Secret Realm and even the Spirit Communication Secret Realm. 3 years ago, he could have easily defeated them, but now, with his cultivation crippled, he was just an ordinary person, and the imperial weapon within him was only partially refined, making it impossible for him to mobilize. Everyone, I have urgent matters to discuss with your Empress Lin Shuwang. Please notify her. Chuchen clasped his hands and spoke to the palace guards. Unexpectedly, several palace guards laughed mockingly. Who are you? Just an ordinary person, and you want to see our Empress? Dream on. Exactly. Who wouldn't want to see our Empress? Who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse of her beauty? What makes you think you can see her? Do you think our Empress has time for everyone? Chuchen frowned, feeling a surge of anger inside, but he couldn't resort to violence. If he fought back, not only would he not see Empress Lin Shuwang, but he would also be pinned to the ground by these guards. As he saw several guards approaching him with weapons drawn, a thought struck him. How dare you? I am Chuchen of the immortal family, the Yi family. 3 years ago, I defeated your Empress Lin Shuwang and suppressed her. Chuchen's face turned cold, and a fierce killing intent swept around him. With a sudden wave of his hand, he shouted at the guards, scaring them back. Today, on behalf of the immortal family Yi, I challenge your Empress Lin Shuwang. I declare war on the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Such a significant matter. If not reported in a timely manner, when the Empress knows, you will certainly be executed without mercy. Chapter 20. From Challenge to Love Letter, the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang is the master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the most talented woman in the entire ancient wilderness continent. With a graceful figure and stunning beauty, she is exceptionally aloof and peerlessly elegant, like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain. Noble, beautiful, and pure, dressed in a white gown as pure as snow. She is untainted by the dust of the world. She resembles the dragon maiden of the Dragon Palace, a fairy under the moonlight, and a celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, a transcendent being visiting the mortal realm, standing apart from the world and beyond comprehension. Even a distant glance at her feels like a desecration. More terrifying is that Empress Lin Shuwang possesses the undying divine phoenix body and is endowed with great fortune. Her cultivation talent extraordinarily against the odds. Among her peers, aside from Chuchen, there is no one who can rival her. Gathering chi, condensing essence, opening seas, creating heavens, and communicating with spirits. Divine fire, great sage, holy king, quasi-emperor, and emperor. The 10 secret realms of cultivation and the 100 layers of heaven are nothing more than trivialities to Empress Lin Shuwang. By the age of 21, Empress Lin Shuwang had already entered the Holy Realm, becoming the youngest great sage in the ancient wilderness continent, one of only 2. The so-called bearing of an emperor is not praise or expectation for her. It is merely the most ordinary of phrases. As long as Empress Lin Shuwang does not die, Stepping into the emperor realm and achieving the position of emperor is merely a matter of time. Yet, this peerless empress was defeated, injured, and even suppressed by Chuchen 3 years ago. That battle, to prevent the righteous and demonic path for going to war and causing untold suffering, and to allow the Yi family to ascend to an immortal family, controlling 99 spiritual veins of the world, Chuchen did not hesitate to shatter his divine body, destroy his meridians, and lose all his cultivation, ultimately becoming an ordinary person who could no longer cultivate. He won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Strictly speaking, that battle cannot even be said to be a victory for Chuchen, as he fought in a suicidal manner, cutting off his own path. In contrast, although Empress Lin Shuwang was defeated, she preserved her strength. Now, looking across the ancient wilderness continent, there is no one among her peers who can threaten her. They have all been left behind. The youngest great sage of the ancient wilderness continent is none other than Empress Lin Shuwang alone. As for Chuchen, he has long since become a waste who cannot cultivate. Chuchen knows that had Empress Lin Shuwang also severed her path to cultivation and fought to the death like him, the outcome would have been mutual destruction, both perishing together. But nonetheless, in the eyes of the world, it is he, Chuchen, who defeated Empress Lin Shuwang and ended her undefeated legend. This has caused significant damage to her reputation and the dignity of the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace. So if one were to ask who is most hated in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, if Chuchen is second, no one would dare claim to be first. Outside the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, several guards stared in shock at Chuchen, who suddenly erupted with a fierce killing intent, his face frostbitten, his aura terrifying. As if he were a different person. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, their arms holding flying swords trembling slightly. How could someone who was clearly an ordinary person without any cultivation bring such a strong sense of pressure? Especially those deep eyes, vast like the starry sky, devoid of any emotion, cold as snow and chilling as water. Why you are from the Yi family? You dare challenge our empress? Yi Chuchen. You are Yi Chuchen. 3 years ago, it was you who defeated our empress. The news of Empress Lin Shuwang being publicly defeated was too shocking. Thus, disciples within the Divine Flame Imperial Palace all kept portraits of Chuchen, just in case they couldn't sleep at night and needed to stab them with a knife to vent their frustrations. Upon recognizing him, one of the guards spoke up, realizing what he said was true. You dare come to my Divine Flame Imperial Palace? You are simply seeking death. You have lost all your cultivation and are now a mere mortal, yet you still dare challenge our empress? My name is Yao Shu. I am at the 3rd level of spirit communication. If you want to challenge the empress, you must first pass me. Stop. Didn't you hear he represents the immortal Yi family? He is here to issue a challenge. It seems the Yi family is going to war with our Divine Flame Imperial Palace. This matter is serious. Hurry and report to the empress. Yes, senior brotherly way. Under the reprimand of a senior brotherly way, the guards who wanted to directly teach Chuchen a lesson finally backed down. And then they stepped on their flying swords and rushed deeper into the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, clearly to deliver the message. Chuchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Issuing a challenge to the empress was truly a last resort. If he did not do so, he feared he might not even get to see Empress Lin Shuwang, let alone anything else. As for how to conclude this, that is not something a dying person like him should consider. Angering the empress and the Divine Flame Imperial Palace will be the end of his Yi family. After all, Chuchen, was going to die anyway. What did he care about the floodwaters? Of course, if this plan fails, Chuchen still had a backup. If these guards continued to refuse passage or directly attacked him, Chuchen would have to go all out. These guards only possess the realms of opening heaven or spirit communication, and it is very likely that the supreme emperor weapon, the devouring demon jar, would not revive. Moreover, Chuchen had no spiritual power within him, appearing utterly helpless. In truth, Chuchen still had a powerful weapon, which was the holy level dragon that had been swallowed into the devouring demon jar. The interior of the devouring demon jar formed its own space. That holy level dragon had not died, merely sealed by the terrifying pressure of the emperor realm. Although Chuchen had initially refined the devouring demon jar and could not use it directly, Unsealing it to release that holy-level dragon was not a difficult task. If he was pushed to the limit, he could directly release that holy-level dragon, sweeping through the entire divine flame imperial palace, killing all these guards and forcing the Empress to appear. Of course, once that holy-level dragon was released, it would definitely attack indiscriminately, including Chuchen himself. All the guards present would be targets of the dragon's assault, with a possibility of death. Although Chuchen had the supreme emperor weapon to protect him, the devouring demon jar was only initially refined, and he had no spiritual power within him. At the moment of life and death, he had no confidence that the devouring demon jar would automatically revive and protect its master. If things went wrong, he would be completely doomed. Thus, this was a last resort. Fortunately, among the guards, there were those with sense, saving him a lot of trouble. Soon, the guard who went to relay the message to the imperial palace returned, controlling a magical artifact and hurriedly flying to the palace gate, looking unfriendly as he glared at Chuchen, reluctantly saying, "Humph, the Empress has ordered. You may enter." Chuchen had no mood to chat with these lowly guards. He stepped forward and entered the divine flame imperial palace, heading towards the most majestic palace hidden among the mountains. Due to having lost his cultivation, Chuchen could not control any magical artifacts and had to rely on his own legs to walk up. However, he was not in a hurry, as Empress Lin Shuwang already knew he was coming. At this moment, making the Empress wait. Whose fault would that be? The guard at the entrance clearly did not realize this, obviously wanting to see Chuchen humiliated, so no one would help him. This brat, let it be arrogant. From the palace gate to the palace where the Empress is located, one has to cross over 100 mountains, a distance of tens of thousands of miles. If he walks, he might die before he even gets there. Boom. While several guards were holding their stomachs with laughter, a powerful and towering pressure descended directly from the 9 heavens. In an instant, it forced all the guards at the gate to the ground, coughing up blood continuously. Immediately after, before Chuchen could react, several beams of divine light flew out from the imperial palace, lifting his body and breaking through the air. When Chuchen's feet touched solid ground again, he looked around and found himself in the magnificent imperial palace. Before his eyes, red candles flickered, and potted plants were lush and green. The stone wall is carved with precious calligraphy and patterns, ancient and elegant, resplendent with gold and jade. On both sides of the stone pillars in the hall stand more than a dozen elderly men in black robes, their faces grim, their eagle-like sharp eyes fixed on the suddenly appearing Chuchen. An overwhelming aura and terrifying pressure emanate from these elders, like tigers on the hunt, ready to pounce and shred Chuchen to pieces at any moment. 6 peak saint-level powerhouses and 4 terrifying saint-king-level existences. The situation is daunting. Chuchen takes a deep breath, retracting his gaze from these elders, feeling secretly alarmed. These elders are likely the top combat power of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. The elder at the forefront is even stronger than the ancestral figure Yi Shanhe of the Yi family, already with 1 foot in the quasi-emperor level. If they all came out, let alone Chuchen, even the entire Yi family would be flattened by them. It seems that upon hearing that the Yi family intends to challenge the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, these old fellows couldn't sit still and rush to the palace to take a look. Following the stone steps upward, his gaze finally rests on the figure in a white dress seated on the imperial throne. That is the most powerful woman of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, the Empress Lin Shuwang. Swish! With just one glance, Chuchen is instantly stunned, momentarily lost in thought. Beautiful, so beautiful. The Empress Lin Shuwang, clad in a white dress, has an exquisite appearance. Her skin is as white as snow, her figure graceful, her eyebrows fine as silk, and a hint of crimson on her lips. Radiant like a ruby, her aura is as cold as frost, stunningly beautiful like a celestial being, unlike anything mundane. She is unparalleled in elegance yet cold and proud. In his memory, this is Chuchen's 2nd time seeing the Empress Lin Shuwang. The first, needless to say, was 3 years ago during that great battle when he defeated and suppressed her. Chuchen did not expect that after 3 years, the Empress has fully blossomed, with curves that exude femininity. Yi Chuchen, it really is you. The Empress Lin Shuwang's lips part slightly, her voice as melodious as a trickling spring, gentle and lingering. I heard you came to issue a challenge to me. It seems the Yi family wants to go to war with my divine flame imperial palace. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the hall dropped to freezing point, stifling and suffocating. The murderous intent soared to the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The innate pressure from the Empress made the more than a dozen black-robed elders around her unconsciously bow their heads in submission. Chuchen, you are so bold. 3 years ago, you barely defeated me, the Empress of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, by cutting off your cultivation path. Now you are a waste who can no longer cultivate. How dare you come to my Divine Flame Imperial Palace to challenge the Empress? The Empress cannot be insulted. Chuchen, you are arrogant. The Yi family is arrogant. Were you not here to issue a challenge? Very well. Today, I will lead all the disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace to the Yi family and slaughter them all. Facing the verbal onslaught from the more than a dozen elders of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, the Empress remained silent, propping her chin with one hand, her cold eyes fixed intently on Chuchen before her. She was very curious. Clearly, Chuchen had been rendered useless, with not a trace of spiritual power left in him. Why did he still dare to issue a challenge to her? Boom. Kid, I'm asking you a question. In the midst of his days, one elder with a fiery temper unleashed a terrifying Saint King-level pressure on Chuchen. Weren't you here to issue a challenge? Why are you just staring at our Empress? Where's the challenge letter? Show it to us. Under this terrifying Saint King-level pressure, Chuchen felt as if his body was about to be crushed, and the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the swallowing demon jar, within him was stirring restlessly. Swish! Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Empress Lin Shuwang waved her hand, and the pressure on Chuchen instantly vanished without a trace. Challenge letter? What challenge letter? With all pressure lifted, Chuchen looked puzzled at the elders, shrugging his shoulders innocently. Perhaps the disciples of your divine flame imperial palace misunderstood. How could I, Chuchen, a mere mortal who cannot cultivate, challenge your Empress? Not here to issue a challenge? The Empress Lin Shuwang's brows furrowed slightly, and the more than a dozen elders below looked equally confused. Could it be that Chuchen traveled all this way just to toy with the divine flame imperial palace? I do have a letter I wrote myself, which I specially brought to present to the Empress. While speaking, Chuchen touched the storage ring on his hand and then took out a piece of white paper. But it's not a challenge letter. It's a love letter I, Chuchen, wrote to the Empress. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had not yet recovered from their shock, Chuchen gazed deeply at the Empress Lin Shuwang on the stage and began to read aloud with great flair. The world only knows you as the lofty Empress. But in my heart, I prefer to call you by your name, Lin Shuwang. Wow, you are the brightest little star in the night sky. Your smile, your gaze, your every move all deeply attract me. On the imperial throne, the Empress Lin Shuwang, propping her chin, instantly tensed up, her face filled with astonishment, and goosebumps rising all over her body. Chapter 21. Conquering the aloof Empress, is it cheesy? Yes, it is. Is it embarrassing? Absolutely. Those utterly cheesy, embarrassing, and even a bit nauseating love declarations poured out of Chuchen's mouth, echoing throughout the grand hall, silencing the entire world. Not only did the aloof Empress sitting on the throne get goosebumps, but even the dozen or so black-clad elders standing beside the stone pillars wore expressions of sheer horror, their aged bodies trembling uncontrollably. The saints and peak-level holy kings were stunned, and even the ruthless killers of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace gasped in shock. What is happening in this world? I often gaze at the starry sky at night, searching for the star that belongs to you. Lin Shuwang, your smile warms my heart, and your gaze ignites my passion. Chuchen's eyes burned with fervor as he held a blank piece of paper in one hand. Raising the other high, he stared deeply at the Empress Lin Shuwang on the throne, filled with affection. His fiery gaze seemed capable of melting the icy mountain. As he tenderly said, "Your existence makes my world bright and sunny. Meeting you is the most perfect encounter of my life. So beautiful, so." Before Chuchen could finish his love letter, An elder from the divine flame imperial palace could no longer bear it and interrupted. One elder, known for his fiery temper, slammed his cane to the ground, sweat pouring from his brow. Enough. This is disgusting. Boom. The pressure of the Holy King realm erupted instantly, and a terrifying spiritual storm swept in from all directions, instantly imprisoning Chuchen's body. How did a challenge turn into this cheesy love letter? Kid, what kind of conspiracy is your Yi family plotting? What are you scheming? With his body restrained, Chuchen couldn't even blink, let alone defend himself. Once a holy king made a move, there was no way for someone like him, who lacked cultivation, to contend against them. Even 3 years ago, he would have been no match. The foundation of the divine flame imperial palace is evident. Empress, stop listening to this nonsense from the kid and just kill him. Yes, kill him directly, and then our divine flame imperial palace will declare full war on the Yi family. They want to fight? Then let us fight. The other elders looked at Chuchen with disdain and contempt, urging the Empress. Exactly. Who is this disgusting performance for? Just hearing it gives me goosebumps and makes my stomach churn. I feel like throwing up. You think you can use a man to seduce our Empress and disturb her mind? Ha! Such petty tricks, who would fall for it? Noisy. As the elders mocked him, the Empress Lin Shuwang on the throne coldly snorted, and with a wave of her hand, a torrent of fire-type spiritual power swept through the grand hall like autumn wind scattering leaves. This violent fire-type spiritual power not only intimidated all the elders, but also invisibly dissipated the pressure placed on Chuchen, freeing him. Chuchen raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly relieved. It seems I bet on the right thing. Why you all may leave. I have something to ask him. Alone. A faint mist surrounded the Empress Lin Shuwang, obscuring her face and making it impossible to see her subtle expressions. However, her voice lacked the usual coldness, instead carrying a hint of panic. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of elders, who had been clamoring for blood, were stunned. They thought they had misheard. Yet, they didn't dare question the Empress, and could only stare at each other, unsure of what to do. Why, Your Majesty, you? The head elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Empress on the throne, then hesitantly asked, Are you asking us to kill this kid or get lost? Before the head elder could finish speaking, the Empress Lin Shuwang suddenly waved her sleeve, and her icy voice thundered in the ears of the elders, shaking the air and making it feel as if the sky were about to collapse. Does this need to be repeated? Is what I said no longer valid? Or do you all not regard me as your Empress? With this declaration, the dozen or so elders immediately knelt to the ground without hesitation, their heads bobbing like garlic being smashed as they cried out, Your Majesty, please don't be angry. We dare not. We do not dare. Afterward, the elders of the divine flame imperial palace tiptoed out of the grand hall, glancing back at Chuchen with threatening glares. These old geezers were powerful beings who had long comprehended the power of space, capable of shattering the surrounding void with a mere wave of their hand. Yet now, under the Empress Lin Shuwang's gaze, they could only shake their fists at Chuchen, gritting their teeth and muttering curses under their breath. Chuchen dug at his ears and yawned, pretending not to hear. He was already a dead man. What did he have to lose? Once all the elders exited the grand hall, only the Empress Lin Shuwang and Chuchen remained in the vast imperial palace. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Under the gaze of the Empress, revered by countless people and positioned as a celestial being, Chuchen swallowed hard. He had never felt this anxious before. He even had an impulse to call back the dozen or so elders that had just left. Have you finished reading the love letter? The Empress Lin Shuwang broke the silence first, her clear yet somewhat panicked voice shattering the tension. Chuchen froze, thinking he had misheard. Once he realized, he quickly replied, and no. Not yet. The Empress Lin Shuwang turned her head away, her face flushed, murmuring, then continue. Although he didn't understand what was going through the Empress Lin Shuwang's mind. Reason told Chuchen that being obedient at this moment would increase his chances of survival. Thus, Chuchen steadied his breath, inhaled deeply, and grasped the blank paper in his hand, his mind racing as he thought of those sweet and cheesy love declarations once more. Suddenly, he recalled the poems written by Yi Xian, the white lotus, to amuse Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Han. He immediately began to recite them passionately. Lin Shuwang, in my heart, you are innocent, you are solemn. You are the full moon every night. You are the blooming flowers on every tree, the swallows whispering in the rafters. You are love, warmth, hope. You are the April days of the world. A gracious lady, a gentleman's pursuit. Lin Shuwang, from the moment I first saw you, my heart no longer belongs to me. Hand in hand with you, growing old together. No matter how beautiful the world is, it cannot compare to you, Lin Shuwang. Not even a fraction. Though I am mediocre, I am willing to spend my whole life loving and cherishing you. With each cheesy and heartfelt phrase, the Empress Lin Shuwang on the throne trembled even more. The temperature rose, her breathing quickened, and even her little heart began to race faster without her even realizing it. The Empress held a high position and was the master of the divine flame imperial palace. In charge of hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of subjects, she stands high above, her words carrying great weight, possessing the body of the immortal divine phoenix. She is the youngest great sage of the ancient continent, destined to step into the realm of emperors and achieve the status of a great emperor. However, it is lonely at the top, and the woman who stands so high above has no one daring to approach her in daily life. Across the world, how many can catch her eye? Lin Shuwang. For many years, those who have accompanied her have been only sycophants, flatterers, and hypocrites, who are insincere in their hearts and words. Countless days and nights, Lin Shuwang has spent in solitude, with no one to share her innermost thoughts. Among her peers, aside from the man who once defeated her and left a deep mark in her heart, the others are all insignificant. You traveled thousands of miles to my divine flame imperial palace, just to send a love letter to this empress? The Empress Lin Shuwang looked at the deeply affectionate and handsome Chuchen in front of her, her eyes somewhat evasive, just to tell this empress that you like this empress? Chuchen, without a second thought, blushed and nodded. If he were to deny his feelings at this moment, it would be like yellow mud falling in his pants. It's not shit death, but shit death. Since you like this empress, why did that battle 3 years ago end in a fight to the death? You even self-destructed your path of cultivation just to defeat and suppress this empress, leaving her severely injured. Is this your love for this empress? Is this what you call spending a lifetime loving me, protecting me? This. Chuchen rubbed his forehead, looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang, who was staring at him with a serious expression. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew the life-threatening question had come. If he didn't answer well, he feared it might be hard to leave with a whole corpse. But 3 years ago, Chuchen indeed severely injured the Empress Lin Shuwang, and he couldn't deny it. Under the intense gaze of the Empress Lin Shuwang, Chuchen cleared his throat, began to shift the logic and concepts, and poured on the sweet talk. I also regret it very much. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? For 3 years, I have lived in self-blame and regret because once there was a beautiful love before me and I did not cherish it well, only to regret it after losing it. If heaven could give me another chance, I would definitely cherish it well. If I had to set a time limit for this love, I hope it would be 10,000 years. Swish. After a brief silence, the Empress Lin Shuwang suddenly stood up from her throne and slowly walked towards Chuchen step by step. Her long, fair fingers trembled slightly, for the heart of the Empress Lin Shuwang had completely become chaotic. Chapter 22. The Empress is first and foremost a woman. The Empress. She is first and foremost a woman, and only then a lofty sovereign. The world knows the Empress Lin Shuwang, who possesses the immortal divine phoenix body and has the demeanor of a great emperor. She is the youngest great sage on the entire ancient wilderness continent and the most talented woman. Yet, aside from all her glory and achievements, the Empress Lin Shuwang is merely a 22-year-old woman, just entering the realm of love, filled with curiosity about the world and a longing for love. However, bearing the title of Empress has made her a solitary figure, and the ordinary love of the world has long since become unrelated to her. Among her peers, the vast majority of men do not even have the courage to glance at the Empress, let alone pursue her. Naturally, the Empress Lin Shuwang has high standards. There are almost no men who can catch her eye, except for the man before her, who openly defeated and subdued her. Moreover, Chuchen's simple, straightforward, and unabashed declaration of love is, in the eyes of the Empress Lin Shuwang, a display of honesty and integrity. Entering the imperial palace alone, disregarding life and death, requires immense courage. Additionally, Chuchen is indeed very handsome, charming, and captivating, making it hard to look away. Especially those clear eyes, deep like the night sky. His tall stature and elegant demeanor. Beneath his handsome exterior lies a cultivation talent that surpasses her own. The Empress has no experience in love and does not believe in love at first sight, but since being defeated by Chuchen, she feels as if she has found a confidant and support. Over these 3 years, Chuchen's figure often appears in the heart of the Empress Lin Shuwang, causing her to toss and turn. She wishes to rush into the Yi family with a sword and challenge Chuchen again, but upon remembering her identity, she can only bury this impulse and longing deep within her heart. Until today, when Chuchen came to her door and read her a love letter in person. The heart of the Empress Lin Shuwang seemed to melt. But thinking back to 3 years ago when this man had severely injured her, she still felt a bit of temper rising. She wanted to hear how Chuchen would explain, but unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he stirred her previously tranquil heart into chaos once more. It turns out that during these 3 years, Chuchen had been living in guilt and regret day and night. If he were to set a time limit on love, he would wish for it to be 10,000 years. But wouldn't 10,000 years be too short? Both she and Chuchen have the demeanor of great emperors. If nothing unexpected happens, breaking through to the emperor realm and achieving the emperor position is a simple matter. Moreover, the lifespan of a great emperor is around 100,000 years, and if one finds the legendary elixir of immortality, they could live a second life, which would amount to 200,000 years. Yet for 200,000 years, he is only willing to stay together for 10,000 years. This seems to indicate that he only has a good impression of her, and even if there is love, it is not that deep. This man still requires further observation. Walking up to Chuchen, the Empress Lin Shuwang lightly snorted, waking up from the bombardment of sweet words. You came alone to my divine flame imperial palace today, just to reveal your feelings to me? Looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang, whose body trembles slightly, alternating between joy and disappointment, Chuchen was taken aback and instinctively nodded. Aren't you afraid of death? Don't you know that from the elders to the outer disciples of my divine flame imperial palace, millions of subjects wish nothing more than to eliminate you? Chuchen, the Empress Lin Shuwang is the faith of all disciples and elders of the divine flame imperial palace. 3 years ago, when Chuchen defeated her, he trampled on the pride of the disciples of the divine flame imperial palace. I know that even if I die, I still want to come. Chuchen took a deep breath. He was already a dying man. Some things needed to be clarified now, or there would be no chance later. Yet, to the Empress Lin Shuwang, this sounded like her heart was about to melt. This man, in order to express his feelings to her, is not afraid of death, even willing to give up his life. While she merely misses him, this man is willing to give up his life. In an instant, the heart of the Empress Lin Shuwang began to waver again. Looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang, whose cheeks were flushed, lowering her head in silence, Chuchen felt a surge of deep emotion. In that moment, he seemed to understand why in her previous life, the Empress Lin Shuwang had forcefully entered the Yi family with a sword, wanting to use secret techniques to summon the ultimate imperial weapon to bring the entire Yi family to accompany her in death after his demise. It turned out this woman had a crush on him. This story is truly bizarre. However, in his current state, with his meridians destroyed and cultivation lost, he has only a few days left to live. Since that is the case, it would be better to give all the treasures on him to the Empress Lin Shuwang. Compared to the group of white-eyed wolves from the Yi family, the Empress Lin Shuwang seems to be more sentimental and righteous. Just consider it as a repayment for the Empress Lin Shuwang's past kindness. Moreover, the Empress Lin Shuwang is indeed very beautiful, and the key is that she has a good impression of him. How could any man not love such a bold and passionate fairy like her? In addition to the love letter, I also have a gift for you. A gift? Just after confessing, he brings a gift. Doesn't that mean this gift is a token of love? The Empress's pretty face flushed, and her cherry lips unconsciously formed an O shape. Although she is the Empress, she has never been in love. Being bombarded by such sweet words and a token of love, under Chuchen's handsome and charming assault, how could anyone withstand this? However, what exactly is this token of love? The Empress did not care and did not take it to heart. As the Empress, what does she not have? But since it is Chuchen's intention, even if it is just a bunch of flowers from the roadside or a stone from underfoot, it would still be of great significance. However, amidst the Empress Lin Shuwang's confusion, Chuchen touched the storage ring on his hand, and then a drop of blood bathed in crimson flames appeared in his palm. The crimson flame enveloped a drop of blood that was as translucent as a ruby. Within this drop of blood, there was also a phantom of a divine phoenix soaring. Tweet, accompanied by the crisp and melodious cry of the phoenix. The spiritual energy within the Empress Lin Shuwang's body responded uncontrollably, and large amounts of crimson flames surged from her body, faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. Oh my, this is divine phoenix blood. The Empress Lin Shuwang's eyes widened, fixated on the blood floating in Chuchen's hand. Her breathing intensified, and she exclaimed, losing all her previous composure. Even with her cold personality, in front of the divine phoenix blood, the Empress Lin Shuwang's lips parted slightly, her chest rising and falling, unable to maintain her composure, to the extent that her delicate hand, like frosted snow, directly grasped Chuchen's arm, as if fearing that he would disappear in the next second, feeling anxious and insecure. Divine phoenix blood? Well, it seems to be. Chuchen scratched his head, not expecting such a strong reaction from the Empress Lin Shuwang. After all, she is the master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. With tens of thousands of disciples and millions of subjects, what treasures has she not seen? She shouldn't have such a strong reaction, right? However, the Empress's hand is quite soft. It feels pretty comfortable being held. Divine Phoenix Blood. This is something that Chuchen first used the ultimate imperial weapon, the sky-devouring demon jar, to capture the heavens, to obtain, and he has no idea how valuable it is. In any case, it is not very useful to him, but he has no other gifts to present, so he can only use it as a substitute. Of course, Chuchen also has gifts that are 10,000 times more precious than Divine Phoenix Blood. That is the ultimate imperial weapon, the sky-devouring demon jar. In fact, he had also thought about giving this ultimate imperial weapon to the Empress Lin Shuwang. After all, he only had a few months left to live. The Yi family had long since left him disheartened. There was nothing in this world worth his reminiscence. But the devouring heaven demon cauldron was the only lingering thought his mother left him, and he wouldn't let go until the last moment. At least he had a few months to live, and during this time, he wanted to thoroughly study the devouring heaven demon cauldron, an ultimate imperial weapon, to see if he could find any clues about his mother. The Divine Phoenix Blood was the residual essence of the ancient immortal Divine Phoenix clan, extremely rare and precious. Realizing she had been too impulsive, Empress Lin Shuwang's pretty face flushed, and she quickly released her grip on Chuchen's wrist, stepping back a couple of steps with a red face. But those beautiful big eyes still fixed intently on the drop of Divine Phoenix Blood in Chuchen's palm. You may not know, but this Divine Phoenix Blood contains extraordinarily vigorous life force, and it also holds fragments of ancient treasure techniques, Divine Phoenix techniques, as a memory inheritance. For others, this drop of Divine Phoenix Blood is very precious, but for me, it cannot be described simply as precious. Its value is comparable to the legendary immortal medicine. I possess the immortal Divine Phoenix body. If I refine this drop of Divine Phoenix Blood, I could break through my bottleneck in an instant, not to mention repair the incomplete Divine Phoenix techniques. This gift is too precious. I cannot. Swish! Before Empress Lin Shuwang could finish her sentence, Chuchen had already shoved the Divine Phoenix Blood into her palm. You said this thing is very useful to you, so just take it. Keeping it for myself would be a waste. Women love receiving gifts, and the Empress is first and foremost a woman. Chuchen looked down on men who only thought about sweet-talking and flirting without being willing to spend money on gifts. As he spoke, fearing that Empress Lin Shuwang would refuse again, he shrugged his shoulders and revealed the truth. I have only a few days left to live. If you don't want this Divine Phoenix Blood, then just throw it away. Swish! Before Chuchen could finish speaking, Empress Lin Shuwang appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbing his wrist. The violent fire spiritual power forcefully invaded his body, exploring every corner of Chuchen's body, probing his injuries. His energy was depleted, his meridians severed, he was severely injured and not healing. His life was nearing its end. It was a sign of running out of oil and lamp. How? How could this be? Even if you severed your cultivation path 3 years ago, it should have only meant your cultivation was wasted, becoming immortal. As long as you adjusted well afterwards, your life should be safe. Could it be? Empress Lin's brows furrowed, and the more she investigated, the more shocked she became, exclaiming, "Did the Yi family not treat your injuries these past 3 years? Did you not have a good time in the Yi family during these 3 years?" Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the Empress, shaking the entire imperial palace. Chuchen hadn't said a word yet, and the clever Empress Lin Shuwang had already guessed the cause and effect. Hee, for them, my mission has already been completed. Can a wasted genius still be called a genius? Chuchen smiled, then took a deep breath, withdrew his arm from the Empress's hand, and said casually, "I came today just to fulfill a wish. Now that I've said what I needed to say, there are no regrets left. I know I have only a few days to live. With my cultivation wasted and reduced to immortal, I am not worthy of you, Empress. We part ways here." As he spoke, Chuchen turned to leave without a hint of nostalgia. He silently thought, "Before I die, I will return to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace once more. I will give you the ultimate imperial weapon, the Devouring Heaven Demon Cauldron, as a way to repay the kindness of my past life." But. When Chuchen reached the palace gate and was about to push open the tightly closed door, a voice as cold as frost suddenly echoed throughout the great hall. "Chuchen, you can come and go as you please. Just finish confessing to me, and you want to leave? What do you take me for?" Chuchen was taken aback and turned to look back. Their eyes met, and Empress Lin Shuwang's palm struck directly at him. The palm print bathed in crimson flames kept enlarging in his pupils. Enlarging. Damn. Bang. The next moment, just as Chuchen was about to step out of the palace door, he was knocked unconscious by a single palm strike from Empress Lin Shuwang. Chapter 23. The deep affection from the Empress Lin Shuwang was very angry, extremely angry. The man she had secretly loved for 3 years had entered the imperial palace alone, risking his life to appear before her. First, he showered her with warm, heartfelt confessions, followed by offering the precious divine phoenix blood, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Then, he left behind a message saying he had lost all his cultivation, become a mere mortal, and was not worthy of her. With serious injuries still unhealed, he was already at death's door and had only a few days left to live. To avoid being a burden or trouble, he quickly slipped away without waiting for her reaction. What is going on? Knowing he couldn't cultivate anymore and had only a few days left to live, why would he travel such a long distance to provoke her? Coming and going as he pleased. Did he think the Divine Flame Imperial Palace was just a decoration? He had said everything he needed to say, leaving no regrets in life, ready to face death generously. But what about her? Her heart had already been stirred by him, and he said he was leaving? He had confessed, but she hadn't even said whether she agreed or disagreed. So carefree, so aloof, so indifferent. What about her? As Empress Lin Shuwang snapped back from her anger and shock, she saw the instigator, Chuchen, about to push open the palace door. In a fit of rage, she struck out with her palm. In front of the peak-level Empress, Chuchen, who had become a mere mortal, had no power to resist. Although Lin Shuwang acted out of anger, she held no murderous intent, and the supreme imperial weapon, the swallowing heaven demon jar, would not be awakened. Bow! As expected, the enormous palm imprint, bathed in crimson flames, struck Chuchen, who didn't even have time to groan before fainting on the spot. If the Empress had used even a fraction of her power, Chuchen's body would have turned to ashes beneath that immense palm. Swish! Before Chuchen's body hit the ground, Lin Shuwang used her divine ability to instantly appear at the palace door, cradling the unconscious Chuchen in her arms. I want to allow you to die, so you cannot die. Whether you are worthy of me is not for you to decide, but for me to decide. As long as you're a man I like, if you are stronger than me, then you will be above me. If you are weaker than me, then I will be above you." Fortunately, at this moment, Chuchen had already been knocked unconscious, and there was no one else in the Grand Palace. Otherwise, anyone who heard such fierce and domineering words coming from the aloof Empress Lin Shuwang would be left utterly dumbfounded, questioning their lives entirely. Looking at the unconscious Chuchen in her arms, a trace of tenderness flashed in Lin Shuwang's beautiful eyes, followed by a hint of determination. As if she had made a significant decision. "I have never liked owing others in my life, so since I have listened to so many sweet words from you, and since I have accepted your token of love, out of love and reason I will also return a gift to you." Empress Lin Shuwang held Chuchen's body, her pretty face slightly flushed, losing all her previous aloof demeanor. Resembling a young girl in love for the first time. It turned out that the so-called aloofness and pride were merely her protective facade. How could she, at such a young age, control the vast divine flame imperial palace? How could she intimidate the elder council and several palace masters? How could she govern hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of subjects? This matter was of great importance, and she needed to find someone trustworthy to help her protect her law and stabilize the elder council and those palace masters probing. Empress Lin Shuwang took a deep breath, then raised a hand to form a seal, channeling her spiritual power into a mini divine phoenix that soared and shattered the void, sending a message across the distance. Swish! As the mini divine phoenix dove into the boundless void, Empress Lin Shuwang waved her delicate hand, and terrifying spatial power swept through the entire hall, forcibly distorting time and space, visibly constructing a spatial passage that spanned the two ends of the divine flame imperial palace. Generally, when a cultivator breaks through to the sacred realm, they can comprehend spatial power, shatter the void, and perform spatial travel. However, to wield such immense spatial power to construct a spatial passage for others to traverse, one must be at the sacred king level. The speed and stability with which the spatial passage was constructed were beyond even those terrifying beings who had just entered the sacred king realm. Yet, Empress Lin Shuwang was clearly only at the peak of the sacred level and had not yet broken through to the sacred king realm. Whoosh! Just as the spatial passage took shape, a young girl suddenly opened her eyes on the other end. Upon seeing the mini divine phoenix flying towards her, she quickly grabbed it and began to refine it. The girl appeared to be about 13 or 14 years old, the age of youthful playfulness. She wore a green long dress adorned with exquisite floral embroidery, looking fresh and charming. When she spoke, a row of delicate teeth shone like jade, accompanied by two deep dimples that made one unable to resist wanting to pinch her cheeks. She was incredibly playful and adorable. After refining the mini divine phoenix and learning that the Empress wanted to see her, the girl excitedly stood up, joyfully exclaiming, "Great! Master is looking for me. She must be taking me out to play. Wait, Master called me, and it could have been conveyed through someone, so why? Why expend such effort to construct a spatial passage? Could it be that Master is in some danger?" Without a moment's hesitation, the young girl stepped into the spatial passage, extending towards her, instantly disappearing. When she reappeared, she was already inside the Empress's palace. Disciple Zhang Ku pays respects to Master. "Master, what has happened? Could it be that those palace masters have already started?" Before Zhang Ku could finish her sentence, her body stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Because, when she looked up, she saw that her Empress Master was actually holding a man. Zhang Ku's mouth dropped open, drool nearly spilling from the corner of her lips, as she rubbed her eyes vigorously while staring intently at her Empress Master and the man in her arms. A man. It was really a man, and he was quite handsome. Heavens, has Master fallen in love? But didn't Team Master say that men were like ferocious beasts? They were all monsters that would rip out one's heart? They had sworn to be single for billions of years, holding hands under the bright moon. So how come now? Zhang Ku shook her head in disbelief, her face full of incredulity, which only made the Empress's beautiful face redden even more. But, he is Chuchen. Feeling flustered under Zhang Ku's stare, Empress Lin Shuwang was the first to break the silence and honestly confessed. Oh. Zhang Ku'er smacked her lips, feeling quite displeased. The love of the Empress Master was originally meant for her alone, but now. However, Zhang Ku'er quickly reacted, a surge of killing intent rising instantly. Swish! Zhang Ku'er didn't even have time to feel jealous before she drew her longsword, aiming to stab Chuchen in the neck. Just as the sharp sword was about to slice through Chuchen's throat, Empress Lin Shuwang lightly raised her hand, flicking her fingers to send Zhang Ku'er's sword flying. With a glance, the spatial power surged, directly binding Zhang Ku'er, who was about to charge again. Ku'er, what are you doing? Empress Lin Shuwang furrowed her brows slightly, looking at her beloved disciple, Zhang Ku'er, in confusion. Master, he is Chuchen. 3 years ago, it was he who severely injured you, and not only did you spend over a year in seclusion to recover, but several palace masters also took the opportunity to create trouble and force a coup, resulting in our divine flame imperial palace being like this now. Master, I have long sworn to personally slay that scoundrel Chuchen and avenge you. Master, please let me go. Let me go. Looking at her disciple Zhang Ku'er, who was shouting for blood, Empress Lin Shuwang rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She suddenly regretted calling this girl over. How was she supposed to explain this? Was she really going to admit that she had been secretly in love with the one who defeated her, Chuchen? That she had always admired him? That she had always been thinking about him? No way. Absolutely not. She was the aloof empress. Didn't she care about her face? Empress Lin Shuwang's pretty face turned slightly red, and then under Zhang Ku'er's relentless questioning, she forced herself to argue. Chuchen came today to challenge our divine flame imperial palace. He has lost all his cultivation and has become an ordinary person. Our divine flame imperial palace never takes advantage of others' misfortunes. If you kill him now, how will the world view me, Lin Shuwang? How will they view our divine flame imperial palace? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ku'er was taken aback and scratched her little head. What Master said seemed to make some sense, seeing her not-so-bright disciple. Empress Lin Shuwang secretly sighed in relief. But since we can't kill him, then Master, what should we do? Zhang Ku'er sheathed her sword, walked up to the Empress, and stared unblinkingly at Chuchen in the Empress's arms with her big eyes. No matter how you look at him, he is annoying. Strange, his meridians have been completely destroyed, and he has lost all his cultivation. He is already a useless person who can't cultivate anymore. How can he challenge Master? Empress Lin Shuwang was taken aback by this remark, and then blushed as she forced herself to explain. So this Empress plans to take out her divine phoenix feather and give it to him, to heal his injuries and restore his meridians, to reshape his foundation, and allow him to live a second life. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the originally curious and playful Zhang Ku'er was instantly stunned, her playful little face turning pale. Master, no, I won't agree. The divine phoenix feather is equivalent to the legendary elixir of immortality, extremely precious. Even you, Master, can only condense one feather in your lifetime. If you give this divine phoenix feather to him, not only will your cultivation regress, but it will also harm your foundation. You will have no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm in this life, and your life will be in danger. As soon as Zhang Ku'er finished speaking, she drew her sword again, wanting to charge at Chuchen once more. Bang! The Empress was quick and struck out with her palm, using terrifying spatial power to once again restrain Zhang Ku'er's body. I have made up my mind. Do not try to persuade me again. For the Empress who possesses the immortal divine phoenix body, she knows better than anyone the cost of losing the divine phoenix feather. But Chuchen is now at the end of his rope. Apart from the divine phoenix feather, which is comparable to the legendary elixir of immortality, there is no other heavenly or earthly spiritual object that can allow him to live a second life and continue his cultivation path. If she didn't want Chuchen to die, then Lin Shuwang had no choice. Listen, I called you here to protect me, not to teach me how to do things. While restraining Zhang Ku'er, in order to prevent this girl from causing more trouble, Empress Lin Shuwang spoke coldly. At the same time, a crimson fire-type spiritual power surged from the Empress's body, lifting Chuchen into the air. Once the divine phoenix feather is taken out, my cultivation will drop by 3 realms, and I will immediately fall into a coma. During this time, I will seclude myself in the palace's secret chamber to heal my injuries, and you will take care of him." While speaking, looking at the unconscious Chuchen, Empress Lin Shuwang seemed to remember something and waved her fair hand. A storage ring floated towards Zhang Ke, hovering in front of her. "Do not inform Chuchen about this matter. If he wakes up, just give him the storage ring. If he wants to leave the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, you must not stop him and must escort him down the mountain. If he chooses, you will comply with his wishes. This is my order." As soon as she finished speaking, Empress Lin Shuwang spat out a mouthful of blood. Chirp, chirp. At the same time, accompanied by a loud phoenix cry, a scarlet feather, bathed in crimson flames and containing rich vitality, slowly emerged from the top of Empress Lin Shuwang's head. It then floated towards Chuchen until it merged into his body. The divine phoenix feather can only be condensed once in a lifetime and has the effect of rebirth through fire and nirvana. It is equivalent to the legendary elixir of immortality. "Master!" Watching the Empress continuously cough up blood, Zhang Ke shouted hoarsely, tears streaming down her face. Immediately, the divine phoenix feather separated from her body, and the Empress's aura instantly dropped, her cultivation at the 8th heaven of the great sage beginning to decline continuously. Chapter 24. The Empress's deep affection, living out a second life as the flames surged, the temperature in the great hall rose sharply. With a series of sharp phoenix cries, under the Empress's spell, the divine phoenix feather, bathed in terrifying divine flames, completely detached and entered the unconscious Chuchen's body. Phew! Another mouthful of crimson blood was spat out, and the Empress Lin Shuwang's aura became weak and listless. Her cultivation level began to plummet from the 8th heaven of the great sage, 7th heaven of the great sage, 6th heaven of the great sage, 5th heaven of the great sage. "Master, stop! Please stop!" Zhang Ke shouted hoarsely, struggling desperately to rush towards the Empress to prevent her from separating the divine phoenix feather from her body. But her body was restrained by a terrifying spatial force, unable to move an inch. Even if the Empress's power was declining, she was still a great sage-level powerhouse, especially within the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. "Chuchen, this Empress does not like owing others. Having taken your divine phoenix essence blood and listened to you say so much, this divine phoenix feather shall be considered your repayment." Her cultivation dropped from the 8th heaven of the great sage to the 4th heaven, a drop of 4 realms. The Empress's stunning profile now showed signs of exhaustion, as if she might faint at any moment. The divine phoenix feather has the effect of reviving the dead and allowing for rebirth. Whether you can continue your path of cultivation depends on your own fortune. As the divine phoenix feather slowly entered Chuchen's body, an immense life force erupted within him, beginning to transform his body bit by bit, healing the injuries of the Tao. "Kaia, publicly declare that your master is in closed-door training to break through to the Saint King realm. Do not let any clues slip." The Empress Lin Shuwang breathed a sigh of relief. Then a wave of intense weakness and fatigue washed over her like a tide. "Remember what I told you. Do not make things difficult for him." After smiling at her disciple Zhang Ke, the Empress waved her hand, shattering the void. Then, she stepped forward and vanished into the deepest secret chamber of the Imperial Palace, her body engulfed by large swathes of crimson flames. "Master! Master!" Watching her master's cultivation drop and being forced into closed-door training, Zhang Ke was both angry and frustrated, her eyes reddened. But it wasn't until the shattered void reformed and the spatial force that bound her body gradually dissipated that she regained her ability to move. "You bad man. Stinkyman. It's all your fault. It's because of you that my master was forced into closed-door training." Zhang Ke, exasperated, rushed to the unconscious Chuchen and kicked him several times. Men are indeed ferocious beasts. They are all bad. If anything happens to my master, I definitely want to let you off. After venting her anger, Zhang Ke finally felt a bit of relief. Looking at the still unconscious Chuchen, she pouted and reluctantly bent down to carry him on her back, then pushed open the heavy palace door. step by step heading towards her residence in the purple bamboo forest. Chuchen seemed to have had a dream, a very warm dream. This warmth rose from the depths of his heart, spreading throughout his body. It was as if a long dry riverbed was suddenly nourished by rainwater, and the cracked, desolate land was now bursting with new life. Clusters of green grass and vibrant flowers sprang up, rich vitality driving away desolation, reshaping a brand new world. Under the nourishment of this powerful life force, his shattered meridians reformed, the injuries of the Tao were healed, and his once exhausted body completely transformed, living out a second life. This feeling was something Chuchen hadn't experienced in over 3 years. Oh, what is this? Not knowing how long he had slept, Chuchen suddenly sat up from the bed, startled. As he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and rubbed his swollen head, he tried to recall the memories before he fainted. He seemed to have come to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace to confess to the Empress. After confessing, he was about to leave when the Empress Lin Shuwang knocked him unconscious with a slap. Rubbing his somewhat bruised and swollen arm. Chuchen grimaced in pain. This Empress, if she didn't accept the confession, why was she so rough? Wait, since she didn't accept his confession and knocked him out then, why did she bring him to the bed? She could have just thrown him out of the mountain gate. Looking up and surveying the entire room, with red candles, an elegant drapery, and a faint, unknown fragrance in the air. This was clearly a young lady's boudoir. Why did she bring him here? Chuchen instinctively looked down at himself. Fortunately, his belt was still on. If the Empress had taken advantage of him, then he wouldn't have to worry about eating and drinking well in the future. Thinking this, Chuchen felt a bit of disappointment. Wake up and quickly get off my bed. Before Chuchen could think much further, a spoiled and willful voice suddenly came from outside the door. Creak. Looking towards the sound, a girl around 14 or 15 years old, dressed in a green long skirt, walked in with a stern expression. Who are you? Chuchen was taken aback, staring at Zhang Ku, whose delicate features resembled a porcelain doll, feeling a bit puzzled. He was sure this was the first time he had seen this girl, yet he could clearly sense the malicious, provocative glare in her eyes, as if she wanted to. When did he offend her? I am Zhang Ku, the holy maiden of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, the only disciple of the Empress. Zhang Ku put down the porridge and pickle she had brought in, crossed her arms, and muttered in her heart, mortals are troublesome, needing to rely on these grains to fill their stomachs. If it weren't for my master's face, I wouldn't bother cooking for you. Holy maiden, disciple. Zhang Ku. Chuchen was taken aback, instinctively standing up and cupping his hands in a salute to Zhang Ku, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, holy maiden. Although Zhang Ku acted fierce, being able to let him sleep in her boudoir and preparing porridge and pickles in advance. Such thoughtful actions clearly showed that she was the kind of person who spoke harshly but was warm-hearted, saying the most ruthless words, yet doing only heartwarming things. Compared to the hypocritical and treacherous white lotus flowers from the Yi family, Zhang Ku made Chuchen feel at ease. Don't think that just because you thanked me, that I won't be angry with you anymore. Such a humble and polite Chuchen left Zhang Ku momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Under the influence of her master's teachings that men are fierce beasts, and that they, master and disciple, should remain single for 10,000 years, Zhang Ku rarely interacted with the opposite sex and dedicated herself to pursuing the Tao. Gurgle gurgle. Smelling the fragrant porridge on the table, Chuchen's stomach growled. He didn't stand on ceremony, picking up the porridge and starting to eat heartily with the pickles. He knew that these were all prepared by Zhang Ku for him. After all, the Zhang Ku before him was a powerful being who had ignited divine fire and was no longer part of the mortal world. Where is your master? How did I end up in your boudoir? You ladies of the Empress don't plan to kill me, do you? If you wanted to kill me, you would need to go through so much trouble too. Before Zhang Ku could speak, Chuchen continued to talk to himself while eating the porridge. Never mind, none of this matters anymore. Anyway, after finishing this bowl of porridge, I'll be leaving your Divine Flame Imperial Palace immediately. He himself was already suffering from the injury of the great Tao and was running out of time, with only a few days left to live. Although the Empress Lin Shuwang was beautiful and captivating, he, Chuchen, a dying man, did not want to delay the young lady any longer. Moreover, he still wanted to use the last bit of his life to investigate the whereabouts of his mother. What? You want to leave? To his surprise, when Zhang Kuer heard that Chuchen was leaving, she angrily snatched the unfinished bowl of porridge and pickle from his hands. She looked like an enraged lion, ready to pounce at any moment. Chuchen was confused and reached out to grab the bowl and chopsticks back. But Zhang Kuer had anticipated his move and dodged aside. Not leaving? Does that mean staying for the new year? Chuchen still couldn't understand why the Empress had knocked him unconscious. Weren't they having a good chat before? It seemed the saying, serving the Emperor is like serving a tiger, was indeed true. Emperors were always fickle in their emotions. If he didn't leave early, he wouldn't even know how he would die. You shameless. Zhang Kuer was furious, intending to reveal the truth, but then remembered her master had instructed her not to tell Chuchen. Helpless, she raised her hand, and a letter and a token were wrapped in spiritual power and landed in Chuchen's palm. This is what my master asked me to give you. Chuchen immediately opened the letter, and a line of elegant small characters entered his view. When faced with uncertainty, ask the spring breeze. If the spring breeze remains silent, follow your own heart. Chuchen was slightly stunned. The Empress was letting him choose. After putting away the letter, he took out the token to examine it carefully. The token was made of an unknown material, hot to the touch, containing extremely powerful fire-type spiritual energy. The front side was engraved with the 4 large characters Divine Flame Emperor Palace, quite imposing. The back had the 8 characters Outer Sect Disciple Trial Quota, each stroke deeply engraved. Clearly, with this token, he could participate in the Outer Sect Disciple Trial of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, and after passing the assessment, he would officially become an Outer Sect Disciple, thus being able to stay in the Divine Flame Emperor Palace legitimately. The beauty's favor was profound. Chuchen sai sopti, only to regret. Amid Zhang Kuer's furious expression, Chuchen left the letter and token on the table and then stepped toward the door. You bastard! You still want to leave? Seeing Chuchen about to leave, the angry Zhang Kuer waved her hand, and a terrifying spiritual force sealed the door. With his path blocked, Chuchen was not flustered. Instead, he smiled bitterly and coldly said, "What if I don't leave? I have only a few days left to live. Staying here will only. I've never seen someone as foolish as you. Although my master forbade me from telling you, I just can't help it. In order to save you, my master was willing to give you her only divine phoenix feather that she could condense in her entire life to help you heal the injury of the great Tao, allowing you to live a second life, while she herself had to forcibly enter seclusion. Although it is difficult to disobey my master's orders." Zhang Kuer truly did not want to see the two of them in a love-hate relationship, nor did she want to see her master bleeding and crying. She really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Is it so hard to tell the truth? Why hide and avoid, causing misunderstandings back and forth, living and dying? Seeking death and life? Is that really cool? Zhang Kuer's words exploded in Chuchen's ears like thunder, and he instinctively began to check his body. To his surprise, once he checked, he was utterly stunned. The broken meridians were reconnected. The injury of the great Tao was completely healed, and even his internal energy and blood were abnormally vigorous, several times, or even dozens of times stronger than before. The Empress Lin Shuwang, this is. Deep within Chuchen's heart, something was suddenly touched, and a mix of emotions surged, causing his breath to become a bit rapid. In these 3 years, in the Yi family that raised him, his cultivation resources were successively monopolized by several sisters and Yi Xian, and even the maidservants who served him were riding on his head, bullying him. In the Yi family, he was humiliated and lived worse than a dog. But his former enemy, the demon path Empress Lin Shuwang, actually did this for him. How ironic. After revealing the truth, Zhang Kuer let out a sigh of relief. Humph, are you still going to leave? Looking at Chuchen, whose eyes were slightly red, she suddenly felt that this man was not so annoying after all. Chuchen took a deep breath, collected his emotions, and blurted out, "I'm leaving. Of course, I'm leaving." Huh, I misjudged you. Chuchen's response greatly exceeded Zhang Kuer's expectations, making her extremely angry. You are such a heartless. Before Zhang Kuer could finish her words, Chuchen grabbed the letter and token from the table and pushed the door open. If you don't leave now, you will miss the outer sect disciple assessment of your divine flame emperor palace. Chapter 25. I am the greatest talent of this ancient continent. Bang. Looking at Chuchen, who stormed out with the door slamming behind him, rushing towards the outer sect disciples trial location, Zhang was left with her mouth half open, unable to react for a long time. That elegant back, his decisive demeanor, and his unrestrained personality left her momentarily dumbfounded. Why did she suddenly feel that this old man was so charmingly rogue? No, no, no. Zhang shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. This was her master's man. She couldn't entertain such thoughts. Men are like ferocious beasts. Love is something even dogs don't engage in. This girl is going to be single for 10,000 years. After reciting the lonely woman's heart sutra that her empress master passed to her a few times, Zhang's restless heart finally calmed down a bit. Then, she stepped on her flying sword and once again soared towards the empress's palace. Chuchen was already settled. Whether he could pass the outer sect disciples trial and smoothly enter the divine flame palace depended on his own fortune. During this period, when the empress master was in seclusion, Zhang, had to guard the palace gate without leaving a step, blocking all those coming to pay their respects and investigate outside the palace to prevent any palace coup. This task was not light. Meanwhile, after leaving the purple bamboo forest, Chuchen followed the signposts towards the location of the outer sect disciples trial. The reconstruction of the damaged meridians within him meant that Chuchen could now cultivate. The injuries to his path were healed, and his exhausted body regained new vitality. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as living a second life. He owed a huge debt of gratitude, although he didn't know what the divine phoenix feather that Zhang mentioned was. Its miraculous ability to change fate was undoubtedly no less valuable than the legendary immortal pill of the imperial realm. Unexpectedly, the empress was also a romantic. Can dating save your life? Had he known this, he wouldn't have had to live as a dog in the Yi family in his previous life, suffering so much humiliation. After death, he was even scorned for wasting land. Living again, Chuchen had seen through everything. For him now, family ties, deep father-son relationships, brother-sister bonds, were all worthless. Treat those who were good to him doubly well. For those who treated him poorly, no matter who they were, he would repay them in kind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Saying one more word or hesitating for a moment was simply asking for trouble. The Empress, Lin Shuwang, had saved his life, and Chuchen would surely repay her in kind in the future. Yi Xian, Yi Ding, and those 7 sisters of the Yi family, for all the disgusting things they had done to him. Isn't the Yi family strong? Don't they think that having Yi Xian around makes them secure in their position as an immortal family, allowing the entire Yi family to rise again? Just wait and see. The holy white lotus is best suited for tearing apart. Whoosh! Lost in thought, Chuchen took 2 steps at a time, following the signposts, and after leaving the purple bamboo forest, he headed south straight to Wang Mountain. The outer sect disciples trial location was at the foot of this Wang Mountain. Fortunately, it was not far from the purple bamboo forest. Even on foot, he could reach it in less than half an hour. These few days were when the Divine Flame Palace was recruiting disciples, and all the talented cultivators, hidden geniuses, and scions of noble families who met the requirements had come to Wang Mountain to participate in the outer sect disciples trial, dreaming of smoothly entering the Divine Flame Palace and changing their fate. So, when Chuchen arrived at the foot of Wang Mountain, he was greeted by a vast sea of people, which truly startled him. The Empress, Lin Shuwang, was the master of the Divine Flame Palace, with her identity and status. With just a glance or a word, Chuchen could easily enter the Divine Flame Palace with a very high status. There was even no need for the Empress to come forward. Her silly disciple, Zhang, could handle everything perfectly. But the Empress deliberately did not do this, instead handing Chuchen a token, making him participate in the outer sect disciples trial like other scions who wished to enter the Divine Flame Palace. Why was that? Tightening his grip on the token, Chuchen could roughly guess the Empress Lin Shuwang's intentions. This was to give him enough time to develop quietly and avoid being targeted by others. After all, Chuchen's reputation was too great. Now that he was resuming his cultivation, if he got too close to the Empress right from the start, it would easily attract jealousy and lead to him being framed. Moreover, since the Empress Lin Shuwang had lowered her realm and forcefully entered seclusion to heal herself, there was no one in the Divine Flame Palace to protect him. In short, the Empress was protecting him. The Empress's plan was good, but Chuchen was not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. With the supreme imperial weapon, the swallowing heaven demon jar, and now that he had resumed his cultivation path, even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it was destined to be impossible. Stop. This is the location of the outer sect disciples' trial, and no idle people are allowed to enter. Those who trespass will die. As soon as Chuchen reached the foot of Wang Mountain, he was stopped by a few fierce-looking disciples at the entrance. Seeing this, Chuchen did not waste words with them. He directly took out the token from his storage ring and waved it in front of the disciples. Whoosh! As soon as the token appeared, the disciples who had been cold and arrogant just a moment ago were suddenly frightened and bowed their heads to salute Chuchen. Each one of them shrank their necks and awkwardly said, "Senior brother, please enter. The outer sect disciples' trial is about to end. Senior brother, please don't miss the time and delay senior brother's important matters." Chuchen did not bother to chat with these disciples and stepped into Wang Mountain. 3 years ago, the battle with the Empress had caused his meridians to be completely severed and his cultivation to be destroyed. Now that he was resuming his cultivation path, he had to start from the beginning, slowly rebuilding his strength. Starting anew was not necessarily a bad thing. Walking the path he had walked before was naturally familiar, and with the cultivation experience from his previous life, he could make even greater progress. The Divine Flame Palace, as a sacred place of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan, had stood for tens of thousands or even millions of years in the ancient continent, with an incredibly deep foundation. The stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Since he was starting over, he naturally had to take the cultivation methods of the Divine Flame Palace. Take them all. Moreover, Chuchen was not foolish. He had already realized that the Empress Lin Shuwang seemed to be in a somewhat dangerous situation in the Divine Flame Palace. A drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring, let alone a life-saving grace. Since he had already expressed his gratitude, he couldn't just leave without doing anything, could he? With this in mind, Chuchen also had a great gift to present to the Empress Lin Shuwang. Thinking of this, Chuchen looked towards the high platform in the square, which was crowded with people. Parting the crowd and stepping forward, he saw 6 towering jade pillars rising from the ground. These jade pillars were milky white, each over 100 meters tall, standing on the high platform of Wang Mountain like giant trees, blocking out the sun. These Ling jade pillars were similar to those in other sacred places. Cultivators could place their palms on them, channel their inner spiritual power into the pillars, and test their spiritual power attributes and strengths to determine their potential and talent. When the Ling jade pillar lit up, it indicated that the trial taker had spiritual power and could embark on the path of spiritual cultivation. The height of the lit pillar would indicate the level of the trial taker's talent. Generally speaking, a light pillar below 10 meters is considered a low-grade spiritual root. 10 to 40 meters is a middle-grade spiritual root. 40 to 70 meters is a high-grade spiritual root. Over 70 meters is a rare top-grade spiritual root. The 6 Ling jade pillars represented metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and miscellaneous attributes of spiritual power. The Yi family also possesses the Spirit Awakening jade pillar. Every disciple of the Yi family must undergo a Spirit Awakening test during their coming-of-age ceremony, so Chuchen is quite familiar with it. He recalls the heavenly phenomena triggered during his own Spirit Awakening test at the Yi family, and a faint smile appears on his lips. Some people are born as dazzling as the sun hanging high in the sky, captivating and impossible to hide from view. Retracting his gaze from the Spirit Awakening jade pillar, Chuchen does not rush to show off, but begins to observe his surroundings. Soon, he notices an old man in a black robe standing behind the jade pillar. Drawing his attention, the old man hovers in the air, hands clasped behind his back, and his robe flutters in the wind. A terrifying spiritual pressure emanates from him, descending from the heavens and intimidating the thousands present at the Red King Mountain. He is a holy level expert who has comprehended the power of space. It seems that the old man is the elder responsible for guiding the outer disciples' trials, and he is the strongest among those present. At this moment, he frowns, eyes closed in contemplation, his old face filled with disappointment and impatience. The outer disciples' trials have been ongoing for 2 days, with today being the final day. Those who have yet to step forward to illuminate the spirit awakening jade pillar must hurry. In another hour, it will be over. The old man opens his murky eyes, surveying the over 1,000 trial participants below him, his dissatisfaction evident. In 2 days, over 800 trial participants have successfully illuminated the spirit awakening jade pillar. But fewer than 50 have high-grade spiritual roots, and fewer than 200 have medium-grade spiritual roots. As for those with top-grade spiritual roots or multiple attribute spiritual roots, there has been not a single one. The old man sighs softly. With his saint-level cultivation, he has been assigned to guide a group of outer disciples with extremely ordinary qualifications, who may achieve nothing in the future. Thinking of this, the black-robed elder loses patience and feels a bit angry. Chuchen, however, pays no attention to the others and gazes at the 6 spirit awakening jade pillars standing on the high platform, lost in thought. He is also curious about what kind of phenomenon will be triggered when he undergoes the spirit awakening test again in this second life of his. What will happen? Time can make people forget everything, but it has only been 3 years. The world has forgotten one thing. The number 1 genius of the entire ancient wilderness continent has never been Yi or the Empress Lin Shuwang. It has always been him, Chuchen. Now, Chuchen, has returned. Lost in thought, Chuchen reaches out his right hand towards the spirit awakening jade pillar. At the same time, deep within the Red King Palace, several dusty coffins shake violently, buzzing ominously. It seems as if in the next moment, these coffin lids are about to be lifted. Chapter 26 Genius? What the hell is a genius? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the Elder of Guidance finished speaking, one by one, the trial participants stepped onto the stage, nervously extending their palms to touch the spirit awakening jade pillar in front of them. 15 meters, useless. 25 meters, trash. 38 meters, also a waste. Rays of light soared from the jade pillar, but the heights were mostly below 40 meters, which meant they had middle-grade spiritual roots. Sigh. The Elder of Guidance sighed again, shook his head, and directly closed his eyes, not wanting to even take another look. A group of useless people, Disciple Li Long, Prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, has come to test his spiritual root. Just as the Elder of Guidance closed his eyes, a prince dressed in luxurious robes strode forward from the crowd. Upon the prince's greeting, the Elder of Guidance didn't even bother to open his eyes to acknowledge him, directly ignoring him. After all, the entire Great Qian Dynasty was hardly worth the attention of someone like him, a sage, let alone a minor prince. Seeing this, Li Long smiled awkwardly, but dared not express any dissatisfaction. The Great Qian Dynasty was just a small vassal state, with the strongest cultivator barely at the divine fire realm, unable to withstand even one move from the Elder of Guidance. As a mere prince, how could he dare to show any discontent in front of the sage? After bowing, Li Long extended his broad palm and walked straight up to touch the 3rd spirit awakening jade pillar. My goodness, even the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty has come. This is secure now. How dare a prince compete with us for a spot as an outer disciple of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, truly. Shoo, what do you know? In front of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, what are ordinary dynasty empires worth? It's not an exaggeration to say that if this Li Long successfully joins the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, even if he becomes the lowest-ranked outer disciple, he will undoubtedly be the heir to the Great Qian Dynasty. The trial participants below were discussing among themselves, but Li Long clearly didn't care and focused on the spiritual root test. The Great Qian Dynasty also had spirit awakening jade pillars, so unlike those from humble backgrounds, Li Long was confident in his participation in the trial. He stood in front of the 3rd spirit awakening jade pillar, gathered his energy, took a deep breath, and placed his broad palm against the jade pillar, then channeled his internal spiritual power forcefully into it. Swish! As the spiritual power flowed in, An ice-blue beam of spiritual power emerged from the third spirit awakening jade pillar, and as soon as this beam appeared, it charged straight up into the sky like a runaway wild horse. 10 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters. My goodness, the spiritual power beam is still rising. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Li Long snorted coldly, his face already flushed like a pig's liver, releasing all the spiritual power within him. The ice-blue spiritual power beam soared higher and higher until it stabilized at around 80 meters before gradually dissipating. 80 meters! The spiritual power beam, reaching 70 meters, qualifies as top-grade spiritual roots, and Li Long actually reached 80 meters. This Li Long is indeed the prince of the great Qian dynasty. His potential is terrifying. It seems that the title of the new king among the outer disciples will surely belong to him. The Elder of Guidance, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, nodding in satisfaction. A smile finally appeared on his wrinkled, dry face. Top-grade spiritual roots. Not bad. Not bad. After receiving praise from the Elder of Guidance, Li Long bowed deeply and turned to the thousands of trial participants below, his face full of pride. From now on, he and these people would no longer be on the same level. There would be a vast difference between him and these ordinary folks. To discover someone with top-grade water spiritual roots is already rare. Thus, I can finally report back. After Li Long finished testing, the Elder of Guidance stood up, calmly scanning the entire venue, already indicating he wanted to leave. The outer disciple trial has been going on for 3 days, and anyone with middle-grade spiritual roots or above has passed the first round of trials. I announce that this spiritual root test is over. Those who qualify, follow me to Shuwang Mountain to prepare for tomorrow's second round of trials. The rest, there's no need to stay in the Divine Flame Emperor Palace and waste my time. As soon as he finished speaking, the Elder of Guidance waved his hand, and powerful spiritual energy descended from the sky, lifting the bodies of those who passed the spiritual root test, preparing to fly into the depths of Shuwang Mountain. Just as the Elder of Guidance turned around to leave, the silent Chuchen finally came to his senses and began to act. Although the Elder of Guidance had already announced the end of the spiritual root test, Chuchen didn't take it to heart. Previously, in order to understand the trial rules for the outer disciples of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace and falling into past memories, he hadn't made any unnecessary moves. He was like a transparent person, completely ignored by everyone present. But now, it was finally his turn to step into the spotlight, because he believed that as long as he displayed his cultivation talent, forget about just the spiritual root test ending. Forget about a mere Elder of Guidance. Even the entire outer disciple trial ending, even the peak powers within the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, as well as ancient beings of the Saint King realm, would be completely shocked by him. Even have their jaws drop. Chuchen walked alone to the high platform, extended his slender, fair hand, and touched the first spirit awakening jade pillar. The entire process was extremely easy, natural, and simple, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he were doing something extremely ordinary and commonplace. Boom! In stark contrast, the touched spirit awakening jade pillar erupted with unprecedented momentum, shaking violently, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Amidst the oscillation of spiritual power, the sky over Shuwang Mountain rolled with clouds and mist, and thunder rumbled. It was like a calm lake suddenly disturbed by a stone. Ripples spread out, completely exploding. A crimson spiritual power beam emerged from the first spirit awakening jade pillar, then, with the force of thunder, shot up into the sky. 10 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters, 100 meters. The spiritual power beam surged forward, effortlessly reaching 100 meters in an instant, still retaining its might as it shot up to the top of the spirit awakening pillar. Reaching 70 meters in height qualifies as top-grade spiritual roots. Among the thousands of trial participants, only Li Long, the prince of the great Qian, had achieved this. But as soon as Chuchen made his move, the spiritual power beam not only exceeded 100 meters, but shot up to the top of the spirit awakening pillar, turning the entire pillar a brilliant red, like a dazzling ruby. Swish! Even though Chuchen had already withdrawn and stood still at this moment, the crimson spiritual power beam remained, lingering for a long time. It illuminated half of the sky above him. Wow! The Elder of Guidance, who had already turned around and was preparing to leave, suddenly looked back, his mouth agape, staring at the towering crimson light pillar before him, instantly lost in thought. Not only was the Elder of Guidance stunned, but the thousands of trial participants on Shuwang Mountain were also silent. Each one widened their eyes, mouths half open, staring intently at the rising crimson light pillar, completely bewildered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A spiritual power beam reaching a height of 100 meters is simply unattainable. How could there be a trial participant with talent surpassing mine? This prince is the prince of the great Qian dynasty. The first to awaken from the shock was Li Long, who initially thought he had secured his position as the new king among the outer disciple trials. He was the only one who could catch the attention of the Elder of Guidance. On Shuwang Mountain, he made a name for himself, and from then on, he leaped through the Dragon Gate, rising powerfully. He even had the chance to meet Her Majesty the Empress in the future, bringing glory to his family. But just when this rising star was about to shine, he was slapped down by Chuchen and then stepped into the mud. Stepped on and on. In front of the dazzling Chuchen, Li Long felt that the brilliance on him was as small as a grain of rice, let alone competing for glory. Even being close to him was already overlooked by outsiders. Elder Luo, this Qi Ling jade pillar must have a problem. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Li Long wanted to slander Chuchen, but before he could finish his sentence, Elder Jin waved his sleeve, and a terrifying spiritual force directly sent him flying dozens of meters away. Get lost! Elder Luo Tong, like swatting a fly, sent Li Long flying, then fixed his gaze on Chuchen on the high platform. After a brief moment of astonishment, he suddenly laughed out loud. A top-grade fire-type, all-spirit root. A top-grade fire-type, all-spirit root. 10 years. A full 10 years. I never expected that I, Luo Tong, would one day be able to recruit a genius with a top-grade fire-type, all-spirit root. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Shuwang Palace will definitely reward me greatly. The Divine Flame Imperial Palace is prosperous, with abundant blessings, by infusing spiritual power into the Qi Ling jade pillar. One can judge a cultivator's aptitude based on the emitted spiritual light beam. Generally, if the spiritual light beam reaches over 70 meters, it can be considered a top-grade spirit root. Those with top-grade spirit roots are rare cultivation geniuses, eligible to join major holy places and cultivation families, receiving full support from sects and families. However, above the top-grade spirit roots, there exists an even rarer type, known as the top-grade all-spirit root. When a spiritual light beam reaches a height of 100 meters, illuminating the entire Qi Ling jade pillar, it signifies the unique mark of a top-grade all-spirit root. However, due to the extreme rarity of top-grade all-spirit roots, most people are unaware of them. But Elder Jin, responsible for the trials of outer disciples, is certainly familiar with them. Cultivators with top-grade all-spirit roots, barring any accidents, have no problem breaking through to the Holy King realm. In other words, as long as a sect or holy place recruits a cultivator with a top-grade all-spirit root several years later, the sect will gain a powerful Holy King to oversee them. Ha ha! Let me see what this kid is really capable of. While speaking, Elder Jin Luo Tong manipulated his spiritual power, slowly descending from the sky to the square's high platform, having long forgotten about that Li Long kid. My name is Luo Tong, the elder responsible for recruiting disciples at the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. You. While Luo Tong was speaking, Chuchen didn't even lift his head, his face calm as water, neither happy nor sad, as if he didn't see Luo Tong at all, continuing to do his own thing. Kid, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Luo Tong frowned. He was a dignified, sage-level expert, an elder of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, high-ranking and powerful. How could he be disregarded by Junior? Even if his talent was good, and he was a rare top-grade, all-spirit root, this was simply too arrogant and overbearing, looking down on others. Luo Tong snorted coldly and was about to take action to intimidate Chuchen when he seemed to see something, his pupils instantly widening. Is it possible? Could this kid? No way. Absolutely impossible. A terrifying thought rose in Luo Tong's heart. As a sage-level powerhouse, he was now hesitant, let alone intimidating Chuchen. He didn't even dare to breathe. He saw Chuchen calmly walk to the second Qi Ling jade pillar and slowly extend his hand to touch it. Chapter 27. The first person of the primordial era. Supreme, 5 elements, all spiritual roots. The supreme fire type, all spiritual roots, are indeed rare and precious, a 1 in a million occurrence. However, for the entire divine flame imperial palace, it is not as extraordinary as it seems. After all, the divine flame imperial palace has hundreds of thousands of disciples, and the so-called 1 in a million can easily be found among them. Elder Luo Tong is a sage-level cultivator, and in front of sage. If a supreme fire-type all-spiritual root dares to show disrespect, it is a great disrespect indeed. It is not excessive to teach this so-called genius a lesson, making him understand the heights of heaven and earth, and that there are always stronger individuals out there. Just as Elder Luo Tong was about to take action, he noticed that Chuchen was actually walking towards the second spirit awakening jade pillar. Hadn't the spiritual roots been tested already? Why was he approaching the second spirit awakening jade pillar? Could it be? As this terrifying thought rose in his heart, Elder Luo Tong could no longer suppress his excitement and thrill. His old face flushed red, and his murky eyes fixed intently on Chuchen on the high platform, not daring to breathe heavily, fearing that even his breath would disturb Chuchen. Elder Luo Tong remained silent, and the other testers dared not move. They stared at each other, mouths agape, their faces filled with confusion. Over 1,000 testers looked at Chuchen, some in astonishment, some in jealousy, but more in bewilderment. Chuchen did not keep them waiting long. For him, the number 1 cultivation genius of the primordial continent, the so-called spiritual root test, was merely a formality. It was as easy and natural as eating and drinking. Clap. When Chuchen's fair and slender palm touched the spirit awakening jade pillar, the spiritual power within him surged forth once again, forcefully entering the second spirit awakening jade pillar. Boom! A golden beam of spiritual power slowly appeared on the spirit awakening jade pillar, then transformed into a golden arrow, shooting straight up into the sky amidst the astonished faces of the crowd. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters. This golden beam of spiritual power shot up to 70 meters high, and the entire high platform fell into a dead silence. 70 meters. That indicated a supreme spiritual root, and the golden beam represented a gold-type spiritual root. This meant that, in addition to possessing a supreme fire-type all-spiritual root, Chuchen also had a supreme gold-type. Whoosh! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the golden beam on the second spirit awakening jade pillar did not slowly dissipate after reaching about 70 meters. Instead, it surged upward again. 80 meters, 90 meters, 100 meters. The golden beam continued to rise to the very top of the spirit awakening jade pillar, still not losing momentum, as if it were trying to break free from the confines of the pillar and fly into the sky. Extreme. Supreme gold-type all-spiritual root. Watching the 2 beams of spiritual power soaring into the sky, Elder Luo Tong trembled. As a powerful, sage-level cultivator, he found himself stuttering when he spoke. Who would believe this? What scenes had he not witnessed? But today, it's impossible. This kid is clearly over 20 years old, and yet has no cultivation at all. Elder Luo Tong stared intently at Chuchen below, completely baffled. Possessing 2 supreme spiritual roots, even a pig, after living over 20 years, should at least be at the condensation realm, right? Cultivation is against the heavens. Generally, the earlier one starts, the better. The prodigies and saints of the major holy places often display cultivation talents and speeds far beyond their peers from a young age. Over 20 years old and still a commoner with no cultivation. How can you connect such a person with a prodigy possessing 2 supreme, all-spiritual roots? Forget it. No matter what, the spirit awakening jade pillar cannot be wrong. This person will definitely be rewarded by the sect for being taken in by me. Heh. Though confused, Elder Luo Tong did not dwell on it further. He took a deep breath and manipulated his spiritual power to slowly descend from the sky to stand before Chuchen. Talented cultivators often have a bit of arrogance. Elder Luo Tong understood this. In front of a prodigy with two supreme, all-spiritual roots, although he was a high-ranking sage, he felt no temper left. Instead of flying, he walked up to Chuchen, dropping all pretense and treating him as an equal with full sincerity. I am Elder Luo Tong, and you possess two supreme all. As Elder Luo was speaking, Chuchen still ignored him and instead walked towards the third spirit awakening jade pillar on the high platform. This, Elder Luo gasped, slightly moved, and instinctively closed his mouth. The look in his eyes towards Chuchen could no longer be described as shock. It had become increasingly serious. My God, who is this kid? He has already lit up two spirit awakening jade pillars, and the beams of spiritual power have shot straight to the top of the pillars. How can he still be walking towards the third spirit awakening jade pillar? Could it be that in addition to the supreme fire-type all-spiritual root and the supreme gold-type all-spiritual root, he also has a third spiritual root? That's impossible. Is he trying to make it impossible for others to live? If he lights up the third spirit awakening jade pillar, I, Zhang, Ernie, will eat shit standing on my head. Elder Luo did not speak, but the thousands of testers on the high platform had already erupted in chaos. Boom! Chuchen did not make them wait long. After reaching the third spirit awakening jade pillar, he directly placed his palm on it. He still appeared calm and at ease, as if he were doing something extremely ordinary. Swish! As soon as his palm touched the third spirit awakening jade pillar, a light blue beam of spiritual power instantly appeared on the pillar, then shot straight up into the sky amidst the incredulous faces of Elder Luo and Zhang Erniu. 10 meters. 50 meters, 70 meters, 100 meters. When that ice blue beam of spiritual power shot to the top of the spirit awakening jade pillar in the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth shook. Elder Luo stumbled, then rushed impatiently to Chuchen's side and, with a trembling voice, exclaimed, I am an elder of the divine flame imperial palace, with a cultivation of the third layer of the great sage. Would you be willing to take me as your master? After speaking, Elder Luo stared nervously at Chuchen, looking anxious and uneasy. It did not seem like he was trying to take on a disciple. Instead, it felt like he was asking to be Chuchen's disciple. A cultivation genius with supreme fire type, supreme gold type, and supreme water type all spiritual roots, given time, would surely surpass Elder Luo. If Chuchen were willing to accept him as a disciple, Elder Luo could consider it. Hearing the voice, Chuchen finally withdrew his hand and turned calmly to look at Elder Luo, raising an eyebrow without speaking. He then continued to walk forward. His goal was very clear. The other testers on the viewing platform were already so stunned they could not speak. If Chuchen had only possessed a single spiritual root, they could still question and ridicule him. But with three supreme, all-spiritual roots displayed, this unrivaled prodigy was no longer from the same world as them. Zhang Erniu, who had previously made grand boasts, now stared fixedly at Chuchen, mouth agape, filled with both envy and jealousy. But before Zhang Erniu could open his mouth, he noticed his companion looking at him with a mischievous smile, then publicly unbuckling his belt and squatting down right in front of him. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Zhang Erniu, his old face, turned bright red as he hurriedly pulled his companion up from the ground. This thing, even if I have to eat it, I have to go back and hide to eat, right? With so many people watching on this high platform, does Zhang Erniu not care about his face? Meanwhile, Chuchen had already walked to the fourth spirit awakening jade pillar, still without any pause or hesitation, extending his fair and slender hand directly onto it. Boom! With a loud rumble, another azure beam of spiritual power emerged from the spirit awakening jade pillar, shooting straight into the 9 heavens. 10 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters, 100 meters. Supreme wood element, full spiritual root. Wow! The people on Red King Mountain were already stunned into numbness. Elder Luo Tong, responsible for receiving disciples, felt weak all over and immediately slapped himself twice. A prodigy with supreme gold element, wood element, water element, and fire element full spiritual roots. How could a small saint like him have the ability to take him as a disciple? just as Luo Tong hesitated whether to step forward and asked Chuchen if he could take him as a disciple. The entire sky above Red King Mountain suddenly darkened with rolling clouds and thunder. Bang, bang, bang! With the sound of several spatial explosions, terrifying figures shattered the void and appeared in the vicinity of Red King Mountain. Ha ha! I just emerged from seclusion and encountered a fated person. What a coincidence. What fate are you talking about? This kid is already decided to be my disciple. He is the one I've been waiting for 80 years. Great Sage of Fire, do you still have any shame? You are only 78 years old this year, and you have been waiting for 80 years? This kid is not young anymore, just as my daughter is not young anymore. You all want to take him as a disciple, but this saint wants to be his father. What do you have to compete with this saint? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. As these terrifying figures shattered the void, the clouds above Red King Mountain were dispersed. The people who came were all top combat forces of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, who usually closed themselves off and rarely showed up. The Great Sage of Fire is a strong presence at the 7th level of the Great Sage. The Great Sage, Yin Bin, is at the 8th level of the Great Sage. The Great Sage Mu Ku is at the 9th level of the Great Sage. The Great Sage Shui Yuan is even at the 10th level of the Great Sage, just one step away from the legendary Saint King realm. Elder Luo Tong, who was responsible for receiving disciples, knelt down straight away upon seeing these people. He was only at the 3rd level of the Great Sage, and due to his old age and declining health, he had no hope of breaking through in this life. How could he dare to compete with these mighty figures? Kulme. Someone quickly, go check this kid's background. What is his surname? What is his name? And where does he come from? After paying his respects, Luo Tong quickly sent a message to other disciples, wanting to find out Chuchen's details as soon as possible. Such a genius. Such a prodigy. Even if he can't take him as a disciple. What am I thinking at this time? Even if I can't be his master, I must understand his background to build a relationship in the future. After all, besides the Great Sage Yin Bin, he Luo Tong also has a daughter waiting in the boudoir. Although she's a bit older, what if this kid likes a kind of mature and charming older woman? Chuchen was not concerned about these people. After testing the 4th Spirit Awakening Jade Pillar, he continued at his own pace, walking step by step toward the 5th Spirit Awakening Jade Pillar. Boom! Chuchen took a simple step, but the arguing Great Sage of Fire, Great Sage Yin Bin, Great Sage Mu Ku, and others all closed their mouths and held their breath at the same time. This kid wouldn't. Wouldn't he be able to light up the 5th Spirit Awakening Jade Pillar? Could it be the appearance of a supreme 5 elements full spiritual root? It should be known that throughout history, in the entire ancient continent, there are only a handful of people with supreme 5 elements full spiritual roots. Only a handful. These terrifying great sage-level powerhouses exchanged glances, then simultaneously released their spiritual power, forming a spiritual barrier to envelop the entire Red King Mountain. They had already realized the seriousness of the situation. This was not the time for internal strife. Preventing strong outsiders from peeking in was the top priority. After ensuring protection, several great sages held their breath and all looked toward the high platform, where Chuchen had already walked to the front of the 5th Spirit Awakening Jade Pillar. Clap! Chuchen remained calm and unhurried. After reaching the 5th Spirit Awakening Jade Pillar, he still showed no signs of delay, extending his palm directly onto it. Boom! With a loud rumble. Amidst the incredulous faces of the great sages, another earthy yellow beam of spiritual power slowly emerged from the Spirit Awakening Jade Pillar and shot into the sky. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Supreme Earth Element, full spiritual root, appeared. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 elements complete. This means that the number 1 person in the ancient continent with supreme 5 elements full spiritual roots has emerged. At the same time, in the depths of the forbidden areas in every direction of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, terrifying Saint King-level powerhouses walked out of their secret chambers. With a wave of their hands, spatial passages instantly formed, forcefully penetrating Red King Mountain. A trace of spiritual power ripple made the void tremble, the great Tao roared, and the power of the laws surged. The appearance of the supreme 5 elements, full spiritual root. Who dares to compete with me? How many years has it been? My divine flame imperial palace has finally welcomed an unparalleled prodigy. 23 years ago, the Yi family produced a Yi Chuchen, which directly promoted the unremarkable Yi family to an immortal family, controlling 99 spiritual veins in the world. Now, my divine flame imperial palace has finally awaited an unparalleled prodigy. Chapter 28, A Great Fight. The 5 great sacred kings compete to take disciples. Terrifying divine thoughts swept in from all directions of the divine flame imperial palace, causing the void to explode, the great Tao to roar, and the destructive momentum to encompass the entire Red King Mountain. Previously invincible figures like the Fire Virtue Great Saint, the Yin Bin Great Saint, the Mu Ku Great Saint, and even the Peak Great Saint Shui Yuan Great Saint were all hunched over, shrinking their heads and trembling in fear. As for the elder Luo Tong, who was only at the 3rd level of the Great Saint, he was even more cowering in a corner of the Red King Mountain, shivering and not daring to breathe loudly. The reason was simple. In this era where the emperor does not emerge and the quasi-emperors live in seclusion, the powers of the Sacred King's secret realm are the strongest combat forces in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that the Sacred Kings can decide the rise and fall of sacred lands and immortal families. Even the powerful great saints are but slightly larger ants in the presence of Sacred King realm experts. The Sacred Kings are the true measure of the strength of a sacred land and an immortal family. They are the Real foundation. At this moment, apart from the occasional sound of space shattering, Red King Mountain was silent. It could even be said that the silence was somewhat terrifying, like the calm before a storm. Thousands of trial takers, including the so-called crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Li Long, had already been moved hundreds of miles away by the terrifying power of space. The appearance of the supreme 5 elements all-spirit root had turned the entire Red King Mountain into a target for all. To prevent information leakage, the powerful beings had already activated the protective mountain formation, sending away all unrelated bystanders. Because next, Red King Mountain would erupt in a shocking battle. Boom! 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 The silence was quickly broken, as several terrifying divine thoughts almost simultaneously disappeared and then reappeared. A massive crack, several zhang long, suddenly emerged in the void from the east, west, south, and north of Red King Mountain, followed by 4 figures stepping out from the space crack, all looking towards Chuchen on the high platform. From the east came a robust man with a bare upper body, covered in muscles tall and strong, resembling a small hill from a distance. He had a broad forehead, a high nose bridge, thick lips, and his short hair stood upright like steel needles, gathered together, creating a strong visual impact. This was Tuoba Quang, the lord of the East Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. From the west came a man with a cold expression, dressed in black, with a high nose bridge and an unnaturally pale face. His eyes seemed to possess endless charm. Being stared at by him, even just a glance would send chills down one's spine. This was Chiorang, the lord of the West Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. From the south came a middle-aged man with an ancient scroll in hand, who appeared refined and cultured. He was handsome, charming, holding an ancient scroll in one hand while the other was behind his back, his face radiating a warm smile like a spring breeze. This was Baiyu, the lord of the South Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. The last figure was a beautiful middle-aged woman coming from the north. Compared to the other 3, she was strikingly beautiful. Her dark hair was styled in 2 buns, with tassels hanging down. She had a graceful figure, her brows and eyes like paintings, dressed in a long red gown, exuding elegance and nobility. But her phoenix eyes seemed to shimmer like spring water, sending flirtatious glances at everyone. This was Gung Yen, the lord of the North Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Having met the East Palace Lord, having met the West Palace Lord, having met the South Palace Lord, having met the North Palace Lord. As soon as the 4 Palace Lords appeared, the Fire Virtue, Yin Bin, Mu Ku, and other great saints all flew forward, bowing deeply in greeting, their attitudes extremely humble. Elder Luo Tong, however, had already been so frightened that he knelt on the ground, burying his head deeply, not daring to breathe. The Divine Flame Imperial Palace is located in the southern region of the ancient continent, a holy land of the Demon Clan, with vast territories and millions of subjects. In addition to the Elder Council directly governed by the Empress, there are 5 major sub-palaces in the east, west, south, north, and center. And the lords of these sub-palaces act like feudal lords with immense power. Due to their age, all 5 palace lords are at the Sacred King realm, with strength surpassing that of Empress Lin Shuwang. After the death of the previous emperor, the Empress took the throne, officially becoming the master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. But these palace lords harbor their own ambitions and have long coveted the throne, particularly after the Empress Lin Shuwang was defeated by Chuchen 3 years ago and severely injured, leading to the collapse of the Demon Coalition. These palace lords grew increasingly arrogant. If it weren't for the Elder Council, the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace might have already fallen apart. By you. You always bring this book with you, moving quite fast. North Palace Lord Gung Yin sent a flirtatious glance towards South Palace Lord Bai Yu while mocking him. Aren't you afraid of straining your old back, pretending to be cultured? What are you joining in for? In the face of Gung Yan's sarcasm and mockery, Bai Yu did not get angry, still smiling gently, and instead turned to East Palace Lord Tuoba Kwong, provoking him. If this rough man Tuoba Kwong can come, what reason do I, Bai Yu, have not to come? Tuoba Kwong did not waste words. He directly clenched his fist with one hand and then punched towards Bai Yu. Boom! A simple punch raised. Without using any treasures or showing any fluctuations of spiritual power, but as the punch was thrown, the great Tao roared and the mountains collapsed. With a punch, wind passed. Towering mountains appeared in the void, pressing down towards Bai Yu. The force of destruction surged from all directions, instantly engulfing the area where Bai Yu stood. Bai Yu, if Gung Yin is looking for trouble with you, don't drag me into it. If you want to fight, just say it directly. Whoosh. In the face of such ferocity, Bai Yu merely waved the scroll in her hand, and an invisible ripple spread out, causing the void before her to shatter, erupting with an unparalleled suction that swallowed the fierce punch wind and dozens of mountains. In the blink of an eye, the space closed again, disappearing without a trace. Such a temper. Tuoba Kwong, you are still as arrogant as ever. Bai Yu was not angry. After all, as a scholar, her temperament was naturally higher than that of these rough men, and there was no need to get angry or fight with them. Even if a fight was to break out, it had to be saved for. Meanwhile, the West Palace Lord, the cold-faced man in black, had remained silent throughout, his face dark, and his snake-like sharp eyes fixed on Chuchen below, filled with greed. The supreme, 5 elements all-spirit root. It's been how long since such a thing appeared in our Divine Flame Imperial Palace, let alone the entire ancient continent? As Gung Yin covered her mouth and giggled, she fiddled with her long red gown, her eyes rippling like spring water. It seems that only such an extraordinary prodigy can simultaneously alarm our 4. Oh no, 5 palace lords. While speaking, Gung Yin raised her eyes to look at the very top of Red King Mountain, where there was an extremely tiny spatial crack that was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. It was evident that this crack was related to the last Middle Palace Lord. However, throughout the entire time, this Middle Palace Lord had not made an appearance. Besides the Middle Palace Lord, let us not forget, the Empress has also not shown herself. The one who spoke was the previously silent West Palace Lord Qiu-Rang. As soon as he opened his mouth, the surrounding air instantly formed a thick layer of frost, and the temperature dropped sharply. The Empress? Oof. I've heard that our Empress is in seclusion again, seemingly about to break through. In just over 20 years of cultivation, she is close to breaking through to the peak of the Great Saint Realm. It really makes one restless. The discussion surrounding the Empress did not last long. The 4 palace lords exchanged glances and simultaneously chose to end the topic, returning their attention to Chuchen. The supreme 5 elements all-spirit root is practically destined to step into the Emperor realm, as long as he's given enough time and resources. This child's cultivation will surely surpass ours. Bai Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his wise eyes fixed intently on Chuchen atop the high platform, filled with greed, envy, and amazement. Talent is something innate. It cannot be envied, yet it is the most enviable. To put it bluntly, all of us want to take him as our disciple. Tuoba Kwong, tired of beating around the bush, rubbed his fists and said, "But this kid can only belong to one person. Who will it be?" As soon as these words were spoken, the four palace masters exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. A fight? Let us have a fight. As soon as the words fell, the four palace masters acted simultaneously, wielding terrifying spatial power to carve out a battlefield in a corner of Chi Mountain. In the next moment, four figures descended onto the battlefield, leading to an earth-shattering battle. Sword energy surged. Flames roared like dragons. The explosion of spiritual power and spatial force was overwhelming, causing the sun and moon to sink and the heavens and earth to collapse. Throughout it all, the four palace masters in the east, west, south, and north did not bother to ask for Chuchen's opinion below. It was as if they didn't care about his thoughts at all, or rather, being accepted as a disciple by any of them was a tremendous honor for Chuchen. It was impossible, and he would never refuse. Chuchen raised his head, looking at the shattered void above, where the sounds of explosions continued to come from, and frowned. Although he did not know the four palace masters of the divine flame Emperor Palace, he knew they were powerful beings in the Sacred King realm and could guess what their sudden appearance meant. From a moment he stepped onto the high platform and touched the Qi Ling Jade Pillar, he had anticipated everything that would happen next. However, did these people think that having a top-tier, five-element spiritual root was Chuchen's limit? Glancing at the sixth Qi Ling Jade Pillar that was within reach, a slight smile appeared on Chuchen's lips. This sixth Qi Ling Jade Pillar was used to test mixed spiritual root attributes, as long as he walked up and gently touched the ice-cold Qi Ling Jade Pillar. The sixth beam of spiritual power would appear out of nowhere. Then the spiritual power beam would shoot upward, reaching the top of the Qi Ling Jade Pillar. 100 meters high, Chuchen was never just a top-tier five-element spiritual root. He was the first and only person in the primordial continent to possess a top-tier all-attribute spiritual root. What is an all-attribute spiritual root? It means that apart from the basic five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there are also wind, thunder, light, and darkness. All attributes of spiritual power in this world can be absorbed and refined by Chuchen. All attribute techniques in this world can also be comprehended and refined by Chuchen. This is the fundamental reason why Chuchen is hailed as the first cultivation genius of the primordial era. Not to mention Yixin, this white lotus, even the Empress Lin Shuwang in front of him, could hardly conceal her brilliance. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he shone too brightly and, before he could fully grow, was hindered by the so-called family and relatives, even going so far as to battle the Empress, resulting in the severing of his meridians and the loss of his cultivation, cutting off his path to cultivation. In this life of whoosh, just as Chuchen hesitated whether to step onto the sixth Qi Ling Jade Pillar to test and reveal his existence as a top-tier all-attribute spiritual root, the void in front of him suddenly shattered, and a hunched old man appeared. The old man's face was covered in age spots, his eyes murky, his hair nearly gone, leaning on a cane, coughing occasionally, exuding an aura of death. "I am the palace master of the divine flame Emperor Palace, Old Qi." At this moment, he looked at Chuchen and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Chuchen was taken aback upon hearing this. Then, without thinking, he blurted out, "I am willing." The quick response left Old Qi stunned, and he instinctively asked, "Why?" "You should know that the other four palace masters also want to take you as a disciple." Chuchen glanced at the four palace masters still engaged in a fierce battle in the void. A look of disdainful mockery appeared on his face, because their brains are not very good. Old Qi. Chapter 29. The Holy King War erupts for Chuchen. "You little rascal are quite interesting." Elder Qi was slightly taken aback, then looked at Chuchen in front of him and laughed heartily. Aside from the main Empress Lin Shuwang, the most powerful figures in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace were the five palace masters of the sub-palaces. Due to their age and length of cultivation, these five palace masters all possess the cultivation of the Holy King realm, making them the strongest forces in the ancient continent. Despite Chuchen's exceptional talent, he currently had no cultivation and had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. the elders Luo Tong and the great sage of fire, as well as the great sage of water, saw these palace masters and the powerful holy king realm experts, and they trembled in fear, like mice seeing a cat, already lying on the ground quaking. Yet, Chuchen dared to say that the four palace masters from the east, west, south, and north were not very bright. This amused Elder Qi, as saying they were not bright. In other words, was praising him for being clever and smarter than the other four palace masters. But the truth was indeed so. The four palace masters only knew how to fight, and thought that those who won could take Chuchen as their disciple. Little did they know that while the four were fighting, Elder Qi had already taken the lead. He had not shown himself earlier precisely to let the four palace masters fight, so he could have the opportunity. Rather than saying Elder Qi was clever, it would be more accurate to say he was more sinister, cunning, and shrewd. However, Chuchen did not care about this. The reason he so readily accepted Elder Qi as his master was simple. It was because this was the Empress Lin Shuwang's instruction. The Empress did not say it outright, but Chuchen understood this point. He had heard from Zhang Ke before that the 5 sub-palaces of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace recruited external disciples at the same time. But the token given by the Empress was the exclusive token of Wang Mountain. Wang Mountain and Wang Palace were both under the jurisdiction of the Central Palace Master, Elder Qi. Coming here to participate in the trials for external disciples was precisely to let him apprentice under Elder Qi. After all, the Empress, who also had exceptional cultivation talent, was well aware of Chuchen's potential. It was not just that he had revealed his extraordinary full attribute spiritual root. Even if he revealed his exceptional 5-element spiritual root, it would definitely attract the 5 palace masters to appear and compete to take him as their disciple. Although he did not know the deeper meaning behind the Empress's arrangement, he naturally had to follow her directive. After all, he had already declared his loyalty and owed her a life. This favor, aside from offering himself, seemed to have no other way to repay. What? Can we be sworn brothers? That was merely a helpless act because the lifesaver looked too ugly and was too much of an eyesore. The Empress Lin Shuwang was stunningly beautiful, a rare beauty in the ancient continent. In his past life, she had even fought against the Yi family for him. In this life, she risked her own cultivation going down by separating the divine phoenix feather from her body to heal his path injuries and restore his cultivation. Not helping the Empress fully control the Divine Flame Imperial Palace would make him unworthy of being the first cultivation genius of the ancient continent. What he needed to do now was to become a sharp nail, firmly embedded by Elder Qi's side, waiting for the right moment to act. Taking a deep breath, Chuchen glanced at the six-spirit awakening jade pillar on the high platform. After hesitating for a moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing the idea of revealing his extraordinary full attribute spiritual root. After all, even the exceptional 5-element spiritual root was already enough to be against the heavens. Having attracted the 5 palace masters and successfully apprenticed under Elder Qi, revealing more would only be more dangerous. It should be noted that once the 6-spirit awakening jade pillar was lit, terrifying phenomena would descend upon the world. Phenomena such as dragons and phoenixes competing, celestial sounds lingering, and purple qi spreading for tens of thousands of miles would instantly appear over Wang Mountain, stretching for thousands of miles, making it impossible to hide. At that time, not only would the 5 palace masters be alerted, but even the demonic sacred lands and immortal traditions outside the Divine Flame Imperial Palace would be stirred, sending people to spy. It would be unacceptable for the Empress Lin Shuwang not to appear during such phenomena. However, the Empress Lin Shuwang was currently in closed-door cultivation due to the loss of the Divine Phoenix feather in her declining realm. If it were in his previous life, the young and impetuous Chuchen would naturally reveal himself without reservation. But having died once and living a second life, he understood that some trump cards must always be hidden. Before growing up, even the most extraordinary prodigy would be close to death if others saw through them. Kid, what is your name? Elder Qi, while keeping an eye on the battle in the void battlefield, looked at Chuchen with curiosity and asked, with such talent, why at such a young age have you not yet embarked on the path of cultivation? Chuchen was taken aback. He knew some things could not be hidden. Just as he was thinking about how to answer these 2 questions, a loud boom echoed, and the void battlefield above was suddenly torn apart, followed by 4 furious figures joining forces to attack Elder Chi. The momentum was overwhelming. Clearly, the 4 palace masters from the east, west, south, and north had reacted, realizing they had been played and were now furious. "Not good, kid. You should return to your master's Chi Wang palace first. Wait until I deal with these 4. Then I will come to find you." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chi struck the ground with his dry and wrinkled old hand, and a spatial passageway instantly formed. In an instant, a force of space rapidly spread like ripples on the water, enveloping Chuchen's body and pulling him into the spatial passage. "Master, please be careful facing 4 opponents alone. I'm worried." Before Chuchen could finish his sentence, he had already been transported deep into Chi Wang Palace, disappearing without a trace. This cheap disciple is indeed quite concerned about me, the old man, but unfortunately, Elder Chi looked at the reclosing spatial rift and laughed heartily. Although his old eyes were extremely murky, they were still sharp like a hawk, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Chuchen had left for a moment, 4 terrifying figures descended on Elder Chi from the east, west, south, and north, surrounding him completely. The terrifying Holy King artifacts began to awaken, and the surrounding space-time was instantly locked down. Although the 5 palace masters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace had differences in cultivation, they were all Holy King realm experts and possessed means to protect themselves. Even if Elder Chi was strong, he could not face 4 opponents alone. Yet, facing the 4 palace masters' siege, Elder Chi merely squinted his eyes, showing no signs of panic. "Elder Chi, you really are cunning, playing us all for fools," one of them exclaimed. "While we 4 were competing in the void battlefield, you cleverly took that kid for yourself. You old fool. Do you think just letting him be your disciple is enough? Do you think we have no way to deal with this?" Another added, "If we don't get an explanation today, no one can leave." Even though they were all palace masters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, the Holy King realm experts had their own dignity. Being played in public and having their disciples stolen, Tuoba Kwang and Gung Yen, who had hot tempers, pointed at Elder Chi and scolded him. The most violent among them, Tuoba Kwang, had somehow acquired 2 mountain-splitting axes and looked ready to strike. "Elder Chi, this matter has indeed gone too far." Even the elegant Baiyu frowned tightly, firmly blocking Elder Chi's escape route. "It's not that I, the old man, am despicable. It's just that this exceptional 5-element spiritual root only has one. We all want to take him as our disciple. If I don't use some tricks, what can I do?" Elder Chi squinted his eyes, remaining calm. Since he dared to do this, he had already thought of a countermeasure. "Are you suggesting that the kid should simultaneously apprentice with all 5 of us? Wouldn't that be too cheap for him? My unique skills will not be easily passed on to others." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 palace masters snorted coldly and pressed in again. Gung Yin even coldly snorted while questioning. "What you said is not untrue, but we can't just let you, Elder Chi, take advantage of this for free." The cold, silent man in black, Cho Rang, slightly curled the corners of his mouth, licked his crimson tongue, and said, "In my opinion, it would be better to kill this kid and be done with it." Other holy places, when encountering a genius with a perfect 5-element spiritual root, would definitely cherish them as if they were precious, fearing they might break. But unexpectedly, this lord of the Western Palace, Cho Rang, wanted to kill him directly due to unfair distribution. A madman, this person is undoubtedly a complete lunatic. I want to beat around the bush with you all. Since this kid has already acknowledged me as his master, he is my only disciple. Whoever dares to harm him will be my mortal enemy, and it will be a fight to the death. Old Chi has been in seclusion in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace for many years and rarely interferes in the conflicts among the major palace lords and even the Empress. No one expected him to be so resolute today, leaving no room for negotiation. If you're unconvinced, feel free to make a move. As soon as these words were spoken, even the usually good-natured Baiyu frowned, his internal spiritual power fluctuating violently in an instant, with killing intent as tangible as substance, continuously pressing against the surrounding void. Old Chi, your tone is quite arrogant. We are all Saint King realm powerhouses. Now facing 4 opponents, you dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think our 4 palace lords are made of clay? As soon as Gung Yin finished speaking, he casually pulled out the hairpin from his head and then made a sweeping gesture towards old Qi in front of him. With a whoosh, a galaxy appeared out of nowhere, vast and overwhelming, rushing towards old Qi with an unstoppable momentum. This hairpin is no ordinary item. It is a terrifyingly powerful Saint King artifact. It is Gung Yan's life treasure, named the Zhou Star River Pin. With a simple slash, it can summon the power of the stars and refine everything in the world. Chapter 30. As a master, I want to give you the best in this world. Get moving. What are you waiting for? Others may fear that old man Qi, but I certainly don't. As Gung Yin made his move, Tuoba Kwang could no longer hold back and ruthlessly struck out. His right hand gripped a mountain-splitting axe, which he spun and flung out with great force. The axe head swelled in the wind, transforming into a giant of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Then it rushed towards Old Man Qi with the intent to kill. Facing the lethal attacks from Gung Yin and Tuoba Kwang, Old Man Qi naturally did not dare to be reckless. He used spatial power to begin shifting within a small area while raising the cane in his hand, swinging it continuously. In an instant, the spatial power erupted, and a few hundred meters around Old Man Qi collapsed in time and space, transforming into a ferocious wild beast. The beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed the mountain-splitting axe and the vast galaxy that was rushing towards it. 1 against 4. Today I want to see where you, Old Man Qi, get your confidence from. At the same time, Bai Yu and Xiu Rang exchanged glances and also summoned their sacred king artifacts, preparing to attack Old Man Qi. Stop! Just as Bai Yu and Xiu Rang were about to strike, Old Man Qi quickly raised his hand to interrupt. As a peak sacred king, he did not have the strength to take on 4 opponents alone. What? Old Man Qi, are you backing down? It's a bit late to be scared now. Exactly, but if you choose to withdraw and hand over that kid, we 4 are not against. Before Bai Yu and the others could finish speaking, Old Man Qi, with a gloomy face, sneered twice. I think you have misunderstood. I am nearing the end of my lifespan, with not much time left to live. This kid possesses the ultimate 5-element spiritual root, most suitable to be my disciple and inherit my legacy. As he spoke, looking at the 4 restless palace masters in front of him, Old Man Qi flipped his hand to cast a secret technique, directly beginning to burn his life force. His aura surged in an instant. Even if it means exhausting my life, I know I cannot face 4 opponents alone. But as a fellow sacred king before I die, I can still take 1 or 2 down with me. Upon hearing this, Gung Yin, Bai Yu, and the others, who were originally ready to strike again, all wore serious and wary expressions. An elderly man nearing the end of his life would actually dare to burn his life force. What does this indicate? It indicates that Old Man Qi has begun to fight for his life. To take Chuchen as his disciple, he is willing to risk his life. As the saying goes, the reckless fear the desperate, and the desperate fear those who don't value their lives. Although Gung Yin, Bai Yu, and the others also wanted to take Chuchen as their disciple when compared to their own lives. What a madman! The one known for being crazy, Xiu Rang, snorted coldly and then waved his sleeves to leave. He never cared much about taking on a disciple. He only appeared to prevent the other palace masters from gaining an easy advantage. Old Man Qi, you are ruthless. Remember, you owe me a favor. Gung Yin also reinserted the Zhou Star River hairpin into his hair, threw a flirtatious glance at Old Man Qi, and also shattered the void to leave. Bai Yu and Tuoba Kwang exchanged glances and also departed. After all, who would dare to quarrel with someone nearing the end of their life? Whoosh! After the 4 palace masters left, Old Man Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then leaned on his cane, tore through the void, and entered the Red King Palace. The ultimate 5-element spiritual root. It seems my life is not meant to end yet. I am curious. Why is a kid with an ultimate spiritual root not started his cultivation path at the age of 20 or 30? Also, who exactly are you? Who is behind you? Chuchen was forcibly moved to the Red King Palace by the spatial power, and the surrounding sacred level formations were activated one after another. In the invisible realm, these several sacred level formations drifting in the void interconnected, seemingly weaving into a transparent net that completely wrapped the entire Red King Palace. Such tight protection would make it difficult for ordinary sacred-level experts to break in. Even those of the same Sacred King level could only hold out for a moment until Old Man Shi arrived to rescue. Old Man Shi had planned meticulously. He had considered that if he were to threaten them with his life, the four palace masters might still choose to fight to the death. Therefore, he had to activate the sacred-level formations in the Red King Palace in advance to protect Chuchen. This was also the real reason Old Man Shi had arrived later than the other four palace masters on Red King Mountain. To protect Chuchen, his newly accepted disciple, Old Man Shi had thrown out his trump card from the very beginning, revealing his hand without any concealment, truly. With great effort, Chuchen, being quite clever, quickly saw through the reason and felt a bit moved. Of course, these several sacred-level formations drifting in the void had another important function besides protecting Chuchen. That was to prevent him from taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Crack, crack, boom. Just as Chuchen was surveying the entire Red King Palace, a crack suddenly appeared in the void before him, growing larger until it burst like a mirror, forming a gigantic spatial rift. Step, step. A cane stretched out from the void, followed by Old Man Shi's frail figure stepping into the Red King Hall. Hoo-hoo! Old Man Shi, with his head full of white hair and a hunched back, had only taken a few steps before he began to breathe heavily. No one would expect that such a frail, elderly man, struggling to walk, would actually be the palace master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and a top-tier powerful Sacred King. Kid, I will ask you once more. Old Man Shi directly sat on the throne, while taking out a few pills from his storage ring to restore his spiritual power and vitality. Looking at Chuchen standing before him, forcing a smile as he asked again, "Are you willing to enter the Red King Palace and take me as your master?" Compared to his previous appearance on Red King Mountain, Old Man Shi looked even older and weaker. It seemed as though he might suddenly close his eyes and pass away at any moment. Clearly, to scare off the four palace masters, Old Man Shi, who was already nearing the end of his life, had directly burned his life force, which was like adding fuel to the fire. Originally, he still had more than 10 years of life left, but after this ordeal, he had less than 10 years remaining. However, looking at Chuchen in front of him, Old Man Shi was not anxious at all. It was all worth it. All worth it. To be honest, I am nearing the end of my life, with less than 10 years left before I completely pass away. As long as you agree to take me as your master, I will spare no effort to cultivate you. Before I die, if I can find a successor to pass on my skills and divine abilities, I can say I will have no regrets in death. Fearing that Chuchen might not agree, Old Man Shi, while panting heavily, earnestly painted a grand vision for Chuchen. "You're my only direct disciple. After I die, the position of Palace Master in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace will be yours." Upon hearing this, Chuchen's eyes lit up. Did Empress Lin Shuwang want him to take Old Man Shi as his master also with this consideration? This is paving the way for him. The disciple is willing. The master is risking everything for me, and I am deeply moved. As he spoke, Chuchen hurriedly performed a bow of respect to Old Man Shi sitting on the throne. Simple and direct. Being coy at this moment would be hypocritical. Refusing now would be seeking death. Good. Great. From now on, you will be my direct disciple, and in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, you will be truly above thousands. Old Man Shi was overjoyed, stroking his nearly bald beard, looking excitedly at Chuchen, who was bowing below. Tears glistened in his murky old eyes. The old man is advanced in years and enjoys tranquility, so the apprenticeship ceremony will be kept simple. However, shortly, I will announce to the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace that the Empress and the four palace masters, as well as hundreds of thousands of disciples, will know that you are my disciple, Chi Lar's disciple, and you are a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Direct disciple? Chuchen was taken aback upon hearing this. He had previously heard Zhang Ke mention that there are clear levels among the disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace: outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and direct disciples. Above the direct disciples is the position of the Holy Son of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, which requires the recognition of all five palace masters and the Empress, appointed personally by the Empress. Therefore, The position of the Holy Son of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace has been vacant until now. Generally speaking, those who just join the Divine Flame Imperial Palace are considered the lowest level outer disciples. To be promoted to inner disciples, they must complete the inner disciple trials and then at least break through to the condensing Yuan realm. To be promoted to true disciples, they must complete tasks assigned by the sect, facing life and death situations to accumulate points. Only those who reach the required points can be promoted to true disciples. This process can take several years or even over a decade, depending on one's luck. Elevating from true disciple to direct disciple is even more difficult. Not only must one reach the spirit communication realm, but they must also be favored by one of the 5 palace masters or an elder from the elder group. There is no reasoning to it. It all depends on fate. Some disciples have already reached the spirit communication realm, but have not been favored by the palace masters or elders, and even if they wait for decades, they may still never have the opportunity to be promoted to direct disciples. And he, Chuchen, with just one day's effort, has directly become a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Within the Central Palace, he stands above thousands, second only to Chi Laer, the master of the Central Palace. Master, I was supposed to participate in the outer disciple trials, right? Chuchen was stunned and curiously asked, how did I suddenly become a direct disciple? Moreover, my cultivation is non-existent. I don't even qualify as being in the gathering Chi realm. Is this in accordance with the sect's regulations? Will the other palace masters target you? It should be noted that being a direct disciple is not just a symbol of identity and status. The monthly salary of a direct disciple is thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of an outer disciple. Faced with such overwhelming wealth, naturally, one must be a bit coy to avoid appearing overly mercenary in front of this generous master. Don't worry, since you are my disciple. You are naturally a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. There is no rush, and Chi Laer is increasingly satisfied with Chuchen. I will follow the master's arrangements. Chuchen was indifferent to this, now that his meridians have been reconnected. Stepping back onto the path of cultivation and breaking through to improve his cultivation level is the most important thing. However, cultivation requires resources, treasures, companions, and land are all indispensable. By becoming a disciple and entering the sect, Chuchen, is planning for cultivation resources. A craftsman must sharpen his tools first. This principle is clear to him. Chi Laer nodded in satisfaction and then suddenly waved his hand. A storage ring floated in front of Chuchen, supported by spiritual power. This storage ring is the apprenticeship gift I give you. You must not decline it. Inside, there are 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 10,000 various pills, including recovery pills, gathering spirit pills, detoxification pills, and more. In addition, there is a token symbolizing the identity of a direct disciple. The holder of this token can freely enter places such as the Technique Hall, Treasure Pavilion, and Spiritual Herb Hall of my Red King Palace. In the Technique Hall, you can choose any technique. In the Treasure Pavilion, you can select any treasure. In the Spiritual Herb Hall, you can take any spiritual herb or medicine. I will also designate a mountain peak for you, establish a dojo, and additionally reward you with thousands of servants and maidservants to assist you in your cultivation. Chuchen was stunned into silence by the overwhelming wealth before him. Compared to his time with the Yi family, this was like being in the heavens while the other was in a dung pit. Finally, Chi Laer added, "My disciple, I will give you the best of this world." Chapter 31. The Master and Apprentice with Hidden Motives. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 1,000 common elixirs like healing pills and detoxification pills. With such treatment, let alone the former saint of the Yi family, even all the saints across the entire ancient wilderness continent cannot compare. This is not only sending elixirs, spirit stones, and spirit herbs, but also allowing him to choose any technique and magical treasure, plus designating a mountain peak as a dojo. Outside of cultivation, there are complicated matters of daily life, all taken care of by over 1,000 servants and maidens. Chuchen felt a little dizzy and began to question his life. Didn't they say that the path of cultivation is fraught with danger and hardship? With over 1,000 servants and maidens attending to him, how can one talk about hardship? Looking at his master, the seemingly selfless and devoted old Qi sitting on the throne, Chuchen felt a bit dazed. In the Yi family, even before being crippled, he never received such treatment. From birth until now, aside from the Empress Lin Shuwang, no one else has treated him this well, except for this old man with white hair before him. If only the old man were a few hundred years younger, with all the wrinkles, age spots, and folds on his face removed, and if he were changed gender. Forget it. After witnessing the Empress Lin Shuwang's stunning beauty, it would be hard for any woman in the ancient wilderness continent to catch his eye again. Therefore, master and apprentice can only remain as such. With that, Chuchen respectfully saluted old Qi and expressed his gratitude. In the path of cultivation, talent alone is not enough. Resources, companions, and environment are all essential. This time, as he walks the path of cultivation again and has betrayed the Yi family, what he lacks the most is cultivation resources. Fortunately, everything had already been planned by the Empress Lin Shuwang before she entered seclusion. This aloof little lady really is warm-hearted when it comes to caring for people. After stripping away the divine phoenix feathers and declining in realm, he wondered how the Empress is faring in her seclusion. He thought of finding a way to sneak into the Empress's palace to investigate. However, before that, after putting away the storage ring containing spirit stones, he looked up and met the mischievous gaze of his master, old Qi, and was slightly taken aback. "Master, what is it?" Old Qi, leaning on his cane, stood up from the throne and walked slowly toward Chuchen, speaking as he walked. "Since we are now master and apprentice, shouldn't you tell me some things? I still don't know your name, where you come from, or who is behind you." Of course, what old Qi was most curious about was another matter. He stepped in front of Chuchen and, while asking, maintained a gentle tone, suppressing his Saint King realm pressure, appearing just like an ordinary old man in the mortal world. "That is, since you're clearly a rare genius with all 5 elemental roots, why have you not stepped onto the path of cultivation and have no cultivation at all?" Facing old Qi's inquiry, Chuchen frowned, showing signs of struggle and entanglement. Seeing this, old Qi quickly added before Chuchen could speak, "Rest assured, as we are now master and apprentice, this matter is settled. No matter who you are, where you come from, or who is behind you, I will acknowledge you as my disciple. Otherwise, I wouldn't." As he spoke, old Qi glanced at the storage ring on Chuchen's finger. The meaning was evident. He had sent spirit stones, elixirs, and other cultivation resources, and he had no intention of leaving a backdoor for himself. "Thank you, master." Chuchen pretended to be shocked and, without further hesitation, replied, "Master, my name is Chuchen, and I was previously the son of the Yi family." At this statement, old Qi's face changed dramatically, and he staggered back several steps, leaning on his cane. Despite his cultivation as a Saint King, despite being thousands of years old, and despite his position as the palace master of the Divine Flame Palace, he was now in a state of panic. The Yi family saint, Yi Chuchen. Who is that? He is the most dazzling cultivation genius in the entire ancient wilderness continent, a prodigy who even the equally prodigious Empress Lin Shuwang was suppressed by him. If one were to ask who the most hated person among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Divine Flame Palace is, or who is the public enemy of the demonic path, it is none other than the Yi family saint, Yi Chuchen. Old Qi had thought of a million possibilities. Even if Chuchen were a heinous villain hated by all, he would still risk everything to protect him. After all, he was truly nearing the end of his life. But alas, Chuchen had previously suppressed the Empress and is the public enemy of the Divine Flame Palace. If the Empress were to find out that he had accepted him as a beloved disciple and directly promoted him to a personal disciple of the Divine Flame Palace. Although the Empress only has Saint Realm cultivation, she is still the visible leader of the entire Divine Flame Palace. Would he really have to tear his face with the Empress and start a war over this kid? Wouldn't he become a pawn? And once he and the Empress fought to a standstill, wouldn't other palace masters take advantage of the situation? Old Qi panicked. It was the first time in his long life that he felt this way. He glared fiercely at Chuchen, feeling furious. This kid, is he out of his mind? 3 years ago, he nearly killed the Empress and suppressed her. 3 years later, He comes to the Empress's territory to become her disciple. Isn't this seeking death? Is this kid truly foolish or just pretending? Master, you don't need to worry. Seeing old Qi's troubled expression, full of conflict and uncertainty, Chuchen waved his hand and tried to comfort him. Before coming here, I already met the Empress and even sent her a battle. No, a love letter. Upon hearing this, old Qi was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But when he realized what he had just heard, he immediately exploded with fury, taking several steps to stand before Chuchen, questioning, "What did you say? You've already met the Empress? And you sent her a battle. Love letter?" Chuchen noted that the fact that he publicly recited a love letter to the Empress had been witnessed by the entire Elder Council, so it was impossible to hide. Additionally, 3 years ago, during the battle with the Empress, his face had been seen by many elders and disciples of the Divine Flame Palace, so he couldn't conceal that either. It was better to admit it openly. After all, he had the Empress backing him up, so what was there to fear? You. Old Qi suppressed his inner agitation and anxiety, his eyes wide open, looking at Chuchen in disbelief. "Quick, tell me everything that happened. Leave out nothing. And don't hide anything." Having lived for so long, this was the first time he encountered such a bizarre situation. Seeing old Qi's nervous expression, Chuchen no longer hesitated and immediately spoke. "Yes, master. I must clarify the entire matter to put your mind at ease and ensure that this scheming master will continue to invest countless cultivation resources in me to help me rise powerfully. 3 years ago, after my battle with the Empress, I was crippled and the entire Yi family abandoned me like a worn-out shoe. I endured humiliation in the Yi family and live an unhappy life. A few days ago, the Yi family stripped me of my status as saint and expelled me, leaving me to fend for myself. I harbored resentment, so I came to the Divine Flame Palace, intending to issue a challenge in the name of the Yi family to provoke a war between the two sides for revenge. Upon hearing this, old Qi's pupils instantly widened, and he couldn't help but give Chuchen a thumbs up. What a ruthless kid with quite a flair of his own. It seems that their becoming master and disciple is destined. Since it's a challenge, why has it turned into a love letter? The old man, Qi, couldn't wait to ask. The story Chuchen told was too bizarre and convoluted. Even this old guy who had lived for thousands of years was captivated. The Empress is truly too beautiful, and the disciple couldn't help but change the challenge letter into a love letter and confess to your majesty the Empress. Upon saying this, Chuchen lowered his head, his old face flushed with embarrassment. The old man Qi was stunned for a long time before he reacted, his eyes wide and mouth agape, thinking he must have heard wrong. But when he saw at a critical moment that Chuchen was too shy to look up and fell silent, it made him anxious, scratching his head in frustration. He then stepped forward, fixed his gaze on Chuchen, and questioned, "And then? Speak up, why are you being shy? What did the Empress say? What did she do? The Empress didn't order your execution? Those elders from the council didn't kill you on the spot?" Chapter 32. The rival appears, generally speaking, the more powerful a cultivator is, the less intelligent they tend to be. In the past, Chuchen did not believe this, until he met his cheat master, old Qi. Today, this old guy kept asking him if he had been ordered by the Empress to be executed after confessing his feelings. Even if he hadn't been killed by the Empress, the elders of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace should have acted decisively to kill him on the spot, right? In this old guy's mind, it seems that he is destined to die regardless. But if Chuchen dies, then who is standing in front of him? Chuchen wanted to curse, but after touching the storage ring on his hand, he held back. After all, one should be careful around those who can eat you whole and those who provide assistance. "Master, neither the Empress nor the Elder Group has acted against me." Chuchen cupped his hands respectfully, wanting to say more but hesitating. Instead, old Qi's appetite was piqued again, and Chuchen could clearly sense that the surrounding void was enveloped by a powerful pressure from the Saint King realm. If he weren't this old man's disciple, he feared he might have already been killed by this old guy. What instead? "Speak up, my good disciple. You are going to kill me with worry." What exactly is the Empress's attitude toward you? The Empress's attitude toward Chuchen would determine the next steps for the palace master of the Central Palace. This was an important matter. Why not clarify everything at once, making this old man, who was thousands of years old, anxious? Then it seemed the Empress was about to break through, her aura unstable, so she hurried to enter seclusion. However, before entering seclusion, she gave him a token to participate in the outer disciple trials at Red King Mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, Old Chi visibly let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, his brows furrowed into a shape, and his murky old eyes stared intently at Chuchen. Not knowing what he was thinking, Old Chi never expected that the person behind Chuchen would be none other than the Empress Lin Shuwang. Moreover, it was the Empress who sent him to participate in the outer disciple trials at Red King Mountain. This way, this kid could no longer be easily manipulated. However, this did not conflict with his plans. The stronger this kid became, the better. When the time comes. Haha, my good disciple. Since the Empress has no intention of killing you, congratulations. It seems our Empress has quite a favorable impression of you, which is a tremendous blessing. As if recalling something, Old Chi suddenly patted Chuchen's shoulder and laughed heartily. I don't have many years left, and I don't understand matters of men and women. But since you've confessed to the Empress and haven't been executed, it shows that the Empress has a good impression of you. But don't forget, in the ancient continent, strength is paramount. My good disciple, you must cast aside all distractions and work hard to improve your cultivation. This is the most important thing. As soon as Old Chi finished speaking, Chuchen was so moved that he couldn't find words, immediately cupping his fists and bowing. Yes, master. Both teacher and disciple had their own hidden agendas, but on the surface, they maintained the appearance of a benevolent teacher and dutiful disciple. By the way, although I didn't personally witness the battle between you and the Empress 3 years ago, I have heard that the Empress was severely injured and nearly perished afterward, in you. Old Chi leaned on his cane and had not taken 2 steps when he seemed to remember something and turned to Chuchen, continuing to question, what about the outcome of being left with destroyed meridians, lost cultivation, and a severed path to practice? How is it now? Before Old Chi returned to the Red King Palace, Chuchen had already thought of a response and immediately answered, Disciple doesn't know. I only encountered a walking ancient tea tree while crossing the heavenly demon gorge, which was fragrant. I knew it was a treasure and tried to catch it, but that tea tree was too fast and vanished in the blink of an eye. I only managed to pick a tea leaf. After consuming that tea leaf, I felt warm all over, and then, before Chuchen could finish his sentence, Old Chi's face turned red, and he exclaimed, Immortal medicine, enlightenment ancient tea tree. No wonder. No wonder. Only the legendary immortal medicine could possibly allow you to resume your path of cultivation. When Old Chi said this, his face was filled with envy, and his murky old eyes sparkled. What a pity. What a pity. If I had encountered that enlightenment ancient tea tree, I wouldn't be in this situation now. The immortal medicine could allow an ancient emperor to live a second life. Old Chi, being only at the Saint King realm, didn't even need a complete immortal medicine to achieve a second life and regain his youth. It's just a pity that he lacks that fortune. Wait a minute. An immortal medicine appeared in the heavenly demon gorge? That's great. It is said that the enlightenment ancient tea tree not only has healing effects, but can also assist one in achieving enlightenment. If I obtain this immortal medicine, not only can I live a second life, but I can also break through to the quasi-emperor's secret realm. No, I must go to the heavenly demon gorge right now. As he spoke, Old Chi even forgot about Chuchen, using his cane to directly employ a spatial magical power to teleport to the heavenly demon gorge. Chuchen was taken aback. He never expected his cheap master to be so impulsive. He had just casually made up a story, and this old man was eager to rush into the heavenly demon gorge. What kind of place is the heavenly demon gorge? It is a paradise for demon beasts, one of the forbidden areas on the ancient continent. Not to mention Saint King level demon emperors. Even many demon emperors who have reached the emperor realm lurked within. If things go wrong, Old Chi could very likely die in the heavenly demon gorge. Having lived for thousands of years, he was still so reckless. Chuchen shook his head helplessly, then pushed open the palace door and walked out of the Red King Palace. Having found a cheap master and secured cultivation resources, he was ready to start his training. Having lived a second life, Chuchen was very curious about how fast his cultivation speed would be. Furthermore, being able to cultivate meant that his body could refine and store spiritual power, which also meant that Chuchen, could thoroughly refine and absorb the swallowing heaven demon jar, this supreme imperial weapon. Supreme imperial weapons all have weapon spirits. As long as they are completely refined, one can summon the weapon spirit for their own use. With a weapon spirit protecting him, wouldn't Chuchen be able to walk sideways in the entire Divine Flame Emperor Palace? The swallowing heaven demon jar was Chuchen's greatest reliance and trump card. Finally, after waiting for 2 more days, he would meet the 10-day deadline, and Chuchen could use the swallowing heaven demon jar to capture the heavens once more. What treasures would he capture this time? Chuchen was very curious. It would be best to capture something that would help the Empress Lin Shuwang. After all, the only person he owed now was the Empress Lin Shuwang. Lost in thought, Chuchen walked toward the purple bamboo forest where Zhang Kuer was located. Having successfully entered the Divine Flame Emperor Palace and become a disciple of the Central Palace Master Old Qi, he naturally needed to inform the Empress and Zhang Kuer of this news before starting his cultivation. Moreover, the Empress had forcibly entered seclusion after sacrificing her divine phoenix feathers to save him, causing her realm to drop. How is she now? Chuchen naturally wanted to take a look. Exiting the Red King Palace, he looked up to see a round moon, as large as a silver plate, hanging in the sky. The cold moonlight bathed the entire Red King Mountain, enveloping it in a dreamy night. Following the signs, Chuchen descended the steps, passing through a quiet lake, and arrived at the purple bamboo forest. He pushed open the half-closed courtyard door, but before he could take 2 steps, a protective formation was forcibly activated as a 5-pointed star appeared, blocking Chuchen's path. Zhang Kuer, is anyone there? It's me, Chuchen. Chuchen stood before the formation, not daring to rush in, and could only call out. Even with his high talent, he had not yet started his cultivation. This one is not good. Being strangled by the formation would be too unfair. But no matter how much he shouted, the door remained tightly closed, likely because Zhang Kuer was not home. Stepping back outside the courtyard, Chuchen thought for a moment and then turned to head towards the Empress's palace. The purple bamboo forest, Red King Mountain, and the Empress's underground palace were not far apart, forming a triangular formation. However, without cultivation, Chuchen could not fly with a sword and could only rely on his feet to walk. Fortunately, the night was nice, and, after about half an hour of walking, he arrived at the Empress's palace. Along the way, he encountered many disciples questioning and patrolling. But as soon as Chuchen took out the token given to him by the Empress and Elder Qi, the attitude of those questioning disciples immediately took a 180-degree turn. As they bowed and watched Chuchen leave, the master of Baiyu Palace, the Empress's teacher, is currently in seclusion in her chambers and cannot be disturbed unless summoned. Just as he reached the vicinity of the Empress's palace, he saw Zhang Kuer holding a long sword, blocking the master of Nangong Palace, Baiyu. Moreover, it is already late at night, so it is not appropriate to meet her now. Facing Baiyu, who was at the Saint King realm, Zhang Kuer did not flinch. Although she was only 14 or 15 years old, she wore a stern expression that exuded authority. Holy maiden, I mean no harm. I only wish to see the Empress, Baiyu said, holding a scroll, looking elegant and sincere as he gazed at Zhang Kuer. I am worried about the Empress's sudden seclusion. I fear something might have gone wrong in her cultivation. Also, I heard that today, the holy son of the Yi family came to our Divine Flame Palace to challenge the Empress, and I am concerned. Before Baiyu could finish, Zhang Kuer, with a frosty expression, drew her long sword and coldly spoke. This is my duty. I hope for your understanding. If the master insists on barging in, please step over my corpse. Baiyu was taken aback by her words and sighed inwardly. As a fellow member of the Divine Flame Palace, he knew all too well Zhang Kuer's temperament. This stubborn little girl was completely single-minded and resistant to persuasion. In the Divine Flame Palace, she listened only to the Empress's words and had been quite polite to him, but to other palace masters, not a single kind word. Baiyu could not really harm Zhang Kuer. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Divine Flame Palace and the Empress's beloved disciple. To act against Zhang Kuer would mean completely severing ties with the Empress and the Divine Flame Palace. Well then, if the Empress comes out of seclusion, please inform me. Holy maiden. Baiyu sighed slightly and was about to leave when he seemed to think of something. He then grasped with one hand and a crimson berry appeared in his palm. This is the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit, which contains rich fire elemental spiritual power and is beneficial for the Empress's cultivation breakthrough. Please pass it on to her. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Kuer nodded expressionlessly and accepted the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit. No matter how one viewed it, Baiyu was a strong figure at the Saint King realm and the master of Nangong Palace. If she rejected the transfer of such a small matter as a spirit fruit, it would be too ungracious. Moreover, this Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit would indeed be beneficial for the Empress Lin Shuwang. Thank you. Seeing Zhang Kuer accept the berry, Baiyu smiled gently, waved his hand, and the void in front of him shattered, disappearing from sight. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Baiyu left, Chuchen clapped his hands and walked out from the shadows to the palace entrance. Holy maiden, how majestic! I admire you, Chuchen said with a beaming smile, praising her. To dare draw your sword against a Saint King realm expert. The Holy Maiden is truly a dragon among people, surely destined to step into the imperial realm and achieve greatness. Before he could finish flattering her, Zhang Kuer's cold snort interrupted him. Knowing to come here means you still have a bit of conscience. Without waiting for Chuchen to speak, Zhang Kuer waved her hand, and the formations and restrictions at the palace door were instantly lifted. If you want to see the Empress, just go in directly. No need for flattery. Chuchen was momentarily speechless, gave Zhang Kuer a thumbs up, then snatched the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit from her hand and stepped straight into the palace. Since it is a gift for the Empress, then, I will pass it on. No need to be polite. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you think I would keep this spirit fruit for myself? You really underestimate me. Chuchen. Zhang Kuer, furious, stomped her foot, but did not stop him. After entering the palace, Chuchen quickly closed the door behind him. Then, looking at the graceful figure sitting cross-legged in the void at the center of the palace, his heart warmed. As he walked towards the Empress Lin Shuwang, he took big bites of the berry in his hand. Could a gift from a rival be delivered to the Empress? Wasn't he that pure madness? Chapter 33. Night in the Empress's Chamber Creek. As the heavy palace doors closed, two female disciples who had been hiding in the shadows rushed out in a flurry. They surrounded the Saintess Zhang Kuer, chattering nonstop, their faces filled with disbelief and astonishment. Saintess, how? Who did you let him in? Isn't the Empress in seclusion? Isn't it said that one cannot be disturbed during seclusion? Even the master of Baiyu was turned away by you, so why let him into the palace? Who is he? I've never seen him in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace before. Previously, when Baiyu was around, these two female disciples had been so frightened that they directly hid away. Zhang Kuer was the saintess and the only beloved disciple of the Empress, possessing the strength and courage to confront a strong figure at the Saint King level, which they did not have. Exactly. Kuer, you must tell us. That guy has no cultivation, not a trace of spiritual power in him, just an ordinary mortal. You've let him in, and what if the Empress blames you later? These two female disciples had a good relationship with Zhang Kuer on normal days. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to speak to her like this. Although Zhang Kuer was strict, stubborn, and had a poor attitude towards those with ill intentions try to get close to the Empress, she was very kind to ordinary disciples. Moreover, she did not carry any airs of a saintess and was quite popular among the disciples. Don't worry. Zankaya blusit lichtly. Looking at the curious female disciples crowding around her, and quickly changed her tone. Why are you asking so much? The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Anyway, I won't say anything. I won't say a word. Before receiving the Empress's approval, Zhang Kuer was still very tight-lipped. The Imperial Palace was where the Empress's chamber was located, and the Empress Lin Shuwang spent most of her time living, cultivating, and in seclusion within the palace. In such a private place, Zhang Kuer had the confidence to let Chuchen in without any conditions. Although the Empress did not say it explicitly and even denied it, as her beloved disciple, Zhang Kuer quickly realized that her master had developed feelings for someone, although she did not know how Chuchen had confessed to her master. The fact that her master was willing to strip away the divine phoenix feather and risk her own cultivation to help Chuchen resume his path of cultivation and heal the wounds of the great Tao showed that she was serious, even willing to risk her life. Could such feelings be shallow? Even though the Empress repeatedly instructed her not to tell Chuchen about these matters. allowing him to choose whether to stay or leave based on his own wishes. Zhang Ku'er was not foolish. If she kept such things from him, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Clearly, her master was willing to risk her life for him, yet she didn't tell him. The usually wise and clever master was so muddled when it came to matters of the heart. As a disciple, she couldn't be foolish as well. Zhang Ku'er could see that both had feelings for each other, and naturally, she had to play the role of a divine matchmaker, creating opportunities for them to meet and matchmake properly. This was also why she directly let Chuchen in before he even spoke. The Empress must be eager to see him as well. Zhang Ku'er sighed slightly, casting a resentful glance at the full moon above her head. You said you'd be single for 10,000 years, yet you fell for someone first. Humph. And you told me that all men are like floods and beasts, that they are of no benefit to cultivation. I see, master. Inside the imperial palace, in the grand hall, the Empress Lin Shuwang sat cross-legged in mid-air, dressed in a snow-white gown, her eyes tightly closed, looking fresh and beautiful. She was breathtakingly stunning, beyond description. Chomp, chomp. As Chuchen walked up to the Empress, he held the earth-fire spirit fruit in his hand, taking large bites and chewing. It must be said that the taste of the earth-fire spirit fruit was quite good, sweet and sour, juicy. With each bite, not only did his taste buds feel satisfied, but the rich fire-type spiritual power surged down his throat, flowing through his body's meridians, filling every part of him. When a Saint King level expert takes action, it is indeed extraordinary. Chuchen's entire body turned crimson, and steam began to rise from his head. The medicinal power of the earth-fire spirit fruit was too strong. The spiritual power he absorbed could not be refined in time, no matter how one viewed it. Baiyu was the master of the divine flame imperial palace, a Saint King level expert, and this gift was naturally not light. I reckon this earth-fire spirit fruit is at least a mid-grade earth-level spiritual item. Although it cannot compare to the elixir of immortality, the spiritual power and vitality it contains are immense. In the ancient continent, spiritual items and elixirs are divided into 6 major grades: mortal, spiritual, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. And beyond heaven grade, there are the legendary elixirs of immortality. This earth-fire spirit fruit is of mid-grade earth level, and even Saint King level experts cannot casually produce it. Its preciousness is evident. Boom! Just as Chuchen swallowed the entire earth-fire spirit fruit, the violent fire-type spiritual power instantly filled his top-grade fire spiritual root, and the crimson spiritual power surged through his meridians, filling his body. Chuchen had no intention of cultivating, but such immense spiritual power directly led him to break through, instantly advancing to the gathering chi realm. From an ordinary mortal, he transformed into a cultivator. He thought that stepping onto the path of cultivation was the end, but the overwhelming medicinal power in his body showed no signs of diminishing. With every step he took, his aura surged. Step. He stepped forward, breaking through to the second level of gathering chi. Step. Another step, breaking through to the third level of gathering chi. Step, step. Just 10 steps away from the Empress Lin Shuwang. When Chuchen stood before the Empress, his aura surged like a raging fire, shooting into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. With consecutive breakthroughs, Chuchen had reached the 10th level of the gathering chi realm. But even in the blink of an eye, breaking through 10 levels, the medicinal power of the earth-fire spirit fruit had only consumed about 1/10 or 1/12, with the remaining medicinal power still filling his meridians, causing his body to burn red and exude explosive power. This is bad. The medicinal power is too overwhelming, and my body cannot digest it. I can't break through anymore. If I do, it will be the condensation realm. Chuchen possessed a top-grade, all-attribute spiritual root, and now only the top-grade fire spiritual root had absorbed enough fire-type spiritual power. As for the top-grade water spiritual root, top-grade metal spiritual root, none had absorbed their corresponding spiritual power to reach a full state. If I were to break through like this, it would be a waste of my talent as the greatest genius of cultivation in the ancient world. But if I do not digest this violent fire-type spiritual power, there is a danger of explosion. So, Should I recklessly break through or choose to explode and die? Of course, Chuchen chooses neither. Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar. Swallow for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuchen activated the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar, an extreme imperial weapon, using his own spiritual power. He had broken through to the 10th level of the Gathering Chi realm. Although he had not fully refined the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar, there was still spiritual power remaining in his body, so he could naturally mobilize a bit. Boom! Under Chuchen's control, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar erupted with terrifying devouring power, instantly swallowing all the excess fire-type spiritual power in his body into the jar. Then, without needing Chuchen's control, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar seemingly possessed independent intelligence, refining the absorbed fire-type spiritual power into small crimson fire pills. Counting them carefully, there were more than 10 crimson fire pills. In the future, when breaking through, he only needed to refine these fire pills with no waste whatsoever. Who would have thought that the raging fire spiritual power inside Chuchen would be exceptionally obedient and gentle upon reaching the Tongtian Demon Cauldron? Even when refined into fire pills, it did not resist at all. Chuchen let out a silent sigh of relief. After the crisis was averted, he quickly severed all connections with the Tongtian Demon Cauldron in his body. Glancing at the grand and spacious hall, Chuchen couldn't shake the feeling that there were unseen eyes watching him. Especially when manipulating the Tongtian Demon Cauldron, that feeling of being watched was even more pronounced. It truly felt like needles in his back, a fishbone in his throat, sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, he had not completely awakened the Tongtian Demon Cauldron. Otherwise, Chuchen could sense that something big would happen. Looking around the Imperial Palace, he did not see anyone other than the Empress, but the more he thought so, the more mysterious the divine flame Imperial Palace became in Chuchen's heart, making him wary. He gathered his thoughts and cast aside distractions, looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang, who had her eyes tightly closed and her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a hint of pain and struggle occasionally appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. Chuchen felt a pang of heartache. There was no time to think too much. It was time to get down to business. Chuchen stepped forward, took out a dagger from his storage ring, and then waved his hand. Swish! The cold light flashed. The sharp dagger instantly cut through Chuchen's left wrist, and bright red blood spurted out. Chuchen pressed the wound on his wrist against the Empress's vibrant red lips, then curled his finger, under the guidance of spiritual power. The blood flowed into her ruby lips. People only knew that 3 years ago, Chuchen fought against the Empress, his chaos divine body shattered, his cultivation wasted, and he became a useless person. But no one knew that the chaos divine body was hailed as the #1 divine body of the ancient era. Even if shattered and wasted, the chaotic energy would still dissolve into the blood, becoming a precious medicine of the present age. In the past 3 years with the Yi family, Chuchen knew his life was short-lived, so he used his own blood to refine chaos blood pills, giving them to his father Yi Ding, his 7 sisters, and Yi Xian to help them elevate their cultivation. This was the biggest secret buried deep in Chuchen's heart, which he had never told anyone. But they not only were ungrateful, but they often mocked and rolled their eyes. Fortunately, having lived a second life, Chuchen had already severed the so-called familial ties and bonds. In this life, he lived only for himself and for those he loved. As the chaos blood continuously flowed into the Empress Lin Shuwang's body, her originally weak and feeble aura suddenly underwent a tremendous transformation. Her cultivation surged from the 4th layer of the Great Sage to the 5th layer of the Great Sage, the 6th layer of the Great Sage, the 7th layer of the Great Sage. In an instant, the Empress Lin Shuwang's realm restored to the 8th layer of the Great Sage. At her peak moment, the declining realm surged back in an instant. It felt like a dream. Even more terrifying was that as the chaos blood dissolved within the Empress Lin Shuwang, the drop of divine phoenix blood that had been stored in the storage ring began to resonate as well. With a resounding cry of the divine phoenix echoing through the hall, the drop of divine phoenix blood enveloped in flames transformed directly into a fiery divine phoenix, soaring into the Empress Lin Shuwang's brow. Boom! Under the dual effects of the chaos blood and the divine phoenix blood, The already restored Empress Lin Shuwang showed faint signs of a breakthrough. Who would have thought that the Empress, who had lost her divine phoenix feathers, would not only not drop in cultivation, but become even more terrifying? Bang! Just as the Empress Lin Shuwang was about to break through, Chuchen, due to excessive blood loss, collapsed into the Empress Lin Shuwang's arms, fainting. Meanwhile, watching as the sky was about to brighten, the holy maiden Zhang, guarding the palace gate, was anxiously stomping her feet. Chapter 34. Supporting the wall and coming out as Zhang Kuker watched Chuchen walk into the Empress's palace. A touching and earth-shattering love story began. It was she, Zhang Kuker, who had pulled the strings to make it happen. Thinking of this, Zhang Kuker couldn't help but feel proud and smug about her own cleverness and wisdom. However, as time passed, she began to feel a bit anxious. Was what she was doing really right? 1 hour later, looking at the still closed palace gates, the smile on Zhang Kuker's face completely vanished. What were Chuchen and the Empress doing inside? What could they possibly be doing? 2 hours later, Zhang Kuker was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth at the palace gate, her face filled with worry. What was going on? What was happening? Wasn't it said in the comics that the first time is usually very short? Why was it? 3 hours passed, and Zhang Kuker was so anxious that she drew her sword, rushing to the palace gate several times. She wanted to kick the door open and drag Chuchen out by his collar, this lecherous man. But she was also worried about offending her master, fearing that the Empress would lose face. It had been an entire night. What on earth had happened inside the palace? Oh my God! Was Chuchen really taking advantage of her master's seclusion too? The Empress was in a weakened state due to the separation of the divine phoenix feather, her cultivation level dropping and her aura unstable. During her seclusion, she couldn't even resist. Although Chuchen was just an ordinary man, he had desires and courage, taking advantage of the situation to turn raw rice into cooked rice. Oh no, Chuchen was let in by her, Zhang Kuker herself, willingly. If the Empress blamed her for this, who would she turn to for justice? Unknowingly, the sky began to show signs of dawn. Then, golden sunlight filled the entire divine flame palace, casting a light layer of pale gold over the grand and majestic palace, making it shine brightly. Zhang, with dark circles under her eyes, sighed quietly. Then she sheathed her sword, feeling as if her soul had been lost. After a whole night had passed, if something were to happen, it would have happened by now. What was the point of rushing into the Empress's palace now? Creak! At that moment, as Zhang Kuker was lost in thought, the palace gate that had been closed all night was suddenly pushed open from the inside, and Chuchen's familiar figure stepped out. Zhang Kuker's body jolted, and her dazed eyes instantly came to life, filled with energy. But just as Zhang Kuker was about to rush forward, she suddenly noticed that Chuchen's walking posture was a bit strange. He was leaning against the wall with one hand on his waist, slowly making his way towards her, taking a step and stopping, looking exhausted. This was what they called supporting the wall to come out. Chuchen's handsome face was now pale without a hint of blood, and even more exaggerated, he had barely taken a few steps before he was panting heavily. How? Why did it look like Chuchen was the victim? Was the Empress really that fierce? Zhang Kuker had initially thought that once Chuchen came out, she would definitely teach him a lesson for pretending to be weak and innocent, causing her to let her guard down and willingly allow him into the Empress's palace. But now, seeing Chuchen's weak, exhausted, and drained body, she actually felt guilty, with a deep sense of guilt welling up inside her. Wasn't the Empress supposed to say that men are like beasts? Why did it seem now that the Empress was even more beastly than a beast? Chuchen, are you okay? As she watched Chuchen stagger towards her, Zhang Kuker spoke while pulling various recovery pills from her storage ring, offering them to him. Strengthening pills, giant deer pills, snow ginseng pills, deer antler nourishing pills. Chuchen was momentarily stunned. Why was this girl being so polite? Also, how did a girl have so many nourishing pills in her storage ring? But it didn't matter. He was currently severely lacking in blood and needed to replenish himself. In order to help the Empress restore her cultivation and make up for the damage caused by the divine phoenix feather, Chuchen had completely given his all last night, feeding nearly half of his chaotic blood to the Empress. He hadn't expected the undying divine phoenix body to be so terrifying, consuming so much of his chaotic blood. If not for having eaten the earth, heart, fire, spirit fruit from the white feather palace master beforehand, breaking through to the 10th level of chi gathering, losing half of his chaotic blood would have left him bedridden for a month. Such is the wonder of the world. Who would have thought that his love rival, Baiyu, would inadvertently help him so much? If Baiyu knew that the earth, heart, fire, spirit fruit she gave to the Empress was eaten by Chuchen, she would probably be so furious she would spit several bowls of blood. As Zhang Ke looked at Chuchen with a heart full of concern, Chuchen took the nourishing pills and swallowed them in one go, refining them slightly, his complexion becoming much healthier. Chuchen, my master. While speaking, Zhang Ke looked towards the tightly closed palace door, wanting to check on the Empress's condition. After all, it was their first time. If Chuchen was this exhausted, the Empress should be not in a good state either, right? Wait, your master hasn't woken up yet. Seeing Zhang Ke about to enter the palace, Chuchen instinctively reached out to stop her. Don't go in for now. Let the Empress rest a bit longer. The chaotic blood had helped the Empress restore her cultivation, and logically, she should have been able to emerge from seclusion by now. But at a critical moment, a drop of the divine phoenix's essence blood had fused with the Empress's body, providing her with another opportunity for a breakthrough. At this crucial juncture, she naturally could not be disturbed, which is why Chuchen stopped Zhang Ke. Oh, okay. Without a second thought, Zhang Ke complied with Chuchen's words. After all, in her heart, Chuchen was the Empress's man. If even the Empress listened to Chuchen, how could she, as a disciple, not obey him? He, Chuchen, could spend the night in the Empress's palace, sharing the same bed with her. Could he be an ordinary person? This left the two female disciples behind them in shock, unable to close their mouths, speculating about Chuchen's identity. It should be noted that Zhang Ke was a spoiled and willful person, fearless of heaven and earth. She dared to confront the white feather palace master and even a Saint King level expert. In the entire divine flame palace, besides the Empress, who had ever seen Zhang Ke be so obedient to anyone else, let alone Chuchen being an ordinary man with no cultivation? Wait, not only were the two female disciples wide-eyed in shock, but even the dazed Zhang Ke exclaimed, Chuchen, your cultivation, chi gathering 10th level? How is this possible? Just last night, before entering the palace, you were clearly an ordinary man with no cultivation. How could you possibly break through 10 realms in just one night and reach the peak of chi gathering? You're just one step away from the condensation realm. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Ke exclaimed. Chuchen's cultivation speed was simply too fast, too against the heavens, too illogical. Even if Chuchen were a top-grade 5-element root, or even a rare top-grade all-attribute root in the entire primordial continent, it would be impossible for him to have such an astonishing cultivation speed. Even the Empress, who is also a prodigy, could not achieve this. Could it be that you've been hiding your cultivation all along? One of the female disciples asked, as it was the only possibility she could think of. Impossible. I heard that yesterday. Senior brother Chu tested with the Qi Ling Jade Pillar and revealed his top-tier 5 elements all-spirit root, which attracted the attention of the 5 palace masters of our divine flame imperial palace, all vying to take him as their disciple. Those 5 palace masters are all Saint King realm experts. If senior brother Chu had hidden his cultivation, how could he possibly deceive them? Senior brother Chu, why don't you tell us? Breaking through 10 realms in one night, how did you manage to cultivate? The 2 female disciples were both in the open heaven secret realm, with Zhang Ke even being in the spirit communication secret realm, while Chuchen, even with some breakthroughs, was at the lowest level of the gathering chi secret realm. In the divine flame imperial palace, status was determined by strength and the order of entry, with strength taking precedence. Yet, these 2 female disciples affectionately called him senior brother Chu, showing a closeness that was hard to ignore. Chuchen furrowed his brow. He truly couldn't explain this matter. He couldn't just say that he had eaten the earth, heart, fire, spirit fruit given to the Empress by Palace Master Baiyu and then used the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the swallowing heaven demon jar, to devour the excess fire elemental spirit energy. Yet, these 2 female disciples looked at him with big, sparkling eyes, full of expectation, pouting and flirting. If he didn't say something, they might think he was hiding something, and he would feel guilty. Why you all stop asking? Just when Chuchen didn't know what to do, Zhang Ke suddenly blushed and stammered. You're still young and don't know that there's a type of cultivation method in this world, where after dual cultivation, both parties can rapidly improve their cultivation. Swish, swish. As soon as Zhang Ke finished speaking, the two female disciples, blushing, turned and ran away shyly before Chuchen could explain. You. Chuchen pointed at the instigator, Zhang, wanted to say something, but hesitating. What a mess. Where did you learn all this, you little girl? Zhang Ke stuck out her tongue, feeling guilty as she replied, I read it in a picture book. Where did you get a picture book? You're still young. You should look at such unhealthy things. Fearing that Zhang Ke would turn bad, Chuchen even threatened, be careful, or I'll tell your master. The picture book was. It was borrowed from the Empress Master. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Chuchen stretched lazily, then headed straight towards the central palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Facing the morning glow, he was now a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, with a status so esteemed that in the whole central palace, he was one person below and 10,000 above. If that cheap master, the old man Shi, were to die in the heavenly demon gorge, then the one person below could be removed, and he, Chuchen, would become the palace master of the central palace. As he walked, he naturally felt as if he was walking on air, with a swagger that knew no bounds. According to his master's words yesterday, he would carve out a peak in the central palace for him to establish a dojo and would reward him with thousands of servants and maidens to take care of his daily life. Chuchen wasn't a materialistic man, but there were some things he could give up, but not this. Well, whether it was a dojo or servants didn't matter. The key was the maidens. Swish, swish. Two arrows sliced through the air, aiming straight for Chuchen's heart and throat. While walking through the woods, he was suddenly ambushed, but with years of combat experience, he remained calm. He kicked off a thick branch, forcing his body to the right to avoid one arrow, and simultaneously drew his sword, chopping down the other arrow. Crisis averted. Thud! Just as his body landed. He hadn't even had time to catch his breath when a starry light rose, and a formation was instantly activated, trapping Chuchen's body in an instant. A plot within a plot, one layer ensnaring another. As Chuchen's body was surrounded by the formation, three figures emerged from the dense forest, stepping forward with oppressive intent. The fierce killing intent startled the birds in the woods, sending them fleeing in panic. That peak with thousands of servants and maidens. How could he say, in this Divine Flame Imperial Palace's central palace, Chuchen, was also one person below and 10,000 above? Chapter 35. How terrifying is he? Chuchen. Swish, swish, swish. As the formation trapped Chuchen's body, three figures surged through the dense forest, forming a triangular formation, clearly having laid an ambush here. The one at the front was a young man clad in a python robe, striding with the demeanor of a dragon or tiger, exuding an air of nobility. The sword he bore was encrusted with precious rubies, indicating his extraordinary status. The other two, one to the left and one to the right, followed closely behind the robed man, dressed in black with stern expressions, their eyes revealing a chilling, killing intent, clearly accustomed to the battlefield and bloodshed. The three advanced and retreated in a formation, capable of both offense and defense, no matter from which direction they were attacked. The other two could quickly pivot to provide support. The second prince is wise. The second prince is mighty. If not for the second prince having set up this four seas dragon trapping formation early on, mere feathered arrows would likely not have been able to stop this kid. Although this kid has no cultivation, from his movements, he is definitely a skilled fighter. However, having offended our second prince, no matter who he is, he must die without a doubt. As they spoke, the three had already rushed to Chuchen's front. Hearing the flattery from his subordinates, the second prince, Li Long, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, looking at Chuchen, who was trapped by the formation, with a face full of disdain. Li Long, the second prince? I don't recall any grievances between us. It seems that I, Chuchen, have not offended you. The three spoke without any regard for Chuchen, so he heard everything clearly. He found it strange that he had only come to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace for a day or two. Aside from interacting with Empress Lin Shuwang, Saintess Zhang Ke, and the 5 palace masters and elder council members, he had hardly spoken to anyone else. How could there be any grudges? For instance, he didn't even remember this second prince, yet the other party wanted him dead. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Chuchen, you should die. He had thought that Chuchen, trapped by the formation and on the brink of death, would be scared out of his wits and kneel before him begging for mercy. However, the other party didn't even know who he was, couldn't even remember him. The greatest insult in this world is not the clash of swords, nor is it verbal abuse, but it is indifference. This prince is the second princely Long of the Qian dynasty. Yesterday you participated with me in the outer sect disciples trial at Red King Mountain. After just one day you, Chuchen, have actually forgotten me. You truly deserve to die. The outer sect disciples trial at Red King Mountain lasts 3 days. The second princely Long specifically waited until the last moment to make his grand entrance. With his top-tier water spiritual root talent, he instantly shocked all the trial participants and Elder Luo Tong at Red King Mountain. And it was only natural for him to secure the title of this session's newcomer king and receive the sect's rewards. Yet unexpectedly, a Chuchen emerged from nowhere, snatching away all the glory and rewards that originally belonged to Li Long. Not only did Chuchen possess a top-tier water spiritual root, but he also had top-tier fire, gold, wood, and earth spiritual roots. With a complete set of 5-element spiritual roots, not only could Li Long not compare, but it was likely that no one in the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace could match him. Such a person cannot be left alive. Would he just be a source of annoyance for himself? As long as he kills Chuchen, he, Li Long, would still be the newcomer king in this outer sect disciples trial, still the most promising seed disciple, and all the rewards belonging to Chuchen would revert to him. A mere commoner dares to compete with a prince of the empire, a future ruler of the Qian dynasty? This is an unforgivable crime. Offend? If it weren't for entering Red King Mountain, you, a commoner, wouldn't even get to see our prince's face, yet you dare to speak of offense? The second prince was so furious he couldn't speak. His 2 subordinates immediately pointed at Chuchen's nose and angrily reprimanded him, eager to help their master regain face. Under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. If the king wants his subjects to die, they must die. Our second prince personally comes to kill you. That is your greatest honor in this life, and you still dare to. Swish! Before the black-clad man could finish his sentence, Chuchen, trapped by the formation, suddenly broke free from the 4 seas dragon trapping formation, and his body transformed into a streak of light. A dazzling sword light flashed by. When Chuchen reappeared, the long sword in his hand had already cleaved the noisy black-clad man in half at the waist. Puffed. Blood and internal organs flowed out, and the black-clad man, split in 2 at the waist, helplessly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, slowly feeling the life force within him fade away. Overwhelming pain sweeping through his entire mind like a tidal wave. Second prince, save me. Since most of the vital organs were in the upper half of his body, even though he was cut in half, this subordinate did not die immediately, but instead weakly crawled on the ground, twisting and struggling, feeling the pain and despair of being consumed by death and darkness. Villains often meet their demise through excessive talking. The reason Chuchen engaged in conversation with the second prince and the others was first, to clarify the identities of these people. After all, he had no impression of the second Prince Li Long, who was just a passerby to him. Second, it was certainly to buy time to escape the 4 seas dragon trapping formation. Now that he had bought enough time and successfully escaped, there was naturally no need to continue the idle chatter. Swish! After achieving success with 1 strike, Chuchen did not linger, but took advantage of the moment when the second prince and another subordinate were momentarily dazed to charge forward with his sword again. Chop! Sweep! Stab! Chuchen wielded his long sword and attacked the other black-clad man like a torrential storm. Die for me. It must be said that those who could serve as guards beside the second prince were no ordinary individuals. After a brief moment of daze, the black-clad man quickly raised his sword to block, and with years of battlefield experience, he was able to exchange blows with Chuchen for a time. Damn it, Chuchen, you really should die. The second prince, Li Long, also snapped back to reality from his shock, watching the two locked in a stalemate, and without any hesitation. He drew his long sword and attacked fiercely, teaming up with the black-clad man to strike simultaneously. The Four Seas Dragon Trapping Formation is a secret formation of the Qian dynasty. How could a mere commoner, without any cultivation, break free from it? But even if you escaped the Four Seas Dragon Trapping Formation, what does it matter? Anyo has the cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi gathering, while this prince is at the 1st layer of essence gathering. You killed this prince's subordinate. This prince will make you pay with your life. Before the second prince could finish his sentence, the commoner he spoke of suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and crimson spiritual power surged from his palm to the sword tip, igniting a flicker of flame. Swish! With just one strike, he severed the black-clad man's neck, blood spurting forth. At the same time, Chuchen no longer concealed his cultivation. The cultivation of the 10th layer of Qi gathering burst forth in an instant. And taking advantage of the moment Li Long was dazed, he sheathed his sword and plunged it into the second prince's chest, pinning him to a sturdy tree behind him. Huff, huff. Having ended the battle with thunderous means, Chuchen wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to the second prince, who was coughing up blood, and raised the corners of his mouth. Essence gathering realm. How impressive. The prince of the Qian dynasty, the future heir. How imposing. Facing Chuchen's mockery, the second prince coughed blood while cursing. Chuchen, you should die. You have been hiding your cultivation all along, clearly at the 10th layer of Qi gathering. Yet during the Red King Mountain trial, you pretended to be an ordinary commoner, deceiving us. So insidious. So cunning. If he had known from the start that Chuchen was at the 10th layer of Qi gathering, how could Li Long have been careless? How could he have underestimated him? The Four Seas Dragon Trapping Formation, though strong, could only trap practitioners of the Qi gathering realm. Li Long, as the second prince of the great Qian dynasty, had a storage ring containing formations and hidden weapons to deal with masters at the level. However, these were his trump cards and life-saving means. He would just come in swinging a king bomb right away. I could say I just started cultivating last night and broke through to the 10th level within a night. Do you believe that? Looking at the second prince, whose face was filled with grief and anger as if he wanted to tear himself apart, Chuchen suddenly lost the desire to continue speaking. After all, this birdman clearly didn't believe it, so why bother explaining to someone on the brink of death? Chuchen, I am the second prince of the great Qian dynasty. You cannot kill me. You can't. As Li Long spoke, Chuchen withdrew the sword that was plunged into his chest, and Li Long's body fell straight to the ground from the tree trunk. Just when Li Long breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped a disaster, the sword spun around, and the sharp tip was pressed against his throat once again. You're called Li Long, right? Actually, I think you are quite pitiful. Li Long possessed a top-tier water attribute spiritual root and could be considered a child of destiny. He had smoothly entered the divine flame imperial palace, and as long as he cultivated step by step, given him 10 years, he would surely break through to the of. By then, when he returned to the great Qian dynasty, he would no longer be a mere heir, but the ruler of the great Qian dynasty. Yet, this person came to provoke Chuchen. You're not only as foolish as a pig, but also easily impulsive and easily incited. Looking at Li Long, who was kneeling on the ground with a confused and dazed expression, Chuchen shook his head slightly. In fact, including Li Long, most of the participants in the trial for the outer disciples of Qi Mountain were around 13 or 14 years old. Being able to break through to the at this age showed their strong talent. Chuchen, on the other hand, was already 23 due to living a second life and cultivating again. So in his eyes, Li Long and the others were like children. You see that my cultivation talent is above yours, and you think I've taken everything that belongs to you. Thus you harbor resentment and set up a trap to kill me. Chuchen looked at Li Long, who was kneeling on the ground, looking like a dog in distress, with a gaze that was almost disdainful. But have you thought about it? I possess a top-tier, 5-element spiritual root, and even the 5 palace masters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace are vying to take me as their disciple, going so far as to engage in a fierce battle in the void battlefield. If you kill me, do you think you can still live? Upon hearing this, the second Prince Li Long suddenly realized, his body trembling uncontrollably. Let me guess, as a prince of the great Qian dynasty, you are actually not stupid. and your actions must be incited by someone. This instigator must have a very high status and cultivation in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, or rather, in the Chi Wang Palace. They promised you that once you killed me, they would not only plead for you in front of the palace master, but also reward you with numerous treasures to aid your cultivation. Seeing the terrified expression on Li Long's face, who was slumped on the ground like a deflated balloon, Chuchen knew he had guessed correctly. Chuchen, spare me. Spare me. As you said, there is no enmity between us, and the only ones you killed were just 2 guards, which is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. As long as you let this prince go, this prince will definitely. Glancing at the 2 guards who had long since breathed their last, Chuchen's gaze turned cold, and he had lost all patience. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this? Who incited you to kill me? In the previous strike, I deliberately avoided your vital points, and if treated in time, you would still have your life. Facing Chuchen's questioning, the second Prince Li Long, however, was not flustered. Struggling to get up from the ground, leaning against the tree trunk, he actually began to negotiate with Chuchen. If you want to know who the mastermind is, you have to agree to let me go first, otherwise Li Long would rather die than. Swish! Before Li Long could finish his bold words, Chuchen flicked his sword, effortlessly slicing through his throat. Chuchen, you. The second prince clutched his throat tightly, but blood still sprayed out from the wound, and he couldn't stop it no matter what. He could not understand until his death. As a prince of the great Qian dynasty and the future heir, how could Chuchen dare? How could he dare to kill him? Without even mentioning a single condition, did he not want to know who the mastermind was? Bang! The lifeless second prince fell to the ground, and Chuchen bent down, skillfully taking the storage ring from Li Long's fingers, then turned and left. Who is the mastermind? It doesn't matter. After all, he would still make a move against himself. There was one more thing that Chuchen forgot to tell this pitiful second prince. Li Long's mission was not to kill Chuchen at all. Instead, it was to use his own life to frame Chuchen for the murder of his fellow disciples, so that the mastermind could legitimately make a move to capture him. This is the tragedy of being a pawn. Only this mastermind could never imagine what kind of terrible existence he had provoked in Chuchen, and this terror was not referring to cultivation and realm. Chapter 36. Kill him, and you will be my personal maid, Chuchen. In the dense forest leading from the Empress's palace to the Red King's palace, 3 corpses lay scattered on the ground, on tree trunks and small mounds. Severed limbs, ruptured organs, blood pooling and staining the earth, and 6 pairs of wide-open eyes, forever unclosed. All of this spoke of the danger and brutality of the recent battle. Swish, swish, swish. Shortly after Chuchen left, 3 figures descended from the sky, riding flying swords with grace and elegance. Only cultivators who have broken through to the sea-breaking realm can wield flying swords. In other words, these 3 individuals must have at least reached the sea-breaking realm or higher. Without using hidden means, Chuchen would not be able to deal with them now. Lin Shuwang, senior brother Li Long, and the others were all dead, with no survivors. Cut in half, a sword sealing the throat. What a vicious method this kid has. They're all fellow disciples. Why be so ruthless? It's outrageous. Insane. The leader, senior brother Lin Shuwang, dressed in a light blue robe, looked at the scattered bodies on the ground with evident disdain and disgust, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, frowning tightly. Enough talk, pack these corpses up and take them back. The rest can be handled by senior brother Zhao. After all, their mission has been completed, and their deaths save us from finishing them off. After saying this, Lin Shuwang turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed in the direction where Chuchen had vanished, a meaningful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Chuchen, oh Chuchen, in the path of cultivation, having talent and resources is not enough. One must also consider background, connections, scheming, and a level of deceit. It's far more sinister and dark than you can imagine. You should understand the saying, a gentleman is blameless, but possessing jade brings blame. Once you're targeted by senior brother Zhao Kanyang, if you don't die, who will? Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples fell silent. They each suppressed their nausea, channeling their spiritual power to gather the scattered corpses and organs, then flew towards the depths of the Red King's palace together. After taking care of Li Long and the others, Chuchen had long anticipated that there was an instigator behind this matter, and that someone would soon come to collect the bodies of Li Long and the others. Then the true instigator would take the corpses of Li Long and the others and publicly challenge him using the sex rules as justification. However, Chuchen did not set an ambush in the forest. He did not seek to turn the passive into the active. After all, he had only just begun his cultivation, and even if he broke through to the 10th level, he would only be at the 10th level of the Gathering Chi realm. For a genius like him, being invincible within the same realm was normal, and fighting across realms was also common. Even if he encountered cultivators at the Condensing Yuan realm, he could still fight across realms and suppress them forcefully. However, if he encountered cultivators at the Sea-Breaking realm, Opening Heaven realm, or even the Spirit Communicating realm, without using his ultimate life-saving means, he would not be a match for them. Therefore, who targeted Chuchen was not important. After all, these people would jump out to cause trouble. He might as well wait until things escalated to an uncontrollable point and then suppress them with overwhelming force. Humming a little tune, Chuchen directly arrived at another towering mountain near the Red King Mountain. Looking up, he was struck by the sight of ancient trees and lush bamboo, instantly amazed. This mountain was majestic and towering, reaching into the clouds, resembling a heavenly jade pillar that pierced the azure sky. Around the peak, clouds and mist swirled, and the sea of clouds was boundless. Hidden within the mist were several magnificent palaces, like ancient behemoths lying at the mountain summit, resembling an immortal island in a fairyland, mysterious and expansive. Stepping onto the mountain path, the stone steps were winding like a swimming dragon. After only a few steps, he encountered a waterfall cascading down from the peak, the stream gurgling and rippling. What place of paradise! That old guy really has no complaints about me. Chuchen ascended step by step, feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from the mountain, feeling refreshed and unknowingly quickening his pace. This mountain was the training ground that his master, Old Chi, had opened for him. In the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace, for thousands of years, aside from the palace master Old Chi, only he, Chuchen, had been able to open a mountain as a training ground. About half an hour later, Chuchen leapt directly to the summit of the mountain. Looking around, the peak seemed to have been flattened by some mighty figure with a sword. Aside from a very spacious plaza, there were 4 or 5 palaces scattered among the woods. With the sun rising, the warm sunlight bathed the entire mountain in a golden hue, outlining the palaces, waterfalls, celestial cranes, and spirit deer into a breathtaking painting. Hurry up. All of you get moving. As the master approaches our mountain, you better be smart. Clean the ground, secure the spirit beasts, and wipe the windows until they are spotless. If anyone messes up, don't blame me for beating them to death. Chuchen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a portly old steward sitting in a grand chair, scolding the servants in front of him with a whip in one hand while pouring wine into his mouth with the other. Hundreds of servants below were all hunched over, shrinking their heads, silent as if frozen in fear. At this moment, a group of knife-wielding guards escorted a ragged girl covered in whip marks, pushing her in front of the old steward. This girl is quite stubborn. She refuses to clean herself up and wait for you in the room. My brothers have already given her a severe beating, breaking 2 whips, but she actually took advantage of their inattention to slash her own face with a knife. She refuses to submit, saying that you killed her parents, and she will never forgive you in this life, even if she becomes a ghost. She would rather die than serve you. The guard's voice was not small, and both the old steward in the grand chair and the hundreds of servants below heard it clearly, making the atmosphere instantly oppressive. Looking for death. Swish, swish, swish. The old steward sprang up from the grand chair, brandishing the whip in his hand, raining blows down on the girlish body. In an instant, her skin was broken and flesh was exposed. This whip was no ordinary item, but belonged to the category of magical treasures. Although it was only a low-level gathering chi magical treasure, its power was not to be underestimated. When it struck a person, it felt like being bitten by a venomous snake with sharp teeth. I look at you. That is your fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. You, a lowly servant, should serve as a slave for generations. Now, as long as you marry me as a concubine, You can shed your slave status, yet you still refuse to comply? Your despicable father and your tubercular mother deserve to die. How dare they rush up to bite me? Killing them is a favor to them. They should be skinned and turned into a human pig. The old steward scolded while beating, and the girl was beaten to the ground, barely breathing, lacking even the strength to speak. But those bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the old steward, filled with boundless hatred, vowing to never rest until death. Still daring to glare at me? Still daring to glare at me? The old steward, furious, scratched his ears and pulled his hair, waving the whip even more vigorously. When the whipping finally stopped, the woman was left gasping for breath, staring death in the face. The old steward was also exhausted, sweating profusely, panting heavily. Come on, take this stinking woman to the back mountain and throw her to the dogs. As the old steward pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, he casually waved his hand at a few guards, instructing, "Listen carefully. Our mountain's master is about to arrive. If anyone leaks this matter, I'll make sure they don't live." "Yes." A few guards responded and moved to carry the barely alive woman towards the back mountain. Although the old steward was speaking harshly, he was not all worried about this matter being known to Chuchen. The reason was simple. In the eyes of a cultivator who could move mountains and fill seas, where the lives of ordinary mortals really lives? Of course not. These lowly mortals, in the eyes of the mighty, are even less valuable than spirit beasts, ores, or a single spirit herb. Not to mention that although this woman was beautiful, her once picturesque face was now scarred by a dagger, leaving her disfigured. And he, Qianbao, after all, was still the old steward and had the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi gathering. Wait! Watching the guards carry the woman past him, Chuchen let out a silent sigh and reached out to stop them. Looking at the woman's scarred face and her hollow eyes, Chuchen touched the storage ring on his hand, took out several top-tier healing pills, then bent down, pried open her lips, and placed the pills in her mouth. If she still wanted to avenge her parents, she should strive to live on, instead of just complaining about the unfairness of the world. After leaving this sentence, Chuchen straightened up and strode toward the old steward Qianbao, who was sitting upright in the Grandmaster's chair. "Kid, who are you? Dare to meddle in my Qianbao's affairs? Do you want to die?" The old steward was furious, jumping up from the Grandmaster's chair in a flash, and then swung a whip at Chuchen while angrily cursing, "I tell you, no matter if you're an outer disciple, inner disciple, or true disciple of the divine flame imperial palace, it doesn't matter. Our master is a direct disciple of the palace Lord Qi." Bang! Before the old steward could finish his words, Chuchen suddenly accelerated, delivering a fierce kick to the old steward's chubby face, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. Swish, swish, swish! Before the old steward could get up from the ground, Chuchen drew his sword, his figure flashing, and charged forward again with overwhelming force, unleashing sword techniques like a torrential storm. Although both were at the 10th layer of qi gathering, the old steward couldn't even withstand a single move from Chuchen, let alone escape right under his nose. With a flick of his sword, Chuchen instantly severed the old steward's tendons in his hands and feet, then waved his hand, instantly snatching the long swords from the hands of the 4 guards rushing forward. In the eyes of everyone in terror, the 4 long swords pierced through the old steward's hands and feet, nailing his entire bloated body to the cliff wall, a scene of extreme brutality. Just a moment ago, the old steward, who had been imposing and controlling the life and death of others, was now coughing up blood while gasping for breath, shouting, "My master is a direct disciple. When my master arrives, definitely, definitely." All of this happened too fast for the guard team to intervene. The battle was already over. Whoosh! Chuchen leaped onto the high platform, then sat down in the Grandmaster's chair, facing the hundreds of guards approaching with knives. He reached out and clenched his hand, revealing a token in his palm. "My name is Chuchen, a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, a disciple of the Palace Lord Qi, the master of this peak. Anyone who dares to approach with a knife, defying authority, will be killed without mercy." With this statement, the hundreds of guards who had just surrounded him and the hundreds of servants below the platform all knelt down with a thud, burying their heads in the mud, their bodies trembling. Looking around, a vast sea of kneeling figures filled the area, Not a single person stood on the entire mountain peak. Meanwhile, the old steward Qian Bao, who was pinned to the stone wall by long swords, now stared wide-eyed, his face ashen. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Chuchen sent his long sword flying like a streak of light, embedding it half a meter in front of the disfigured woman. Kill him, and you will be my maid. You will be the new steward of this mountain. Chapter 37, The Personal, Maid Yu Wei, the disfigured woman, despite swallowing a highly precious high-grade healing elixir, was still too severely injured and curled up on the ground, looking tragic. But alongside her inhaling, she was also exhaling. With each breath, she had already been pulled back from the brink of death by Chuchen. Swish! The long sword pierced the ground half a meter in front of her, its sharp tip penetrating the hard bluestone slab. As the sword body vibrated, it emitted a buzzing sound, crisp and clear. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The woman struggled to rise from the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She opened her mouth to say something, but all that came out was a choked voice and a heart-wrenching cry. The woman didn't know where she found the strength, but she tightly gripped the sword hilt, staring with bloodshot eyes as she stepped closer to the old steward Qian Bao, who was pinned against the stone wall. Master, please, don't kill me. The old servant knows he was wrong. I didn't know you were our master. Please give me another chance. I am at the 10th level of Qi gathering. I am more useful to you than this woman. She is just a powerless mortal, and she has been disfigured. Not as useful as I am. Not as useful as I am. Master, master. No matter how the old steward Qian Bao shouted, screamed, or pleaded for mercy, Chuchen remained seated in the grandmaster chair, his deep, starry eyes calmly observing the injured woman with her ruined face. Top, top, top. The woman, holding the long sword with both hands, walked step by step towards the old steward Qian Bao. Because her body was covered in whip marks, each step left a deep blood imprint on the gray bluestone. Long and drawn out. Below the high platform, hundreds of guards and hundreds of servants knelt on either side, silent as the grave. They trembled, their faces filled with terror as they watched their new master Chuchen, speculating about his temperament and character, worried about their future. Master, I am Zhao Ke Ying's person. Zhao Ke Ying. Zhao Tianjio, like you, is a direct disciple of the Central Palace. He is also a direct disciple of the Palace Master. He sent me to this peak to secretly observe your every move and report to him at all times. Seeing the woman had walked right up to him, old steward Qian Bao was completely frightened, unable to hold it together any longer. To save his life, he spilled everything he could say, regardless of whether it was appropriate or not. And as soon as Zhao Ke Ying's name was mentioned, both the hundreds of guards kneeling before Chuchen and the hundreds of servants trembled in fear. Master, please don't kill me. I will serve you like a horse. As an insider, I will help you spy on Zhao Tianji's information. Seeing that Chuchen still remained unmoved and the woman in front had already raised the long sword, aiming it at her own heart, old steward Qian Bao could no longer contain himself and began to curse. Chuchen, you can't kill me. If I die, Zhao Tianji will not let you go. Iam zao tineji osa person. Iam zao tineji. The woman, with tears welling in her eyes, felt her hand trembling uncontrollably as she held the sword. The enemy who killed her father was right in front of her, and revenge was within reach. But she hesitated, glancing back at Chuchen in the grandmaster chair. She didn't want to implicate Chuchen. However, Chuchen still had an expressionless face, his deep eyes quietly gazing ahead, as if everything was unrelated to him. The woman bit her lip, no longer hesitating. Her frail body, at that moment, seemed to possess boundless energy. The entire dark world finally had a glimmer of light. Thud! The woman gripped the sword hilt and suddenly lunged forward. Before old steward Qian Bao could finish his words, the sharp tip of the sword had already pierced through clothing and skin, penetrating the heart. It entered through the front and exited through the back. Blood splattered. One life extinguished. With her vengeance fulfilled, the woman cried out loudly. She walked step by step toward Chuchen, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thud! When she reached Chuchen, she knelt on the ground, holding the long sword with both hands, presenting it to him. Look at me. Chuchen did not take the long sword but sat in the grandmaster chair, carefully examining the woman. She was graceful and beautiful. No wonder old steward Qian Bao had his eyes on her. However, her fair and beautiful face bore a shocking scar that slashed diagonally from her left forehead, through her ear and nose. The wound was deep enough to see bone, with flesh turned outward, looking extremely tragic. "What is your name?" The woman replied in a hoarse voice, returning to the master. "My name is Yu. Yu Wei. Yu Wei. That is a good name. I keep my promises. You killed him. Then you will be my personal maid, the steward of this peak." Chuchen raised his voice, as if speaking for Yu Wei to hear, but also for the hundreds of guards and hundreds of servants kneeling before him. "From today onward, these hundreds of servants and guards will be under your command. Their lives are in your hands." As soon as these words fell, the entire mountain peak fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Wei quickly composed herself and said expressionlessly, "Yes, master. Master, this sword." Chuchen waved his hand. "It's a gift for you." Yu Wei did not refuse. After standing up from the ground, she stared wide-eyed at Chuchen for a long time before finally saying, "I owe you a life. I will definitely repay it." After saying this, even Yu Wei herself did not believe it, but she gathered her courage to speak it aloud. Chuchen was slightly taken aback, looking at the serious Yu Wei, and nodded, casually replying, "I'll remember that," having lost her parents and suffered such severe injuries. Chuchen initially intended to let Yu Wei rest for a few days, but this girl was too stubborn. After getting up from the ground, she dragged her injured body and began directing the guards and servants to continue cleaning the palace. Old steward Qian Bao's corpse remained pinned to the stone wall, and the guards and servants, terrified by their new master Chuchen, naturally obeyed the new steward Yu Wei without question. Seeing this, Chuchen said nothing further but continued to sit in the grandmaster chair. While smelling the acrid scent of blood, he sat back and watched the sea of clouds rolling at the mountaintop, absorbing the spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth, and began to cultivate. He was not worried about Yu Wei's health. After all, the elixir he had given her was extraordinary. This elixir was called the Bodhi Vitality Pill, a high-grade item of the mysterious class, worth its weight in gold, with miraculous healing effects. Generally, as long as there was still a breath left in a person, most would be saved. Spirit herbs and elixirs on the ancient continent are divided into 6 major grades: mortal, spirit, yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven. The earth fire spirit fruit, given by the White Feather Palace Master to the Empress Lin Shuwang, was merely of the earth grade, while this Bodhi Vitality Pill was already of the high-grade mysterious class, just slightly inferior. This elixir, let alone for a mortal like Yu Wei, even for a spirit connection realm expert, or even a divine fire realm expert, would not be easily obtainable. The cheap Master Qi Laoer had only given Chuchen 3 pills, and after giving 1 to Yu Wei, he had only 2 left for himself. Such a precious elixir was given to a mortal with whom he had no relation. Chuchen would not say he was the first and last to do so. Perhaps in the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace, there would be no second person to do so. But for Chuchen, in this lifetime, he did not seek gain or loss, only to act with a clear conscience. If he deemed it worthwhile, then it was worthwhile. Under Yu Wei's arrangement, over 1,000 servants and guards each fulfilled their roles, tidying up the entire mountain peak in an orderly manner. Breeding spirit beasts for breeding spirit beasts. Mining gore for mining gore. Planting spirit herbs for planting spirit herbs. The entire peak, just like the rising sun, is thriving and full of vitality. Before long, Yu Wei had changed into a clean outfit, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, and walked up to Chuchen. "Master, please enjoy the tea." Chuchen took the tea bowl, the temperature just right. He took a light sip, the fragrance of the tea wafting, leaving a pleasant taste on his lips and teeth. He couldn't help but glance at Yu Wei, quite satisfied with this newly appointed housekeeper. Yu Wei was wearing a light blue dress, with no jewelry or accessories. Yet she stood elegantly like a lotus in a summer pond, refined and extraordinary, pleasing to the eye. However, that hideous scar running through her ear and nose ruined all beauty, making one hesitant to approach. The Bodhi Spirit Elixir can save your life, but cannot heal your face. Saying this, Chuchen couldn't help but sigh softly. Although he possessed many treasures, he had no rare elixirs or spirit items to restore her appearance. Does the master dislike me? Chuchen was taken aback by her words and instinctively shook his head. Yu Yue bowed expressionlessly to Chuchen, her once hollow eyes now showing a hint of spirit. As long as the master does not dislike me, Yue does not care. To change the subject, Yu Yue took out the prepared paper and pen, laid them before Chuchen, and then bowed, saying, Master, the peak has been tidied up. This peak is the place for your cultivation. According to the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, please bestow a name upon this mountain. Bestow a name? Chuchen was momentarily stunned, then instinctively nodded. He needed to think of a good name. After all, he would spend a long time on this peak. The cultivation place is not only for daily training and seclusion, but also responsible for receiving fellow cultivators who come to discuss the Tao. Without a good name, it would lose momentum compared to others. But what name should he choose? The peak where Master Qi resides is called Red King Mountain, and thus the central palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace is also known as Red King Palace, which is indeed imposing. Taking a deep breath, Chuchen suddenly had an idea and picked up the brush to write on the rice paper. Chaos Peak. The three large characters were written with a flourish, deeply engraved. Chuchen himself possessed a chaos divine body, and although it was shattered after the battle with the Empress, the essence of chaos had long been integrated into his flesh and blood. Naming it after chaos was indeed fitting. As soon as this name was mentioned, the fortune of the entire mountain peak surged like a wildfire, skyrocketing hundreds of times, soaring into the sky. All things in the world evolve from chaos. Chaos Peak. A good name. Yu Yue carefully stored the rice paper with the three characters and then said, Master, Yue will call someone to make a plaque and hang it above the main hall of the peak. Chuchen looked at Yu Yue in surprise. It was not common for someone to say such things. He waved his hand, and Yu Yue withdrew again. When Yu Yue arranged everything and returned, she found Chuchen still sitting quietly in the armchair, silently watching the surging sea of clouds. Unable to contain her curiosity, she mustered her courage and asked softly, Master, are you waiting for someone? Chuchen nodded and replied astonishingly, Indeed, I am waiting for the person who wants to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, with a clatter, the tea bowl in Yu Yue's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Master, forgive me. Yue deserves to die. Yue deserves to die. However, Chuchen did not intend to blame Yu Yue. Instead, he stood up from the armchair and said meaningfully, Yu Yue, if you don't want to die, you can leave now. Although Yu Yue was surprised, she did not leave. She stood closely beside Chuchen, silently guarding him. She may not be able to do anything, but she could die in front of Chuchen, giving him a chance to escape. Chuchen watched several streams of light rapidly approaching from afar, scattering the surging sea of clouds in the sky, and said lightly, No, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, several banners descended from the sky. Spiritual power surged out, forming a massive formation that surrounded Chaos Peak and began to refine it. Chuchen has killed his fellow disciples. According to the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, there is no mercy. A figure stepped through the air, walking with the might of a dragon and tiger, the pressure of the spirit connection realm sweeping across heaven and earth. The palace master is not here, so I, Zhao Kanyang, will execute it on his behalf. Chapter 38. What if you're a genius? What if you're a prodigy? Boom. The sky above Chaos Peak was filled with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. Just a moment ago, it was clear and sunny, but with the appearance of several figures soaring through the air, even the weather changed. Chuchen squinted his eyes and looked at the few figures forcefully intruding into Chaos Peak, frowning slightly. These people either rode flying swords, or controlled flying magical tools, or wore garments with flying capabilities, exuding both majesty and dominance. The leading man wore a brown Taoist robe, hands clasped behind his back, looking down on everything. Surrounding him were clouds and mist, radiating dazzling light. If one listened closely, they could hear the sound of celestial music, dreamlike and ethereal, as if a true immortal had descended. This was Zhao Kanyang, the #1 of the younger generation in the Red King Palace. The second prince of the Qin dynasty, Li Long, was incited by this man to assassinate Chuchen, but ended up being killed instead. However, for Zhao Kongyang, Li Long's death was of greater value. After all, from the moment he was chosen as a pawn, Li Long was destined to die. If Li Long successfully killed Chuchen, Zhao Kongyang would then kill Li Long to give old Qi an explanation. If Li Long was killed by Chuchen, Zhao Kongyang would take Li Long's corpse and personally kill Chuchen under the pretext of murdering a fellow disciple. No matter how Chuchen and Li Long chose, Zhao Kongyang would always be the final winner. Such is the sorrow of being a pawn. Chuchen stood up from the armchair, hands clasped behind his back, showing no fear of the terrifying pressure, and tilted his head to directly meet Zhao Kongyang's gaze. Their eyes locked in a challenge. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy around Chaos Peak erupted violently. He didn't even need to make a move. The pressure released by his cultivation in the spirit communication realm was enough for him to act with impunity in the Red King Palace, controlling everything. If fully unleashed, it could crush thousands of guards and servants on Chaos Peak into dust. Chuchen was merely at the 10th level of Qi gathering. How could he resist? How could he compare? How could he contend against it? This was the true strength of old Qi's beloved disciple. This was the strength of the direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. This was the strength of the number one of the younger generation in the Red King Palace. Thud, thud, thud. Thousands of guards and servants on Chaos Peak, including Yu Yue beside Chuchen, couldn't help but kneel under this terrifying pressure, unable to resist. Yu Yue was better off. While the other guards and servants trembled in fear, their faces pale as paper. They had thought that with Chuchen as their new master, their lives and status in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace would greatly improve. They never expected that within a day, Chaos Peak would be facing destruction. Chuchen also felt the pressure. Under the weight of the spirit communication realm, his body felt as if it bore a 1,000-pound burden, his bones and flesh cracking with crisp sounds. However, possessing the Chaos Divine Body, even if the Divine Body was shattered, the Chaos Qi had long since merged into his flesh and blood, giving him defense far superior to his peers. Moreover, having absorbed the Divine Phoenix Feather of the Empress Lin Shuwang, his current physical strength surpassed that of ordinary spirit communication realm cultivators. Just relying on pressure to make him, Chuchen, kneel and submit, that would greatly underestimate the Chaos Divine Body and the Divine Phoenix Feather. You are Chuchen. I've heard that during the Outer Sect Disciples Trial, you tested as having the supreme 5-element spiritual root. The fact that the pressure did not make Chuchen kneel in submission greatly surprised Zhao Kongyang. However, he quickly scoffed, looking at Chuchen with a mocking gaze, like a cat playing with a mouse. But you, a mere Qi gathering realm disciple, dare not bow to me, Zhao Kongyang. You have some guts. As soon as Zhao Kongyang's words fell, dozens of array flags erupted with beams of spiritual energy. These beams intertwined, forming a massive formation that surrounded the entire Chaos Peak. Encasing it within, birds could hardly pass. This was the heaven-locking Great Formation, let alone the mundane people on Chaos Peak. Even fellow spirit communication realm cultivators would find it impossible to escape once trapped by the heaven-locking Great Formation. Zhao Kongyang's goal was clear. Today, he must deal with Chuchen on this Chaos Peak. Just a Qi gathering realm disciple, and you still don't kneel and greet Senior Zhao? Believe it or not, Zhang Ku, can break your legs with just one move without needing Senior Zhao to intervene. I ask you again, will you kneel on your own, or shall we take action? The hundreds of disciples following Zhao Kongyang began to shout at Chuchen one after another. Their posture suggested that crushing Chuchen was easier than squashing an ant. Zhao Kongyang, the number one of the younger generation in the Red King Palace, a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and a disciple of the Palace Master. Chuchen ignored the other disciples and kept his gaze fixed on the leader, Zhao Kongyang. If that is the case, we are of equal status, so why should I kneel? As he spoke, Chuchen snorted coldly, pointing at the hundreds of disciples behind Zhao Kongyang, and angrily rebuked. It's you. I, Chuchen, am also a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and a beloved disciple of the Palace Master. You dare not kneel before me and still dare shout here? According to the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, those who disrespect their superiors and cause chaos shall be killed. Among the younger generation of the Red King Palace, apart from Zhao Kongyang, who was a direct disciple, the others were all outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples. Those who came were all Zhao Kongyang subordinates, naturally strong, but still only true disciples. Although Chuchen was merely at the 10th level of Qi gathering, his status as a direct disciple was undeniable, if they did not bow upon seeing him. It was a great disrespect. Today, one and all, I see you all don't want to live. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the hundreds of disciples behind Zhao Kongyang exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. The timid ones even began to tremble and prepare to bow to Chuchen. After all, Chuchen's status as a direct disciple was true, and he was also the beloved disciple of Old Qi. This matter had long been known throughout the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. If two direct disciples went to war, these small fish and shrimp could easily. All of you junior brothers, why panic? Just as many disciples were preparing to show weakness to Chuchen, Zhao Kongyang snorted coldly, waving his hand, and the powerful spiritual energy directly lifted the few disciples who were about to kneel in greeting. Chuchen is indeed a direct disciple, but he has killed fellow disciples. And according to the rules of our Divine Flame Imperial Palace, he should be executed. With a guilty body, why should he be honored? Zhao Kongyang's voice was like a great bell, shaking the entire chaos peak with clouds and mist swirling. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the corpses of Li Long and others fell from the sky, crashing onto the bluestone slab, blood spilling everywhere. Chuchen, you not only killed fellow disciples, but also treated the housekeeper so brutally. Zhao Kongyang glanced at the old housekeeper, Qian Bao, nailed to the cliff, his anger boiling. Qian Bao was someone he had planted early on in Chaos Peak, meant to be a backup plan. If Chuchen hadn't killed Li Long and others and chose to endure, Qian Bao could play a big role. Unfortunately, Chuchen was much more direct, decisive, and courageous than he had imagined. In less than a day of taking over Chaos Peak, he had directly removed Qian Bao. Both were direct disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Both were disciples of the Palace Master, Old Qi. Zhao Kongyang, whether in cultivation or seniority, was above Chuchen. Yet, he had to squeeze in with a group of true disciples to cultivate, lacking an independent dojo, let alone the treatment of turning a mountain peak into a dojo. Chuchen, oh Chuchen, you have such honors just by entering the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Over time, how could Zhao Kongyang have any way to survive? The cultivation resources that once belonged to him, Zhao Kongyang, would ultimately be gradually taken away by Chuchen. Zhao Kongyang never accepted his fate and never admitted defeat. Since this is the case, it's better to strike first. The one who acts last will suffer. After all, at this moment, the Palace Master Qi is not in the Red King Palace. Killing Chuchen would be in vain. By the time the Palace Master returns, Chuchen would have long since perished. Even if he faces some punishment then, so what? After all, in a few months, the Divine Flame Emperor Palace's sect competition will begin. If Chuchen dies, there will only be him, Zhao Kongyang, as the sole direct disciple of the entire Red King Palace, and Qi won't really kill him. It's true that I killed Li Long and the others. The killer must be killed. Looking at the corpses of Li Long and the others, surprisingly, Chuchen did not defend himself at all, but boldly admitted, they were incited by you, wanting to kill me. Since they were outmatched, they deserved to die. Seeing someone with greater talent than himself, they worried about being surpassed in the future, fearing for their own position, and resorted to such despicable means. Zhao Kongyang, your thoughts are all spent on these schemes and calculations. Chuchen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Zhao Kongyang with a face full of sorrow and pity, as if looking at a little insect with no future. The wind in the valley made Chuchen's robe flutter, and every word he spoke was like a knife, piercing Zhao Kongyang's heart, so narrow-minded. Such a mindset. You will never ignite the divine fire or break through to the divine fire realm in your lifetime. Zhao Kongyang, how pathetic you are. Li Long deserves to die. But you, Zhao Kongyang, deserve to die even more. Boom! To kill and strike at the heart. As these words were spoken, the originally confident and dismissive Zhao Kongyang could no longer hold himself together. His once handsome face twisted completely, and he panicked. The pressure of the spirit connection realm was fully unleashed, and surging spiritual power erupted from his body. On the mountaintop, the wind raged and dark clouds rolled in. Chuchen, even if what you said is the truth, so what? In this world, strength is ultimately respected. Upon realizing his scheme was exposed, Zhao Kongyang no longer hid it. He reached out, and a long spear appeared in his palm. You are merely at the gathering Qi realm, while I am at the second layer of the spirit connection realm. We are worlds apart. The protective formation of the Red King Mountain has been activated, and your Chaos Peak has been sealed by my heaven-locking Great Formation. The Palace Master has gone to Tianyao Gorge to seek treasure and has yet to return. Today, you, Chuchen, will undoubtedly die. Undoubtedly die. As he spoke, Zhao Kongyang mobilized the surging gold-type spiritual power within him and crazily poured it into the long spear, then aimed at Chuchen's heart and threw it fiercely. Boom! A full-force strike from a spirit connection realm expert. A terrifying storm swept in all directions, causing rivers to reverse and mountains to collapse. Wherever the spear went, everything was reduced to dust. Even more terrifying was that the heaven-locking Great Formation not only sealed the entire Chaos Peak, but also unleashed beams of spiritual power, pressing down on Chuchen's body, making him feel as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. What does it matter if you are a genius? What does it matter if you are a monster? Die for me. As the long spear was thrown, Zhao Kongyang couldn't help but grin, imagining the tragic scene of Chuchen being nailed to the bluestone slab by his spear. But all along, Chuchen stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. His deep-set eyes were calm as water, showing no signs of panic. Instead, his gaze towards Zhao Kongyang was filled with pity. Swish! As the long spear approached, Chuchen reached out and grasped something in his hand. A jade pendant had appeared in his palm without him noticing. Without the slightest hesitation, as soon as the jade pendant appeared, Chuchen crushed it with his bare hands. Bang! The heavens and earth shook. Chapter 39 Background. The heavens and earth are connected. Those who offend him, Chuchen, shall die. What is the spirit communication realm? As the name suggests, once a cultivator breaks through this realm, they can communicate with the spiritual power that roams between heaven and earth for their own use. To put it simply, it is to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. A strike from a spirit communication realm, even from a newly promoted cultivator, can leave their opponent feeling isolated by the power of this world. The strength and power are such that no ordinary cultivator can withstand it. Not to mention that Zhao Kongyang, as the only direct disciple of the Red King Palace, has broken through the spirit communication realm for several years. As a second-layer cultivator in the spirit communication realm, he harbors a killing intent towards Chuchen, and when he strikes, he spares no effort, holding nothing back. The spear transforms into a dark light, ruthlessly thrown down at Chuchen's body from the sky. Under the influence of the power of heaven and earth, the speed of this spear has reached its peak, and Chuchen feels a sense of isolation from this world. In his world, there is only that spear, which is constantly magnifying in his pupils. Aside from that, it seems that everything around has vanished. Even Yu Wei, who is imprisoned beside him, is desperately shouting and trying to rush over, but Chuchen cannot feel it. Moreover, the sky-locking great array is constantly operating, with dozens of bright red flags scattered around Chaos Peak, flapping in the wind. Dozens of beams of spiritual power are activated from these flags and then collectively project onto Chuchen, binding his body. A formation that can lock the heavens is now no longer locking the heavens, but is instead binding Chuchen alone. To kill Chuchen, Zhao Kongyang has done everything he can, unleashing his ultimate moves and putting everything on the line. Even if Chuchen is just at the Qi gathering realm, Zhao Kongyang is cautious and does not underestimate him in the slightest. He has broken through the spirit communication realm, advanced to become a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and secured his position as the #1 among the younger generation of the Red King Palace for a reason. D. Just die for me. Amid Zhao Kongyang's reckless laughter, Chuchen decisively crushed the jade pendant in his palm. At the same time, the spiritual power within him flowed through his meridians, pouring entirely into the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the devouring demon jar. Life is only one, and Chuchen would not pin all his hopes on this jade pendant. The devouring demon jar, which had fallen into silence, began to shine with a bright light under the infusion of spiritual power, the ancient and dark jar body glowing. And an immense, boundless, terrifying energy began to awaken within Chuchen. Crack! Boom! Just as the spear was about to strike, the jade pendant was crushed first. Boom! As the jade pendant shattered, a terrifying spatial force erupted centered on Chuchen's body. Following that, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded on Chaos Peak. How to describe it? Chuchen, Zhao Kongyang, including Yu Wei, the 1,000 guards, servants, and the hundreds of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples behind Zhao Kongyang. Every blade of grass and tree, every stone, every spring, and even a speck of dust floating in the air on Chaos Peak. The entire space was like a painting, forcibly stripped from the real world and presented independently, transcendent to the world. And the shattered jade pendant continuously triggered waves of spatial power, spreading outwards, affecting this independent world that had been separated. Splash! It was as if a small stone had suddenly been thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The ripples quickly spread outwards, expanding from a point to a surface, affecting the whole world. Everything touched by the ripples was frozen, whether human or object. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. Stagnant. That terrifying spear, first to rush towards Chuchen, was suddenly held in place by a terrifying force. The sky-locking great array, which could bind a spirit communication realm expert, was instead locked down by this terrifying ripple. Zhao Kongyang's eyes widened, his body completely out of control. He couldn't move a finger, not even his eyelids. Even for Zhao Kongyang at the spirit communication realm, it was so, and the hundreds of inner sect disciples and true disciples behind him were even more helpless. Aside from Chuchen, who had the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the devouring demon jar hidden within him, everyone else was bound. The ripples triggered by the jade pendant represented spatial power. When this spatial power invaded Chuchen's body, the devouring demon jar within him stirred slightly, and a devouring force that surpassed spatial power erupted violently, instantly engulfing it. However, although Chuchen could move freely, he did not act rashly but pretended to stand still like Zhao Kongyang, not daring to blink. Since the jade pendant had already saved his life, there was no need to expose the existence of the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the devouring demon jar. After all, the value of an extreme Tao imperial weapon far exceeds that of a top-grade 5-element all-spiritual root. Chuchen believed that the moment the jade pendant was activated, even if his chief master, Qi Laoren, was far away in the Demon Valley, he would certainly sense it. Saint-level experts have comprehended the way of space, can shatter voids, and perform spatial teleportation. Saint King-level experts are even more terrifying. They can not only perform spatial teleportation themselves, but can also construct a stable spatial passage across thousands of miles with a mere wave of their hand. For Saint King-level experts, distance no longer holds significance. It is said that once a cultivator steps into the Emperor realm, even with just quasi-Emperor cultivation, they can construct a spatial wormhole with a single thought. As for the true ancient emperors, those who call their names can be sensed by the ancient emperors no matter where they are in the ancient continent, leading to the descent of the Emperor's destruction punishment. The reality was just as Chuchen expected. The moment the jade pendant shattered, Qi Laoren, who was searching for the immortal medicine and comprehending the ancient tea tree in the Demon Valley, muttered "not good," and immediately shattered the void, moving to Chaos Peak in an instant, hiding in a corner of the void to observe. After taking Chuchen as his disciple, what Qi Laoren valued most in the disciple ceremony was not the 100,000 spirit stones or the thousands of pills, but this jade pendant inscribed with the Saint King amulet spell. The jade pendant contained terrifying spatial power, and the moment it was crushed, this spatial power would sweep across thousands of meters, binding everything. Even other Saint King level experts would need at least 3 breaths of time to break this spatial binding. In the moment the jade pendant shattered, Qi Lauren arrived in just a breath. If the attacker was not at the Saint King level, but at the quasi-emperor or even emperor level, naturally, this jade pendant would not be able to stop them. But if an emperor-level expert had attacked, Qi Lauren would be walking to his death. As Qi Lauren shattered the void and arrived at Chaos Peak, he immediately saw Zhao Kongyang and the hundreds of disciples behind him, and his heart filled with rage. Internal strife. How outrageous! Zhao Kongyang had always been narrow-minded. And now, just 2 days after Chuchen arrived at the Red King Palace, he was targeted. Anyone with clear eyes could see who was right and who was wrong without needing to look closely. However, the old fox Qi Lauren did not rush to reveal himself because the crisis had been averted. He patiently hid in a corner of the void, keeping a close watch on Chuchen. There was a high possibility that a female emperor was behind Chuchen. Qi Lauren wanted to see if, at such a critical moment, the female emperor would reveal herself. Additionally, Chuchen had another identity, that of the holy son of the immortal family, the Yi family. Even if he was now crippled, who could say that this might not be a play staged by Chuchen in conjunction with the Yi family? After all, who would be foolish enough to expel such a talented individual from their family? But as time passed, the female Emperor Lin Shuwang did not reveal herself, and even Chuchen did not show any other means. Instead, like Zhao Kongyang, he was completely bound by this terrifying spatial power. Sigh. As the spatial power was about to dissipate, Qi Lauren leaned on his cane and stepped out from the void, slowly walking in front of the two. Bang! With a single strike of the cane, the spatial power that had confined the entire chaos peak melted away like ice and snow, disappearing at a visible speed. Correspondingly, Chuchen, Zhao Kongyang, Yu Wei, and the hundreds of disciples and thousands of servants behind them regained their freedom at the same time. Master! Master! Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Kongyang was so frightened that his body trembled, and he quickly bowed and saluted. Master! Chuchen casually cupped his hands and coldly spoke, pretending to be greatly wronged, harboring resentment, yet unable to voice it. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. The other outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples turned pale with fear upon seeing Elder Qi, their bodies shaking as they hurriedly bowed in respect. After all, their palace master was nearing the end of his life and had a strange temperament, with unpredictable moods and an extremely bad temper. As for Yu Wei and the other attendants and servants, these ordinary folks had already fainted in terror the moment the jade pendant shattered under the terrifying spatial power. As fellow direct disciples of my Crimson King Palace, give me an explanation. Elder Qi furrowed his brow and glanced discontentedly at Zhao Kongyang and the more than 300 disciples behind him, the terrifying pressure of the Saint King realm making it hard for them to breathe. Given Elder Qi's cultivation and cunning, he actually didn't need to ask. Just looking at the corpses of Li Long and others on the ground, he could guess the general situation. Chuchen remained silent, as they were all intelligent people. Zhao Kongyang also did not explain, but merely exchanged glances with the disciples beside him. The disciple beside him understood and immediately pointed at Chuchen to start the accusation, reporting to Palace Master Chu. Chuchen killed our outer disciple Li Long and others from the Divine Flame Palace, slaughtering his fellow disciples, and has already violated palace rules. Zhao Shixiang saw that the palace master was not present, so he acted on behalf of the palace rules. The other disciples followed suit, accusing Chuchen one after another. These more than 300 disciples were Zhao Kongyang's trusted aides, so they naturally spoke in his favor. Moreover, since Chuchen had only arrived at the Crimson King Palace for a day and was merely at the Gathering Qi realm, he had no foundation at all. Furthermore, Chuchen had also killed the old steward Qianbao. He was excessively murderous. Yes, Palace Master. If this kind of person is not captured and punished severely in time, I worry. I worry for the lives of the thousands of servants on this mountain, as well as the safety of our tens of thousands of disciples in the Crimson King Palace. As the voices accusing and cursing Chuchen grew louder and more intense, reaching a point where they seemed eager to kill him on the spot to make a point, Elder Qi could no longer listen. Boom! He suddenly waved his hand, and the pressure of the Saint King realm instantly enveloped the surrounding space, twisting the spatial power into various spatial prisons. All the outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples, totaling 357 people, were imprisoned in cages, except for Zhao Kongyang and Chuchen. Regardless of right or wrong, Chuchen is my beloved disciple and a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Palace. You all not only failed to bow in respect, but also spoke ill of him, inciting and provoking. This is a rebellion against authority. Did I teach you all this way? Raising such a group of ignorant beasts. Elder Chi's voice was loud enough for the entire Crimson King Palace, spanning thousands of miles, to be heard clearly by tens of thousands of disciples and servants. I will make it clear today. Chuchen is a top-tier 5-element spiritual root and my newly accepted beloved disciple. In the entire Crimson King Mountain, apart from me, Chuchen holds the highest position and most respect. The rest are all secondary. Disrespecting him, Chuchen, is equivalent to disrespecting me. Disrespecting me means that anyone in the entire Crimson King Mountain shall die. Chapter 40. Chuchen, the first person of the Red King's palace boom. The void shattered, and thunder roared. The Saint King's fury turned the entire Red King's palace, spanning thousands of miles, upside down. The more than 100,000 people living in the Red King's palace felt as if the world was about to be destroyed, each one prostrating on the ground, filled with terror. At this moment, the 357 disciples finally understood Chuchen's importance in the heart of Elder Chi. They realized that in the Red King's palace, the one truly above 10,000 was not Zhao Kongyang, but Chuchen. Zhao Kongyang's face turned as pale as paper, staring incredulously at Elder Chi, his body involuntarily retreating several steps. He couldn't believe it. He had spent a full 13 years in the Red King's palace, yet he was inferior to Chuchen, who had been in the Red Sun Palace for less than a day. Moreover, Zhao Kongyang was a practitioner of the Spirit Connection realm, while Chuchen was merely at the Qi Gathering realm. No matter how high the talent, strength, and realm were what mattered. Why? Why was this happening? Palace Master, we understand now. We took note of our mistakes. We were wrong. Brother Chu, we are sorry. We will never. Faced with the desperate pleas of over 300 disciples, Elder Chi waved his hand with a face full of murderous intent. Now you realize your mistakes? It's too late. According to the rules of the Divine Flame Empire Palace, disregarding the elders means death. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chi suddenly clenched his hand towards the void. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of 208 outer disciples exploded, turning into a continuous rain of blood. No, no, Palace Master, we know we were wrong. We know. The cries of over 100 remaining disciples did not diminish Elder Chi's murderous intent. His withered hand reached out again towards the void. Boom, boom, boom. 110 inner disciples' bodies burst like fireworks, their flesh and limbs staining the entire Chaos Peak red. The outer and inner disciples were relatively weaker, but the true disciples were the hopes and seeds of the Holy Land's future. It is not an exaggeration to say that each true disciple was painstakingly cultivated by the sect, expending countless resources. The death of a true disciple would prompt the Holy Land to take significant action, sending a law enforcement team to investigate the cause of death. But today, the remaining 39 true disciples were terrified, kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. They cried with heartbreaking sorrow, utterly frightened, pleading with Elder Chi for mercy. But Elder Chi, blinded by rage, had no thought of sparing them. Perhaps it was to establish authority for Chuchen. Perhaps it was to give Chuchen an explanation. Or perhaps it was to win Chuchen's heart. In the midst of the remaining 39 disciples' horror, Elder Chi revealed a sinister smile, and then abruptly relaxed his clenched hand. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Master, no. At Zhao Kongyang's desperate shout, Elder Chi's wrinkled, age-spotted hand suddenly reached out again toward the void. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the remaining 39 true disciples exploded once more, turning into a continuous rain of blood. With a gust of wind, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never set foot on this chaos peak, nor in this world. At this point, 208 outer disciples, 110 inner disciples, and 39 true disciples, totaling 357 disciples, were completely dead. Not a single one surviving. Clang! Zhao Kongyang's eyes flowed with blood tears as he staggered back several steps, stumbling and falling to the ground. Crack! Crack! Zhao Kongyang's Dao heart shattered. It would be impossible for him to ignite the divine fire after this incident, and he would remain stuck in the spirit connection realm for life. Chuchen, are you satisfied? After killing 357 disciples, Elder Qi acted as if nothing had happened, clapping his hands. His wrinkled old face squeezed out a smile as he looked at Chuchen, full of kindness. I assure you, such a thing will never happen again in the Red King's palace. Chuchen's lips curled slightly. Having died once, he felt no guilt over the deaths of these disciples. After all, these 357 disciples had previously shouted in front of Elder Qi, clamoring to impose the death penalty on him, wishing to kill him on the spot. If Elder Qi had not supported him today, it would have been him, Chuchen, who died. At that time, there would be no disciples feeling guilty. Thank you, Master. Chuchen cupped his hands to Elder Qi and then looked at Zhao Kongyang, who was slumped on the ground, his Dao heart shattered, before raising his gaze to the blood-soaked chaos peak. The root cause was Zhao Kongyang, but he knew Elder Qi didn't want to kill him. If he wanted to, he would have acted long ago. After all, he was a direct disciple. After all, he was a spirit connection realm cultivator. After all, he was the top among the younger generation of the Red King's palace. Fine, let him deal with Zhao Kongyang himself. But if he just let him go, wouldn't that be too easy for him? So under Elder Qi's kind gaze, Chuchen again cupped his hands and said, But Master, even though Chuchen, have high talent, I am now only at the Qi gathering realm. Zhao Kongyang can come and go as he pleases today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after that. Master cannot always protect your disciple. If Zhao Kongyang dares to invade my chaos peak again, how can I resist? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Kongyang, who was slumped on the ground in a daze, jolted awake. He realized that Chuchen wanted to put him to death. Master, rest assured, Zhao Kongyang, swear to the heavens I will never. Before Zhao Kongyang could finish, Elder Qi suddenly waved his sleeve, directly sealing his movements, rendering him unable to speak. My dear disciple, what do you think we should do? Elder Qi frowned, looking at Chuchen. With the sect competition approaching, he had no intention of competing for first place. But among the younger generation of the Red King's palace, Zhao Kongyang was the only one capable of standing out. Although Chuchen was talented, he had not been cultivating for long. If Zhao Kongyang was killed, the Red King's palace would surely come in last in the sect competition. Elder Qi was nearing the end of his life, so he naturally did not care about extending it. But the ranking in the sect competition was crucial for the allocation of cultivation resources, which was of utmost importance. But if he didn't kill Zhao Kongyang, and Chuchen felt dissatisfied, holding resentment in his heart and not cultivating properly, what then? Just as Elder Qi was unsure of how to decide, Chuchen cupped his hands and spoke again. Master, rest assured, I naturally do not want Zhao Kongyang's life. After all, it's nothing for me to suffer a little grievance. But I cannot let the Red King's palace suffer losses. As soon as these words were said, Elder Qi and Zhao Kongyang both breathed a sigh of relief. But Chuchen pointed at the dozens of array flags stuck in the Chaos Peak and continued. My dojo has just been opened, and the Chaos Peak is unprotected by any formations. I see that Zhao Kongyang's heaven-locking great array is quite good. Swish! Before Chuchen could finish, Elder Qi reached out and grabbed, instantly pulling dozens of array flags into his palm, then forcibly refining them, sending them flying in front of Chuchen. Zhao Kongyang could not speak, but at this moment he struggled and screamed desperately. This heaven-locking great array was his most precious treasure. If its full power were unleashed, even a spirit connection realm expert would find it hard to withstand its might. Losing this heaven-locking great array would greatly diminish Zhao Kongyang's strength. But before Zhao Kongyang could finish his words, Elder Qi impatiently waved his hand, and Zhao Kongyang's body rolled on the ground, disappearing without a trace. He was rolled out of the Chaos Peak, losing all face. Disciple, this matter is settled. Elder Qi waved his sleeve, and the void in front of him shattered, instantly forming a spatial passageway leading to the heavenly demon gorge. Remember, you just need to cultivate diligently and break through as soon as possible. As for the rest, whether you are right or wrong, I will handle it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the spatial passageway. Before leaving, Elder Qi hesitated for a moment, then expended his energy once more to refine a jade pendant containing the protective talisman of the Holy King for Chuchen. It entered into Chuchen's palm. Yes, master. Chuchen held the jade pendant and cupped his hands in salute. After Elder Qi left, Chuchen looked up at the swirling clouds of the mountain peak, smelling the strong scent of blood around him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. In the future, who would dare to fear him? Chuchen. On Red King Mountain? Who would not respect him? Having left the Yi family, Chuchen would only live better, more freely, more carefreely. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart, Chuchen stored the jade pendant in his storage ring. It was his life-saving item. He then focused on the heaven-locking great array. In his hand, his heart burning with excitement, ready to refine it. Thinking back, it had been 10 days since he first used grasping the heavens, and he could already use it a second time. The first time he obtained the divine phoenix blood, which was of great use to the Empress. He wondered what he would grasp this second time. Also, although Chuchen, had only cultivated for one night, he was already at the peak of the gathering Qi realm and should be ready to break through to the condensing Yuan realm. With this thought in mind, Chuchen no longer hesitated and immediately spoke. Yu Wei, help me find a secret chamber. I want to go into seclusion. After speaking, he waited for a long time without any response. Turning back in confusion, Chuchen's pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 41. Retribution has come. What happened to the Yi family? The Yi family, Ling Dao Peak, where Yi Linger resides, is a beautiful place with rich spiritual energy, making it an excellent paradise. 3 years ago, the Yi family achieved an unprecedented feat by defeating the Empress Lin Shuwang and dismantling the coalition of the demon race. After discussions among the major sacred lands, the Yi family successfully ascended to the status of an immortal family, gaining control over 99 spiritual veins across the world. As a result, the Yi family's resources for cultivation are extremely abundant and solid. Moreover, since there are not many direct descendants in the Yi family, whether it be pills, techniques, treasures, scrolls, talismans, formations, or certain spiritual herbs and celestial items, Yi Ling and others have everything they need for cultivation, making it fair to say that they are like bees in a honeypot during their training. However, at this moment, the once peaceful and serene Ling Dao Peak was no longer the same. Instead, there was, boom, a violent explosion rang out, and thick black smoke rose from Ling Dao Peak. The startled birds flapped their wings in panic and fled from the peak. Boom! Less than half an hour after the first explosion, another thunderous sound echoed. Another plume of dense black smoke ascended. Boom! This time, mere moments later, the explosion resonated throughout the entire Ling Dao Peak. This fire spirit pill is merely a mid-grade yellow tier pill. How could I, a third-tier alchemist, possibly fail to refine it? I had succeeded in refining it before. Why can't I do it now? And I blew up the alchemy furnace. At the summit of Ling Dao Peak, Yi Linger looked at the 3 destroyed alchemy furnaces before her face filled with worry and confusion. In the ancient continent, spiritual items and pills are divided into 6 major grades: mortal, spirit, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The rank of an alchemist is closely related to the pills they can refine. An alchemist who can refine mortal-grade pills is called a first-tier alchemist. An alchemist who can refine spirit-grade pills is called a second-tier alchemist. Following this logic, an alchemist who can refine earth-grade pills is called a fifth-tier alchemist. Heaven-grade pills are extremely rare and scarce. During the refining process, heavenly punishment may even descend. Therefore, an alchemist who can refine low-grade heaven pills is called a sixth-tier alchemist. A mid-grade heaven pill is a 7th-tier alchemist. A high-grade heaven pill is an 8th-tier alchemist. An alchemist who can refine high-grade heaven pills or above is referred to as a 9th-tier alchemist. However, those with such alchemical skills are rare throughout the entire ancient continent. Yi Ling is a 3rd-tier alchemist, so she should be able to refine any yellow-tier pill. In fact, she has even refined upper-grade yellow-tier pills several times. Yet, the fire spirit pill is merely a low-grade yellow-tier pill, and she has failed 3 times today, even blowing up 3 furnaces. Who would believe this? It's worth noting that Yi Linger's soul power is incredibly strong. In the entire Yi family, no one dares to claim the top spot in her alchemical talent. Moreover, even the Yi family's celestial mirror, the ultimate imperial weapon that can know the past and glimpse the future, has once foretold that she, Yi Linger, would become a renowned alchemy master throughout the ancient continent. What is an alchemy master? That is someone who surpasses a 9th-tier alchemist and can refine the legendary celestial-grade pills. Because of this, Yi Linger has been able to walk with confidence in the Yi family. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with her? Her spoiled and willful nature is a result of being pampered. In the past, Yi Linger had every reason and confidence to be this way. After all, she would one day be an alchemy master capable of refining celestial-grade pills. Who wouldn't want to flatter her? But now this future alchemy master can't even refine an ordinary upper-grade yellow-tier pill. And she blew up the furnace 3 times. Whoa. Why is this happening? Why? Looking at the shattered remains of the alchemy furnaces and the medicinal residue scattered on the ground, Yi Linger could no longer hold back and began to sob quietly. She didn't dare to cry out loud. If someone saw her, how could this future alchemy master have the face to live on? But if she didn't cry, she couldn't help it. Wah. After crying for a while, Yi Linger, as the future alchemy master, began to analyze the reasons for her failures. It shouldn't be. I'm a 3rd-tier alchemist. This fire spirit pill is the simplest low-grade yellow-tier pill. Not to mention a 3rd-tier alchemist. Even some 2nd-tier alchemists with stronger fire control abilities can refine it. Where's the problem? The fire spirit pill is simply made by refining spiritual herbs like fire cultivation grass and extreme heat flower, which are rich in fire element spiritual power, into a pill for fire element practitioners to absorb and refine. This pill is extremely ordinary and common. Yi Linger herself is a fire element practitioner and has often refined fire spirit pills for herself. In the past, she would succeed easily and could even make a large batch in one go. But her recent attempts at alchemy all ended in failure. I know now. Chuchen. It must be Chuchen. After pondering for a long time, the clever Yi Linger quickly deduced the reason for her alchemical failures. That bastard Chuchen, wanting to seek death by betraying the Yi family, ended up dead in the Tianyao Gorge, swallowed alive by a beast. Counting the days, it's already the 7th day since that bastard's death. No wonder I've been so restless during my alchemy lately. It turns out that Chuchen's restless spirit has come back to haunt me. How unreasonable. How unreasonable. Yi Linger? Have never seen such a shameless person in my life. When he was alive, he was a nuisance, and now that he's dead, he's still like a pesky dog, haunting me. Having deduced that her failure in alchemy was not due to her own inability, but rather because of Chuchen's lingering spirit, Yi Linger felt much better. With a wave of her hand, all the medicinal residue and furnace fragments were swept away by her spiritual power and thrown off the cliff. She didn't want anyone to know about her alchemical failures. She couldn't afford to lose face. Once the 7th day passes, that bastard Chuchen's spirit will dissipate. And then I will be an alchemy master again. Then Yi Linger hummed a little tune, stepped on her flying sword, and flew out of her Lingdao Peak, heading towards a frost peak where her 5th sister Yihan was. Feeling disturbed by Chuchen's actions, she decided to find her 5th sister to play. I remember that my 5th sister made a breakthrough in formations half a month ago. She must be a 4th-tier formation master by now. It's just right for her to help me draw a formation scroll to increase the spiritual energy of Lingdao Peak. As she murmured to herself, Yi Linger regained her usual confidence and cheerfulness, humming a little tune as she flew straight towards Frost Peak where Yihan was. Since her inability to refine pills was due to Chuchen's lingering spirit causing trouble, once that spirit dissipated, everything would no longer be a problem. The Yi family would still be the Invincible Yi family, and she, Yi Linger, would still be the future master alchemist capable of refining celestial-grade pills, admired by all. Before Yi Linger could approach Frost Peak, she sensed the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding it. The various chaotic spiritual energies of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder in the air seemed to have lost their balance, and dark clouds gathered over Frost Peak, with fierce winds howling. Boom! Before Yilinger could react, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from deep within Frost Peak. This, could it be? A terrible thought surged in Yilinger's heart. She lightly covered her chest, widened her eyes, and couldn't help but swallow. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Fifth sister, where are you? Without time to think further, Yilinger rode her flying sword straight into the depths of Han Shuang Peak, until she saw the figure of fifth sister Yihan at the mountaintop. Linger, don't come over. Yihan, who was drawing a formation on a scroll, turned at the sound, and, upon realizing it was Yiling, softened her tone but still had a face full of frost. I am currently sketching the Wind Thunder Frost formation, and I'm about to finish it. Do not make noise. Hearing this, Yilinger nodded and stood obediently a few meters away, nervously watching Yihan as she drew the formation. The Wind Thunder Frost formation is a third-tier protective formation, usually used to guard mountain gates and Taoist sites. Once the formation is complete, it can unleash wind, frost, and lightning in a specific area to kill intruders. Strange, isn't this Wind Thunder Frost formation the formation scroll that Fifth Sister is most skilled at? In the past, Fifth Sister could multitask, chatting with me and Xiaoxian while drawing and sketching this Wind Thunder Frost formation. And she did it extremely quickly with a success rate of 100%, never failing. What is going on today? While pondering, Yilinger looked down and stumbled back several steps. It turned out that beneath Yihan's feet, there were unknowingly 6 or 7 destroyed formation scrolls. Boom! Before Yilinger could regain her senses, Yihan had just completed the last stroke of the Wind Thunder Frost formation. But the spiritual power on the formation scroll instantly became unbalanced, and a surge of violent spiritual power exploded, unleashing wind, frost, and lightning that backfired into Yihan's body. Poof! Yihan spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, her breath instantly weakening. Who can tell them? What is this retribution? What has happened to the Yi family? Chapter 42. It's all Chuchen's fault. Even as a ghost, he still haunts us. How could I, a 4th-tier array master, be unable to draw even a mere 3rd-tier Wind Thunder Frost array? This Wind Thunder Frost array is clearly the formation I excel at making. In the past, I could draw 2 Wind Thunder Frost arrays simultaneously with both hands, multitasking effortlessly. What is happening today? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yihan seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow, her Dao heart nearly collapsing. Driven by her immense pride and confidence, Yihan casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, disregarding her sister, Yilinger, who was already dumbfounded. She waved her hand and took out an array scroll, starting to draw again. Sister, don't draw anymore. If you keep going, you'll go insane, and your Dao heart will shatter, sister. Seeing her sister Yihan pick up the brush again, the spiritual energy on Frost Peak surged violently once more. Yilinger finally reacted, rushing forward to tightly hug her older sister, pleading desperately. Sister, listen to me. Listen to me. I know why you can't even draw a mere 3rd-tier Wind Thunder Frost array. It's because... Bam! Before Yilinger could finish her sentence, a deafening sound erupted from the nearby Clearwater Peak, followed by terrifying earth fire exploding from the mountain summit, forming a raging sea of fire that engulfed most of the mountain. In an instant, the dreadful earth fire reduced all the spiritual herbs, medicines, towering trees, and sprawling bushes on Clearwater Peak to ashes, resembling a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Sister 3, this is bad. Hurry and save Sister 3. Yilinger and Yihan exchanged glances, forgetting everything else. The 2 sisters simultaneously controlled their flying swords and charged into Clearwater Peak, searching for their sister, Yi Qingqing amidst the raging inferno. Clearwater Peak was Sister 3 Yi Qingqing's cultivation ground, right next to Frost Peak where Yihan resided, so she would always know immediately if something happened. Swish! Swish! After Yihan and Yilinger manipulated their treasures to cut through the sea of fire, they finally found Sister 3 Yi Qingqing in a hidden chamber. At that moment, Yi Qingqing had already fainted, if she hadn't activated her protective treasure before losing consciousness. She would have been devoured by the terrifying earth fire long ago. Even so, she had several burns on her body, and the fierce fire poison had forcefully invaded her system. Quick, let us go. Yi Han and Yi Linger, carrying the unconscious Yi Qingqing, controlled their flying swords to forcibly cut through the fire and flee Clearwater Peak. Just after the three sisters left, a powerful figure from the Yi family, at the saint level, shattered the void and began using spatial powers to extinguish the mountain fire. After being rescued, Yi Qingqing slowly awoke after being fed several healing pills. When she saw her two younger sisters, covered in soot and equally disheveled, she could no longer hold back her emotions and cried out, Why? I, Yi Qingqing, am clearly a fifth-tier weapon refiner, yet I failed to refine an ordinary fourth-tier treasure, causing the earth fire to erupt and bringing devastation to Clearwater Peak. Yi Linger and Yi Qingqing exchanged glances, initially wanting to comfort her, but upon recalling their own experiences, they could no longer hold back. Boo! Wah. The three sisters couldn't help but embrace each other and sob, sharing their mutual sorrow. After crying for a while, once the mountain fire on Clearwater Peak was completely extinguished, the three women finally came back to their senses from their sadness, disappointment, and confusion. They exchanged glances and lowered their heads simultaneously. Sister 3, don't be sad. So what if a mountain was burned down and some servants died? Yi Han looked at Yi Qingqing, who was crying like a flower in the rain, and felt sympathetic, comforting her. Sister, our Yi family is an immortal family, managing 99 spiritual veins in the world. We could just have Father open another cultivation ground for you and reward you with more servants. After all, you are the future master of weapon refinement, the hope of our Yi family's rise. As she spoke the words master of weapon refinement, pride and satisfaction filled the brows of the three sisters. This was an innate talent they possessed, a glory that could not be taken away from them. In a glimpse of the future seen through the heavenly mirror of the Yi family's extreme path imperial weapon, the younger generation of the Yi family were all talented individuals, each with limitless potential. Eldest sister Yi Lingyue excelled in divination and the art of the bagua, showing potential to become a master of charms. Third sister Yi Qingqing excelled in forging treasures, showing potential to become a master of weapon refinement. Fifth sister Yi Han excelled in formations, showing potential to become a master of array arts. Youngest sister Yi Linger excelled in alchemy, showing potential to become a master of pill refining. As for second sister, fourth sister, and sixth sister, they also had extraordinary potential and talent in other fields, allowing them to stand out among their peers. However, second sister, fourth sister, and sixth sister were not in the Yi family, but had joined other sacred lands, sects, and immortal lineages, rarely returning. Yi Han, I am not sad because my Clearwater Peak was burned down, nor am I upset about the servants who died. Under the comfort of her two younger sisters, Yi Qingqing slowly regained her composure, sighed softly, and spoke. I just don't understand. Yizving, have the potential to become a master of weapon refinement, able to refine extreme path imperial weapons in the future, but for some reason these past few days, I, a dignified fifth-tier weapon refiner, have been unable to produce even a common fourth-tier treasure. These past few days, it feels as if I have gone mad. No matter how I refine or how hard I try, I can never engrave the Tao on the finished treasures. The once clear Tao rhythm has now become extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. As she spoke, Yi Qingqing once again leaned into Yi Han's embrace and cried. Yi Han and Yi Linger exchanged glances. They had intended to comfort her, but recalled their own failures in drawing formations and refining pills. How could they find the words to offer comfort? For geniuses who were born with glory and halos, the greatest harm to them was not killing them, but robbing them of their glory and halos, making their talents vanish and turning them into ordinary people, falling from the clouds to the mortal realm. What they lost was not just pride and self-esteem, but it could also lead to their collapse, living in self-doubt every day until their Tao heart shattered and they fell into madness. But sister, why is it that when you refine weapons, it causes such a huge mountain fire? Ye Linger, straightforward by nature, looked at the scorched clear water peak in confusion and asked, "Sister, you have the potential to become a master of weapon refinement. Even if you fail to refine a treasure, it shouldn't." Before Yi Ling'er could finish her sentence, Yi Qingqing sighed softly and began to explain, "Refining weapons is different from refining pills and drawing formation scrolls. The materials required for weapon refinement are various types of hard and rare minerals, and the temperature of the flames needed is extremely high. With the flames I control, the refining process is time-consuming and labor-intensive, so I had to resort to using the earth fire that I couldn't fully control." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling'er and Yi Han exchanged glances, both sisters filled with admiration for their sister Yi Qingqing. The temperature of the earth fire is extremely high. Not to mention Yi Qingqing, even a 6th or 7th tier alchemist might not be able to master it. The three women overlooked one point. Yi Qingqing used the core fire, which she and T fully mastered, to refine tools. This was an extremely irresponsible act towards the hundreds of servants on Clearwater Peak. Once the core fire got out of control, the entire Clearwater Peak would instantly turn into a sea of flames, resulting in countless lives lost. She, Yi Qingqing, had a protective treasure, so she would be unharmed. But what about those servants? But who cares? Third sister, to be honest. As a dignified 4th-tier array master, recently, I haven't been able to sketch even a simple 3rd-tier array scroll. Third sister, and me too. I don't know what's wrong. I'm a 3rd-tier alchemist, and theoretically, I should be able to refine high-quality yellow-grade pills. But recently, I haven't been able to refine even low-quality yellow-grade pills, and my alchemy furnace has exploded several times. Yi Han and Yi Ling'er also didn't hide anything, telling Yi Qingqing the truth. Upon hearing this, the three women sighed simultaneously and couldn't help but look up at the sky above the Yi family, their expressions sorrowful and puzzled. What they didn't know was that it had been 10 days since Chuchen left, and the luck of the Yi family had dissipated even more. The thick and dark ominous energy had already spread across the entire sky above the Yi family, affecting the fortune of every member of the Yi family. This is, when morality is violated, extinction is imminent. When virtue does not match position, disaster will surely follow. By the way, Ling'er, I remember after I failed to sketch the Wind Thunder Frost array, you told me. Yi Han suddenly remembered something, gripping Yi Ling'er's arm tightly, and anxiously said, "Tell me why I can't sketch the Wind Thunder Frost array. Quickly. Hurry." It's no wonder Yi Han was anxious. If she couldn't become the legendary master of arrays, it would be more painful than death. Not to mention that she, Yi Han, had a marriage contract with Wang Tong, the young master of the immortal family Wang family, who had only taken a liking to her potential to become a master of arrays, which led to their engagement. Seeing that their wedding date was getting closer, if she, Yi Han, couldn't restore her array cultivation, even if the marriage contract was torn up, she would still be looked down upon by her husband's family, making it unbearable for her. Yi Ling'er took a deep breath, unsure how to start. Boom! Yi Han, Yi Ving, Yi Ling'er, the three of you quickly come to the main hall. Just as Yi Ling'er was about to reveal the truth, the voice of the family head, Yi Ding, suddenly pierced through the vast void, resonating in the ears of the three. The three women didn't dare to delay, quickly using their treasures to fly into the Yi family's main hall. Father, what's wrong? As soon as the three arrived at the Yi family's main hall, they found that the family head Yi Ding had a feeble aura, a tired expression, and bloodstains lingering at the corner of his mouth. A bad thought rushed into the minds of the three women. Father wouldn't also. No, it's nothing, Yi Ding's old face flushed red, and under the questioning of his three daughters, for the sake of so-called face, he planned to gloss over it. It's just that I failed to break through in seclusion. You know that cultivation is against the heavens. And it's normal to fail to break through. Very normal. Normal? Of course not normal. Yi Ding was already at the great sage level, having mastered the way of space, and now was only trying to break through to the 7th level of the great sage, not the holy king realm. Even if he couldn't break through, it shouldn't be so embarrassing. I called you here to ask why a mountain fire suddenly broke out on Clearwater Peak. To change the subject and save face, Yi Ding lightly coughed twice and continued. Also, I haven't seen Xiao Xian and your eldest sister Yi Lingwen in the past few days. I wonder where they are. But before Yi Ding could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Ling's tearful voice. Father, your failure to break through is not a coincidence. Third sister's failure to forge a treasure caused the mountain fire. Fifth sister's failure to sketch the array scroll almost caused her to lose her mind. Even I failed to refine a simple, low-quality yellow-grade pill, and my alchemy furnace exploded 4 or 5 times. So many coincidences happening together. Do you still think it's a coincidence? Do you still think we're not working hard enough? Is it our own problem? Looking at the anguished and hoarse Yi Ding and the others exchanged glances. Then what is the reason? Yi Ling took a deep breath, turned around, and pointed outside the palace door. Do you know what day it is today? Today is the 7th day since that waste Chuchen died. The reason we failed in alchemy, failed in forging, failed in sketching arrays, and failed to break through. All of this is caused by him, Chuchen. Without waiting for the others to speak, Yi Ling gritted her teeth and said, his ghost won't dissipate. He can't forget us, he's entangled with us. He won't even leave us in death. Chapter 43. Let Chuchen be haunted and never be reborn. With gritted teeth, Yi Ling finished her tirade against Chuchen, placing all the blame squarely on him. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. In the main hall of the Yi family, there was a profound silence. The 7th day? Can't forget. The restless soul? Even in death? Still entangled? These words sounded so mysterious and bizarre, but to Yi Ding, Yi Han, and Yi Qingqing, they made a lot of sense. I thought, how could I, Yi Han, a dignified 4th-tier array master, be unable to outline even a 3rd-tier wind thunderfrost array? It turns out it was that waste Chuchen's fault. So that's it. Yi Han felt like a drowning child who had suddenly found hope, and he began to seriously seek reasons for his failure. I, Yi Han, am still the same Yi Han. The pen and scroll I used to outline the array are no different from before, and even my frost peak has not changed. If there was any recent change in the Yi family, it was that the waste Chuchen was kicked out and removed from the family tree. As soon as he said this, third sister Yi Qingqing also realized, quickly nodding in agreement. Yi Han is right. After that waste betrayed the Yi family, he even dared to cross the heavenly demon gorge, wanting to use himself as bait to drag our Yi family members into hell. Only the silly eldest sister would fall for his tricks and almost lose her life. We wouldn't be fooled by that waste. Yi Qingqing nodded and thoughtfully said, when that waste was still in our Yi family, he liked to hang around my clear water peak like a lapdog, and no matter how we tried to drive him away, he wouldn't leave. Now that he has become a lonely ghost, he is still so annoying. No wonder when I was refining tools, I always felt a chill on my back, as if someone was watching me. It turns out it was that waste causing trouble. Linger, you are clever. You figured it out right away. Everyone nodded in agreement, and in an instant, the voices blaming Chuchen echoed throughout the Yi family main hall. Even the family head Yi Ding had a serious face, furrowing his brow, and impatiently waved his hand to interrupt the 3 daughters' conversation. Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger were startled and immediately fell silent. After all, they knew in their hearts that blaming everything on Chuchen was too far-fetched. But after so many years of doing this, they found it hard to change. But now that Chuchen was dead, were they being too excessive? Sure enough, their father Yi Ding could no longer listen and was about to reprimand them. Yi Xing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger loaded Taidhits, preparing to be scolded by their father. I have always thought that tales of ghosts and monsters were too mystical, and I did not believe that there were restless souls in this world. But unexpectedly, when Father Yi Ding spoke, he surprised everyone. However, this time my breakthrough was supposed to be a matter of course, a done deal. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment? The originally clear path of heaven and earth suddenly became obscure and difficult to understand. If it wasn't that little beast causing it, who could it be? That little beast must resent me for severing our father-son relationship and removing his name from the family tree. But can this be blamed on me? Can you all say it is my fault? Under the family head Yi Ding's questioning, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger shook their heads vigorously. If their father was at fault, wouldn't they also be at fault? That little beast did indeed have some merit towards our Yi family. I, as a father, am not unaware of this. But I, Yi Ding, am not only Chuchen's father, but also the head of the entire Yi family. That little beast is already useless. I can't let him lie on the merit list for the rest of his life, eating and waiting for death. How would the side disciples of the Yi family view me? Xiao Xian is different. He has the demeanor of a great emperor. If I don't cultivate him, who should I cultivate? Alas, that little beast has too strong of a utilitarian mindset and too deep of resentment. He cannot find peace even in death. Yi Ding let out a slight sigh. If it weren't for this breakthrough failure, he might not even remember Chuchen at all. Lingya, you are the wisest among us sisters. Yi Qingqing took Yi Linger's hand and asked, what do you think? That waste has turned into a restless ghost and is clinging to us. What should we do? We can't just burn some paper for him and kneel to apologize. Begging him to let us go, can we? As soon as Yi Qingqing finished speaking, the expressions of the Yi family members changed dramatically. Kneeling to apologize to that waste. That little beast? Isn't that utterly ridiculous? Moreover, they could bully and humiliate him when he was alive. Now that he is dead, there is even less need to take him seriously. Kneeling and apologizing? That is absolutely impossible. He cannot bear it. Caught in a dilemma, Yi Linger glanced at her father and sisters, suddenly feeling a heavy responsibility. That phrase, how would I know, was forcibly swallowed back. After thinking for a moment, she excitedly spoke. Since he only appeared on the 7th day. After the 7th day passes, I believe that waste soul will naturally dissipate into the world. After all, that waste has been removed from our Yi family tree and has long become a restless ghost. There is no place for him to exist in this world anymore. I believe that after a while, he will surely be haunted and will no longer cling to us. Once this was said, everyone in the main hall of the Yi family, including family head Yi Ding, nodded in agreement. But if the 7th day passes and that waste still clings to us, refusing to leave, what should we do? Yi Han frowned, his face cold, and spoke sternly. You all know that waste likes to hang around our Yi family and cling to us. I, Yi Han, am to be the future master of arrays and have no time to waste with him. As soon as this was said, Yi Qingqing and Yi Linger exchanged glances, panicking. After all, they were also to be the future masters of tool refining and alchemy. Who would want to waste time with that waste? Family head Yi Ding also frowned tightly. His position as head of the family was. It was only because the ancestor of the Yi family saw he had a good son and, out of Chuchen's face, allowed him, Yi Ding, to sit in this position. Otherwise, in terms of cultivation, talent, and qualifications, what merit did he have? If it really doesn't work, we will wait for the 7th day to pass. If we still cannot break through. As she spoke halfway, Yi Linger swallowed hard, her gaze evasive. But under the urging of Yi Qingqing and the others, she still steeled herself and said, then we will go invite a practitioner from the demon sect. I heard that some practitioners from the demon sect are very skilled at binding other souls, capturing them into soul-refining banners, turning them into magical items, causing their souls to scatter and never enter reincarnation, never to transcend for eternity. At this, the main hall of the Yi family fell into silence. Although Chuchen was extremely hateful and shameless, he was still their biological brother, still a member of the Yi family. And after all, he had some merit towards the Yi family. If they did this, they might feel guilty in their hearts. Alas, Uncle Fu could no longer hold back. Sighing inwardly, such a ridiculous and bizarre scene left Butler Fu utterly dumbfounded. Not to mention that the 3 young ladies present were exceptional. But how could family head Yi Ding also join in the nonsense, believing in tales of ghosts and monsters? If one cannot break through in their own cultivation, cannot refine pills, cannot forge treasures, cannot outline array scrolls, how can one blame others? Not to mention that the person being blamed is someone who may have already died. Chuchen, the master of the house, and the young ladies do not consider that if young Master Chuchen truly had such great abilities, why would he be driven out of the Yi family? Why would he die in the heavenly demon gorge? Uncle Fu sighed quietly, his ears still filled with the endless accusations from the Yi family that Chuchen was an ingrate, lacking conscience, and deserved to be devoured by monsters. Although Uncle Fu had a high level of cultivation, he was still a servant of the Yi family, and it was naturally inappropriate for him to speak up for Chuchen. However, seeing the head of the Yi family, Yi Ding, acting recklessly, Uncle Fu suddenly felt a deep sadness in his heart, thinking, with such a head of the family, how can the Yi family rise? How can they dominate the entire ancient wilderness continent? It seems the entire Yi family is not far from the day of destruction. Although Uncle Fu did not voice his thoughts, his furrowed brows and worried expression were still noticed by Yi Ding, who then questioned, Uncle Fu, why the sigh? Could it be that? Chapter 44. The Divine Fire Breakthrough Pill and Yi Xian's scheme. No one expected that the head of the family, Yi Ding, would suddenly focus on the steward, Fu Bo, and ask seriously. It should be noted that although Fu Bo held a high position in the Yi family, he was ultimately a servant. Under Yi Ding's questioning, Fu Bo was startled, his face turning as pale as paper. Fu Bo lowered his head and bent his waist, filled with regret. Even if Yi Ding and the young ladies of the Yi family were at fault, it was not something he, as a servant, could criticize. Now that the head of the family, Yi Ding, had seen through the clues, the days ahead were likely to be. Thinking of this, Fu Bo hurriedly began to explain, no, head of the family, this old servant. But before Fu Bo could finish his words, Yi Ding, who had already seen through everything, waved his hand impatiently and spoke domineeringly. Fu Bo, you don't need to explain. As the head of the Yi family, how could I not know what you were thinking? Upon hearing this, Fu Bo's face turned completely bloodless, and his body trembled. No matter how confused or incompetent Yi Ding was, he was still the head of the Yi family. If his small calculations were discovered, then, well, young Master Chuchen, this old servant will follow you immediately. I will go underground to serve you. I will. Ah, Fu Bo, you must also be hindered in your cultivation, entangled by that little beast's vengeful spirit. Am I right? Yi Ding laughed twice, pointing at Fu Bo, who looked completely disillusioned. This statement left Fu Bo dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in place, unsure whether to nod or shake his head. Linger, your idea is not bad, but Yi Ding, sitting upright in the position of head of the Yi family, waved his hand and spoke with a voice like thunder. But you are too merciful, too slow, too hésitant. That little beast is now harming not just us, but if I am not mistaken, the collateral descendants of the Yi family, and even tens of thousands of disciples, are likely suffering from this little beast's persecution. Not only are their cultivations hindered, but there are also many who have gone mad and had their Tao hearts shattered. In my view, we don't need to wait for the seventh day to pass, nor do we need to wait for that little beast to leave. This matter is of great importance. Linger, you should directly invite the cultivators from the demon sect, capture that little beast's soul, and refine it into a magic weapon, so that it can never be reborn. Don't forget, the ancestor is also in seclusion to break through. If this little beast delays the ancestor's cultivation, then we will be blamed for 100 deaths. As soon as these words fell, Yi Ding stood up from his position as head of the family, clasped his hands behind his back, and with eyes like lightning, looked through the palace gate at the entire Yi family, speaking with righteous indignation. Chuchen, do not blame your father. I, Yi Ding, am not only a father but also the master of the Yi family. As soon as Yi Ding's words fell, Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Han all stood in respect. Fu Bo, however, could no longer bear it, lowering his head and closing his eyes, opting not to see and not to be troubled. At the same time, in every corner of the immortal family Yi family, the sounds of chaos, shouting, and lamentation echoed through the skies. I have been cultivating for over 30 years, and logically, I should have broken through to the sea-breaking realm long ago. Why did I fail this time? How could a third-tier alchemist like me not even refine the lowest grade gathering spirit pill? Poof! Spiritual energy in disarray, meridians severed. My cultivation. Brother Yi Shi. Stop. You have already gone mad. You cannot force the breakthrough any longer. Not good. Brother Yi Shi failed the breakthrough and exploded to death. Sister Yi Zhan's Tao heart shattered, and she has lost all her cultivation, becoming an ordinary person. And junior brother Ziyang, his meridians are also severed, and all the spiritual energy within him has scattered. Heavens, what has happened to our Yi family? Our Yi family has never done anything to incur the wrath of heaven. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Our Yi family has just been promoted to an immortal family, controlling 99 spiritual veins in the world. How could we end up like this? Due to the loss of fortune and the rise of calamities, tens of thousands of disciples and servants of the entire Yi family were affected. Some powerful elders were relatively fine, only hindered in their cultivation, with no hope for a breakthrough. But those who had just embarked on the path of cultivation or were of low ability among the Yi family disciples were influenced by the overwhelming calamity, going mad or having their Tao heart shattered. Even the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe, who was deep within the family, in seclusion to break through to the quasi-emperor realm, was now entangled by waves of black, dense calamity energy. His wrinkled old face was filled with pain and struggle. Meanwhile, on Wenshuan Peak, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated in the Yi family, a grand formation enveloped the entire mountain peak, blocking all external scrutiny. Yi Xian stared intently at the large alchemy furnace before him, his face full of tension. Inside the alchemy furnace, dozens of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines had been refined into medicinal liquid, about to merge into a pill embryo. This was the most critical step in refining a pill. Master, do you have confidence in successfully refining this divine fire breakthrough pill? Yi Xian looked at the soul entity, Dan Lao, controlling the flames beside the furnace, swallowing hard, and said, "The fortune of the Yi family has plummeted, and calamities are rampant. Everyone in the Yi family is hindered in their cultivation. If we do not find Chuchen soon, I, Yi Xian, am afraid I will not be able to break through." Smack! Before Yi Xian could finish his words, Dan Lao, the soul entity, suddenly swung his hand, directly slapping Yi Xian. "Shut up. I am at a crucial moment of refining the pill. If your noise causes the refining to fail, I will extract your soul and refine it into a magic weapon. At worst, I can find another host." "Master, please calm down. I will never dare again." After being slapped, Yi Xian immediately deflated like a punctured ball, covering his swollen face with one hand while bowing his head in apology. Since Chuchen left, the usually kind-hearted Dan Lao had become increasingly irritable and quick to anger. The reason was simple. Since Chuchen left, the fortune of the Yi family had plummeted, and calamities were rampant, affecting not only the Yi family, but also Dan Lao, who was recovering in his ring. The loss of fortune not only greatly slowed Dan Lao's recovery speed, but the surge of calamity energy also caused a trace of black gas to unknowingly appear in Dan Lao's soul entity. This was driving Dan Lao crazy. He was more anxious than anyone else and wanted to know whether Chuchen was alive or dead. The only one who could divine this was Yi Lingwei. Therefore, this divine fire breakthrough pill must be successfully refined. It must be, get to me merge. The soul entity, Dan Lao, manipulated the overwhelming spiritual power, wrapping the alchemy furnace tightly, then forcibly merging the refined medicinal liquid together for further refinement. Pill embryo, form for me. Boom! With a loud crash, spiritual power surged wildly, and invisible waves swept across the entire Wenshuan Peak, knocking Yi Xian back dozens of steps, causing him to sit on the ground. Fortunately, the entire Wenshuan Peak had long been covered by a formation that concealed its aura, and the servants and maids had been sent away in advance. Otherwise, with such a disturbance, the entire Yi family would have been alerted. Ha, it worked! Finally, it worked! Amid Don Lao's unrestrained laughter, the form pill embryo underwent further refinement, transforming into a round pill that floated in midair. The pill contained rich fire attribute spiritual power, as if a fire were burning inside the pill, and a mysterious Tao rhythm surrounded it, clearly extraordinary. This is the divine fire breakthrough pill that can help divine fire realm cultivators break through again. Great, great. The teacher is able to refine such a pill. He must have the potential to become a master alchemist. Yi Xian greedily stared at the divine fire-breaking pill while hurriedly flattering Dan Lao. Becoming a master alchemist is not so easy. Dan Lao snorted coldly, then glared fiercely at Yi Xian, warning, "You brat. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. This divine fire-breaking pill can only be taken by cultivators at the divine fire realm. If you force yourself to swallow it, you will surely end up exploding and dying. And no, I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian, frightened by his thoughts being exposed, quickly lowered his head and clasped his hands in apology. To refine this divine fire-breaking pill, I have consumed a lot of soul power, and I am about to fall into a long slumber. You will give this pill to Yi Lingyue of the Yi family to help her break through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm. Then use divination to find out the whereabouts of Chuchen and see whether he is alive or dead. The child of destiny will not easily perish unless all his luck is taken away. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Lao shot Yi Xian another cold glance, and that icy gaze made Yi Xian shiver. I warn you, if you don't handle this matter well before I wake up, then there will be no need for you to continue living. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Lao's increasingly ethereal soul transformed into a stream of light and directly drilled into the black ring on Yi Xian's ring finger, disappearing without a trace. You old bastard, just wait for me. Yi Xian's face was filled with resentment as he secretly cursed in his heart. Then he waved his hand, grasping the divine fire-breaking pill in his palm, and hurried towards Lingyue Peak where his elder sister, Yi Lingyue, was located. Finding out whether Chuchen is alive or dead, discovering his whereabouts. This concerns the fortune of the entire Yi family, and also Yi Xian's cultivation, so this matter must not be delayed. Moreover, Yi Lingyue is at a crucial moment of breaking through. Presenting the divine fire-breaking pill now would surely move her to tears. A meaningful smile crept onto the corner of Yi Xian's mouth as he rushed along, sending messages to Yi Lingyue, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and even the family head Yi Ding, urging them to all gather at Lingyue Peak. When doing good deeds, of course, the whole world should know about it. Otherwise, what is the point of doing good? Damn Chuchen, once I find out your whereabouts, I will definitely have those brainless Yi family members capture you back. I, Yi Xian, will break your hands and feet, lock you up in a stable like a beast, and then slowly strip away all the luck that belongs to you. And your 6 sisters and 1 younger sister, each one more beautiful than the last, will all be taken into my harem. Ha ha. Chapter 45. The White Lotus waits for the right atmosphere to strike Yi family. Lingyue Peak. Yi Lingyue, as the eldest daughter of the Yi family and a disciple of a fortune teller, excels in the arts of divination and has a high level of talent. Her status and position in the Yi family are naturally unquestionable. In the past, apart from the holy son Chuchen, other members of the Yi family were slightly inferior to her. After Chuchen's meridians were destroyed and he lost his cultivation, a dark horse emerged in the Yi family, which is Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Lingyue would be the hope for the future of the Yi family and the one most likely to break through to the quasi-emperor secret realm. As a mother figure, Yi Lingyue's authority among her many sisters is only second to her father, Yi Ding. Even due to her mother's early death, Yi Lingyue is quite sensible, and sometimes even her father, Yi Ding, feels a bit intimidated in front of her. However, at this moment, Lingyue Peak was not as quiet and peaceful as usual. The spiritual energy surrounding Lingyue Peak was boiling like water in a copper pot, bubbling and extremely agitated and restless. This was because today was a crucial moment for Yi Lingyue to break through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm. She had been in seclusion for nearly 10 days for this moment. After returning to the Yi family from the Tianyao Gorge, she was lucky to have survived. But Chuchen's fate was still uncertain, causing Yi Lingyue's heart to ache like a knife. Only by breaking through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm could she use secret techniques to investigate Chuchen's whereabouts. Therefore, Yi Lingyue had no choice. Even if it meant going mad and shattering her Tao heart, severing her path of cultivation, she would break through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm today. Chuchen, wait for your elder sister. I will definitely find you and bring you safely back to the Yi family. I won't let you suffer outside. Yi Lingyue took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber, her eyes flashing with determination. Then she closed her eyes tightly and began to forcibly absorb the thousands of top-quality spirit stones in front of her. According to reason, breaking through from the 8th to the 9th level of the divine fire realm is not difficult. It just requires following the steps of cultivation and accumulating enough energy to break through naturally. However, Yi Lingwei had just broken through to the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm less than half a month ago and was now forcibly trying to break through. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Her body had not yet adapted to the changes after breaking through to the 8th level, and now she was forcing a breakthrough to the 9th level. The hope of breaking through was slim, and even if she were lucky enough to succeed, it could very likely cause hidden dangers to her body, making future cultivation and breakthroughs several times or even dozens of times more difficult, or even completely severing her path of cultivation. But thinking of Chuchen's uncertain fate, Yi Lingwei didn't care about the future and forcibly refined and absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the thousands of top-quality spirit stones. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into Yi Lingwei's body, her skin became extremely hot, and her beautiful face showed signs of pain. Boom! Boom! Waves of spiritual energy fluctuations overflowed from Yi Lingwei's body, spreading from point to surface like ripples on water, encompassing the entire Lingwei Peak. Within a radius of hundreds of meters around Yi Lingwei, all spiritual energy began to become incredibly violent. Dark clouds rolled overhead, and gusts of wind howled. The servants and guards on Lingwei Peak had been sent away by Yi Lingwei early on, fearing that the fluctuations of spiritual energy during the breakthrough would harm these ordinary people. 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, break for me! With a loud shout from Yi Lingwei, the thousands of top-quality spirit stones in front of her instantly turned to ashes, and the pure spiritual energy entered her body, continuously impacting and striking. Yi Lingwei suddenly sensed an invisible barrier within her body, and as long as she broke this barrier, she could successfully break through. Crack! Crack! With the support of the spiritual energy, the invisible barrier began to develop cracks like a spider web bursting, and it looked like it was about to be completely shattered. Whoosh! But at that moment, a strand of thick, ink-like calamity energy floating above the entire Yi family invaded Yi Lingwei's body. After Chuchen's departure, Yi Lingwei's fortune had already been severely diminished, and now, being invaded by calamity energy, let alone breaking through, she was afraid that, puff! Yi Lingwei spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, her breath dropping sharply. The invisible barrier within her body, which had already been filled with cracks, not only repaired all the cracks at this moment, but also became more solid and firm than ever. Finally did I still fail? Yi Lingwei opened her eyes, tears as big as beans rolling down her cheeks. Chuchen, it's your elder sister's fault. I'm sorry. Now that I've failed in my breakthrough, let alone breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, I'm afraid I can't even maintain my cultivation at the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm. Previously, to investigate Chuchen's whereabouts, Yi Lingwei had exhausted her life force to forcibly use the divination technique. Now that she had failed in her breakthrough and suffered backlash, the situation was far more serious than she had imagined. She didn't care about losing her cultivation, but without breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, she couldn't investigate Chuchen's whereabouts, and she couldn't. This was something she absolutely could not accept. Elder sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know why you failed to break through? It's all because of that useless ghost of Chuchen causing trouble and harming us. Yi Lingwei turned to look in the direction of the voice and found Yi Ling'er behind her, her face filled with indignation and hatred, which made Yi Lingwei feel quite uncomfortable. Besides Yi Ling'er, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, Yi Xian, and even their father Yi Ding had all come. All of this was naturally orchestrated by Yi Xian. After all, the Divine Fire Breakthrough Pill was too precious, and such an opportunity to win people's hearts was rare. So he naturally had to seize it. Elder sister, Ling'er is not talking nonsense. Yi Qingqing also interjected. Ling'er failed in alchemy. I failed in weapon forging. Yi Han failed in drawing formations, and even father and all of our Yi family disciples failed to break through. Do you think all of this is a coincidence? Do you think it's because we didn't work hard enough? Or that our talents are too dull? Of course not. This is because Chuchen died unwillingly and is entangling us. Ye Lingyu seek it deeply. Having failed in her breakthrough, her heart was already dead, and she was too lazy to argue with her younger sisters over meaningless disputes. She was skilled in divination and could naturally perceive the fortunes that others could not. Yi Lingwen knew better than anyone the reason for the drastic changes in the Yi family. That is, with his own strength. Chuchen had supported the entire fortune of the Yi family, pushing them to an unprecedented height, responsible for the fortunes of thousands of disciples in the Yi family. He was driven out of the Yi family by their own hands and even removed from the family tree. But who would believe this if it were said? Or rather, who would be willing to believe it? Every member of the Yi family prides themselves on being masters of alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, with high aspirations. But little do they know that all of this is built upon the sacrifices of Chuchen, the son of fortune. Forget it, perhaps. Yi Lingwen closed her eyes and thought to herself, perhaps this is the fate of the Yi family. Without Chuchen, the Yi family could never ascend to the rank of an immortal family. Yi Lingwen ignored the advice of her younger sisters and even her father's, taking steps alone towards a secret chamber. Having lost all hope, she just wanted to escape this place as quickly as possible. Elder sister, isn't it just breaking through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm? I can help you do it. Yuxian, this white lotus, saw that the atmosphere had been sufficiently set and leisurely reached out to stop Yi Lingwen, who looked ashen. At the same time, he touched the storage ring on his hand, and around, terrifyingly powerful divine fire breakthrough pill appeared in the palm of Yuxian's hand. With this divine fire breakthrough pill, Elder Sister will definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm. Then she can use secret techniques to find Brother Chuchen and bring him home. This is wonderful. As soon as the divine fire breaking realm pill appeared, Yi Lingwen's eyes were instantly drawn to it, unable to look away. Not only Yi Lingwen, but even Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing, and others were shocked by Yi Xian's actions. After all, being a white lotus, one naturally had to wait for the atmosphere to be just right before taking action. Chapter 46. Without my Yi family, Chuchen would either not survive or end up as a dog. The divine fire breaking realm pill. It really is the divine fire breaking realm pill. My God, this pill is extremely precious, and the recipe has long been lost. Xiao Xian, how did you get it? Big sister, Xiao Xian is giving you such a heavy treasure. His heart for you and for our Yi family is something heaven and earth can witness. If Chuchen had this divine fire-breaking realm pill, he would have hidden away and secretly consumed it long ago. How could he bear to give it to Big Sister? Amidst the noise, Yi Lingwen paid no attention to anyone else, but stared at Yi Xian in disbelief, asking with a slightly trembling voice, Xiao Xian, such a precious pill. Where did you get it? You could keep this pill for when you break through to the divine fire realm. Can you really bear to? Without waiting for Yi Lingwen to finish her sentence, Yi Xian directly stuffed the divine fire-breaking realm pill into Yi Lingwen's palm, then revealed a harmless white lotus flower smile. I obtained this pill by chance. Nothing is more important to me than family. Big sister, quickly take this pill and find Brother Chuchen. Yi Lingwen's eyes turned slightly red. After rubbing Yi Xian's head with her hand, she nodded vigorously. The divine fire-breaking realm pill is indeed precious, but compared to Chuchen's life, it is nothing. Yi Lingwen will naturally compensate Yi Xian in the future. Under the watchful eyes of her younger sisters, Yi Lingwen opened her mouth and swallowed the divine fire-breaking realm pill, then began to refine it. Boom! As soon as the pill entered her throat, it transformed into streams of warmth, flowing through her limbs and bones. With a crisp, booming sound, the invisible shackles instantly shattered, and Yi Lingwen's aura skyrocketed. The 9th level of the divine fire realm could be broken in an instant. The so-called divine fire-breaking realm pill allows one to break through a realm as long as they are in the divine fire realm. However, it is only effective when swallowing the first divine fire-breaking realm pill. Having smoothly broken through to the 9th level of the divine fire realm, Yi Lingwen showed no hesitation. She quickly formed hand seals, her spiritual power swirling wildly, and immediately used the opportunity of the breakthrough to cast a secret technique to divine and deduce Chuchen's location. As intricate hexagonal star arrays appeared beneath Yi Lingwen's feet, the Yi family members held their breath. I have used secret techniques to extract the power of starlight. If within 10 breaths the starlight in this formation converges into Chuchen's figure, then, taking a deep breath, suppressing her inner anxiety and unease, Yi Linghua looked at her younger sisters, father, and Yi Xian, and spoke again. That would mean Chuchen is still alive, otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Linghua's eyes turned red. However, Yi Linghuo was indifferent and directly began counting down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. Watching the 10 breaths of time pass little by little, the struggling hexagonal star array grew dimmer and was about to shatter into nothingness. Yi Linghua's heart sank to the bottom, and Yi Xian clenched his fists, filled with regret. One, boom, just at the last moment, the hexagonal star array that was about to shatter regathered, and an endless starlight converged into a figure, shining brightly. This figure was none other than Chuchen. My God, Chuchen is still alive? How is that possible? Yes, how could that waste be alive? How could he escape in front of a holy-level demon beast? This little beast can survive. It's simply against the natural order. Seeing that Chuchen was still alive, Yi Qingqing and Yi Ling'er almost without thinking blurted out. Previously, they attributed their failures to Chuchen's ghostly interference. Now that Chuchen was alive, didn't it mean they were slapping their own faces? Not to mention Yi Ling'er and the others. Even a family head, Yi Ding, had a gloomy face upon seeing Chuchen was still alive. There was no joy in his eyes, only disdain and disgust. Great. Brother Chuchen is still alive. Among those present who were happy, besides big sister Yi Linghua, there was only Yi Xian. Big sister quickly deduced brother Chuchen's location. Hurry. Yi Linghua nodded heavily, and knowing that Chuchen was still alive, Yi Xian's heartfelt joy deeply moved her. Previously, she had always thought Yi Xian was like Yi Ling'er and Yi Qingqing, unable to stand Chuchen, bullying him, wanted to drive him out of the Yi family. But now it seemed, Yi Xian's concern for Chuchen was no less than her own. With this thought, Yi Linghua no longer hesitated and reignited her vitality, forcefully casting her secret method to deduce Chuchen's whereabouts. Big sister, what is so good about finding that waste? Yes, even if he is still alive. What of it? Without the protection of my Yi family, Chuchen would only be a dog for others, even living worse than our Yi family servants. Yi Linghua ignored the taunts from Yi Ling'er and the others and focused on casting her secret method to deduce his whereabouts. As strands of spiritual power were injected into the hexagonal star array, faint starlight gathered from all directions and then condensed above the void into two big characters. South border. The south border is vast. Simply detecting that Chuchen is in the south border is like searching for a needle in a haystack if one wants to find him. However, just as Yi Linghua was about to cast her secret method again to continue searching, the hexagonal star array suddenly exploded for some unknown reason, turning into a sky full of starlight and disappearing. Along with that, Yi Linghua spat out another mouthful of blood, her body staggering. Had it not been for Yi Ling'er and Yi Qingqing supporting her on either side, she would have likely fallen to the ground. It seems like something is obscuring Chuchen as heavenly secrets, preventing me from peering into them. Yi Linghua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face filled with regret. Unfortunately, my divination skills are not as good as my masteress by 10%. If my master were here, he would surely be able to find out Chuchen's exact location. Taking a deep breath, Yi Linghua did not give up but turned to her father Yi Ding and bowed. Father, although I could not find out Chuchen's exact location, I have a rough idea in my heart. Please allow me to set off to the south border to find Chuchen. No one expected Yi Linghua to be so anxious, having just discovered Chuchen's whereabouts and eagerly wanting to search for him. No, the journey to the south border is too far. I cannot rest easy with you going. Yi Ding almost immediately denied it without thinking. To him, Chuchen's life or death was not important at all. Father, please let big sister go find brother Chuchen. No matter what, brother Chuchen is still a member of our Yi family. If he's not doing well outside, it will reflect poorly on our Yi family. Having finally found Chuchen's whereabouts, Yi Xian was even more excited than Yi Linghua. Now that Yi Linghua was willing to search, Yi Xian was naturally overjoyed. But unfortunately, Yi Ding, this blockhead, was causing trouble at this moment. If father does not agree, Xianer will kneel and not get up. As he spoke, Ye Wan directly connect before Yi Ding. Get up, get up. As long as it is Xiao Xian's request, Father will agree to anything. Seeing Yi Xian kneeling down, Yi Ding did not think twice and quickly agreed. Ling Yue, your protective talisman has already shattered. This trip to the south border to find that waste is thousands of miles away. I am worried for your safety. Yi Yihan, you go with your big sister. A father worries for his child traveling 1,000 miles. As a father, Yi Ding loves each of his children, except for that waste Chuchen. Father, I don't want to. Yihan's face was filled with resistance. To find a useless person, she had to run so far and waste so much time. What was the point of this? Isn't this just wasting time in life? But before Yihan could finish her refusal, she was coldly glared at by Yi Lingyue, and she immediately shut her mouth. Chuchen, wait for me. Yi Lingyue then looked at Yi Xian with gratitude and took the unwilling Yihan, stepping on her flying sword. Soaring into the sky, Big Sister will definitely find you and bring you back to the Yi family. Meanwhile, at the peak of Chaos Mountain in the Divine Flame Emperor's Palace, after dealing with Zhao Kanyang and preparing to call the newly hired housekeeper Yu Yue to handle other trivial matters, he realized that no one had responded for a long time. Turning to look at where Yu Yue was, Chuchen's pupils suddenly constricted, because he saw Yu Yue, who was originally an ordinary person, now emanating terrifying divine radiance from within her body, lifting her into the air. Yu Yue was still in a coma, but those rays of divine light were extremely terrifying and dazzling. This girl, I'm afraid. Chuchen frowned slightly, then walked towards the unconscious Yu Yue. Not simple at all. Thud thud. But before he could take 2 steps, the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the swallowing heaven demon jar within him, began to uncontrollably forcefully awaken. This sudden change made Chuchen's expression tighten, and his body instantly tensed up. Chapter 47. The second capture of the heavens. Why has the swallowing heaven demon jar revived at this moment? What is the omen? Chuchen frowned and looked around. The entire Chaos Peak had no one else but him. Zhao Kongyang was slapped away by Elder Qi. His chief master, Elder Qi, had gone to the heavenly demon gorge to search for the immortal medicine and the enlightenment ancient tea tree. Over 1,000 servants and guards, including the housekeeper Yu Yue, remained unconscious. Could it be that Elder Qi hasn't he left? Is he still secretly observing me? Or is it that other palace masters have forcibly intruded in a Chaos Peak, lurking in the boundless void? None of those. Chuchen took a deep breath and walked towards the unconscious Yu Yue. This time, the revival of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon did not herald any danger, but seemed more like it was concealing the heavenly secrets, obscuring his own aura to prevent others from peeking. Although Chuchen had not fully refined the swallowing heaven demon jar and had not awakened the weapon spirit, even with the initial refining, he felt a bloodline connection with the swallowing heaven demon jar. Who is deducing my location? Could it be the Yi family? Forget it. It doesn't matter. The revival of the swallowing heaven demon jar merely obscured Chuchen's aura, and then it fell silent once again. Chuchen didn't dwell on it, but instead approached the unconscious Yu Yue, touched the storage ring on his hand, and took out a healing pill, opening Yu Yue's red lips to feed it to her. A dazzling divine light shone within Yu Yue, lifting her body in a mysterious way. Once the pill entered her throat, it was instantly refined under the divine light's enveloping. The immense medicinal power flowed through her meridians, nourishing her body. How could a mortal possess such vitality? Watching Yu Yue's life force grow stronger and the divine light wrapping around her body becoming increasingly radiant, in the end, several strands of divine light transformed into a cocoon of light, completely enveloping Yu Yue's body. Chuchen frowned, perplexed. How could there be such a phenomenon? It seems that Yu Yue's identity is not simple. Before stepping onto the path of cultivation, to have such a phenomenon, if this were to, as the dazzling divine light gradually dissipated, not only did Yu Yue's injuries heal in an instant, but her vitality also reached dozens of times its previous level. Other than the scar running through her ear and nose, her whip wounds scabbed over, fell off, and new skin grew almost simultaneously. As the divine light slowly faded, Yu Yue's breathing began to stabilize, her eyelashes fluttering, and she was about to awaken. What is this? Master, As soon as Yue opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Chuchen's arms, instantly blushing, frightened like a startled rabbit, and immediately jumped up. Master, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Chuchen waved his hand, saying little. He then took out a bottle of low-grade healing pills from his storage ring and tossed it to Yue. I'm going to enter closed-door meditation in the secret chamber. Feed these healing pills to the servants and guards on Chaos Peak. Those who want to leave after waking can go. Those who stay must perform their duties well. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuchen took the sky-locking great formation and headed towards the secret chamber, leaving Yue, whose face was slightly red and hot, nodding in agreement. As the saying goes, surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. Chaos Peak had just been established, without experiencing life and death tribulations. How could one stand firm in the Red King Palace and the Divine Flame Imperial Palace? After this battle, not only did it solidify Chuchen's position as the #1 in the Red King Palace, but he also obtained the sky-locking great formation, a treasure of great significance. Under the pressure of the Holy King realm, Yue also gained fortune from misfortune, and the mysterious power hidden within her body was forcibly awakened. Chuchen naturally noticed Yue's extraordinary traits, and he was even certain that as long as she stepped onto the path of cultivation, her talent would surpass that of 99 of the disciples in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Even some elders could not compare. However, Chuchen did not disclose this to Yue, nor did he intend to guide her in cultivation, at least not for now. Having been humiliated to death by the Yi family in his previous life, Chuchen, naturally had to be more cautious in this life. The old housekeeper Qian Bao was Zhao Kanyang's person. So what about Yue? Her parents died tragically, and she was humiliated by the housekeeper, nearly whipped to death in public. All of this happened right under Chuchen's nose. He encountered all of this as soon as he arrived at Chaos Peak. It must be said it was too coincidental. So coincidental that Chuchen began to suspect whether Yue had also become a pawn in someone else's hands. Who dares to say this isn't a prearranged scheme of suffering, just to gain his trust? It sounds a bit mystical, but having died once, Chuchen had to be cautious. However, all of this is not important. What matters is his own strength. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy seems pale and ridiculous. Whether Yue is a pawn in someone else's hands is not important. What matters is that once Chuchen discovers that Yue is detrimental to him or to Chaos Peak, she will surely die. Upon entering the secret chamber of the main hall, Chuchen closed the stone door and lit the sandalwood incense. Taking a deep breath, he took out a protective formation to obscure his aura from his storage ring, activated it, and then covered the entire secret chamber. This formation was given to Chuchen by Elder Qi. After all, it was set by a Holy King level expert, so the formation level was naturally not low, capable of blocking the probing of divine flames and even Great Saint level experts. But in front of Holy King realm experts, it was not enough. So this protective formation was just a decoy. Chuchen's real trump card was the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar. Fingering the incantation, the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar immediately began to revive, its scarred, mottled, ancient jar body appearing before Chuchen, floating in the secret chamber. Gurgle, gurgle. The Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar continuously swallowed and spat out black light. These black lights were dense and unscattered, each weighing thousands of pounds and containing terrifying Tao rhythm. Extremely mysterious and frightening. With the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar present, let alone Elder Qi and other Holy King realm experts probing, even the divine consciousness released by quasi-emperor experts would be blocked outside. Only fellow emperor-level experts of the human path might be able to break through the defenses of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar and glimpse the scenes inside the secret chamber. First, refine this sky-locking great formation to add a layer of protective barrier to my Chaos Peak. There are many things to do, but Chaos Peak is Chuchen's dojo, and naturally, he cannot allow others to come and go as they please. The sky-locking great formation is the most precious and important treasure on Zhao Kanyang, the direct disciple. With this formation to protect it, any strong person below the spirit communication realm attempting to forcibly intrude into Chaos Peak will undoubtedly die. As for those in the spirit communication realm, they might not even be able to break in unless it is a peak spirit communication realm expert with extraordinarily formidable combat power. Divine Flame realm experts could also hinder them. Although the sky-locking Great Formation cannot stop Great Saint experts, if a Great Saint expert were to forcibly intrude, it could still serve as a warning, allowing Chuchen to be alerted at the first moment and potentially block them, gaining time. In other words, although Chuchen is only at the Gathering Chi realm, as long as he refines this sky-locking Great Formation within Chaos Peak without relying on any treasure power, he could still fight against spirit communication realm experts. Therefore, at present, this sky-locking Great Formation is extremely important to Chuchen. A mere spirit communication realm treasure dares to resist? As soon as dozens of formation flags were taken out, they erupted with a strong resistance, breaking free from Chuchen's restraints and transforming into arrows, rampaging within the secret chamber. Although the locking Heaven Great Formation has been refined by the Old Man Qi, erasing the soul imprint left by Zhao Kongyang is still not easy to re-refine and control it. Chuchen is only at the peak of the Qi gathering realm and has yet to break through to the condensing Yuan realm. Logically speaking, with his cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to refine a spiritual treasure of the spirit communication realm. But who is Chuchen? He is the most monstrous genius of cultivation in the ancient continent, without exception. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-swallowing demon jar exudes a dark aura, releasing an extremely terrifying pressure in an instant. The dozens of formation flags that were rampaging in the secret room trembled like mice encountering a cat, flying obediently in front of Chuchen, not daring to show any sign of resistance. Although the spiritual treasure of the spirit communication realm has not yet birthed a spirit, it already possesses a certain level of spirituality, naturally knowing to seek benefit and avoid harm. Refine for me. The spiritual power surged out, instantly enveloping the dozens of formation flags in front of him. The soul power spread out, leaving imprints on each of these flags, completely refining them. Go! After thoroughly refining the locking Heaven Great Formation, Chuchen showed no hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the dozens of formation flags transformed into arrows, flying out of the secret room and inserting themselves into various corners of the Chaos Peak according to specific positions. Boom! Once all the formation flags were in place, a powerful Tao rhythm emerged, forming the locking Heaven Great Formation, protecting the entire Chaos Peak and isolating it from external probing. The terrifying pressure of the locking Heaven Great Formation intimidated the various lowly beings outside who were spying, also declaring that Zhao Kongyang had completely lost to Chuchen. The cultivation level of the Qi gathering realm is still too low. He must break through to the condensing Yuan realm to have the possibility of thoroughly refining the heaven-swallowing demon jar and awakening its spirit. After refining the locking Heaven Great Formation, Chuchen turned his attention to the heaven-swallowing demon jar, his face full of excitement. However, before that, the 10-day period has passed, so he can perform the second, grasping the heavens now. Taking a deep breath, without any hesitation, Chuchen summoned the heaven-swallowing demon jar to his front. While calming his restless heart, he rolled up his sleeves and extended his entire arm into the jar. Feeling around, during the first grasping of the heavens, he obtained the divine phoenix blood, which was extremely useful to the Empress. What treasure will he grasp this time? As he pondered, that mysterious and profound intent once again flooded his mind. Unlike the first grasping of the heavens, this time it seemed that a specific object was already waiting for him, as if it had chosen Chuchen. It was extremely mystical. It felt as if Chuchen was not searching for treasure in the vast starry river, but rather that some mysterious treasure had chosen him. Chapter 48. At a young age, he possesses 2 imperial-level cultivation techniques, just like the first time he used grasping the heavens. When Chuchen reached into the devouring heaven demon jar, his consciousness was pulled into an otherworldly space by an incredibly powerful force. As he looked around, everything was gray and hazy. It seemed that he was standing on an incredibly desolate planet, feeling extremely lonely, isolated, and insignificant. Looking up, he saw a vast galaxy composed of billions of stars. These stars twinkled one after another, their faint lights flickering. The stars that were closer shone brightly, while those further away appeared blurry, as if separated from Chuchen by billions of miles. Yet even at such a distance, Chuchen could feel the terrifying energy and pressure contained within these stars. Among them was not only the pressure of a holy king, but also the pressure of a quasi-emperor and even an emperor-level pressure. At the very end of the vast galaxy, there seemed to be a pressure surpassing that of ancient emperors. Just a glance made Chuchen feel dizzy, and his internal spiritual power surged, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Taking a deep breath, Chuchen quickly gathered his mind, not daring to look any further. He knew that some terrifying and mysterious existences were far beyond what he could touch at this moment. Although Chuchen was the child of fortune, surrounded by incredibly powerful luck, he could always turn danger into safety no matter what peril he faced. However, this did not mean that the child of fortune could not die or be killed. If one does not deserve their position, disaster will surely follow. If one is unworthy of their talent, they will face consequences. If one seeks death recklessly, then no amount of luck can protect them. With the experience of the first time, as soon as Chuchen's consciousness entered this otherworldly space, he reached out towards the depths of the starry sky. His fair and slender arm instantly transformed into a giant arm that could reach the heavens and pluck stars from the sky. This star actually. Chuchen originally intended to grasp a star closer to him, but unexpectedly, a star deep in the universe responded the moment he reached out, flying straight towards his giant arm. He had never seen a star actively seeking him out. It was indeed interesting. Boom! Chuchen did not refuse, controlling his giant arm to grasp the star that flew toward him into his palm, and then his consciousness exited the otherworldly space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment his consciousness exited, the star he had captured transformed into a golden light particle, hovering deep within Chuchen's sea of consciousness. This is a cultivation technique? Chuchen was taken aback. Before he could react, the golden light particle exploded, transforming into a vast golden ocean that flooded his entire sea of consciousness. Intense pain filled every part of his body, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Who could imagine that merely a cultivation technique could be so immense that it nearly shattered Chuchen's sea of consciousness, causing him to faint? As the pain gradually dissipated, Chuchen regained his senses. Looking into his sea of consciousness, several golden characters were hovering above the vast golden ocean. Devouring technique. Is this the name of this technique? It can even devour the heavens. It sure has a big tone. Chuchen took a deep breath and began to comprehend this heaven-defying technique with great anticipation. Devouring heaven technique can devour the heavens and consume the earth, forcibly plundering others' cultivation and seizing their Tao fruits for one's own use. Wow! Upon seeing this, Chuchen was stunned. In his understanding, cultivation relies on practitioners absorbing the spiritual power that drifts between heaven and earth, comprehending the great Tao, and accumulating bit by bit in order to break through. But this chaos-devouring heaven technique does not rely on one's own hard work. Instead, it forcibly plunders the cultivation of others. Take it, all of it, take it. If this is true, then wouldn't Chuchen's tail be pointing straight up the sky? It should be noted that 3 years ago, after the battle with Empress Lin Shuwang, Chuchen, the youngest holy-level powerhouse on the ancient continent, had his cultivation destroyed and fell to the mundane. Now that he was restarting his cultivation journey, even if he could cultivate again, he would have to start from the gathering chi realm, step by step. Although he possessed the ultimate all-attribute spiritual root, and his cultivation speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, it would still be difficult to catch up with the geniuses and prodigies of the same age in a short period of time. But once he had this chaos-devouring heaven technique, everything would be different. Devour, devour, devour. Whether it be the prodigies of the demon race, the talents of the human race, or even spirit stones, spirit mines, and even the powerful natural spiritual objects containing immense energy, Chuchen could forcibly devour them for his own use. In this way, he could make up for the lost time. Even Empress Lin Shuwang, he would be able to catch up to her forcefully. With such a heaven-defying technique, he had to comprehend and cultivate it at the first opportunity. Chuchen sat cross-legged on the cushion in the secret chamber, focusing his mind, eliminating distractions, and began to seriously comprehend the chaos-devouring heaven technique. With such a heaven-defying ability, it goes without saying that the complexity of the chaos-devouring heaven technique far exceeds that of ordinary techniques. Comprehending it is not a simple task. Fortunately, Chuchen was the unparalleled ultimate all-attribute spiritual root on the ancient continent when it comes to cultivation talent and comprehension. Even Empress Lin Shuwang could not compare to him. His consciousness drifted in the golden ocean, where the incredibly obscure and complex techniques and runes instantly flooded his mind. Here, Chuchen forgot the passage of time, forgetting everything. As time passed, when Chuchen initially grasped the entirety of the chaos-devouring heaven technique, he was utterly astonished. This chaos-devouring heaven technique is undoubtedly an imperial-level technique, or even above imperial level. Its value is simply immeasurable. Cultivation techniques, like treasures, are categorized according to corresponding cultivation levels. Gathering chi, condensing essence, opening sea, creating heaven, communicating spirit, divine fire, great sage, holy king, quasi-emperor, emperor. In the path of cultivation, there are 10 major classics, and corresponding techniques are also divided into 10 levels. Although the chaos-devouring heaven technique does not specifically indicate its level, others may not know, but Chuchen is very clear, because before his cultivation was destroyed as the holy son of the Yi family, he had naturally practiced the Yi family's imperial-level technique, time and space passage technique. The ancestors of the Yi family had produced emperors, but later they fell. Yet the ultimate imperial weapon, the heavenly mirror, and the imperial-level technique, time and space passage technique, still exist in the world, protecting the Yi family for generations. This is the true foundation of the Yi family, and hope for revival can only be cultivated by direct descendants of the Yi family. Chuchen had once comprehended the time and space passage technique, and knew the terror and mystery of imperial-level techniques. However, compared to the time and space passage technique, the horror, complexity, and mystery of the chaos-devouring heaven technique far exceeded. In other words, the chaos-devouring heaven technique is at least an imperial-level technique. However, if one were to boldly speculate, the chaos-devouring heaven technique might have already transcended the limits of humanity and the respect of emperors, reaching the ethereal realm of immortals. Thinking about it, only such a terrifying existence could devour the heavens and consume the earth, forcibly plundering others' Tao, fruits, and cultivation for their own use. Who would have thought that less than half a month after leaving the Yi family, Chuchen not only resumed his cultivation journey, but also mastered 2 imperial-level techniques with the cultivation base of the Gathering Chi realm? It should be noted that imperial-level techniques are secrets not passed down by major holy lands and families. Throughout the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace, even Empress Lin Shuwang could not produce 2 imperial-level techniques. Unexpectedly, with my ultimate all-attribute spiritual root talent, it took me 2 days to initially comprehend the chaos-devouring heaven technique. Chuchen stood up, took a cleansing talisman from his storage ring, and after activating it with spiritual power, a flash of spiritual light flickered, instantly wiping away the dust on his body, making his robes clean and new. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled, and a strong sense of hunger surged over him. Chuchen quickly took out some dry food and fruits from his storage ring to eat. Focusing too much on comprehending the chaos-devouring heaven technique, he had gone 2 days and nights without eating or drinking, completely unaware. Why isn't Yue at Chaos Peak? As a chi-gathering realm cultivator, his soul power had not awakened, making it impossible to use divine sense to probe the surroundings. However, with the heaven-locking Great Array, Chuchen could utilize the power of this formation to investigate everything on Chaos Peak. But after scanning the entire Chaos Peak with his divine sense, he couldn't find any trace of Yu Wei, which made him frown instantly. Swish! By activating the power of the heaven-locking Great Array, Chuchen's body transformed into a beam of light and appeared instantly outside the palace gates. Where's Yu Wei? Looking at the servants who were cleaning the palace, Chuchen asked immediately. replying to the master. The sudden appearance of Chuchen startled the two servants greatly. Once they reacted and realized the person in front of them was their master, they quickly knelt and saluted, answering, "Master, Steward Yu went to the spiritual herb hall, saying she was going to purchase some seeds of spiritual herbs for our Chaos Peak to plant in the spiritual fields." The two servants spoke one after the other, but as they reached the end, their voices grew softer. "But Steward Yu set out quite early, and now it's been 2 or 3 hours, and she still hasn't returned. We don't know where Steward Yu is." Spiritual herb hall? The spiritual herb hall at Shuwang Mountain is not far from Chaos Peak. It would take only an hour to procure spiritual herb seeds. Now that 2 or 3 hours have passed and she hasn't returned, what could have happened? "All right, you may leave." Chuchen furrowed his brow and, as he spoke, used the power of the heaven-locking great array to instantly appear at the foot of Chaos Peak, then headed straight towards the spiritual herb hall. He wanted to see why Yu Yue had yet to return. Chapter 49. Yu Yue is humiliated. In the Red King Palace, Chaos Peak. Yu Yue saw that the spirit fields on Chaos Peak had been fully developed, and since Chuchen had been in seclusion without coming out, after much deliberation, she decided to go to the spirit herb hall with the spirit stones that Chuchen had gifted her to avoid delaying the planting of spirit herbs. Chaos Peak stands hundreds of meters tall, piercing the clouds. As a servant born without any cultivation methods, Yu Yue had to rely on her own feet to go up and down the mountain. Fortunately, when Chaos Peak was built to facilitate the servants and guards, a spirit power cableway was installed, which only required a low-grade spirit stone to operate, making it convenient to travel. Half a day earlier, Yu Yue had already descended the mountain, heading straight for the spirit herb hall in the Red King Palace. Once she left Chaos Peak, there was no more spirit power cableway, and everything had to be done on foot. Fortunately, Chaos Peak is well located, not far from the Spirit Herb Hall, the Law Palace, and the Treasure Pavilion in the Red King Palace. It only takes about an hour to reach. The weather was hot, and by the time Yu Yue arrived at the Spirit Herb Hall, her clothes were already soaked with sweat. After resting briefly, looking at the crowded Spirit Herb Hall in front of her, Yu Yue hesitated for a moment before taking out a handkerchief to cover the gruesome scar that crossed her face and nose. Women love beauty, but after being disfigured, Yu Yue never thought about restoring her appearance. Her parents were murdered, and she nearly died from being whipped. She hated her weakness, her powerlessness, in this cannibalistic world. However, fortunately, she met her master, the one who helped her take revenge, gave her a new life, and even did not mind the hideous scar on her face. Yu Yue wanted to repay Chuchen and do something for him. But as a mere mortal, she knew she could do nothing. When Zhao Kongyang attacked, when hundreds of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples surrounded Chaos Peak, when the powerful sage-level expert Qi Lao single-handedly killed over 300 disciples to rescue Chuchen, Yu Yue witnessed the power of cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas, and felt even more useless, unable to help her master at all. But in this world, many things are decided from the moment of birth. Wealth, power, and even talent are capped the moment one leaves the womb. Sometimes it's not that they're not diligent enough, but rather that they lack the opportunity, the platform, and the chance. No matter how high the talent, without cultivation methods, one is destined to be unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Born as a servant, Yu Yue was destined to have no connection with the path of immortality from the moment she was born. To be alive is already a great fortune. Yu Yue once thought about going against fate, that her life was hers to control. She had also tried to resist her destiny and had made efforts more than once. But what was the result? It was merely the guards at the first or second level of Qi gathering, suppressing her with a wave of their hands. It was the old steward Qianbao at the 10th level of Qi gathering, forcing her parents to death, wanting to possess her. In the face of absolute power, resistance was just futile. What Yu Yue could do was to destroy her own beautiful face as a form of rebellion. But even so, it still could not change any outcome. If it weren't for Chuchen's appearance, she would have been thrown off a cliff and left to die. Yu Yue was a stubborn person. She knew that her life was given by Chuchen, and although she wanted to repay him, her abilities were limited. Therefore, what she could do was to wholeheartedly manage the vast chaos peak for Chuchen. After adjusting her veil, Yu Wei stepped into the spirit herb hall, wanting to buy the spirit herb seeds quickly and return to Chaos Peak. Calculating the time, her master might be about to come out of seclusion, and she needed to prepare a hot and delicious meal before he did. What kind of person are you? You have no cultivation and dare to come to our Red King Palace's spirit herb hall? You are not a disciple of our Red King Palace, are you? Even the lowest-ranking outer sect disciples should have chi-gathering cultivation. If you're not a disciple of our Red King Palace, what are you doing in our spirit herb hall? As soon as she walked into the spirit herb hall, she was stopped by several disciples guarding the entrance. Although Yu Wei was disfigured, with a veil covering her face, one could not see the gruesome scar unless they looked closely. Moreover, Yu Wei had a graceful figure and elegant demeanor. The veil added a touch of mystery to her appearance. Upon her appearance, she attracted the attention of many male disciples in the spirit herb hall. Zhang Shan. I see her looking flustered and stammering. She must have something to hide. She looks like a spy. Why not just capture her and take her to your place? He. It's easy to see whether someone has cultivation or not. To a few male disciples, the mortal Yu Wei seemed no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I think this girl is sneaky. She must be born servant. Junior brother has a point. Let us just capture her. If she resists, kill her on the spot. As they spoke, Brother Zhang Shan swiftly drew his sword, and his internal spirit power surged, exerting a powerful pressure from the condensation realm directly onto Yu Wei. Please, you all misunderstand. I'm Yu Wei, and I. Boom. Under the pressure of the condensation realm, Yu Wei stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. But she knew she was no match for these people. If she resisted, it would only anger them and cause trouble for her master. So, Yu Wei quickly clasped her hands in salute and explained, I am not a spy. I am the steward of Chaos Peak, and my master is Chuchen. Clang. As soon as the words Chaos Peak and Chuchen came out, the disciples in front of her, including Brother Zhang Shan, were so startled that they dropped their flying swords on the ground. The pressure from the condensation realm came quickly and left even faster. Zhang Shan and the other disciples' faces changed from green to white, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down. Why you say you are from Chaos Peak? Zhang Shan stuttered as he picked up the long sword from the ground. When he looked at Yu Wei again, his eyes were filled with panic and fear. Yes. Why your master is Brother Chuchen? Yu Wei nodded, and the commotion attracted many disciples to gather around, pointing and whispering. Yu Wei disliked being watched, especially after being disfigured. She just wanted to leave quickly. Thud! In the next moment, in front of many disciples in the spirit herb hall, Zhang Shan did not hesitate at all and directly knelt down in front of Yu Wei, then began to bow his head repeatedly, like pounding garlic. Seeing this, the disciples behind him also knelt down, begging for Yu Wei's forgiveness while knocking their heads on the ground. Mississippi, we have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended you greatly. Please forgive us. We acted out of lust. We deserve to die. We hope you can see our pitiful state and let us off. Please, don't tell Brother Chuchen about this. Under Zhang Shan's lead, several disciples fell to the ground, slapping their own faces while pleading for Yu Wei's forgiveness. Compared to their previous aggressive and arrogant demeanor, they seemed like completely different people. You all get up. More and more disciples gathered to watch, and Yu Wei's face turned red as she reached out to help them, but they refused to get up. I just came to the spirit herb hall to buy spirit herb seeds. You can rest assured. I want to tell my master. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Wei squeezed through the crowd and walked toward the depths of the spirit herb hall. Even after Yu Wei had walked far away, Zhang Shan and the other disciples remained kneeling on the ground, their faces pale with fear, not daring to stand up. They're all disciples of the Red King Palace, and they know very well about Zhao Konyang leading over 300 disciples to besiege the Chaos Peak. The palace master, Old Qi, forcefully killed more than 300 disciples to protect Chuchen and even took away Zhao Konyang's, locking Heaven Great Array. After publicly declaring that Chuchen is the #1 in the Red King Palace, who would still dare to provoke this devil? The master is really impressive. Just relying on his name can scare them away. Yu Yue walked with a light step, not knowing what she was thinking, her lips slightly upturned, looking very happy. It was the first time in her life she enjoyed this feeling. Having someone to protect her is really nice. Brother Zhongshan, get up. Hurry up. That BTCH has walked far away. What are you still kneeling for? Just after Yu Yue walked a short distance, a beautiful and enchanting female disciple entered the spiritual herb hall. When she saw Zhongshan and the others kneeling on the ground, her little mouth pouted in anger. So what if that BTCH is Chuchen's housekeeper? A servant is still a servant. We are formal disciples of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace. How can a lowly servant compare to us? This female disciple is named Feng Jiao, a first-layer condensing yuan, and she is Zhongshan's partner. She had been watching everything that happened earlier. She just hadn't figured out what to do, so she hadn't stepped forward. She didn't mind her man flirting outside. She didn't care if her man was humiliated and lost face. Moreover, her stepping forward this time was not only for Zhongshan. Looking down at her impressive curves and graceful figure, she reached out to touch her flawless skin and picturesque profile, and Feng Jiao smiled charmingly. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come from danger. After witnessing Chuchen's terror, Feng Jiao instead had a bold idea. Chapter 50. Then I'll scar your face first, before sending you to die, faced with Feng Jiao's shocking words. Zhongshan was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. He was merely lecherous, but certainly not foolish. He had always looked down upon those foolish individuals who jumped around in front of the protagonist, seemingly inviting death, and willingly acted as stepping stones for the protagonist. If one couldn't even control their own emotions, how could they cultivate? How could they survive in the Red King Palace? Shut up. Stop talking. Brother Chuchen is a direct disciple. He is the favorite of the palace master. He is the #1 in our Red King Palace. Silence. Silence. Zhongshan was nearly frightened to death by Feng Jiao, quickly getting up from the ground and pulling on her arm, signaling her to close her mouth. After all, this spiritual herb shop was crowded with people. Once the news reached Chuchen's ears, the consequences. You are afraid of this cheap woman, but I'm not. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiao shook off Zhongshan's hand and arrogantly shouted at Yu Yue's back, "How dare a lowly servant force us official disciples to kneel? This is outrageous. You cheap woman, stop right there." Yu Yue was taken aback, not wanting to cause trouble. She quickened her pace to leave the area as soon as possible. Seeking death. Seeing this, Feng Jiao threw out her flying sword. Bang! With her cultivation at the condensing origin stage, she struck Yu Yue down with just one hit. Feng Jiao showed no mercy. With her condensing origin strength, Yu Yue's mouth was already bleeding from the impact. Just as Yu Yue struggled to get up from the ground, Feng Jiao appeared in front of her again in a flash. I want to see what this cheap woman looks like. Swish! Not giving Yu Yue a chance to resist, Feng Jiao waved her hand and removed the veil from Yu Yue's face. A hideous scar that crossed her ear and nose instantly appeared before everyone. Wow! The scene erupted into chaos, with people pointing and gossiping about Yu Yue. Goodness, such a large scar, it's too ugly. Yeah, just looking at it makes me feel sick. No wonder she wears a veil. It turns out she was disfigured. How disgusting. Seriously, if she was disfigured, why not find a place to hide instead of coming out? Amidst the accusations, Yu Yue's eyes instantly turned red. She covered her face with one hand while the other tried to snatch the veil back from Feng Jiao. But as an ordinary person, how could she compete with a condensing origin cultivator? Feng Jiao seemed to be deliberately toying with Yu Yue, moving the veil up and down, placing in front of her, but never letting her grab it. Goodness, how bold is Feng Jiao? Although this maid is ugly, she is still Brother Chuchen's person. How dare she? Feng Jiao was always clever and shrewd. Ever since she entered our Red King Palace, she had been close to Brother Zhongshan. Why was she so reckless today? Isn't she afraid that Brother Chuchen will blame her and kill her in anger? The onlooking disciples watched the scene with curiosity, as Feng Jiao's behavior today was too abnormal. What do you know? Feng Jiao is too cunning. Her actions today seem impulsive, but they have long been planned. How do you mean? Please enlighten us, brother. Don't forget how Feng Jiao climbed up to Brother Zhongshan's tree. Now that she has broken through to the condensing origin stage, compared to Brother Zhongshan, Brother Chuchen is the true towering tree. Feng Jiao has the figure and looks, and more importantly, she knows how to play and is very flirty. What man wouldn't want to possess her? Her actions today could either be to stand up for Brother Zhongshan or to attract Brother Chuchen's attention, perhaps to become Brother Chuchen's bedmate. If Yu Wei hadn't been disfigured, Feng Jiao's odds would be no more than 50%. After all, she is a cultivator. But now that Yu Wei is an ugly monster, it must be said that Feng Jiao has bet correctly this time. In the future, we might have to call her senior sister Feng, the one above all in the Red King Palace. Could it be? Feng Jiao is really gambling with her life. We cultivators are inherently going against the heavens. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought through peril. Feng Jiao has long seen through this. But what if? There's no what if. If you were Brother Chuchen, would you choose a lowly maid whose appearance has been ruined or a female cultivator with excellent figure and looks who understands men better? Choose Feng Jiao. I heard her skills in bed are quite good. The disciples were discussing animatedly, and some had seen through Feng Jiao's true intentions, leading to much chatter. I thought serving Brother Chuchen would be some beautiful woman, but unexpectedly it's you, this ugly monster. How can you still have the face to stay by Brother Chuchen's side after being disfigured? If I were you, I'd find a tree to hang myself. Being disfigured is not your fault, but coming out to scare people is your wrongdoing. After a round of mockery, Feng Jiao seemed to have grown tired of the game. With a surge of spiritual power, the veil turned to ashes in Yu Wei's terrified face. Yu Wei staggered, tears streaming down her face. For her, this veil was not just a veil. It was the last remnants of her shattered self-esteem. But as the veil turned to ashes, Yu Wei's heart plunged into despair. At that moment, a young man in black approached, one hand behind his back and the other holding a sword, parting the crowd slowly. The young man in black was handsome and elegant, with a face that was neither sad nor happy, seemingly transcendent. With every gesture, there was an air of nobility about him, quite extraordinary. Do you really think appearance is very important? The young man in black looked at Feng Jiao, who was toying with Yu Wei, and spoke. Strangely, although this young man in black was only at the 10th level of the gathering chi stage, not even at the condensing origin stage, he shone brightly among the condensing origin, sea opening, and even heaven opening disciples in the spiritual herb hall, standing out like a crane among chickens. What? Feng Jiao was taken aback, staring at the young man in black approaching her, unable to react for a while. When she realized that the young man in front of her was only at the 10th level of the gathering chi stage, far below her, she scoffed. Of course, appearance is naturally important. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Am I wrong? Did I say something wrong? Feng Jiao's tone was quite unfriendly, as she was the kind of person who bullied the weak and clung to the powerful, ingrained in her bones. If the young man was weaker than her, why say anything? Just retort back. But as soon as she spoke, Feng Jiao regretted it. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very clever and deep-minded. The young man in black looked unfamiliar to her. It was her first time seeing him, and she guessed that he had just arrived at the Red King Palace. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 10th level of the gathering chi stage, he happened to appear while she was making things difficult for Yu Wei. Feng Jiao's heart raced. In an instant, she deduced the identity of the young man in black. Thus, her attitude underwent a dramatic change. Her gaze toward the young man in black becoming more flirtatious, her voice suddenly turning charming. Of course, when we say appearance is important, that's for us ordinary people. For someone like Brother Chuchen, appearance is important, but character is even more important, after all. Before Feng Jiao could finish her sentence, the young man in black reached out his hand to stop her and interrupted forcefully. I think you're absolutely right. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and appearance is indeed very important to a person. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught Feng Jiao off guard, glancing at the tearful Yu Wei beside her. Feng Jiao felt a surge of joy in her heart. She had confirmed the identity of the young man in black. But what did Senior Brother Chuchen mean by saying that? Wasn't he here to stand up for Yu Wei? Or could it be? After witnessing her beauty and skills, Senior Brother Chuchen had fallen under her spell, making a choice between Yu Wei and herself. It must be that way. Men. So I give you two choices. Chuchen ignored the ecstatic Feng Jiao and spoke to himself. One is to cut your own face, and the other is to die directly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Jiao, who had just been overjoyed a moment ago, was now frozen in place, her face pale with fear. The onlooking disciples saw this, and some wanted to step forward to accuse Chuchen of being arrogant, but were firmly held back by the more astute disciples nearby. The entire spiritual herb garden fell into a dead silence. It was quiet to the point of being terrifying. Senior brother Chuchen, this is a misunderstanding. Feng Jiao trembled in fear, swallowing hard. Everything was different from what she had imagined. As soon as Chuchen appeared, he gave her no chance to flaunt or seduce him, directly sentencing her to death. Senior brother Chuchen, let me explain, Forget it. Before Feng Jiao could finish her words, Chuchen calmly interrupted her. Seeing this, Feng Jiao was overjoyed, thinking she had escaped a calamity. Since you don't want to choose, I'll choose for you. But what Chuchen said next plunged her into despair. Then let's first cut your face, and then send you to die. Swish! As soon as the words fell, Chuchen's body vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, a cold, gleaming sword materialized in front of Feng Jiao, aiming at her stunningly beautiful face. He slashed down. Chapter 51. Yu Wei, I command you to kill, and you shall kill. Brother Zhou Song, hurry. There is chaos at the Spirit Herb Hall of the Red King Palace. It seems that disciples are fighting each other, seeking death. Don't say we are from the Red King Palace. Even the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace has rules that restrict disciples from killing each other, fighting in public. I see they don't take our law enforcement team seriously. Let us go, capture all the troublemakers, and send them to the law enforcement hall. Let them see the power of our law enforcement hall. The one called Brother Zhou Song is a high-ranking disciple of the law enforcement hall, possessing cultivation at the opening heaven realm with terrifying strength, and is a true disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. The Law Enforcement Hall is an independent enforcement agency outside the 5 major branch palaces established by the Empress, composed of disciples drawn from the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Its purpose is to regulate the disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and uphold the rules and regulations. The Law Enforcement Hall wields great power. Aside from the powerful elders, all other disciples must submit to its authority, depending on the crimes committed by the disciples. The Law Enforcement Hall can punish them on behalf of the Empress according to the rules. Minor offenses may result in flogging and being sent to the reflecting cliff for reflection. More severe offenses can lead to the complete loss of cultivation and supernatural powers, reducing one to a commoner. In extreme cases, the Law Enforcement Hall can directly strike to kill. Therefore, all disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace have an ingrained fear of the Law Enforcement Hall. Upon seeing it, no one dares to provoke it. When Zhou Song heard that there were troublemakers at the Spirit Herb Hall of the Red King Palace, the wine he had been enjoying instantly sobered him up, and he grinned widely. Taking his flying sword artifact, he called on the other disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall and rushed straight to the Spirit Herb Hall of the Red King Palace. How long has it been? Days or months? No disciple has dared to cause trouble in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and Zhou Song, as a high-ranking disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, was getting bored. Now, finally, an unseeing fool has appeared. Today, Zhou Song is going to set an example and establish his authority. Let his name echo throughout the entire Red King Palace. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. If the power in hand cannot be used, then what is it worth? At the Red King Palace, Spirit Herb Hall, after being reborn, Chuchen has always preferred action over idle chatter. He knows that villains die from talking too much. Therefore, after giving Feng Jiao 2 choices and seeing that she did not make an immediate decision, Chuchen directly made the choice for her. Regardless of how Feng Jiao chooses, today she will have her face slashed and then die. No one can save her. What is called a choice is actually a predetermined option. With a whoosh, the long sword in Chuchen's hand slashed down toward Feng Jiao's exquisite face. The sharp blade instantly cutting through skin, flesh, and even bone. The crisp sound of the blade slicing through flesh and shattering bone was invigorating to hear. If Feng Jiao hadn't reacted in time and stepped back to create distance, just this one sword would have cleaved her head in half. Yet even so, this sword left a scar across her face, dividing her beautiful profile in two. Flesh rolled back, bones protruded. blood splattered, a horrific sight. As Feng Jiao stepped back while covering her bleeding face, she let out a hysterical scream. My face. My face. She couldn't believe that Chuchen would suddenly attack her. And with such a ruthless move, without leaving her any room for negotiation or reaction. Compared to that ugly, lowly servant, Feng Jiao, surpassed her in figure, appearance, and cultivation. After all, they were all choosing maids, housekeepers, and servants, so why not choose Feng Jiao? Why? Even the seductive teasing she prided herself on didn't have time to manifest before Chuchen swung his sword, ruining her exquisite beauty. There were many onlookers, gathering over 100 disciples. Among them were powerful ones. Although Chuchen's sword was extremely fast, some disciples at the sea-splitting and opening heaven realms could have intervened to save Feng Jiao. But the one wielding the sword was Chuchen. Who would dare to stop him in the entire Red King Palace? Even the arrogant Zhao Kanyang had been subdued, and the more than 300 disciples attacking the Chaos Peak had been slaughtered. This first person of the Red King Palace is not to be trifled with. Moreover, even Feng Jiao's partner, Zhang Shan, did not dare to step forward. What would others do? Sorry. Watching Feng Jiao, who was covering her face and crying in pain, Chuchen apologized. I said I would first slash your face. I didn't control the force well with the first sword, nearly cleaving your head. For the following swords, I will definitely control the force well. Before ruining your face, I want to take your life. With so many people watching, how could Chuchen be a man of his word? Amid Feng Jiao's terror, Chuchen gripped his long sword, like a ghost, and charged again. Chuchen, you're seeking death. Feng Jiao frantically raised her sword to block. In the face of life and death, she forgot her fear. I just attacked a lowly servant. And you actually want to kill me? You have violated the rules. Don't think that just because you have the palace master protecting you, you can act recklessly in my Red King Palace. You're merely at the Gathering Qi realm, while I, Feng Jiao, am at the Condensing Yuan realm. I want to see how you can kill me. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures continuously clashed with swords, the sound of swords colliding resonating around them. Yu Yuwei stood frozen, her eyes red, silently watching Chuchen, who was standing up for her, her palms sweating. The Gathering Qi realm is where practitioners absorb the spiritual energy wandering between heaven and earth, refining it into their bodies, known as the Gathering Qi realm. The Condensing Yuan realm, on the other hand, is when the absorbed spiritual power has become sufficient, allowing practitioners to condense their entire spiritual power into a more solid true essence, known as the Condensing Yuan realm. In battle, true essence overwhelmingly crushes spiritual energy in terms of strength and attributes. Therefore, generally speaking, unless using powerful artifacts, Gathering Qi realm practitioners could never match those in the Condensing Yuan realm. But how could Chuchen be measured by common sense? Your sword isn't fast enough. Your speed is too slow. Your defense isn't tight enough. Swish, swish, swish. The sword in Chuchen's hand moved at an incredible speed. Countless sword lights enveloping Feng Jiao, launching a fierce attack. At first, Feng Jiao could defend against one or two strikes, but as Chuchen's attack speed increased, she couldn't hold on at all. Swish, just as she blocked a sword coming straight at her. Feng Jiao hadn't even had time to feel relieved when Chuchen flipped his wrist and slashed at her face, creating another deep wound that could see bone, further splitting her blood-dripping profile in two. Flesh rolled back, blood gushed. Feng Jiao cried out in pain, instinctively reaching to cover her face, forgetting to defend herself. How could Chuchen miss such an opportunity? He unleashed several more strikes with his long sword from top to bottom, left to right, leaving numerous scars on Feng Jiao's face. Feng Jiao instinctively reached to cover her face, but had two of her fingers severed by the sharp sword, a tragic sight. Boom! After thoroughly mutilating Feng Jiao's face, Chuchen kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying forward of 5 meters until she crashed into a beam of the Spirit Herb Hall, finally stopping. My face! My face! Chuchen, Feng Jiao, will not spare you even as a ghost. I will not let you go even as a ghost. Zhang Shan, your partner has been humiliated to this extent. Why don't you step in? Where's the law enforcement hall? Where is the palace master? Amid Feng Jiao's wails, the surrounding disciples all shrank their heads, not daring to step forward. Zhang Shan even squeezed to the back of the crowd, his gaze wandering, pretending he hadn't heard or seen anything. It wasn't that he lacked courage. It was simply, he really couldn't fight back. Zhang Shan is also at the condensing yuan realm, his strength only slightly higher than Feng Jiao's. Since Chuchen can easily defeat Feng Jiao in a higher rank battle, he can naturally defeat Zhang Shan as well. At this moment, stepping forward would be akin to seeking death. Moreover, although Zhang Shan is Feng Jiao's Dao partner, his feelings are purely physical without any emotional attachment. Now that Feng Jiao's face has been slashed to pieces, even if Zhang Shan excels in bed, he cough. With such strength at the condensing yuan realm, I have to say I'm quite disappointed. Glancing at the kneeling and wailing Feng Jiao, Chuchen retracted his gaze. Then, his eyes became sharp, sweeping over the hundreds of disciples present, including those whose strength and realm far exceed his, such as the sea-opening and even the heaven-opening realm disciples, especially Zhang Shan, Feng Jiao's Dao partner, to see if anyone would come to Feng Jiao's aid. If so, they would all be dealt with together. However, as he scanned, whether it was the sea-opening realm, heaven-opening realm, or even a couple of spiritual connection realm disciples, they all lowered their heads or looked into the distance, not daring to meet Chuchen's gaze. As for Zhang Shan, he was the only one present who dared to look directly into Chuchen's sharp eyes. When their eyes met, Zhang Shan's expression was filled with flattery, compliments, and a forced smile. Yue. Chuchen withdrew his gaze, no longer wishing to stay. With a flick of his hand, a long sword pierced the ground half a meter in front of Yue. Although Feng Jiao is a practitioner of the condensing yuan realm, Chuchen had already severed her meridians in the previous battle, rendering her powerless. Every grievance has a head, and every debt has a master. Go kill her. As these words fell, the previously eerily quiet spirit grass hall erupted into chaos once more. Meanwhile, Feng Jiao, who was lying on the ground, covering her face and pretending to be dead, thinking she had escaped a calamity, was so scared by these words that her legs kicked and kicked on the ground. The look in her eyes when she glanced at Chuchen and Yue was filled with terror. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Senior brother, Chuchen. I was wrong. I was wrong. I only lifted her veil and mocked her. Now that my face has been slashed, please show mercy and spare me. While speaking, Feng Jiao knelt on the ground, banging her head like garlic towards Chuchen and then towards Yue. Yue looked hesitant, glancing at Chuchen. She was not soft-hearted. In this cannibalistic world, those who are soft-hearted have long since perished. She knew that if she didn't kill Feng Jiao today, Feng Jiao would surely hold a grudge against her, and it would be the kind of grudge that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. While Chuchen was present, she had someone protecting her. If Chuchen were not there or were to expel her, the first person to kill her would definitely be Feng Jiao. Killing Feng Jiao would eliminate future troubles, but although Yue was merely a lowly servant, she also understood the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Killing Feng Jiao today would certainly feel satisfying, but would also bring unnecessary trouble to her master. This was Yue's concern. Stop. The law enforcement hall of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace is here. Who dares to make a move? As a series of hurried footsteps approached, Zhou Song led a large group of law enforcement hall disciples, surrounding the spirit grass hall tightly. Killing among fellow disciples is a death penalty in our Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Whoever dares to kill in front of the law enforcement hall, in front of me. Zhou Song. But before Zhou Song could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chuchen's deep voice. Yue, do I need to say the same thing a second time? Wow. Yue's body trembled, and then, amidst the incredulous expressions of Zhou Song and the more than 10 law enforcement hall disciples and over 100 Red King Palace disciples, she drew her long sword, walked in front of Feng Jiao, and, with the latter's terrified expression, stabbed with one sword. Swish! The sharp blade pierced through the front chest, exiting from the back, penetrating the heart. Fast equivalent rootless. One sword, instant death. Chapter 52. To preserve one's self, sacrifice Yue? Woo-woo. With her heart pierced by a sword, Feng Jiao's eyes widened. Her feet kicked and struggled on the ground, convulsing. Her hands reached out towards senior brother Zhou Song from the law enforcement hall, her mouth opening to cry for help. But as soon as she opened her mouth, large amounts of blood gushed out, drowning her voice, leaving only a choking sob. A sight too tragic to bear. Once the choking stopped, the life force within Feng Jiao completely drained away. Her raised hands fell limply, her pupils instantly scattered, and her beautiful big eyes could not close, dying with eyes wide open. It is true that she was clever, but Feng Jiao probably would never understand until her death why she lost compared to a despicable servant whose appearance was ruined. What did she lose? If there were such a thing as a regret medicine in this world, Feng Jiao would definitely not have been the first to stick her neck out, nor would she have provoked Yue or Chuchen. Unfortunately, even the alchemy masters on the ancient continent, who could refine immortal-grade pills, could not concoct such a regret medicine. Fortune lies in danger. The vast majority of people in this world only see the first two characters and forget the truly important third character. Chuchen, you are bold. With Feng Jiao's death, Zhou Song, a high-ranking disciple of the law enforcement hall, was utterly enraged. He abruptly turned around, staring fiercely at the calm Chuchen before him. Unable to contain his anger. In front of my law enforcement hall, you dare to openly commit murder? Do you think you Chuchen are someone important? When I, Zhou Song, arrived, Feng Jiao was still alive. I clearly shouted for you to stop. Why did you not listen? Why did you still kill her? You are disregarding me. Zhou Song, the law enforcement hall, and even the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Zhou Song snorted coldly, releasing his pressure from the open heaven realm towards Chuchen. The so-called open heaven secret realm means that after a cultivator breaks through this realm, they can possess the power to open the heavens with immense strength, truly a practitioner. Zhou Song, being of similar age to Chuchen, had broken through to the open heaven realm at this age and was selected into the Divine Flame Imperial Palace's law enforcement hall, making him a true prodigy. Just an open heaven realm dared to be noisy in front of me. Who gave you the courage? Facing Zhou Song's pressure, Chuchen snorted coldly, seemingly unaffected by this pressure. Instead, he took a step forward, coldly staring into Zhou Song's eyes, his calm eyes holding nothing but disdain. Although Chuchen was only at the Qi gathering realm, he possessed the chaotic divine body and had refined the feathers of the divine phoenix, making his physical strength comparable to that of practitioners in the spirit connection or even divine fire realm. Try to force him, Chuchen, to kneel and beg for mercy with pressure? It is no different than dreaming. Not to mention that Zhou Song in the open heaven realm could not do it. Even Zhao Kongyang in the spirit connection realm could not. You. Zhou Song was so furious that his face turned red, his finger trembling as he pointed at the imperious Chuchen. Despite his superior strength and realm, even his identity as a law enforcement hall disciple should have been enough to crush everything. In the past, as long as he stated the 3 words law enforcement hall, those disciples who were weaker or of lower status than him would bow their heads and salute respectfully. Even those stronger than him would do the same. Chuchen, I know you. Aren't you just relying on your high talent? A rare 5-element all-spiritual root, but what does that matter? In my Divine Flame Imperial Palace, you must abide by our rules. Those who kill must be killed. While speaking, without giving Chuchen a chance to respond, Zhou Song suddenly waved his hand, and more than a dozen disciples from the law enforcement hall instantly drew their long knives, surrounding Chuchen with no escape. Come on, arrest him. If he resists, kill him without mercy. Swish, swish, swish. The long knives were drawn, gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Chuchen. The atmosphere on the scene instantly turned extremely tense. No one expected that just a moment ago, the imposing Chuchen, who controlled life and death, was about to become a prisoner. Experience told them that once captured by the law enforcement hall, the outcome would be miserable. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. In fact, from the very beginning, Zhou Song's target was the unparalleled genius Chuchen. After all, as a fellow prodigy, he could not tolerate watching a genius who posed a threat to him rise powerfully, even surpassing him. Otherwise, with his strength at the 5th level of the open heaven realm, if he wanted to save her, Feng Jiao would not have been able to kill Feng Jiao. Come on, Chuchen, resist. Zhou Song's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. He ordered his disciples to capture him, and as long as Chuchen dared to resist, even if it was just a shove or drawing his long sword, according to the rules, he could be executed on the spot. Zhou Song was at the 5th level of the open heaven realm. With his cultivation and strength, he could achieve a one-hit kill. But just as Zhou Song was staring at Chuchen, ready to take action, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, extremely abrupt. Senior brother Zhou, Chuchen. This scoundrel killed my Dao partner, disregarding the rules. He must be severely punished. Feng Jiao, my dear Jiao, you died so tragically. I didn't even have time to act. How could you be killed? Woo? Seeing that Chuchen was about to become a prisoner, the cowardly Zhang Shan suddenly straightened up. He pushed through the crowd, walked straight to Chuchen, and then began to cry out loud, hoarsely accusing Chuchen of his numerous crimes. Chuchen, how dare you kill my Dao partner? You are simply insane, full of evil. If it weren't for senior brother Zhou and the brothers of the law enforcement hall here today, I, Zhang Shan, would definitely fight you to the death to avenge my Jiao. Zhang Shan's heartfelt words made the surrounding disciples cover their mouths, all with faces of disdain. Feeling nauseous, Chuchen had been fighting with Feng Jiao for so long. Even Yu Yue had walked step by step toward Feng Jiao with her sword. Zhang Shan not only did not come to help, but didn't even dare to say a word, not even a fart. Now seeing that Chuchen was about to become a prisoner, he jumped out to establish a persona and show off. How shameless! Junior brother Zhang, step back. Zhou Song, interrupted, looked displeased but still suppressed his anger. After all, he was dealing with Chuchen. Rest assured, Chuchen killed your Dao partner. My law enforcement hall will handle the case fairly and give you justice. I just hope that after Chuchen is killed for resisting arrest, you can testify for my law enforcement hall before the elders. After all, Chuchen was a rare 5-element all-spiritual root and the disciple of the old man Qi from the Red King Palace. Without just cause, even the law enforcement hall would not dare to touch him. Rest assured, senior brother Zhou, that is natural. Hearing this, Zhang Shan was overjoyed, quickly nodding in agreement, and looked at Chuchen with eyes full of mockery and amusement, even imagining Chuchen's upcoming tragic fate. Disciples of the law enforcement hall, act. After calming Zhang Shan, Zhou Song raised his hand again and then waved fiercely. Arrest Chuchen. If he resists, kill him without mercy. Yes, yes. But just as the dozen or so disciples of the law enforcement hall were closing in with their knives, Chuchen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, asking a question that was hard to believe. Why are you arresting me? Zhou Song was taken aback, and the dozen or so disciples of the law enforcement hall were equally astonished, while the hundreds of disciples of the Red King Palace watching were also confused. They all anticipated that Chuchen would resist the arrest or quietly allow himself to be taken away, waiting for Palace Master Qi to return and rescue him. But they never expected that Chuchen would ask such a question. You. Zhou Song frowned, momentarily speechless. Given his temperament, he originally did not want to explain so much to Chuchen. He intended to just grab him and kill him if he resisted. Surrounded by hundreds of disciples from the Red King Palace and being on their territory, plus Chuchen's unusual status, it would indeed be difficult to strike without a valid reason. Once Zhou Song realized what was happening, he said in a deep voice, "You have killed your fellow disciples. According to the rules of my Divine Flame Imperial Palace, this is a serious crime." Before Zhou Song could finish his sentence, Chuchen forcefully interrupted him, while also looking at the hundreds of disciples around. Who saw me kill someone? Did I kill Feng Jiao? As soon as he said this, the hall was shocked. But soon, some sharp-eyed individuals guessed Chuchen's intention. It turned out that Chuchen had already prepared a backup plan. He was going to let that despicable slave take the blame, sacrificing a slave to save himself. But isn't this a bit heartless? Chapter 53. Protector Zhao Sheng. The onlooking disciples, having guessed Chuchen's intentions, began to discuss amongst themselves. The entire spirit herb garden was once again filled with uproar. Indeed, Feng Jiao died at the hands of that female slave, not by Chuchen's hand. Although Chuchen had marked Feng Jiao's face, he did not take her life. Even if he was guilty, it was not a death sentence. There is a principle that debts have a master, and if the law enforcement hall wants to catch someone, they should go after that female slave. This boy has such deep schemes. No wonder he didn't kill anyone himself, but let his female slave do it. It turns out he had planned it from the beginning to divert the disaster. Sacrificing a slave to eliminate trouble not only helps him establish authority, but is also quite cunning. This boy is not simple. He is just a bit lacking in conscience. TCH, how much is conscience worth? How much is it per pound? As the crowd murmured, Zhou Song and Zhang Shan's faces had turned completely dark. Chuchen was a direct disciple with a transcendent status, since he did not personally kill anyone or slaughter his fellow disciples. Even a law enforcement hall could not act against him. Chuchen, you despicable, shameless. Zhou Song glared fiercely at Chuchen, then pointed at the silent Yu Wei beside him and waved his hand angrily. Since it was her who killed, I can take her away, right? I heard my subordinate say your slave is called Yu Wei, right? Chuchen's servant and steward, with a nice name, but unfortunately, she followed the wrong person. When danger struck, the master pushed her out to take the blame. How tragic. As he spoke, Zhou Song waved his hand, and his subordinate had already placed a glinting dagger against Yu Wei's neck. Throughout it all, Yu Wei remained calm. To her, her life was given by Chuchen. Dying for her master was her greatest honor because she could help Chuchen. She had repaid the favor. Yu Wei bid farewell to her master. With a dagger at her throat, Yu Wei bowed to Chuchen and then followed the law enforcement hall's disciples, about to step out of the spirit herb garden. But as a lowly female slave, would she have a way out after going to the law enforcement hall? The onlookers all sighed in pity. But Zhou Song was powerful and held the title of the law enforcement hall. It was already difficult for Chuchen to escape unscathed. If it were any one of them, they could not do better than Chuchen. Just as Yu Wei was about to step out of the spirit herb garden, and everyone thought the matter was settled, Chuchen suddenly stretched out his arm, stopping Yu Wei. Zhou Song, why are you capturing my person? The crowd erupted. Not only Zhou Song and the more than 10 disciples of the law enforcement hall, but also the hundreds of onlookers were in an uproar. They thought, how could Chuchen ask such an obvious question? Impudent. Zhou Song snorted coldly. Even mud men have a temper, let alone him as a high-ranking disciple of the law enforcement hall. According to what you said, your slave killed someone. Of course, our law enforcement hall must capture her. Killing must be atoned for. I, Zhou Song, will tell you, I will definitely kill this slave of yours after bringing her back. What? Are you going to obstruct our law enforcement hall from enforcing the law? As he spoke, Zhou Song again gripped the hilt of his sword, killing intent exposed. If Chuchen was unwilling to part with this female slave, then the opportunity had come again. Meanwhile, Yu Wei desperately shook her head at Chuchen. She had resolved to die, hoping to help her master. Yu Wei could not understand. She was just a lowly slave, even disfigured. Wasn't it good to let this inconspicuous little person take the blame? Why? Why step forward? Why stand up to offend the law enforcement hall? Why risk oneself and give them a reason to accuse? She was just a lowly servant, and no one would care if she died. No one would be sad or upset. In an instant, Yu Wei's eyes turned red again. She rubbed her eyes and turned her head away. Why was the wind and sand in the spirit herb hall so strong today? Chuchen did not notice Yu Wei's change. Instead, he spoke with righteous indignation, arguing, it is true that Yu Wei killed someone, but since she is my slave, any mistakes are being managed by me as her master. How could you, Zhou Song, point fingers here? A disciple of the law enforcement hall, unable to contain himself, wanted to argue. But what? You can't even finish your sentence. Shut up. Yet before he could finish speaking, he was forcefully interrupted by Chuchen. If I remember correctly, the rules of my divine flame palace state that those who harm fellow disciples face death. But my slave is merely a servant and not a disciple of the divine flame palace. How can this be considered harming fellow disciples? If she is neither a fellow disciple nor a member of the law enforcement hall, wouldn't it be overstepping to arrest her? Get back and roll out of the Red King Palace. The entire Red King Palace was in an uproar. The hundreds of onlooking disciples stared at each other, momentarily speechless. Clearly, it was a twisted argument, yet every word was backed by reason. They could not refute it at all. Chuchen, Zhou Song's face turned red with anger. He had never suffered such humiliation since joining the law enforcement hall. It was only at this moment that he realized, Chuchen, are you playing me? You are actually mocking me. Good to know. I am indeed playing you. Chuchen yanked the already stunned Yu Wei behind him, then took a step forward, leaning in close. But you are much more foolish than I imagined, only realizing it now. You are no different from a pig. Boom! Zhou Song could no longer contain himself. He drew his long sword, his internal spiritual power surging, and slashed towards Chuchen's throat. A full-force strike from a fifth-layer opening heaven realm expert. Even if Chuchen was only at the Gathering Chi realm, he, as a fellow opening heaven realm expert, would not dare to clash head-on. But Chuchen had always appeared reckless, arrogant to the extreme, completely unafraid. Even as Zhou Song's long sword came stabbing toward him, he didn't even bother to dodge. No, master, run away. As Zhou Song's sword was about to strike Chuchen, Yu Wei behind him had already cried out in alarm. Yet at that moment, the corner of Chuchen's mouth lifted, and his gaze towards Zhou Song was filled with disdain and contempt. Ah, die for me. Unable to bear the contempt in Chuchen's eyes any longer, Zhou Song's internal spiritual power surged again, and the long sword in his hand sped up a few notches. Even if he faced punishment from the sect later, today, Zhou Song would definitely slay this madman Chuchen under his sword. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Song's sword was an inch away from Chuchen's neck, a figure dressed in dark robes stepped out, breaking the space before him. The power of space trembled, instantly freezing Zhou Song's sword and the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, a terrifying pressure of a great sage filling the air. Along with Chuchen, Zhou Song, and the hundreds of disciples in the Spirit Herb Hall, all were frozen in place by the power of space, unable even to blink. You little brat, you really are audacious. I am the protector assigned to you by the palace master, Zhong Sheng. The old man stroked his grizzled beard, leaning in front of Chuchen, his murky old eyes scanning Chuchen from top to bottom. While looking, he nodded, clicking his tongue in amazement. The palace master indeed did not misjudge. You are quite a thorny character, but you are still too foolish. Provoking the law enforcement hall at this time will only lead to a dead end. Letting a female slave take the blame for you to escape is not a good idea. Sigh, still too impulsive. A rotten wood cannot be carved, and a child cannot be taught. As he spoke, the old man suddenly came to his senses, leaned closer to Chuchen, and said, No, you must have guessed my existence long ago. You must have guessed that I would step in to save you. Is it true or not? Chapter 54. My people, who dares to mess with them? Faced with the question from the guardian, Zhong Sheng, Chuchen exerted all his strength and barely blinked his eyelids in response. The arrival of a great sage caused the power of space to engulf the entire spiritual herb hall. Everyone present, except Zhong Sheng, whether they were in the earth-breaking realm, heaven-opening realm, or spirit-communicating realm, was restrained by the overwhelming power of space, and Chuchen was no exception. In front of a great sage who mastered the power of space, this was a dimensional strike, an overwhelming suppression. Almost forgot, you can't speak right now. Seeing Chuchen blink his eyes, even after being restrained by the power of space, Zhong Sheng was greatly surprised. Without thinking much, he waved his hand, and the power of space surrounding Chuchen instantly dissipated, allowing him to move freely. The others, however, remained standing like clay sculptures, clearly ignored by Zhong Sheng as he wanted to ask Chuchen some questions privately without interruption. I have met Elder Zhong. After regaining his mobility, Chuchen stretched his body and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to the elderly Zhong Sheng in front of him. After all, this old guy was his guardian. Given his tendency to stir up trouble, he would inevitably require this old man to risk his life, ward off disasters, or even die for him in the future. Being respectful was only appropriate. Elder Zhong waved his hand, then widened his eyes, glaring at Chuchen with a puffed-up beard, clearly displeased with being addressed as Elder Zhong. He was a great sage-level powerhouse, an elder of the Red King Palace, and deserved to be called elder or lord at the very least. However, thinking of Chuchen's identity, Zhong Sheng impatiently stroked his beard and said no more. instead shifting the conversation to question him. "Kid, I am a great sage at the 3rd level, having long comprehended the power of space. I concealed myself within the chaotic flow of time and space, my aura retracted. Logically, even another great sage would find it difficult to detect me before I made a move. You are merely at the Gathering Chi realm. How did you perceive my existence? Did the Palace Master inform you? That shouldn't be the case." After the Palace Master transmitted a message to me, he immediately moved to the heavenly demon gorge to search for the immortal medicine. Looking at the somewhat dazed and wooden Zhong Sheng, Chuchen's lips curled slightly. After cupping his hands in salute, he slowly replied, "I am merely at the Gathering Chi realm, so I naturally cannot detect Elder Zhong's presence. And my master did not inform the guardian of anything. All of this is just my guess. The reason I am so certain is that my bond with the Palace Master is deep. I believe my master would definitely find someone to secretly protect me before leaving. Otherwise, with my arrogant nature and penchant for trouble, if no one were to protect me, I would surely be dead upon hearing that Chuchen was only guessing." Zhong Sheng stroked his beard and sighed softly. "This kid is clever, but still too reckless. He is unlikely to achieve great things in the future. To entrust his life to others is a major taboo for a practitioner. This time he guessed right, but what about next time? Or the time after that?" With this thought, the way Zhong Sheng looked at Chuchen changed again, adding a hint of disdain. Chuchen smiled and did not explain. Entrusting his life to others? Would he Chuchen be that foolish? Not to mention, he still had the jade pendant containing the Sacred King protective talisman refined by Elder Chi, and a saint-level flood dragon he subdued in the heavenly demon gorge. When it came down to life and death, he could release this saint-level flood dragon to slaughter the entire spiritual herb hall. Of course, Chuchen's true trump card was the extreme Dao imperial weapon, the sky-devouring demon jar within him. This was his cornerstone, a true killing weapon that he would never reveal until the very last moment. The notion of entrusting his life to the guardian Zhong Sheng was merely a pretext. Of course, there was another purpose for saying this, to test whether Zhong Sheng knew about the sacred king-level protective jade pendant refined by Elder Chi in his possession. Judging by Zhong Sheng's reaction, he seemed unaware. This detail was crucial and would be very useful for the future in getting rid of this guardian. Chuchen ignored Zhong Sheng and instead took advantage of the high-ranking disciples of the law enforcement hall, like Zhou Song, being restrained by the power of space. He stepped forward, and in Zhong Sheng's incredulous gaze, he swung his right hand, delivering slap after slap straight to Zhou Song's handsome face. Smack! 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 After a few slaps, Zhou Song's originally fair and handsome face instantly turned into a pig's head. What gentleman avenges himself after 10 years? Chuchen was just a petty person. He had to avenge his grudges on the spot, or he wouldn't sleep well at night and would easily suffer from insomnia. Zhou Song's face turned completely red, unsure whether it was from being hit or from anger. His eyes were fixed on Chuchen, seemingly ready to spew fire, extremely terrifying. Although Zhou Song was restrained by the power of space, his facial features were unaffected. He could still hear and feel everything, just unable to move. As a heaven-opening realm cultivator and a high-ranking disciple of the law enforcement hall, he had never endured such humiliation. In his heart, Zhou Song secretly vowed that once he regained his mobility, he would definitely kill Chuchen. He must kill Chuchen to the bitter end. Otherwise, how could he, Zhou Song, face anyone in the law enforcement hall or the Divine Flame Imperial Palace? It should be noted that he had just been slapped more than a dozen times, and hundreds of disciples around were witnessing it all. Witnessing it all. Oh, still daring to glare at me. After delivering more than a dozen slaps, Chuchen's hand was sore. He looked closely and saw Zhou Song glaring at him with an unsatisfied expression. What the hell? You still have the energy to glare at me? Can you endure this? Can you endure this? Immediately, Chuchen turned around, drew his long sword, and walked step by step towards Zhou Song. Zhou Song snorted coldly, looking at Chuchen with more mockery and disdain in his eyes, even showing a hint of provocation. He was a heaven-opening realm powerhouse, a disciple of the law enforcement hall, a prodigy of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. He couldn't believe that Chuchen would dare to kill him in front of so many people. If he killed him, how could Chuchen survive? Today, Zhou Song would never bow his head. He would drag Chuchen down with him, even if it meant dying. He would protest against tyranny and against connections. Seeing that Chuchen had even drawn his sword and was charging toward Zhou Song with killing intent, Zhong Sheng frowned and prepared to intervene. A slight lesson would be acceptable, but if it led to a death, it would be hard to explain, especially since Chuchen was in the wrong. Moreover, the law enforcement hall of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace was not a place to be trifled with. But soon Zhou Song, who was full of bravado and had long disregarded life and death, could no longer hold on. Because the long sword in Chuchen's hand was not aimed at his throat or heart, but at his little brother, Zhou Song was taken aback, nearly scared to death. Killing him, Chuchen would face a death sentence. But if he cut off his little brother, then even if guilty, it wouldn't warrant a death sentence. As the cold sword blade pressed against his groin, Zhou Song's entire body broke out in goosebumps, and his gaze toward Chuchen was filled with flattery and servility. Zhou Song desperately tried to mobilize his inner spiritual power to escape, but even as his whole body turned red, he still couldn't move an inch. Goosebumps broke out all over him. You're Zhou Song, right? I, Chuchen, have only been in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace for a few days, and I have no grievances with you. Why do you target me? You said that if I capture my maid and brought her into the law enforcement hall, she would have only a dead end, right? The eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead, making it impossible to move, and a pair of eyes were bloodshot. He told his little brother not to provoke those he couldn't afford to mess with in the next life. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Chuchen shook the long sword in his hand, and blood spurted from Zhou Song's groin, a small chunk of black, something dropping to the ground. Having already died once, what was there to be afraid of? If he said to be castrated, then so be it, no hesitation. After castrating Zhou Song, Chuchen disdainfully discarded the long sword in his hand. After all, this sword was just an ordinary item, not even a magical artifact, so it could be thrown away if it got dirty. After clapping his hands, Chuchen walked over to Yu Wei, who was also restrained, and surveyed the hundreds of disciples present. His originally playful gaze instantly turned extremely cold. I, Chuchen, a top-tier 5-element, full spiritual root, a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, the beloved disciple of the Lord of the Red King Palace, the master of Chaos Peak. While speaking, Chuchen took Yu Wei's small hand, his tone becoming heavier and his gaze particularly fierce. She is Yu Wei, the steward of my Chaos Peak, and even more so, my personal maid. It's true that her appearance has been ruined, but do you think she's ugly? Ugly. From today onwards, if anyone dares to bully my people, no matter if you are in the earthly opening realm, heavenly opening realm, or the spirit communication realm, no matter if you are an inner disciple, outer disciple, or direct disciple, I will kill without mercy. Touch your own necks. If anyone thinks their life is tougher than that castrated guy named Zhou, come find me, Chuchen. Although I am only in the gathering Qi realm, I won't hide it from you. I have connections. I have someone to protect me. Even Zhao Kongyang was beaten to the ground by me. If you don't believe it, come and try. Chapter 55. No shame, unrivaled in the world of protector. Zhong Sheng smacked his lips. He had seen many arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Chuchen. Knowing that he was a privileged individual, he still didn't tone it down and dared to be so brazen. Truly, a rarity. After throwing down a harsh remark, Chuchen winked at the protector Zhong Sheng. Zhong Sheng understood and waved his hand, instantly making the spatial power that enveloped the entire spirit herb hall vanish. Chuchen, I will kill you, Zhou Song shouted, eyes red as he drew his sword and charged at Chuchen. Just as Chuchen was about to raise his sword to block, Zhong Sheng snapped his fingers, and the spatial power descended again, immobilizing Zhou Song on the spot. The other dozen or so disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at each other in shock, fear evident in their eyes as they glanced at Zhong Sheng, quickly lowering their heads, not daring to step forward. What kind of disorder is this? Zhong Sheng waved his hand impatiently. Then, with a face full of disbelief from the hundreds of onlooking disciples, he shamelessly said, did any of you see Chuchen strike someone? Anyone? The last 3 words were particularly emphasized. Revered elder, we did not see senior brother Chuchen harm anyone. Yes, elder. We just arrived at this spirit herb hall. What happened? Senior brother Chuchen has always been kind to others. How could he possibly harm someone? Who dares to slander senior brother Chuchen? I, Zhang Shan, will be the first to object. Zhang Sheng nodded in satisfaction and continued looking at the bleeding Zhou Song beneath him. So it seems that this disciple named Zhou Song must have accidentally hurt himself while falling. Zhang Sheng's old face flushed slightly. Then he turned to the stunned disciples of the law enforcement hall and said leisurely, "Since everything is clear, why don't you all get out of the Crimson King Palace?" "What? Do you want me to treat you to a meal?" As soon as these words fell, a saintly pressure surged out, directly pressing down on the dozen or so law enforcement hall disciples. "No, no need. We will leave now. We will leave," they hurriedly shouted. "Quickly take Zhou Song down a heel, hurry." Only then did the dozen law enforcement hall disciples react, carrying Zhou Song and fleeing in disarray, fearing that if they moved too slowly, they too would suffer a similar fate. After the law enforcement hall disciples left, Chuchen pulled Yu Wei and saluted Zhongsheng with cupped hands. "Elder, not fearing power and upholding justice, you have restored fairness for your disciple. I am deeply grateful. Get lost, shameless." Before Chuchen could finish flattering him, Zhongsheng, blushing, tore through the void and disappeared into the chaotic flow of time and space. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it was the first time for Zhongsheng to do something so shameless at such an old age. How embarrassing. Once Zhongsheng left, Chuchen held Yu Wei's hand and scanned the crowd. Everyone within sight, regardless of their cultivation level, lowered their heads and averted their gazes, not daring to look directly at Chuchen. Among the crowd, Zhongshan, who was shrinking his neck and thinking to himself, you can't see me, was so frightened that his body trembled. "You're Zhongshan, right?" Chuchen showed no intention of letting Zhongshan go. Instead, he walked up to him with Yu Wei, smiling widely. "That Feng Jiao is your partner. I heard you say in front of Zhou Song at the law enforcement hall that you wanted to take revenge for your deceased partner." While speaking, Chuchen pointed at Yu Wei beside him and said, "Killing for revenge is only right. Kulme, kill her." Zhongshan's face turned pale with fear, knowing he couldn't escape. He shook his head vigorously. No, senior brother Chuchen, you don't understand. I have already severed ties with Feng Jiao. Moreover, she has other partners besides me for the sake of gaining resources. She's been involved with this group of brothers behind me." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of brothers behind Zhongshan instantly changed their expressions, countless thoughts racing through their minds. And they collectively kneeled before Chuchen, eager to explain. "Don't kill her. That means you want to take revenge on me." Chuchen took out a long sword from his storage ring and handed it to Zhongshan. "Come on, chop me. Chop me." The brothers behind him were also stunned. And he added, "Those with grievances should take revenge, and those with no grievances can scold me a few times to vent their anger." Thud, thud. A large group knelt, and the sword in Zhongshan's hand nearly fell. "Spare me, senior brother Chuchen. Senior brother Chuchen, we had no idea. Please spare us. Senior brother Chuchen, we were wrong. Truly wrong." Looking at Zhongshan and the others kneeling before him, Chuchen's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly remembering something, he changed to a smiling face and helped Zhongshan and the others up. "You are all disciples of my Crimson King Palace, with cultivation levels higher than mine. Why act so estranged? Come, get up. It's just a misunderstanding. It's not a big deal. I, Chuchen, am not the kind of person who holds grudges. Senior brother Zhongshan, your cultivation level is above mine, so it's only right for me to call you senior brother. Don't be afraid. I still need to shop for pills, treasures, and other items in the Spirit Herb Hall and the Law Artifact Pavilion. Senior brother Zhongshan, please take your brothers to my Chaos Peak to wait for me. I'll be there shortly." As Zhongshan and the others looked ashen, Chuchen pulled Yu Wei straight towards the Spirit Herb Hall S shop. Not forgetting to remind Zhongshan and the others with a smile, "Please go to my Chaos Peak for a chat, and give me some face, okay? If you don't go, I might get angry." Zhongshan and the others, pale-faced, could only nod vigorously, while the onlooking disciples stifled their laughter, reveling in the misfortune. "Brothers, we've messed with this demon. How are we going to survive?" After Chuchen left, the terror on Zhongshan's face had not faded. He looked at his brothers behind him, who seemed ready to swallow him whole, and said, "As for now, there's only one way." Inside the spirit herb hall, the managing elder, upon seeing that it was Chuchen, was so frightened that his body stiffened. "What is your name, elder?" Chuchen asked, smiling as he scanned the entire spirit herb hall. No, I am Zhengji, responsible for managing the spirit herb hall of the Crimson King Palace. I have met Lord Chuchen." Not only was Yu Wei stunned, even Chuchen was taken aback. This elder named Zhengji, responsible for the spirit herb hall, held a high position and was a great saint of the second level. Why was he being so polite? It should be noted that even if Chuchen was a direct disciple, he was still just a disciple, let alone one with only Qi gathering stage cultivation. There is no need for such formality. I came here this time and need the elder to take care of me. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhengji was so scared that he ran out from behind the counter. "Lord Chuchen, don't say such things. Don't say such things. You are the beloved disciple of our palace master and possess the supreme 5 elements all spiritual root. Breaking through to the saint level is only a matter of time. I am merely a few hundred years older and have practiced for a longer time. How could I dare to compare with you?" Lord Chuchen. Zhengji was not foolish. He had seen everything happening outside the spirit herb hall. Since even Zhong Sheng, who was stronger than him, treated Chuchen with such respect, how could he, the manager of the spirit herb hall, be arrogant? "Lord Chuchen, let me explain. Previously, the group of blind enforcers at the law enforcement hall was making things difficult for Lord Chuchen. I, an old man, have always had a deep-seated hatred for evil and could no longer stand by. So I immediately wanted to go out and deal with these blind fools on behalf of Lord Chuchen." Before Zheng Ji could finish his sentence, Chuchen immediately interrupted. "Then why don't you go out?" Zheng Ji's old face turned red, and he stammered an explanation. I only realized that you have a protector with Elder Zhong looking after you, so I didn't want to overstep my bounds. If it weren't for that, Zheng Ji, would definitely be the first to rush out and slay all enemies for Lord Chuchen." Chuchen gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Today he finally witnessed what it means when one says there are always greater talents and realms beyond. He prided himself on having died once and seeing through everything with a thick enough skin, but compared to Zheng Ji before him, he was only 1/10 as good, truly a master of flattery. "All right then, thank you, Elder Zheng." Chuchen was too lazy to waste more words with this sycophant, but there was no need to offend him. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. He waved to Yu Wei beside him and instructed, "Yu Wei, weren't you going to pick some spiritual herb seeds? Go choose some, I'll handle the payment." Yu Wei bowed and nodded in agreement, then turned to select precious spiritual herb seeds. However, upon hearing this, Elder Zhengji immediately became displeased and sternly said to Chuchen, "Lord Chuchen, payment? What payment? For the spiritual herb seeds in my spiritual herb hall to catch the attention of Lord Chuchen is their honor. How could I dare to charge you? Cool me. Take whatever you want. It's all on my head." Chapter 56, a massive procurement, gathering all necessary items. Can you imagine? In the spirit herb hall of the Red King Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, a great sage-level elder is flattering and fawning over a newly admitted disciple who is merely at the Qi gathering stage. If it weren't for the personal experience, Chuchen wouldn't dare to even think about it. A great sage-level powerhouse is someone who has comprehended the power of space, capable of tearing apart the void with bare hands and performing spatial teleportation. In contrast, a Qi gathering disciple has just embarked on the path of cultivation and has only learned to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is not an exaggeration to say that if a great sage-level powerhouse wanted to deal with a Qi gathering disciple with a single wave of their hand, terrifying spatial power would come crashing down from all directions, instantly crushing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Qi gathering cultivators into pulp, completely annihilating them. The two are simply not on the same level. It would not be an exaggeration to say there is a world of difference. But now, looking at Elder Zheng's fawning expression, fearing that he might not be given enough face, Chuchen took a deep breath, patted Zheng Ji's shoulder, and then gave him a thumbs up. As a junior, a disciple, a youth, Such an impolite gesture made Zheng Ji overjoyed. From this, Chuchen also understood a principle. What is cultivation? Aside from law, wealth, companions, and land, it boils down to the four words of human relationships and worldly affairs. Having a background, having someone behind you, truly makes everything go smoothly. Thinking back to his previous life, Chuchen was clearly the #1 cultivation genius of the primordial continent, clearly possessed of the top-tier all-attribute spiritual roots, clearly having the chaotic divine body, the foremost of the 10 primordial divine bodies. Yet he ended up being humiliated to death by the Yi family, enduring humiliation and burden until his death. Unwilling to spare his own blood to refine the chaos blood pill for the Yi family members to assist them in their cultivation breakthroughs. Truly blinded by greed, how despicable. Yue, since his elder Zheng's good intentions, let's. Looking at the astonished and somewhat restrained Yue beside him, Chuchen waved his hand and said casually, "Don't refuse, take whatever we can use from Chaos Peak." Zheng Ji immediately nodded in agreement. Not displaying even a trace of the arrogance of a great sage or elder, he was even more attentive than the servants of Chaos Peak. Indeed, I and Master Chuchen hit it off at first sight. We are quite compatible. If I were to act distant, wouldn't that chill the old man's heart? It must be said that there's a reason why Zheng Ji can reach this position. Thus, Yue thanked the elder on behalf of her master. After receiving Chuchen's approval, Yue smiled brightly, then bowed to both Chuchen and Zheng Ji, and cheerfully turned to select spiritual herb seeds. After the battle outside the Spirit Herb Hall, Yue seemed to have become much more open. She no longer wore a veil to cover her face, but instead let the scar that pierced through her ear and nose be exposed. Strangely enough, what was originally a terrifying wound seemed much less frightening when Yue smiled. In fact, under her beautiful features and cool demeanor, it presented a kind of broken beauty. This feeling was not just experienced by Chuchen. As Yue bowed and smiled, Elder Zheng Ji beside her also seemed slightly entranced. Before long, Yue had prepared a total of 7 large bags of spiritual herb seeds, presenting them in front of the two. Master, Elder, Yue has already chosen the spiritual herb seeds. Before Chuchen could finish speaking, Elder Zheng Ji waved his hand, and spiritual energy instantly lifted the 7 bags of spiritual herb seeds in Yue's hands, examining them closely. Firegrass, metal flower, dark moon vine, cold wave fruit, and Huangjing land dragon. Master Chuchen, you possess the top-tier, all 5 element spiritual roots. The spiritual herbs selected by your maid indeed contain elements of the 5 elements. Very thoughtful. However, after examining these 5 bags of spiritual herb seeds, Zheng Ji looked at the other 2 bags of seeds with a puzzled expression. His brow slightly furrowed. But these wind spirit fruits and thunderlight flowers contain wind and thunder spiritual power, which do not match with Master Chuchen's spiritual roots. The planting of spiritual plants and herbs in a dojo serves not only to harvest and consume these heavenly spiritual materials when they grow, but also has another more important function. These spiritual herbs and plants continuously absorb and gather specific attribute spiritual power wandering in the world throughout their growth, eventually allowing the spiritual energy of the entire dojo to far exceed that of the outside world, greatly benefiting cultivators. For example, a fire element spiritual power cultivator whose dojo is planted with a large number of firegrass will have fire element spiritual power in that dojo that is significantly higher than that of the outside world. 4 fire element spiritual power cultivators. This means they will cultivate much faster. However, if a fire element spiritual power cultivator's dojo is planted with a large number of cold wave fruits, which contain water element spiritual power, it would be counterproductive. They would have to strip away the water element spiritual power while absorbing spiritual power to find the fire element spiritual power suitable for their roots. One must understand that for spiritual power cultivators, it is not the case that absorbing more spiritual power is better. Rather, it is essential to find the spiritual power that suits their roots. Forcing a cultivator with fire element roots to absorb water element spiritual power day and night would not only severely suppress their cultivation speed, but, over time, could also lead to demonic deviation and the risk of exploding their body. This is also why having more spiritual roots leads to faster cultivation and simpler breakthroughs. Chuchen publicly claims to have top-tier all 5-element spiritual roots, but in reality, he possesses top-tier all-attribute spiritual roots, which means he can absorb all types of spiritual power without needing to strip away specific attribute spiritual power from the world. Master Chuchen, it is not that I am stingy. It is just that planting these wind spirit fruits and thunderlight flowers in your dojo would be of no benefit to your cultivation. And instead, before Elder Zheng Ji could finish speaking, Chuchen waved his hand, directly stuffing the 7 bags of spiritual herb seeds floating in the air into Yu Wei's arms, leaving only one sentence. Who cares if they are useful or not? As long as my maid likes them, we'll take them all. Although he was joking, the look in Chuchen's eyes as he glanced at Yu Wei was filled with doubt. The secret of his top-tier all-attribute spiritual roots was known to no one in the Red King Palace, nor even the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Even the Empress Lin Shuwang was unaware. This Yu Wei, who is merely an ordinary person, was able to accurately select spiritual herbs with 7 different spiritual power attributes. Was it a coincidence, or was there something more? What you say is absolutely right, Master Chuchen. If you want them, of course, take them. Zheng Ji was taken aback, and to prove he wasn't stingy, he took out a bag of spiritual ginseng seeds containing immense vital energy from his bosom and stuffed it into Yu Wei's hands. This spiritual ginseng seed is my tribute to Master Chuchen. Chuchen then nodded in satisfaction, patted Zheng Ji's shoulder, and turned to lead Yu Wei out of the Spirit Herb Hall. After exiting the Spirit Herb Hall, Chuchen did not hastily question Yu Wei, but headed toward the Spirit Object Pavilion in the Red King Palace, where heavenly spiritual materials were sold. His purpose for this trip, aside from finding Yu Wei, was also to purchase heavenly spiritual materials containing the attributes of gold, wood, water, and earth to absorb for breaking through to the condensation realm. The fire element spiritual power had already reached the need for a breakthrough due to secretly consuming the earth heart fire spirit fruit given by the palace master Bai Yu, and the excess fire element spiritual power had been absorbed by the devouring heaven demon jar, refined into fire pills for future use. The Spirit Herb Hall specializes in selling spiritual herb seeds, while the Spirit Object Pavilion specializes in selling heavenly spiritual materials containing various attribute spiritual powers. Naturally, seeds are cheaper, while mature heavenly spiritual materials are more expensive. After all, once the seeds are planted, they require careful cultivation and must reach maturity before they can be harvested. Time is the most precious thing in this world, something that no amount of spirit stones can buy. The rarer and more precious the heavenly spiritual materials are, the longer the required growth time will be. Master Chuchen, I am Sun Shuo, the head of the Spirit Object Pavilion. Chuchen is now undoubtedly a celebrity in the Red King Palace. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by a large number of disciples. So when he stepped into the Spirit Object Pavilion with Yu Wei, the Pavilion Master Sun Shuo immediately came to greet them. I have seen Master Sun. Chuchen did not act arrogantly, clasping his hands in salute, which counted as a greeting. Sun Shuo is also a saint-level powerhouse, his strength surpassing that of Zheng Ji, and he is presumably one of the elders of the Red King Palace. Master Chuchen, I'm not as wealthy as that old guy Zheng Ji. After all, spirit grass seeds aren't worth much. But let me make it clear, anything in the Spirit Object Pavilion that you, Master Chuchen, have your eye on will be sold to you at the price we purchased it for, generally at a 50% discount. Sun Shuo continued. Please don't think I am being stingy. After all, this Spirit Object Pavilion is not solely mine. Chuchen nodded, believing that a 50% discount was already a precedent set by the Red King Palace. If the spirit objects were given away for free like the spirit grass seeds, then based on his personality, he would definitely take everything. Even if he couldn't use it himself, selling it to others would still yield a significant profit. At that time, the other disciples would have nothing left to use, and the entire Red King Palace would likely come to a standstill. It seems Elder Qi also considered this aspect, but had to ensure that Chuchen's cultivation resources were guaranteed, hence establishing this rule. Yu Wei, go pick. After waving his hand, Yu Wei nodded in agreement, bowed, and began to select spirit objects containing the 5 elements for Chuchen. Chuchen noticed that this girl seemed to have a clever heart. Not only was she meticulous, but she also understood his intentions very well. With her around, it saved him a lot of trouble and prevented him from exposing his secrets in front of others. Before long, Yue had selected 6 spirit objects, each containing attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind. Although Chuchen couldn't use the fire attribute spirit object for the time being, it would be gone once the fire pill in the sky devouring demon jar was absorbed. Therefore, having more spirit objects is always beneficial, and Chuchen didn't expose too much. Spirit objects containing the 5 elemental powers are the most common, while those outside the 5 elements are relatively rare. He didn't expect to find a wind attribute spirit object today at the Spirit Object Pavilion, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. Master Chuchen. The 5 spirit objects containing the 5 elemental powers are priced at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and this wind attribute spirit object is also 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, totaling 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although Sun Shuo is also an elder of the Red King Palace, he was much more composed than Zheng Ji. He was polite to Chuchen but far from sycophantic, and he didn't say much, which made Chuchen respect him even more. After the 50 discount, you only need 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Chuchen didn't waste words. He touched his storage ring, and 1,000 top-grade spirit stones fell onto the counter, causing the surrounding disciples to exclaim in astonishment. To take out 1,000 top-grade spirit stones at once, such extravagance, if not the richest among the disciples of the Red King Palace, could definitely rank high. Little did they know that all these spirit stones were given to Chuchen by Elder Qi when he became his disciple. After purchasing what he needed, Chuchen initially planned to visit places like the Technique Hall and the Magical Treasure Pavilion. However, looking at the spirit objects he just bought, he felt a strong urge. With his talent, absorbing and refining these spirit objects would allow him to break through to the condensation realm in an instant. In the face of such a breakthrough, so-called magical treasures and techniques became external possessions. Only one's own strength is fundamental. Moreover, only by breaking through to the condensation realm could he better cultivate techniques and refine magical treasures. Yue returned to Chaos Peak. Yes, master. After the two arrived at the foot of Chaos Peak and looked at the towering peak, Chuchen's thoughts moved, instantly connecting to the locking Heaven Great Formation. A surge of immense spiritual power rose, and with the power of the formation, Chuchen waved his hand. Amidst Yue's exclamations, the two were lifted by the spiritual power and flew upwards. In an instant, they reached the summit of the mountain. I am going to enter seclusion. If Zhongshan and the others come, let them wait at the entrance of the secret room. Yes, master. After leaving this message, Chuchen took the 6 great spirit objects handed to him by Yue and walked into the secret room with great anticipation, closing the stone door behind him. When the stone door opens again, Chuchen, will be a powerhouse of the condensation realm. Such a speed of cultivation can be said to refresh the cultivation records of the entire ancient wilderness continent. And why did he have Zhongshan and the others wait outside the secret room? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Chuchen's mouth, somewhat sinister and terrifying. It was as if a devil was crawling up from the depths of the earth to the human world. Chapter 57, Breaking Through Multiple Realms. The overbearing chaos devouring heaven technique in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, Law Enforcement Hall. Inside a majestic palace, the castrated Zhou Song knelt on the ground, blood still dripping from his lower body. A dozen or so disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall followed Zhou Song and knelt on the hall floor, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Chuchen, a top-tier 5-element complete spiritual root and also a disciple of that old man Shi, with a saint-level powerhouse as his protector, TSK. On the main seat of the hall, a young man dressed in a blue long robe, waving a folding fan, was examining the kneeling Zhou Song and the others while raising the corners of his mouth. Only a few days since entering my Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and this treatment surpasses even that of the Saintess Zhang Ke. Interesting, truly interesting. Upon hearing this, Zhou Song, kneeling on the ground with tears of blood streaming from his eyes, was stunned. Brother Jiminyu, you must help me, Zhou Song said. I can endure this great humiliation, but Chuchen is slapping the face of our law enforcement hall, and he is slapping your face too, Brother Demon. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, Zhou was particularly targeting Chuchen this time. Besides being jealous of Chuchen's cultivation talent and feeling threatened, another fundamental reason was that he was entrusted by someone to probe Chuchen's depth. This person was none other than the Demon brother in front of him. Demon, the #1 disciple of the younger generation in the law enforcement hall, although he could not compare with past prodigies, was invincible among peers. In the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace, his cultivation was second only to Saintess Zhang Ke. He held significant power in the law enforcement hall and was protected by elders, making him a true prodigy among prodigies. Upon learning that a top-tier 5-element complete spiritual root genius had emerged in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, how could Demon sit idly by? However, with his identity and status, he naturally wouldn't personally intervene. After all, it's unbecoming to trouble a gathering Qi realm cultivator with his spirit connection realm cultivation. Ignoring Zhou clamoring, Demon slightly closed his eyes and began to organize the intelligence he had obtained through Zhou and the others in his mind. A gathering Qi realm cultivator can kill a condensation Yuan realm cultivator like Fengjiao. The top-tier 5-element complete spiritual root is indeed extraordinary. There is also a 3rd-level Great Saint Protector, Zhongsheng, which poses some trouble. When Demon spoke, Zhou and the others dared not interrupt. Even though they felt intense pain below, they could only cry and endure. That Chuchen seems to care a lot for his personal maid, Yu Wei, and even offended hundreds of disciples from the Red King Palace for her. After pondering for a moment, as if he thought of something, Demon secretly repeated Yu Wei's name in his heart and raised the corners of his mouth, a plan forming in his mind. Junior brother, Zhou, you did well this time, though the sacrifice was great. Sensing the bloody scent in the air, Demon frowned and forcibly comforted him. It's good that the filthy thing has been cut off. From now on, you will be pure and can wholeheartedly seek the Tao. Zhou wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought Demon would bestow upon him a miraculous medicine that could revive the dead and regenerate flesh, helping him regain his manhood. But instead, after kneeling and crying for a long time, he received a mere remark about the filthy thing being cut off. Damn it, why don't you cut off your own filthy thing? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Demon, Zhou would have drawn his sword right there and made that bastard Demon bleed. Brother Demon, Zhou knew Demon had a miraculous medicine capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh. He just didn't want to give it to him, not wanting to save him. In front of so many disciples, Demon felt a bit embarrassed and immediately promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. I will make sure you kill that scoundrel Chuchen." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou, who had been feeling hopeless, was instantly stunned, staring at Demon in disbelief, exclaiming, "But brother Demon, that Chuchen has the protector Zhongsheng. That old man is a 3rd-level great saint, mastering spatial powers. We are simply no match for him. So what if he is a great saint? If Chuchen can find a great saint powerhouse, why can't my Demon?" Upon hearing this, Zhou face instantly lit up with joy, with his open heaven realm strength. If it weren't for that old man, Zhongsheng, blocking him, dealing with Chuchen would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Zhou, you've suffered this time. And when I said you would be pure and wholeheartedly seek the Tao, I wasn't just saying it casually. While speaking, Demon touched his storage ring, and with a surge of spiritual power, a sword manual transformed into a stream of light and landed before Zhou. Zhou fixed his gaze astonished, his mouth agape in shock. He saw the ancient sword manual's cover, elegantly inscribed with 4 large characters, "Evil Repelling Sword Manual." This evil repelling sword manual was obtained by me during my exploration of the ancient ruins' hidden depths. Its rank is high, a saint-level technique. Those who cultivate this evil repelling sword manual, if their talent is sufficient, can enter the saint realm in the future and achieve the status of a saint. As soon as Demon finished speaking, the Grand Hall fell silent, including Zhou. Over a dozen law enforcement hall disciples stared wide-eyed, both shocked and delighted. A saint-level technique, worth its weight in gold. Worth its weight in gold. In the path of cultivation, there are 10 major secret manuals and, correspondingly, the techniques are divided into 10 ranks. In order for a cultivator to break through, they need talent, various cultivation resources, and also techniques. The rank of the technique they practice determines how high they can break through. For example, if one practices an open heaven realm technique, no matter their efforts, they can only break through to the open heaven realm at best. Similarly, with a spirit connection realm technique, they can break through to the spirit connection realm. And with a divine fire realm technique, they can break through to the divine fire realm. Generally speaking, techniques at the divine fire realm and below are quite common, but once you go higher, starting from the great saint secret realm, every saint level technique is worth its weight in gold, even considered priceless, guarded fiercely by major sects and holy places. Because once you break into the saint realm, you can master spatial powers, tear apart the void, and traverse the boundless void, achieving true transcendence. How precious are saint-level techniques? As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, Zhousong couldn't even produce a saint-level technique, so one can imagine. Zhousong didn't expect Demon to be so generous, so righteous, so magnanimous. To compensate for his loss of manhood, he actually took out a saint-level technique. Had he known this, without Chuchen needing to act, Zhousong would have cut himself. In all honesty, Zhousong had been secretly cursing Demon in his heart before, but now he felt a pang of conscience. Brother Demon, your great kindness, Zhousong, will never forget. Never forget. Demon's old face turned slightly red, and he thick-skinnedly waved his hand, clearing his throat before continuing. This evil-repelling sword manual, Demon, have never cultivated, and today I'm passing it to you. You must cherish it, focus on your cultivation, break through early, and take revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhousong was so moved that he was crying and snotting all over. The 10 or so disciples behind him also gave him a thumbs up, continuously praising him. Brother Demon, you are righteous, possessing a saint-level technique, yet not cultivating it himself, instead giving it to Zhousong. With such a heart, how many in the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace could match it? Zhousong was already so moved that he couldn't speak. He knelt on the ground, cowed out, and held the evil-repelling sword manual close to his chest, filled with an indescribable anxiety as he opened the first page. 2 lines of large characters suddenly appeared before Zhousong's eyes, nearly making him faint. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. What the hell? Zhousong gasped in shock. No wonder this Demon possessed a holy-level cultivation technique, but chose not to cultivate it, instead handing it over to him. It turned out, it was because they couldn't bear to part with that filthy thing. Now that he had been cut, it actually satisfied the requirements for cultivating the evil-repelling sword manual. Truly. Damn it, who could he reason with? Zhousong pinched his fingers like an orchid, and in an instant, his demeanor changed again, his gaze becoming exceptionally charming. Never mind, as long as he could kill Chuchen, that damn thing was better off gone. With this holy-level technique, haha, Chuchen, you better. No, just wait for me. Next time we meet, I'm going to make you regret it. Chapter 58. You have light in your eyes, mysterious Yue Chaos Peak in the secret chamber. As usual, Chuchen activated the formation that concealed his aura, then quietly summoned the power of the extreme Tao Imperial weapon, the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar, to envelop the entire secret chamber, finally feeling at ease. In fact, Chuchen's caution was not without reason. In a corner of the void, the guardian, Zhong, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. 2 beams of brilliance shooting out from his eyes, piercing through the chaotic time and space. Looking towards the secret chamber on Chaos Peak, his face filled with confusion. Strange. I can't sense this little guy's aura. I am a great sage at the 3rd level. Even the heaven-locking great array outside cannot stop me. Does this kid have a formation more powerful than the heaven-locking great array? Whatever the case, being valued so highly by the palace master and having defeated the Empress 3 years ago as an unparalleled genius, it would be abnormal if he didn't have some secrets. As he spoke, the guardian Zhong tore through the void and returned to the real world, suppressing his aura and hiding in a corner of Chaos Peak. like an old monk in meditation. The guardian's most important duty is to protect Chuchen's safety. If Chuchen were to die, Zhongsheng would also be mercilessly killed by the old man Shi. Currently, Zhongsheng is only at the third level of the Great Sage. Although he can utilize spatial power, his comprehension is not deep enough to remain concealed in the void for long. After a certain period, he must return to the real world, or he would be torn to ashes by the chaotic time and space currents. Only by breaking through to the Saint King realm can he stay in the boundless void for an extended period, exploring those relics and divine treasures hidden in the chaotic time and space. Little gold fruit, hibiscus flower, Bayou cold fruit, fruitwood vine, and gale stone. Although they are relatively low-level heavenly and earthly spiritual materials, they are more than enough for breaking through the condensation realm. With a wave of his hand, 5 pieces of spiritual materials rich in spiritual power from his storage ring floated in midair, their spiritual power light points instantly illuminating the entire secret chamber. Go! With a roar, the spiritual power within him surged wildly, wrapping around these heavenly and earthly spiritual materials in an instant, then beginning to refine them bit by bit. According to common logic, a practitioner at the Gathering Chi realm would need at least 3 days to refine and absorb these 5 heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. Even with Chuchen's top-quality all-attribute spiritual root, it would take a day. However, with the imperial-level technique, Chaos Devouring technique, this day was forcibly compressed into an instant. In the blink of an eye, Chaos Devouring technique refined for me, bang bang bang, in front of the most domineering technique of the ancient continent. Chaos Devouring technique. These heavenly and earthly spiritual materials didn't even last a breath before being completely refined into the purest energy. Seeing this, Chuchen was overjoyed. Using his own spiritual power as a guide, he absorbed all the modeled attribute energies into his body, while at the same time, the Chaos Devouring technique operated at full power, forcibly absorbing the stray attribute spiritual power in the heavens and earth. As energies of various attributes continued to be absorbed into his body, Chuchen's spiritual roots were successively lit up. Condensation realm, break for me. Boom. The formless barrier within him was forcibly broken through, and Chuchen's aura surged instantly, the spiritual energy within him transforming into a more solid and powerful true essence, filling his entire body. The first level of the condensation realm, achieved. After successfully breaking through, Chuchen felt the power within him far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners at the condensation realm, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Although the chaos divine body was shattered, the chaos chi had completely melted into his flesh and blood, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Coupled with the refined and absorbed divine phoenix feathers separated from the Empress Lin Shuwang, which were equivalent to a miraculous medicine. Chuchen's current body strength was comparable to that of a practitioner in the divine fire realm. For Chuchen, being invincible at the same level was hard to speak of. Fighting across levels was the norm. Yue, just as Chuchen was about to rise, he suddenly heard a faint breathing sound approaching from behind the stone door, and he spoke up. I have finished my closed-door cultivation. Come in. Hearing that Chuchen had ended his seclusion, Yue outside the door dared to open the stone door and walked into the secret chamber. Yue felt the increasingly powerful aura from Chuchen and quickly bowed in greeting, respectfully saying, Master, Zhongshan and the other disciples are already waiting outside the hall. What do you think? Before Yue could finish her words, Chuchen waved his hand and forcefully interrupted. This matter is not urgent. First, tell me how you knew. About my having a top-quality, all-attribute spiritual root? As he spoke, Chuchen's eyes were fixed on Yue, not missing any subtle expressions on her face. With a hawk-like gaze, his palm was gathering true essence, and Chuchen had already developed a killing intent towards Yue. In the face of this terrifying killing intent, Yue's small face turned pale with fear, her petite body trembling uncontrollably due to terror. Thud! Without the slightest hesitation, Yue hurriedly knelt on the ground. Master, please forgive me. Yue has not deceived you, and has not done anything to wrong Chaos Peak or you, Master. Although they had not known each other for long, Yu Wei had already figured out Chuchen's character. She knew how terrifying this man was. One moment, he could be full of spring breeze and smiles. And the next, he could very well pull out a knife and stab down, specifically targeting vital points. Acting without regard for consequences. Not afraid of heaven or earth. Killing disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace on a whim, and castrating disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall without hesitation. A humble servant like her. If he wanted to kill her, would not even blink an eye. However, under the threat of death from Chuchen, Yu Wei did not think of escaping, nor did she think of defending herself. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly regained her rationality and calmness. This life of Yu Wei was saved by the Master. Without the Master, she would have long been dead. Yu Wei knelt straight before Chuchen, willing to die, and then calmly said, "If the Master wishes to take it, you may do so at any time, without any need for a reason." Chuchen narrowed his eyes slightly, not letting down his guard because of this. The true essence power gathering in his palm became increasingly fierce. If this palm were to come down, let alone Yu Wei, an ordinary person, even a practitioner at the condensation realm, would have their skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Tell me, how did you know about my top-quality, all-attribute spiritual root? The fact that Chuchen possessed a top-quality, 5-element spiritual root was not surprising, as his name had already resonated throughout the Divine Flame Imperial Palace after the 5 spirit activation pillars were lit on Red King Mountain. However, the spiritual powers of the wind attribute, lightning attribute, and other rare attributes had never been revealed to anyone else. Not even during his battle with the Empress Lin Shuwang 3 years ago. This secret, known only to the Yi family members he interacted with daily. How did Yu Wei know? Could it be that the Yi family's hand have already reached into the southern wilderness, into the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, under the very eyes of the Empress Lin Shuwang? Impossible. That group of useless Yi family members, if they had such a plan, would they have made the foolish mistake of expelling him from the family? And Master, Yu Wei does not know what a top-quality all-attribute spiritual root is. Yu Wei was slightly taken aback, and before Chuchen could speak, she hurriedly explained, Yu Wei only saw 6 spiritual roots in the Master's body, besides the 5 elemental spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is also a highly modeled spiritual root. In the spiritual herb hall and the spiritual material pavilion, Yu Wei thought the Master would need heavenly and earthly spiritual materials containing powers beyond the 5 elements. So she took the liberty to act. "Please punish me, Master." After explaining, Yu Wei knelt on the ground, lowering her small head. Chuchen Thou Wen. He had never encountered such a situation. Could it be that Yu Wei's eyes have some special quality, able to see things that ordinary people cannot? If what Yu Wei said is true, then this woman's talent is simply too terrifying. "Raise your head. Look at me," Chuchen said coldly, his voice still filled with killing intent. "Yes, Master." Yu Wei dared not resist, trembling as she raised her head to meet Chuchen's gaze. Swish! Their eyes locked. Chuchen had just broken through to the condensation realm, and with his chaos divine body and the absorption of the divine phoenix feathers, his senses were far sharper than ordinary people. In Yu Wei's eyes, Chuchen seemed to see 2 dazzling divine lights flickering. Yu Wei, there's light in her eyes, like flames burning deep within her pupils. It flickered past. This flame was very small, very weak, and hidden deep within her pupils, fleeting and almost imperceptible if not observed closely. However, it was still captured by Chuchen, confirming that what Yu Wei said was true. But what kind of power does this pair of eyes hold? What is the background of this Yu Wei? Chapter 59, Devouring Heaven and Earth. The overbearing, chaotic devouring technique, taking a deep breath, Chuchen let the true essence gathered in his palm dissipate, and all the killing intent was retracted. Looking at the still kneeling and terrified Yu Wei, Chuchen spoke calmly. "Since when were you able to see through the spiritual roots within a person's body?" Feeling the killing intent from Chuchen dissipate, Yu Wei secretly sighed in relief and quickly replied back to Master. "It was when you gave me the healing elixir that my eyes underwent a mutation. Master, is this change good or bad? Will I cause you trouble?" If, before Yu Wei could finish her sentence, Chuchen waved his hand, forcefully interrupting her. Do not mention this to anyone, and let it be. Now, please invite Zhang Shan and the others in. Yu Yue was taken aback. She did not expect Chuchen to let her off so easily. However, since she spoke the truth, she did not think much of it and quickly stood up to bow, exiting the secret chamber. Yes, master. After Yu Yue left, Chuchen activated the formation again and awakened the supreme imperial weapon, the Devouring demon jar, enveloping the entire secret chamber and concealing the heavenly secrets. Yu Yue's eyes were extraordinary, and the energy within her pupils had not been fully activated. Otherwise, its terrifying nature would likely exceed imagination. However, Chuchen did not dwell on this matter, as he did not know the origin of these eyes and could not grasp it, so he temporarily set it aside. For the current Chuchen, enhancing his own strength was the top priority. Everything else could be postponed. After all, what does it matter if one is a genius or a prodigy? Who hasn't struggled like this? He, Chuchen, was the magnificent sun hanging high in the sky, radiating brilliance. All the talents and prodigies, no matter who they were, would inevitably pale in comparison before him. This was a fact, and no one could be an exception. Not anyone. Greetings. Greetings, senior brother Chuchen. Greetings, senior brother Chuchen. Greetings, senior brother Chuchen. With a flurry of footsteps, 7 disciples, including Zhang Shan, nervously entered the secret chamber. Upon seeing Chuchen, they all knelt down in unison. Senior brother Chuchen, it was my fault for being blind before. Please spare us this once. Senior brother Chuchen, we have already severed ties with Feng Jiao long ago and drawn a clear line. Yes, it was Feng Jiao who, in seeking cultivation resources, seduced us and forced us to dual cultivate with her. She even wanted to climb into senior brother Chuchen's bed. Humph. Doesn't she know what kind of person she is? Exactly. How could senior brother Chuchen possibly be interested in that shameless woman? Seeing Chuchen show impatience, Zhang Shan and the others broke into a cold sweat, glancing at each other before touching their storage rings. Whereupon a large amount of spirit stones, elixirs, and heavenly treasures appeared before Chuchen. However, these 7 were all only at the condensing essence realm, mere inner disciples. And most of the spirit stones they offered were of medium to low quality, with the elixirs and heavenly treasures being the most common. Chuchen had no interest in these things at all. Senior brother Chuchen, these are the cultivation resources we have treasured. We hope you will accept them. Yes. Senior brother Chuchen, you do not even pay attention to the law enforcement hall and are trusted by the palace master. You will surely soar to great heights in the future, and breaking through to the Saint Realm is just around the corner. We hope senior brother will not hold our past mistakes against us. We are willing to be your loyal servants. Faced with the flattery of the 7 disciples, Chuchen waved his hand and said, You all need not be nervous. I invited you all to my chaotic peak today to ask for your assistance with something. Seeing Chuchen smiling at them and saying he needed their help, Zhang Shan and the others were taken aback, then completely relaxed. The leader, Zhang Shan, even more confident and proud expression. He had already guessed that Chuchen wanted to recruit them. After all, no matter how strong Chuchen's background was, he was still a newcomer and had no foundation in the Red King Palace. Some dirty and tiring work was bound to fall to them, the lackeys. If he had known, he wouldn't have offered up those spirit stones and elixirs. What a pity. Senior brother Chuchen, rest assured, no matter what it is, we will go through fire and water for you, and we will not hesitate. Senior brother Chuchen, does this mean you do not hold it against us? Have you forgiven us? Senior brother Chuchen, you are so benevolent. My life from now on belongs to you. I am your dog. Woof, woof, woof. In the eyes of Zhang Shan and the others, hugging onto Chuchen's thigh meant they could walk sideways in the Red King Palace in the future. This was a blessing in disguise, and the future looked promising. The corners of Chuchen's mouth curled up slightly as he watched Zhang Shan and the others perform, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips. You are all overreacting. Making mistakes is quite normal. His deep, star-like eyes at this moment were filled with a sinister charm, staring at Zhang Shan and the others as if they were prey, sending chills down their spines. In the next life, just be more careful. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. The devouring demon jar also descended dark rays of black light, sealing the bodies of everyone in the secret chamber except for Chuchen. Before Zhongshan and the others could react, Chuchen's body vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhongshan, his broad palm gripping Zhongshan's throat. "Senior brother Chu. Chun, spare me." Before Zhongshan could finish his words, Chuchen's voice, cold and evil as if from the depths of the 9 underworlds, echoed around. "Chaotic devouring technique. Devour heaven and earth. Devour for me." Boom, boom, boom. As the technique operated, a terrifying devouring force erupted between Chuchen's palms, forcibly consuming the spiritual power, blood energy, even life force and mental power within Zhongshan's body, ruthlessly plundering and refining it for his own use. Incredibly pure energy continuously surged into Chuchen's body, while correspondingly, Zhongshan's body visibly became thinner and drier, ultimately transforming into a dried corpse. But even after becoming a dried corpse, the chaotic devouring technique did not stop devouring. Instead, it erupted with an even more powerful and terrifying devouring force, consuming the dried corpse of Zhongshan once again, squeezed until not a drop of blood or flesh remained. Even the bones were crushed and drained, until Zhongshan's corpse turned to ashes, slowly disappearing in the secret chamber, leaving no trace, as if he had never been there. "Ah, a devil. What kind of devilish technique is this? So evil. Help! Help! I don't want to die yet. Senior brother Chuchen, spare me. Spare me." Witnessing Zhongshan being consumed to ashes by Chuchen, the terror made the remaining 6 disciples lose their wits, their shrill screams echoing throughout the secret chamber. Wails filled the air, but their bodies were trapped by the devouring demon jar, unable to escape. This feeling was truly. After consuming Zhongshan, Chuchen felt his spiritual power, blood energy, mental power, and life force steadily growing stronger. Stronger. It was intoxicating. Extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips, Chuchen reached out his hand and continued to grip the 2nd and 3rd disciples, activating the chaotic devouring technique once more, gradually harvesting their lives. "Ah, ah." The shrill screams once again echoed through the secret chamber. But due to the supreme imperial weapon, the devouring demon jar concealing the heavenly secrets, no one could glimpse what was happening inside. Once all 7 of Zhongshan's group were turned to ashes, Chuchen's spiritual power surged once more. In the blink of an eye, it was time to break through again. Since the chaos devouring heaven technique is so domineering and powerful, capable of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, forcefully plundering others' cultivation and Tao fruits for one's own use. If it can swallow the cultivation of Zhongshan and others, then the holy level dragon trapped in the devouring heaven demon jar could also be devoured, right? Just thinking about this made Chuchen's heart race. Chapter 60. Swallowing a saint-level flood dragon is truly enjoyable. Bang, bang, bang. As the bodies of 7 inner disciples of the condensation realm, including Zhongshan, were devoured by the chaos devouring heaven technique, turning into ashes, the large secret chamber was left with only Chuchen, who sat with his eyes closed, deep in thought, wearing a wicked smile. The energy body composed of spiritual power, life force, soul power, and blood energy, etc., was swallowed whole into Chuchen's body, then forcefully refined for his own use. Having just broken through from the 10th level of the gathering chi realm to the 1st level of the condensation realm, it was not even the time for an incense stick to burn before the opportunity for another breakthrough struck again. Chuchen sensed the invisible barrier within his body once more. As long as he broke through this barrier, he could advance again, and his strength and realm would soar. "Break for me!" Without any hesitation, with a furious shout from Chuchen, a terrifying power swept through his entire body, and that invisible barrier instantly shattered into nothingness. His true essence became solid again. Blood energy surged like a dragon, and his breath skyrocketed in an instant. 2nd level of the condensation realm, breakthrough. Huh. After the breakthrough, Chuchen opened his eyes, staring intently at his hands, feeling the incredibly pure, true essence within him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The ability to devour the heavens and the earth, forcibly robbing others of their cultivation and using the fruits of the Tao for himself. This chaos-devouring heaven technique is indeed the most domineering technique in all the realms. Without exception, Chuchen possessed the ultimate all-attribute spiritual root, and his cultivation talent was unmatched in the entire ancient continent. His cultivation speed was second to none, except for the Empress and a few monstrous talents from the sacred lands. However, due to living a second life, his cultivation path was severed, and he had to start over from the gathering Qi realm. To surpass his peers, he still needed time. Catching up to the Empress required not only time, but also great opportunities. But with this chaos-devouring heaven technique, not to mention his peers and the Empress, even those ancient fossils would be forcefully surpassed and completely crushed by him. Chuchen. However, there is no doubt that such a defiant and domineering chaos-devouring heaven technique must be a demonic art. It must be an evil technique. It would definitely be rejected by the righteous path. Even the demonic path would resist it, as both paths would not tolerate it, because this technique is simply too against the heavens. But Chuchen was a person who had died once. He would not have any psychological pressure practicing this chaos-devouring heaven technique, nor would he suffer from any brainless, foolish actions of conscience. Only strength is fundamental. Everything else is illusory. Although knives and swords are sharp, what kills is never the blades, but the hands that wield them, that person. However, that said, if this demonic technique were to be exposed, Chuchen would definitely be jointly hunted down by both the righteous and demonic paths. It's not that this chaos-devouring heaven technique is so evil, but because those righteous people disguising themselves as just want to take the chaos-devouring heaven technique from Chuchen. They always need to find a justification for their actions. They can't just act without reason. Therefore, before he is fully grown, he must remain low-key and learn to hide his brilliance. Swallowing 7 condensation realm cultivators only allowed me to break through 1 level. Zhongshan, you are truly weak to the extreme. Chuchen smacked his lips and habitually rubbed his chin, looking unsatisfied. In fact, he also knew that Zhongshan and the others were not weak. Among the condensation realm cultivators, they were already considered capable. After all, the Divine Flame Imperial Palace has profound foundations, whether it is techniques, treasures, or elixirs and spiritual materials. They are extremely generous to their disciples, with clear rewards and punishments. It was just that Chuchen's current body was too terrifying. Not only did he possess the ultimate all-attribute spiritual root, but his chaos divine body merged with his flesh and blood. And he had also refined the feathers of the divine phoenix. Reaching the extreme against the heavens, his appetite was also absurdly large. Fortunately, there was still a saint-level flood dragon, which almost killed me back then. Now it's time to settle the old and new debts together. Remembering that saint-level flood dragon that had attacked Yi Lingyue and himself at the heavenly demon gorge, inadvertently activating the devouring heaven demon jar. Chuchen extended his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Immediately, true essence burst forth from his body, communicating with the devouring heaven demon jar, this supreme imperial weapon. Attempting to release the saint-level flood dragon sealed within the jar. After the breakthrough, Chuchen's control over the devouring heaven demon jar also grew stronger. Although he still could not awaken the weapon spirit, he was already able to initially communicate with this supreme imperial weapon, mobilizing some basic, simple powers. Boom! As true essence poured madly into the devouring heaven demon jar, the entire jar trembled violently, and streams of black gas overflowed from within, filling the entire secret chamber, disrupting all laws and orders, extremely domineering. Come out! Chuchen roared, his true essence almost completely drained, his face flushed and neck thick, nearly exhausted. With his strength at the second level of the condensation realm, wanting to manipulate a supreme imperial weapon, even after initial refinement, was still too forced. Whoosh! Just as Chuchen was about to completely exhaust himself, a mysterious power suddenly surged from within the devouring heaven demon jar, resonating with Chuchen's true essence, giving him a helping hand. Crack! Crack! As the sound of the void exploding echoed around, a red flood dragon, entangled by several groups of black gas, flew out of the jar, soaring above the secret chamber. The originally 100 zheng long, massive dragon body, under the confinement of the black gas overflowing from the devouring heaven demon jar, was forcibly shrunk to a few zhang in size and imprisoned. Damn human! How dare you desecrate the true dragon? Boom! The moment the red flood dragon appeared, it suddenly opened its lantern-sized eyes, staring fiercely at Chuchen below. And a terrifying dragon might instantly erupted, shocking Chuchen's mind. Locking eyes with those blood-red dragon eyes, Chuchen felt as if he had been pulled into a desolate land of a volcanic eruption, while the saint-level flood dragon transformed back into its 100-zhang body, riding the clouds above the 9 heavens, rolling endlessly. Hot. So hot that it felt like the entire world would be engulfed by an endless sea of fire at any moment, completely collapsing. In this desolate world, there were only Chuchen and the divine dragon, without the devouring heaven demon jar or anyone else. A mere condensation realm cultivator dares to desecrate the true dragon? Kneel before me. Boom! Endless dragon might once again pour down from the 9 heavens, pressing down on Chuchen's body, tormenting his spirit, attempting to make him submit. Kneel! 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 Chuchen tightly closed his eyes, his body trembling continuously, like a small boat floating in a vast ocean about to capsize. I'd rather die than kneel to you. But just as the saint-level flood dragon thought it would completely destroy Chuchen's mental world and succeed, a furious shout echoed throughout the desolate world. A little crawling insect dares to flaunt in front of me. I see you're not only foolish, but also stupid. Don't you know who is the prisoner? Who is the master? Get back. Boom! In the desolate world filled with an endless sea of fire, under Chuchen's furious shouts, it instantly collapsed and shattered. When Chuchen opened his eyes again, he was already in the secret chamber of Chaos Peak, and that saint-level flood dragon was still imprisoned by the devouring heaven demon jar, its nearly 100-zhang body compressed to a few zhang in size, held in mid-air, unable to escape. Kid, you! The saint-level flood dragon glared fiercely at Chuchen below, speaking human language, flames spewing from its massive dragon mouth as it spoke. You are clearly only at the 2nd level of the condensation realm. How could you break my mental suppression? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mental suppression is an attack method that acts on the spirit, capable of causing the opponent's spirit to collapse, completely submitting, and even becoming an idiot. Even though Chuchen possessed the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the swallowing heaven demon jar, he still found it difficult to resist attacks on his spirit before fully refining it. But, calling you stupid, you still don't believe it. I don't care what kind of spiritual suppression or nonsense you have. I only need to know one thing. With the swallowing heaven demon jar, you can't kill me. Chuchen snorted twice, looking at the holy level dragon as if it were a pitiful little insect. So-called spiritual suppression is nothing more than illusions and mirages. If that's the case, then what do I have to be afraid of? Upon hearing this, the holy level dragon was momentarily speechless, unable to find a reason to refute, only glaring with its blood-red dragon eyes, staring intently at the tiny Chuchen below. My name is Yanhua, and I am from the Heavenly Demon Gorge. Enough with the nonsense. I don't care who you are or what your name is. Before the holy level dragon, Yanhua, could finish speaking, Chuchen impatiently interrupted. I give you 2 choices. 1. Acknowledge me as your master and become my mount from now on. 2. Nonsense. As a proud dragon, how could I become a mount for a human cultivator? Moreover, you are merely at the condensation realm. If it weren't for this extreme Tao Emperor weapon, I could turn you to ashes with a single breath of my dragon flame. Chuchen was not angry. He extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his gaze cold as he calmly said, TSK, TSK, I actually hope you choose the 2nd option. As soon as he finished speaking, amidst Yanhua's shocked expression, Chuchen suddenly waved his hand, and the true essence within him surged out, instantly enveloping the massive dragon body floating in midair. Chaos swallowing heaven technique. Swallow for me. Boom! The terrifying devouring power erupted instantly, forcibly and indiscriminately plundering the vast energy within the holy level powerhouse Yanhua, continuously sending it into Chuchen's body to refine for his own use. Meanwhile, the opportunity for a breakthrough once again descended. Chapter 61. The Empress is in danger. Chuchen is a straightforward person. He does not like to lie. At the same time, he is very compassionate. Even for the captured Jiao dragon Yanhua, he still offered it two choices. One is to acknowledge him as its master and become Chuchen's mount. The other, of course, is to become his food supply, to be forcibly devoured and refined for his use. Before asking this question, Chuchen already knew how this proud Jiao dragon would choose. But he still had to ask. It wasn't because he was bored, but because after living two lives and experiencing life and death, he had come to understand a certain truth, to give this Jiao dragon a glimmer of hope for survival. In fact, no matter how Yin Hua chose, even if it willingly acknowledged Chuchen as its master and became his mount, it would still be his servant. It wouldn't be too much to devour some of its spiritual power, vitality, blood energy, and mental power, right? The reason for going around in circles was to give it some hope, fearing that this irritable, saint-level Jiao dragon might choose to self-destruct in despair. Let's not forget that this is Chaos Peak, and that scheming old man Shi is not around, while Empress Lin Shuwang is still in seclusion. Although Chuchen had broken through several realms, he had only been cultivating for a short time. He could bully other senior brothers, but he naturally couldn't compete against a saint. Moreover, although this saint-level Jiao dragon was trapped by the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar, and Chuchen had only partially refined it, being able to confine the Jiao dragon's body was already his limit. If the opponent wanted to self-destruct, there was no way to stop it. Fortunately, Chuchen had guessed this early on and painted a big cake for the Jiao dragon. Cultivation is not easy, and having one's cultivation and Tao fruits forcibly plundered by others is hateful. But compared to life, what does it matter? With a hope of survival, it would not choose to die together in despair. Damn human, what have you done? What have you done? How could the spiritual power within this king be taken by you? My cultivation. Quickly release this king. Let me go. Amidst Yin Hua's desperate howls and curses, the chaos swallowing heaven technique continuously devoured the spiritual power within its body, which then flowed endlessly into Chuchen's body. Yin Hua, this saint-level Jiao dragon, is at the third level of the Great Sage, with terrifying strength, but in front of the chaos swallowing heaven technique. It is still just a lamb to be slaughtered. Boom! In just a few breaths, Chuchen welcomed another opportunity for breakthrough. An invisible barrier within him reappeared, and then under the terrifying impact of spiritual power, it shattered instantly, turning into nothingness. Third level of the condensing Yuan realm. Broken. So top-notch. Just from a couple swallows, he broke through to the third level. Chuchen was astonished, overjoyed, and looked at Yin Hua with eyes that could almost shoot out threads. The Great Sage is indeed the Great Sage. It is much thicker than that group of useless Zhongshan. Since the saint-level Jiao dragon can also be devoured, why bother with words? Just go for it. Devour. 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 Boom. The chaos swallowing heaven technique within him began to operate again. With the increase in realm and cultivation, the terrifying devouring power began to surge, and the speed of devouring became increasingly rapid. Whether it was Yin Hua's spiritual power, vitality, mental power, or blood energy, everything was indiscriminately devoured, and then flowed continuously into Chuchen's body, refined and absorbed by him. Thus, what Chuchen gained was not just cultivation, but also strength and spiritual power. This was an all-around boost, much faster than absorbing the spiritual energy drifting in the air. Bang! Fourth level of the condensing Yuan realm. Broken. Bang! Fifth level of the condensing Yuan realm. Broken. As time passed, Yin Hua roared incessantly in the secret chamber, yet felt helpless. Apart from self-destruction, this saint-level Jiao dragon had no other choices. But once it self-destructed, regardless of whether it could kill Chuchen, it would definitely meet its end, with its soul scattering. Currently, being devoured for a bit of spiritual power by Chuchen was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for a saint-level powerhouse. It was not yet time for a desperate struggle. Yin Hua could only curse while secretly observing, trying to find a chance to escape. This stupid dragon was even thinking about how to take the chaos swallowing heaven technique and the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Jar, with it when it fled. In less than an hour, he broke through to the 7th level of the condensing Yuan realm. Truly, Once Chuchen stopped devouring, feeling the surging power within him, he widened his eyes in astonishment. You stupid dragon. How come you're still at the third level of the Great Sage? Your realm hasn't dropped at all? He knew that although only an hour had passed, he had broken through from the second to the seventh level of the condensing Yuan realm, a total of 5 realms. All of this was due to devouring Yin Hua's spiritual power. Yet after consuming so much energy, this saint-level Jiao dragon had only slightly diminished in momentum, and its realm and cultivation were not affected at all. This truly shocked Chuchen. Beasts are beasts. They are durable. Chuchen looked at Yin Hua with eyes glowing red. If he completely devoured this Jiao dragon into ashes, how profound would his cultivation become? But thinking about it, Yin Hua was after all a third-level great sage, with an immense amount of energy within. Merely breaking through to the condensing Yuan realm would naturally not consume much energy. However, if he were to break through further to the sea-opening realm, the heaven-opening realm, and even the spirit communication realm and divine fire realm, the further he went, the more energy would be required, potentially dozens or even hundreds of times more. Stupid dragon, today is where it ends. Chuchen clapped his hands, stood up, looked at Yin Hua, whose eyes were almost spitting fire, and smiled slightly. Whenever you figure out and are willing to acknowledge me as your master and become my mount, I will stop devouring your cultivation and let you go. As soon as these words fell, Yin Hua, the Jiao dragon, immediately opened its massive dragon mouth and spat out intensely hot flames at Chuchen. Lowly human, seeking death. The flames, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, were instantly swallowed by the swallowing heaven demon jar under its suppression, leaving not even a spark. You damned! You brat, just at the condensing Yuan realm. How could you refine an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? And what is this technique that can devour the cultivation of others? How many secrets do you have? How many? Before the furious Yin Hua could finish roaring, Chuchen waved his hand, and the swallowing heaven demon jar erupted with an immeasurable devouring power, forcibly pulling Yin Hua into the dark jar. Then he dusted off his clothes, stretched, and walked out of the secret chamber. In fact, as long as Chuchen wanted, he could completely continue to devour Yin Hua. After all, the energy contained within this Jiao dragon was too immense. Completely devouring it might allow him to break through to the heaven-opening secret realm. However, haste makes waste. It was hard to restart the path of cultivation, and he could not be greedy for immediate pleasure, leading to an unstable foundation. Moreover, it is impossible to become a fat man in one bite. Breaking through 7 realms in one seclusion is already against the heavens. If he were to directly break through to the sea-opening or even the heaven-opening realm, wouldn't that shock the entire divine flame imperial palace? At that time, not to mention whether the scheming master Qi could endure it. Even the other palace masters would risk fighting against Qi to forcibly capture Chuchen. According to the memories of his previous life, it would still take some time for Empress Lin Shuwang to successfully master the extreme Tao Emperor weapon in the divine flame imperial palace. If a palace change were to erupt at this time, the uncertainty would be too great. Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. As soon as he stepped out of the stone door, he was greeted by the waiting Yu Wei and a tray of still warm and delicious food. Seeing the anxious expression on Yu Wei's face, it was clear she had something important to report. Master, during your closed-door meditation, the saintess of the divine flame emperor palace, Zhang Ke, has come to see you several times. Seeing her worried look, it seemed she had urgent matters to discuss. But when I told her you were in seclusion, she didn't disturb you and left after sighing a few times. Chuchen frowned while savoring the delicious food Yu Wei had handed him. The Empress Lin Shuwang should still be in seclusion. Why would Zhang Ke come to find him instead of guarding the Empress? Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Chuchen's mind. Is the Empress Lin Shuwang in danger? Could it be that these branch palace masters couldn't hold back and were plotting a coup while the Empress was in seclusion? Chuchen's brow furrowed tightly as he hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks, standing up to leave. Master, you haven't finished eating yet. Also, Brother Zhang Shan and the others are still in the secret chamber, right? Don't I need to prepare some food for them? After all, Yu Wei, not thinking much, revealed her innate kindness, only thinking that guests should be treated well, otherwise it would be disrespectful. But before Yu Wei could finish her sentence, Chuchen suddenly turned around, coldly staring at her for a moment before calmly speaking. Brother Zhongshan and the others? What Zhongshan? I have only met him once. When did he come to my Chaos Peak? Don't speak nonsense. Yu Wei's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively pointed toward the still-closed secret chamber. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and found the entire secret chamber empty. Not even a single person inside. This is impossible. Even if Brother Zhongshan and the others were killed by the master, there would be bodies. But this... The panic on Yu Wei's face flashed away, and she quickly bowed to Chuchen. I must have remembered wrong. Brother Zhongshan and the others have indeed never come to my Chaos Peak. Please punish me, Master. Take good care of Chaos Peak, and contact me if there is anything. Chuchen nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, mobilizing the power of the locking Heaven Great Formation, and instantly appeared at the foot of Chaos Peak, heading straight for the Empress's palace. Killing intent surged. Empress, I've confessed my feelings so many times, and I haven't even kissed you once. Lin Shuwang, you must not have any accidents. Chapter 62, The Palace Coup. The four great holy kings launch an attack at the very center of the divine flame Empress Palace, on the highest and most magnificent peak. The Empress's palace lay like a slumbering ancient beast sprawled on the ground, exuding an aura of antiquity that swept across the surroundings, shaking the 8 directions with its grandeur. However, at this moment, the void surrounding the Empress Palace rippled with invisible fluctuations. It was as if a calm water surface suddenly stirred up ripples, spreading outward from point to area, continuously expanding. As time passed, these ripples enveloped the entire Empress Palace, completely sealing it off. They then further penetrated into the depths of the palace. The power of space is inherently mysterious. Even a saint-level expert can only claim to have just scratched the surface. To fully comprehend it, one must at least be a holy king-level expert. Yet, the strongest guard around the palace was only the saintess Zhang Ke, who was at the spirit communication realm and had yet to ignite the divine fire. Zhang Ke hadn't even entered the saint realm, so naturally, she couldn't detect the invading spatial ripples or the holy king-level experts hidden in the boundless void. They had already begun their actions. In the boundless void, at the 4 corners of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, there sat a holy king-level expert in each location. These 4 holy king-level experts were the East Palace Master, Tuoba Kuang, the West Palace Master, Qiurang, the South Palace Master, Baiyu, and the North Palace Master, Gengyan. All 5 palace masters of the divine flame Empress Palace, except for the Central Palace Master, also known as the Red King Palace, Qi Lauer, had gathered here. I say, Gengyan, since we 4 palace masters have gathered here to spy on the Empress Palace, and the situation has escalated to this extent, have you thought about how to wrap things up? Tuoba Kuang, whose physique was muscular and towering like a small mountain at this moment, stared intently at Gengyan with eyes as big as copper bells. According to the rules, without a summons, one must not approach the Empress Palace. Before Tuoba Kuang could finish his sentence, Gengyan rolled her eyes, coldly snorted, and forcefully interrupted. If what? We are all holy king-level experts. Yet we have to listen to a little girl from the great saint realm? You all may comply, but I certainly won't. They say you, the East Palace Master Tuoba Kuang, are the most unruly, but it seems you're not as good as I, this weak woman. Gengyan snorted coldly, and, as she flipped her hand, the invisible spatial ripples grew stronger, continuously seeping deeper into the palace. Just as Tuoba Kuang was about to explode with anger, the South Palace Master Baiyu, fanning himself with a folding fan, chuckled. If you, the North Palace Master Gengyan, are a weak woman, then there wouldn't be any tigresses left on the entire ancient continent. Gengyan let out a charming huff and shot him a flirtatious glance, saying, Baiyu, you're annoying. Calling someone a tigress. If it weren't for your handsome looks, I would have fought you by now. The West Palace Master Qiurang, however, wore a cold expression, not participating in the banter, but instead, with hawk-like sharp eyes, fixed his gaze on the depths of the Empress Palace. Unfortunately, The Empress Palace was filled with countless formations obscuring the heavenly secrets, making it difficult for even a holy king-level expert to glean anything just by sight. Although the four palace masters were constantly bickering, the actions in their hands never ceased. After all, they were holy king-level experts, and multitasking was a simple matter for them. As their hand seals flipped, streams of spatial ripples were continuously activated, rushing toward the Empress Palace like weaving a net that was impenetrable and unbreakable. After a long while, Rang unwillingly withdrew his gaze and looked at the three palace masters who were still joking, speaking in a deep voice. Yen, are you sure what you said is true? I don't believe the Empress would sacrifice a divine phoenix feather, which can only condense one feather in a lifetime. For a man, especially a man she has previously defeated. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Yu, who had been joking with Yen, suddenly became sullen, his refined demeanor instantly faltering. Losing the divine phoenix feather would not only cause the Empress to fall in realm, but also lead to unstable energy, forcing her to retreat into seclusion. I can't believe there's such a foolish person in this world. Even less can I believe our Empress would be that foolish. Rang, who rarely spoke, became quite chatty when it came to the Empress sacrificing the divine phoenix feather, a smirk of disdain and amusement appearing on his lips. You all can believe it or not, but I know the truth. Yen wore a meaningful smile and then coldly snorted. Look, the Empress has been in seclusion for several days, and there are holy maidens guarding outside the palace. ISNT this because of her realm dropping, her energy being unstable, and forcing her into seclusion. I'll tell you all, we know the Empress's love interest. His name is Chuchen, the holy son of the immortal family. The Yi family. 3 years ago, he fought until his divine body shattered, his cultivation path severed, yet he still managed to defeat our Empress. Who would have thought he would dare to come to the divine Flame Empress Palace to confess his love now? If we say that kid has good fortune, he is openly protected by that old man Lauer and secretly supported by the Empress. I heard he has been thriving in the Red King Palace, and not only has he resumed his severed cultivation path, but he also breaks through several realms in a single day. Yen seemed to know quite a few secrets. Speaking with authority, Tuoba Kwang nodded. This time he did not refute Yen, but spoke solemnly. Even if Yen's judgment is wrong, it doesn't matter. After all, with the Empress's talent, if we don't take action soon, we may never have a chance again. Once she breaks through to the Holy King realm, unless we unite, who would be her opponent? At this point, the scene fell silent. The four palace masters had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years to break through the Holy King realm. But what about the Empress Lin Shuwang? She had only cultivated for 30 years and had already reached the great saint level. If nothing unexpected happens within a few years, it is almost a certainty that the Empress will break through to the Holy King realm. Let us not forget, once the Empress breaks through to the Holy King realm, she will gain recognition from our divine Flame Empress Palace as supreme imperial weapon, and at that time, Yen licked her lips, her peach blossom eyes now shining with a sinister glint. Do we still have a way out? If we don't initiate the palace coup today, we will surely be slaughtered by this girl in the future. Once these words were spoken, the other three palace masters gasped in shock. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they knew Yen was right. By the way, where is Central Palace Master Lauer? Why isn't he here? Tuoba Kwang's eyes gleamed like lightning, piercing through the boundless void toward the location of the Red King Palace. The 5 palace masters of our divine Flame Empress Palace rise and fall together. Today, we initiate the palace coup, yet Lauer is nowhere to be seen. Initiating a palace coup is a major matter that must consider all unforeseen factors. Aside from the Elder Council, the power of the 5 palace masters is the greatest in the divine Flame Empress Palace. Yet Lauer is conspicuously absent, making the meticulous Tuoba Kwang feel uneasy. Forget that old man. Ever since he took Chuchen as his disciple, he seems to have found a reason to continue living. Yen coldly snorted, clearly knowing the whereabouts of Lauer. He is probably still searching for the immortal medicine in the heavenly demon gorge. Is the immortal medicine that easy to find? It's a treasure that even quasi-emperors can't touch. What right does that old man have to think he can live a second life? Upon hearing that Qi Lauer was in the heavenly demon gorge and that it wouldn't ruin their plans, the other three palace masters finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they saw the spatial ripples still needing some time to weave into a complete net, Gung Yin couldn't help but tease. Speaking of which, our Empress really is a lovesick fool. Just for a few sweet nothings, she's willing to give up the divine phoenix feather and even her life. By you. Look at you. As a man, you've been fawning over the Empress for so many years, yet she won't even spare you a glance. But that kid. Shut up. Boom. The usually refined Bai Yu's face turned red. Unable to hold back any longer, his breath surged. As a result, the previously imperceptible ripples in the space suddenly shook, and a corner of the originally impenetrable net was torn open. The Saintess Zhang Ke, guarding the palace gate, sensed something and immediately became alert. Not good. Quickly set up a formation. With a beam of spiritual power shot out by Zhang Ke, hundreds of formations inside and outside the Empress's palace were instantly activated, beginning to operate on their own, strangling the spatial ripples. Bai Yu, do you really need to react so strongly? All your previous efforts are in vain. You were so close to surrounding the entire Empress's palace, but you. Seeing that they had been exposed, Gung Yin was frantic, but before she could finish scolding, Tuoba Kwang beside her directly summoned the Saint King weapon, two massive axes, radiating killing intent. Since they had been discovered, they might as well make their move before the Elder Council arrives. Gung Yin and the others saw this and also summoned their Saint King weapons, preparing to launch a strong attack on the Empress's palace. With four powerful Saint King realm cultivators, once they launched a strong attack, no one would be able to withstand it. Not to mention that at this moment, the Empress Lin Shuwang was still in seclusion, looking at the four palace masters suddenly appearing in the sky. Saintess Zhang Ke felt like she was facing a great enemy, her delicate face turning pale with fear. She could only activate the formations while drawing her sword, ready to die to protect her Empress mentor. Gung Yin stood in the void, her face full of mockery, looking at Zhang Ke as if she were a crawling insect. She pulled out the Saint King weapon, the Zhou Tianxing He hairpin, from her hair, and with a swipe of her hand, a vast river of stars made up of billions of stars appeared out of thin air. The terrifying pressure of the Saint King realm filled the heavens and the earth, and under this pressure, Zhang Ke and the others were instantly immobilized, unable to resist, let alone escape. Step. At the moment of life and death, Chuchen, dressed in a black Taoist robe, rushed to the palace gate. He calmly extended a hand, shielding dozens of female disciples, including Zhang Ke behind him. Alone, he faced the vast river of stars. He grinned. Chapter 60